trust me on this one, guys. You've got to believe me when I say Ingrid is about to take us on a wild ride. Sure, this action fantasy webtoon starts off relatively normal, but let me tell you, the quality drastically skyrockets with every single chapter. By the time you reach the battlefield scene, which is only like 15 minutes in, you'll be hooked. We are talking absolute masterpiece territory right off the bat. It goes incredibly hard, and honestly, it features some of the most uniquely designed characters, like this gorgeous fairy commander, not to mention this absolute muscle mommy, but I'm only bringing them up because this isn't your standard copy-paste story. This isn't one of those generic system manhwa where the protagonist becomes an unbeatable god by chapter 3. See, this boy has been swinging a sword since he was barely old enough to walk. He's been grinding his swordsmanship under a retired mercenary in his quiet little village. The old veteran claimed that the young man possessed incredible talent if he could wield a blade like that so early on. With that praise, his grand dream of becoming a legendary knight officially began. He envisioned himself as the kind of powerhouse knight who could single-handedly end an entire war. Armed with nothing but that burning ambition, he packed his bags and left his village behind. But fast forward a bit, and we find ourselves in a bustling local tavern. A bunch of seasoned veterans are laughing their heads off, mocking the newbie for being an absolute joke. They couldn't believe someone could shake in his boots so much while simultaneously holding such big delusions. It was hilarious to them that a coward could actually dream of becoming an elite knight. Sadly, that was the exact moment this boy realized his talent was actually completely average. But our protagonist isn't the type of guy to just lay down and quit. As time marched on, he kept believing that pure grit and relentless effort would carry him through. He hoped that brutal training would eventually allow him to overcome his lack of natural gifts. With every monster he slays, he accumulates precious experience points on the battlefield. He was determined to level up and claim the legendary title of the End Knight. But reality hits hard when a rival sends his blade flying with one effortless strike. A cold sword tip taps against his stomach, instantly shattering his fragile illusions. It was a brutal wake-up call, especially since his opponent was only a 12-year-old kid. The kid was a complete beginner who had barely even touched a sword before. Yet this prodigy easily defeated him simply because of unfair, god-tier natural talent. Right then and there, the young man understood that his endless grinding felt completely useless. He sank into a deep, dark state of utter despair. He began to wonder if there was truly no way to escape his mediocre destiny. However, our main character possesses an absolute beast of a mindset. So, the very next morning he was right back at his training spot. He spent countless grueling hours pushing his physical limits. Honestly, this guy is giving off major Rock Lee energy. If the green beast of the leaf decided to master the way of the sword, this would be him. He kept swinging his blade against a wooden trunk thousands of times a day. He repeated the motion so intensely that the metal of his sword was constantly screaming. The blade literally vibrated from the sheer force as the sun began to rise again. He would wipe off the sweat, grab his weapon, and get right back to the grind. If he couldn't inherit the cheat-like talent to become the strongest, then fine. He would simply become the most battle-hardened, experienced warrior on the battlefield. Fast forward 3 years into the future, and he has now achieved a modest rank. He is now the commander of a pretty average, low-tier military squad. Despite a lifetime of blood, sweat, and absolute dedication to his craft, this mediocre position is currently the absolute limit of his progress. Still, he asks one of his comrades for a quick sparring match because he feels something brewing. He has a gut feeling that a massive, world-altering battle is looming on the horizon. We're talking a clash of thousands of soldiers, and his unit is unfortunately one of the weakest on the field. Fast forward to the absolute chaos of the battlefield, where soldiers are screaming and blood is flying everywhere as Pierce fights for survival. Just as our main character finishes off an enemy writhing on the dirt, he realizes the danger is far from over. Suddenly another hostile soldier lunges right at this guy's face with a lethal strike. He glances to the side and sidesteps just in the nick of time, showing off some seriously smooth dodging skills. He barely avoids a sneaky attack trying to blindside him from behind, but the young man blocks the strike with his shield, before quickly scanning the chaotic war zone to see something alarming. One of his own teammates is screaming out in absolute terror nearby. The protagonist instantly realizes his ally is about to get completely wiped out. A stray arrow is currently raindropping from the sky straight toward his friend, so he leaps right in front of the guy, using his own shield to block the deadly projectile. Before his stunned ally can even process what happened, another enemy sneaks up from behind to deliver a fatal stab. But our quick-thinking fighter shoves his buddy out of the way and takes control of the situation. With one swift, brutal swing, he clean cuts off the attacker's head. Right after that satisfying decapitation, he hears the exact battle cry he's been been waiting for all along. As another lifeless body thuds onto the muddy ground, a dangerous new opponent steps up to the plate. The enemy swings his sword menacingly, and our hero instantly knows this is the exact bastard he needs to put in the dirt. Standing face to face, they lock eyes in a tense, high-stakes showdown. The young man silently vows that this time, things are going to be different. He is going to slay this monster of a warrior and finally survive this nightmare. In a quick flashback, he remembers a crucial piece of advice from one of his veteran allies. The comrade told him that if he wants to survive a deadly action sequence, he must keep his eyes wide open. You can't blink even when the cold steel of the enemy's blade is literally pressing against your throat. Like a wild beast hunting in a dark dungeon, he must completely ignore the concept of mortality. He shouldn't fear death for even a fraction of a second until the final blow lands. The enemy warrior before him suddenly thrusts his sword forward in a blindingly fast stab, and the main character watches death itself zooming straight toward his face in slow motion. But there's no room for fear because in this twisted reincarnation loop, dying is exactly what makes him stronger. Leveraging his hard-earned experience, he pulls off a highly skilled dodge. For the first time ever, he actually has a real fighting chance against this absolute unit. Pivoting on his heel, he spins around to launch a decisive counterattack. However, the opponent unexpectedly switches to a highly unorthodox stance. He reverses his grip on the sword and drives it deep into our hero's throat, causing blood to spray everywhere. And just like that, the young man's body collapses onto the cold ground once again. The next second, he finds himself in the afterlife as a mysterious boat drifts right past him. The Grim Reaper tells him to just give up, accept his pathetic weakness, and step onto the boat of the dead. But the protagonist just smirks, letting the Reaper know that he will never go quietly into the night. And just like that, his agonizing time loop restarts. Because let's be real, his duel against that monstrous warrior was definitely not his first rodeo. It wasn't his second, or even his third attempt at trying to survive. This was actually the 20th time he got absolutely destroyed on this chaotic battlefield. Even though he starts out as the weakest player in this brutal game of survival, this guy is the only one who refuses to ever accept defeat or lie down and die. Back when he perished for the very first time and woke up alive, it was a massive shock. The young man originally brushed it off, thinking he was just experiencing some crazy deja vu. He assumed it was just a highly realistic nightmare about dying in a bloody war. So he marched right back onto the same battlefield, ready to fight, only to get slaughtered all over again. The second, third, and fourth loops always started the exact same way, with a soldier loudly clanking pans to wake everyone up, and the ghost sensation of the enemy's blade piercing through his flesh never truly fades. The day just keeps looping, forcing him to face the exact same lethal boss over and over again. So, after biting the dust for the 12th time, Encrid gets right back up and tells his buddy that there are bugs in his boots. Despite the creepy crawlies, the protagonist declares he's ready to challenge the death loop once again. Without wasting any time, the action-packed story throws us right back into the heat of battle. Fast forward a bit, and this guy is already on his 30th attempt at staying alive. On this 33rd life, our hero successfully dodges the incoming spear thrust once again. When the enemy soldier pivots to keep up the relentless assault, the young man tries his best to slip away. Unfortunately, his stats aren't high enough yet, and he gets his throat sliced in an instant. The poor guy drops to his knees as his health bar hits 0. As he collapses to the ground, a mysterious necklace slips off his neck. The main character suddenly recalls a memory from his old days working as a mercenary in this fantasy world. Back then, he took down plenty of dangerous monsters, until one day a tiny village begged him for help. Being the reliable warrior that he is, he gladly accepted their desperate quest. After all, protecting the weak is the golden rule for anyone trying to walk the path of a true knight. Once the threat was cleared, the village elders admitted they were completely broke. Having no gold to spare, they offered him a strange heirloom instead. It turned out to be a cheap-looking charm, which felt like a massive slap in the face after risking his life. But the elder swore on his life that this magic trinket could grant a person's most desperate wish. Now, the protagonist starts to wonder if that very charm is the reason he's stuck in this infinite reincarnation loop. The enemy soldier who just skewered him mocks him, offering a merciful death to end his suffering. Our main character silently thinks, "Mercy, my foot." It is painfully obvious that this sadistic jerk is absolutely loving every single second of killing him, and with a cold smirk, the soldier finishes the young man off. Right on cue, the loud clanging of pots and pans rings out to signal another reset. This time he skips the drama and tells Rem that he was the one who put the bug in his own boot. A bewildered Rem asks if his friend has lost his mind so early in the morning. Before the sun even fully rises, the protagonist decides to change up his strategy. He tells his buddy to stop shouting and step outside, declaring that he wants to master the secret martial arts style known as the Heart of the Beast. Rem wins up and swings his heavy axe, while the main character braces himself. Keeping his eyes locked onto the weapon's trajectory, the young man cleanly dodges the strike. Rem is completely thrown off, asking how he suddenly stopped flinching, to which our hero casually replies that he simply practiced. Naturally, his friend doesn't buy it for a second, claiming nobody can level up their skills that fast. Plus, there is no way anyone else could have taught him his family's secret technique. But the young man simply replies that he just managed to pick it up by sheer luck, before grabbing a couple of training weapons. He then looks his friend dead in the eye and asks for a proper spar. His buddy stares at him in disbelief for a moment, then lets out a competitive grin. He agrees, saying that a quick match sounds like a fantastic idea. The axe swings, but the protagonist smoothly avoids the blow, prompting his opponent to ask how long he plans to play defense. Even while closing the distance, the main character effortlessly slips past another heavy swing. He explains that the only sword style he actually knows is the basic Volan mercenary technique he learned back in the day. You know, the simple combat style that most high-ranking mages and knights look down on as a cheap trick. Suddenly, the young man starts to lose his footing on the rough ground. Seizing the golden opportunity, his opponent leaps forward to strike. Fortunately, our protagonist recovers his balance just in time and prepares to counter the leap. His sparring partner notices the shift, and channeling the moves of the enemy soldier he always fights. The main character thrusts his practiced sword forward with blinding speed, but his opponent is too experienced and easily smacks the weapon right out of his hands. The sword clatters loudly as it skids across the dirt. Looking down at the ground, he smiles, knowing that even if it was just for a fleeting second, he successfully copied that enemy bastard's deadly thrust technique. Surprisingly, Encrid claims his muscle memory has already kicked in, locking the move down. The seasoned warrior points out that a strike that clean should have left him bleeding out. Honestly, compared to all the sloppy moves our hero has shown us so far, this is a massive step up. That thrust was actually incredibly solid and surprisingly precise. His mentor even starts throwing out pro tips on how to sharpen his form and make it even deadlier. But he warns that if the rookie keeps doubting his own skills, he's basically dead meat. Overthinking in the middle of a battle never ends well. The grizzled fighter basically tells him to focus on the next strike instead of his own terror, giving some rough around the edges wisdom on how to keep a firm grip on his blade. The young man looks back and admits that despite the chaotic explanation, it actually made total sense. But let's be real, the power gap between them is still massive. The difference lay in confidence. The enemy soldier strikes without hesitation, while our hero wavers and gets absolutely wrecked once again. Yet again, the arrogant killer preaches about delivering a merciful death, and he drives the cold steel straight through our protagonist's chest. Cut to the next loop, and he is right back to the grind, sparring with his tough love coach. The teacher doesn't hold back, immediately disarming the kid and sending his weapon flying. Another quick reset, and that same enemy soldier puts him in the dirt. And like clockwork, the young man responds and goes straight back to physical training. He vows to keep pushing through this brutal loop of death and rebirth, taking it one baby step at a time, no matter how excruciatingly slow the leveling up process is. He gets taken out again, marking his 111th life, and yet he's still not strong enough to survive. Fast forward to life number 123, and a sharp blade is once again pressed against his throat. In the next attempt, our main character lets out a wild battle cry as he lunges forward. He charges his mentor, and this time, he actually manages to exert real pressure. He pushes the massive war axe back using the exact same thrusting technique that had previously failed him. The old warrior stares in disbelief, asking the kid if he has completely lost his mind. His hand is split wide open, and his teacher warns him that he is literally gushing blood. The instructor wonders why this crazy kid is laughing like a maniac, but our hero is just ecstatic that he finally the martial arts technique. Instantly, the scene shifts, and he is dropped right back onto the bloody battlefield, standing face to face with the very nemesis he absolutely despises. The main character launches a fierce thrust directly at the enemy soldier. Thanks to his relentless training, the strike successfully glances right off the opponent's heavy helmet, but the enemy is fast, countering with a vicious thrust of his own, and the sharp metal still manages to pierce right through our hero's neck. He realizes that his first real exchange with the new technique fell short, but he refused to flinch or let go of his weapon. Even as he collapses to the dirt, his fingers remain locked around the hilt. The ruthless soldier steps up and plants his boot heavily onto the young man's chest. He looks down with a smug grin, mocking the kid for looking like he's in absolute agony. Then the smug bastard repeats that same annoying speech about putting him out of his misery, but our protagonist just glares back, whispering that tomorrow will be the day he finally ends him. The killer just laughs it off, mockingly reminding him that corpses don't get a tomorrow, before delivering the final blow. In the next reset, a creepy crawler starts slithering out of his ally's boot, but our quick-witted hero immediately stomps on it, crushing it flat. He casually mentions that he spotted the nasty thing buzzing around earlier. His partner offers a quick thanks, To which our main character replies that if he's truly grateful, he can take the night watch. His teammate is left scratching his head, wondering when this rookie got the nerve to start bossing him around. Next, we are introduced to another squad mate named Big Eyes, whom the main character orders to secure a shield, some armor, and a dagger, promising to cover the tab later. The poor guy is completely baffled by the request, but he reluctantly agrees since the young man is technically running the show. His partner chimes in, asking if the kid has always had such a pushy attitude. The protagonist dryly points out that the squad usually dumps all their chore duty on him anyway. As more crew members gather around, his teammate notes that their leader is acting incredibly strange today. Encrid is usually the cool, collected type, but right now, the tension is hitting him like a truck. Before long, our protagonist is right back at it, relentlessly stabbing away at that poor training tree. He admits that every single time he kicked the bucket in this crazy regression cycle, the pain was absolutely excruciating. This guy seriously starts to wonder what will happen if he remains stuck in this loop even after tens of thousands of attempts. Could he simply run away to survive? If he escapes the battlefield, will tomorrow finally arrive? Or is he doomed to repeat this exact same day forever? He even briefly contemplates settling for his current level of strength, but quickly slaps himself mentally to stop acting like a total coward. Quitting isn't in his vocabulary, so he's determined to shatter this limit and see what lies beyond his current power ceiling. Armed with absolute resolve, the young warrior drives his blade into the wooden trunk over and over again. Once again, he swears that he won't let this incredible reincarnation cheat code go to waste. Finally, with one massive swing, he splits the solid tree right down the middle. After conquering the training log, the swordsman begins to equip his gear. He straps on every piece of armor, mentally preparing himself for the brutal clash ahead. This time he is fully convinced that he will claim absolute victory in this fantasy war. The war horns echo across the plains, and our main character charges forward, leading his squad straight into the meat grinder. As the chaotic battle erupts, the hero notes that the sole reason he has survived this far into the deadly conflict is a mix of pure preparation, decent luck, and keeping a cool head under pressure. Suddenly, a hostile mob attempts a sneaky backstab and rushes him from behind, but our fighter effortlessly parries the strike and decapitates the attacker in one smooth motion. Another enemy swings wildly at his lower half, but the heavy shin guard absorbs the impact. Taking advantage of the opening, he counters immediately and smashes the guy's skull to pieces. Right on cue, a third enemy hurls a throwing axe directly at his blind spot, but the quick-witted protagonist Matrix dodges the projectile with ease. He immediately retaliates by throwing his own weapon back, pinning the attacker down. He admits that these god-tier reflexes are only possible because of the countless lives he's burned through in this looping hell. Spotting Krang screaming in danger, he steps in and deflects a lethal arrow meant for his ally, executing the move flawlessly just like in the previous runs. Without skipping a beat, he charges forward and swiftly neutralizes the threat. Now it is finally time to confront the massive wall standing right in front of him. The enemy warrior glares right back, and the two combatants lock eyes. Sharing a tense standoff for a split second, the enemy soldier suddenly charges with insane speed. Our hero raises his guard to block the incoming strike, but the impact completely shatters his shield. He instantly discards the broken defense and aggressively closes the distance, catching the follow-up blow dead-on with his trusty blade. The main character analyzes his opponent, noting that while the guy is a prodigy, he severely lacks real-world combat experience. That rookie status makes him easy to exploit, so our guy headbutts him with full force. This is exactly where the Vol sword style shines, utilizing dirty martial arts tricks as he kicks up a cloud of dirt right into the soldier's face. Capitalizing on the opponent's sudden panic, he leaps forward for the finish. But the blinded soldier somehow manages to react, thrusting his blade forward. The protagonist smoothly slips past the incoming steel like a seasoned hunter. The enemy misses entirely and stumbles hard onto the dirt. Recovering quickly from the miss, the enemy turns around to launch a desperate follow-up strike. But our master of regression is already 2 steps ahead, because thanks to his past loops, he knows every single detail about this specific attack pattern. He parries the incoming blow with pinpoint accuracy, shattering the opponent's blade into pieces. Out of nowhere, an enemy archer draws his bow and releases a lethal projectile across the chaotic battlefield. The disarmed soldier can only watch in horror as he drops the useless hilt of his broken sword. As our main character closes in to deliver the final blow, he believes victory is finally in his grasp, but that deadly arrow is still screaming toward him. Right before the projectile can pierce him, a thrown axe intercepts it midair. Seizing the opening, the warrior drives his blade straight through the enemy's throat. It turns out Rem blocked the arrow, boasting that it'll crush the sniper, though Krang warns him not to waste precious stamina. The enemy soldier's knees buckle as he begins to collapse. He is still staring in absolute disbelief at the battlefield. Scanning the chaotic battlefield, he finally drops straight to his knees. Encred pants heavily, catching his breath while looking down, only to see the defeated soldier shaking in pure terror before him. Raising his blade, our main character delivers a cold line. He shows absolutely zero mercy, cleanly taking the guy's head off in one swing, and our protagonist actually smiles, realizing he finally broke through the leveling wall he could never surpass. But the celebration is cut short when someone kicks him right in the spine, revealing a hostile warrior rocking a sleek ponytail. The young man groans in agony while Rem rushes to his side, rushing over and shouting that they are dealing with a literal frog monster. Turns out their ponytail-sporting attacker is a straight-up frogman. While our hero is down on the ground, the frog beast starts talking trash, complaining about how much cultivation effort he put into that soldier, unable to believe he lost. And apparently that dead soldier's actual nickname was Pervert, which is a wild title. The beast swings his weapon, screaming for the squad leader to meet his end, but Rem steps in just in the nick of time, blocking the strike with his heavy batlex. Rem immediately counters, swinging his axe downward with serious force, but the agile frogman manages to parry the massive weapon. The two close the distance, trading fierce blows in a high-speed melee clash. Meanwhile, another sneaky enemy attempts to finish off our main character, but Krang leaps into the fray and takes the attacker's head clean off. Rem hops backward to reposition, and the slimy opponent does the exact same. During the brief standoff, Rem throws out some serious shade, telling the beast that if he wants to touch his commander, he needs to go through him first. The frogman scoffs, asking how a supposed weakling like their boss ended up in charge instead of a powerhouse like him. Rem explains to us that these frog monsters are engineered solely for war. To put one down, you either need powerful fire magic or a single, devastating strike. Hearing this, the enemy eyes Rem suspiciously, wondering why a warrior of his caliber is wasting time on such a minor battlefield. He realizes that trying to take Rem out would likely cost him his own life. Deciding the risk isn't worth the reward, the monster chooses to retreat. Rem doesn't hesitate to call him a coward as he backs away. Krang immediately falls back, carrying the unconscious protagonist over his shoulder, while Rem holds the line, blocking any enemy soldiers trying to intercept them. One eager enemy tries to break past and pursue the retreating group, but another elite squad member steps in and shuts down his chase immediately. A massive wave of enemy troops starts charging in, but they drop like flies as another powerful ally joins the defense. Meanwhile, our main character's vision begins to fade to black, and just as the official retreat order echoes across the field, he finally closes his eyes, completely passing out as they escape. Next thing he knows, he wakes up in the eerie underworld domain once more, where the mysterious boatman tells him he merely survived for another day, but that's it, warning him that sooner or later he won't have the strength to break the limits blocking his path, claiming that giving up and drowning in despair is his ultimate destiny. But this guy simply pushes himself back up to his feet. He stares directly at the towering wall behind him and smirks, pointing out to the Grim Reaper figure that those walls were built for the sole purpose of him breaking through them. Talk about absolute main character energy. The boatman grins, declaring he'll be eagerly waiting for the day the burning greed and ambition in Encred's eyes finally fade to black. He wakes up looking like a mummy wrapped in bandages, and Rem is right there waiting. His companion explains that they are currently in the infirmary tent, and that he has been out cold for 2 whole days. When his buddy mentions saving him from a monstrous frogman, our protagonist is completely thrown off. He is totally stunned, admitting that if he really fought a giant frog monster, it is a miracle he is still breathing. The friend then asks with a smirk if the main character remembers calling him his absolute best friend during the chaos. The MC immediately denies it, claiming he would never say something so cheesy. He accidentally blurts out that the guy is actually a noble hunter, which instantly prompts his friend to slap a hand over his mouth. He holds his breath and frantically looks around the tent to make sure nobody else overheard the secret. The noble hunter whispers that this guy can't just go shouting private secrets that are none of his business. He sighs, thinking they were supposed to be best friends, while the young man quietly realizes he has finally survived that cursed day. We then discover that Big Eyes is actually named Kreese, and he demands the protagonist repay him triple the amount he spent on medical care. The MC is completely baffled and wonders why this shady merchant is even hanging around his tent. He points out that the merchant was completely missing during the brutal dungeon raid, but the guy just grins and offers a double charge discount. Just then, Crane walks into the infirmary tent looking as intense as ever. The main character sighs and asks the warrior what exactly he wants. Instead of answering, the warrior tosses a mysterious item onto the bed. He grunts and instructs the injured fighter to apply the medicine every morning and night. The young man notes that this tough fighter usually hates sharing his personal items, making this gesture surprisingly heartwarming. Next, we see the towering monk Adin sobbing while reciting a prayer, prompting our protagonist to tell him to stop crying since he is still breathing. He tells the emotional monk that he survived the battle, so he can take his prayers elsewhere and get out. Later that evening, the injured hero lies awake awake in the quiet tent. He wonders why his squad mates are taking shifts to watch over him. He questions if they genuinely care about his survival or if it is just a joke. Right on cue, another member of the squad slips quietly into the room. The visitor looks absolutely stunned to see the main character awake and staring back at him. It turns out to be Ragnar, who awkwardly asks why he is even occupying a bed in the infirmary. Feeling incredibly awkward, the visitor quickly turns around and backtracks out of the tent. The MC scoffs at the idea of him being worried, knowing the guy is way too carefree to actually care. Aside from our protagonist, there are two other wounded soldiers sharing the space. One is a rival platoon commander who constantly picks fights with the young man. The other patient is an unfamiliar soldier who has not said a single word. This mysterious soldier is just sitting there, staring blankly into the empty air. Our main character begins to ponder what trauma brought that silent soldier to this tent. Just as he is thinking, heavy footsteps echo from outside the canvas. Every head in the tent turns toward the entrance as a long-haired visitor approaches. A stunning elf woman walks in and immediately demands some answers. She asks in an authoritative tone who exactly commands the infamous 444th Squad. The protagonist looks at her, utterly confused by this sudden high-tier visitor. Meanwhile, the rival platoon commander speaks up and rudely refers to her as a fairy. She calmly asks for his unit, and he proudly introduces himself as Van Cinto, the third platoon commander of the second company. She coldly asks if his company commander taught him to greet people by pointing out their race. The rude commander quickly stammers an apology while the protagonist puts the pieces together. He realizes that this formidable elf must be the newly appointed 4th Company commander. Stepping up, the young man announces that he is the squad leader she is looking for. She notes that she has heard rumors about him managing his chaotic squad well, and expects great results under her command. The main character is genuinely shocked that an officer of her rank came all this way just to deliver a pep talk. As she turns to leave, she stops and asks the protagonist for a bit of assistance. Specifically, she asks for the name of the quiet young soldier in the tent. The main character answers that his name is Krang, though he cannot help but feel suspicious about her sudden interest. Enkrid wonders if he just hallucinated that entire interaction, judging the guy's terrible attitude and questioning if he might actually be a spoiled noble. The commander shoots our main character one final lingering glance. He gives him a solid stare down before finally walking away. Honestly, this guy has absolutely no clue what is going on right now. Fast forward a bit, and he notices that most of the agonizing pain has finally faded. With the ache is gone, the young warrior wonders if it is time to jump back into his brutal training arc. A soldier named Vengeance asks where he is going, and our hero casually replies that he is hitting the training grounds. The Hothed immediately calls him a total idiot, mocking a bottom-tier recruit for trying to act like a badass. Meanwhile, the quiet aristocrat in the room just sits there silently observing the drama. Our protagonist ignores the hate, explaining that he needs to mentally simulate and dissect their last life or death battle. After all, he paid a hefty price to learn that specific combat skill back when he was just a kid. Thinking back to how his ultimate move failed, he realizes that putting all his stat points into one risky all-or-nothing strike is a recipe for disaster. He compares his own sloppy technique to the legendary strikes meant for nothing but instant death. That is when the fancy noble from the medical bay chimes in, praising him for working so incredibly hard. Caught completely off guard, the young fighter admits he does not get it either, as his hands keep twitching uncontrollably while he zones out. He explains that he was actually practicing his grip while visualizing the combat, and when asked why, our main character bluntly says it is just to survive. The wealthy guy gets curious and asks if survival is just a stepping stone to becoming something much greater. The swordsman hesitates to answer since people always mock his grand ambitions, but he decides to trust the guy anyway. He looks up, raises his trusty blade, and proudly declares his dream of leveling up to become a true knight. The noble is absolutely stunned by his sheer determination, and the protagonist realizes this is the very first time someone has heard his grand dream without bursting out laughing. The wealthy warrior softly admits that he had completely forgotten that feeling, but witnessing this raw passion just unlocked a long-lost memory deep within him. Suddenly, this side character has total clarity on his own life quest. Our main character silently watches the mysterious aristocrat walk away. Before leaving, the man drops a classic line, telling him to remember his name once he actually earns his knightly rank. Back at the camp, a bard is setting the mood with music while the soldiers hype up Cyprus, the legendary hero of the battle. The angry soldier begins whining about breakfast, loudly asking if the chefs plan to starve them to death. The protagonist decides to take a peaceful stroll instead of grinding his skills, and Jackson checks in to ask about his physical recovery. Our hero replies that the healing potion worked like a charm and offers a polite thank you. Jackson fires back, telling him that if he is truly grateful, he needs to get his butt back to camp immediately. When night falls, the young noble bids him a quiet goodnight, and our main character casually echoes the sentiment right back. While the hot-headed grunt keeps to himself, the young warrior realizes he has basically wasted the entire day doing absolutely nothing. But then he hears the exact same bard singing again, making him wonder if he has entered some bizarre time loop simulation. Right on cue, the angry grunt complains about the morning rations using the exact same words. That is the moment the cold truth hits him, and he bolts upright in sheer disbelief, muttering that this cannot be happening. Right on schedule, Jackson walks up and asks him about his combat injuries all over again. Once more, the young man gives the exact same automated response, only to receive the exact same scripted dialogue back from his comrade. It is official, folks, our boy is officially trapped in another frustrating reincarnation time loop. The protagonist remembers the mysterious boatman mentioning a trial regarding the next wall. He begins to wonder if he was stealth killed in his sleep without even realizing he died. Although this psychological horror feels way worse than falling in a standard battle, it only hardens his warrior resolve. He views this as just another dungeon raid or system quest that he has to conquer. As night falls once more, he plays detective to deduce who assassinated him and why, knowing the culprit must have insane stealth skills. Since only a high-level knight could bypass security, he figures there is a deadly assassin hiding right in plain sight. He suddenly recalls the commander mentioning a certain agile scout who is incredibly light on her feet. She has the perfect build for silent takedowns and executing covert assassinations in the dark. This makes our main character wonder if her previous visit was actually just a scouting mission for his impending death. Encred decides to verify this hunch since there is only a single entrance to the barracks, meaning if he catches a glimpse of the intruder, he can scream and sound the alarm for the entire squad. All this guy needs to do now is sit tight and wait for the stealthy assassin to make a move, but out of nowhere, a poison needle pierces right through his throat before he can even blink. The young man turns around in utter shock, completely blindsided because he never felt their presence approaching. Blinding pain surges through him, leaving him struggling to gasp for even a single second of air, before he helplessly tumbles straight off the edge of his bed. The realization hits him that this is a high-grade numbing poison freezing his muscle. Then he looks over and spots his teammate, Vengeance, who also has a needle sticking out of his neck. To make matters worse, a mysterious figure is already looming menacingly over Krang. Our main character finally catches sight of the killer hiding in the shadows of this deadly fantasy setup. The killer raises a cold steel blade high above Krang and drives it straight down with lethal precision, taking him out instantly, right before yet another intruder breaches the perimeter, slicing their way into the tent, revealing themselves to be a second highly skilled assassin. The protagonist looks up through his fading vision and spots the commander standing right there, realizing with horror that the culprit behind this operation really is the leader of the Fourth Company herself. Once again, he wakes up to the familiar melody of the bard's song resetting the loop. The system of fate tells him this is already his third attempt at surviving this nightmarish scenario. He still cannot sense their murderous intent at all, proving this level-up challenge will be anything but easy. And with the high-ranking company commander directly pulling the strings of this assassination plot, even if he somehow stops the first killer, there is absolutely no way he can take down the boss lady afterward. For a split second, the young man feels completely overwhelmed and helpless against these insane odds. This desperate situation reminds him of the crushing pressure he felt a few days ago against the pervert, but he still managed to adapt, find a weakness, and take that threat down in the end. So if he keeps pushing his limits, he is bound to find another path to victory in this deadly game. He aggressively rips the blanket off Vengeance, who immediately snaps at him, asking if he has completely lost his mind. Our hero explains that they cannot just watch their backs inside the camp. They must also watch out for external threats. His teammate mocks him, asking if today's training involves hunting cockroaches, which he says perfectly suits a lowlife like him. Our protagonist replies that he's thrilled Vengeance cares so much, which only pisses the guy off more since he was actually being sarcastic. The main character sighs and admits that he was also being sarcastic. Krang chimes in, asking if they are seriously fighting yet again, and suggests that maybe he should turn around and come back at a better time. The main character tells him it's all good, while Vengeance just grumpily lies back down. He realizes that Krang is definitely the main target here, and wonders about his true identity, since something about him feels completely off. Still, he doesn't want to pry too deeply into his squadmate's past, especially if he doesn't feel like sharing just like the rest of the members in their squad. But since he's got skin in this game now too, our protagonist needs to know, and goes ahead to bluntly ask what exactly he is hiding. Krang freezes up instantly, making the young man wonder if he asked that too aggressively. He awkwardly responds that it is not something he can easily explain. When the young man asks why, the guy simply says it's a long story. The main character pauses and accepts it, which immediately makes Vengeance lose his mind, asking why on earth he would accept such a garbage answer. adding that if he was just going to let it slide, he shouldn't have asked at all. He points out that the guy clearly isn't from this kingdom, judging by his refined manners, demanding to know which country he is spying for. Krang just stares at him silently until vengeance finally shuts his mouth. The man steps closer and firmly declares that he is not a spy, and that he would never, under any circumstances, betray the kingdom. Our protagonist says he can see the truth in his eyes, and by the way he moves, he clearly possesses the dignified presence of a true knight. When vengeance demands respect from his subordinates, Krang just laughs in his face while Encred watches the drama unfold. He mocks him, pointing out that no true knight would get absolutely clapped by a random assassin. Even so, it's clear the shady character is holding back some major secrets. Later that evening, as they wrap up for the night, the hot-headed leader clears his throat awkwardly. He seems to be trying to fit in, making our protagonist wonder if the guy is actually terrified of their wild ally. Our hero keeps his eyes glued to the tent entrance, unable to relax. He knows that if a stealthy enemy breaches their defenses right now, they are all toast. When the young man suddenly sits up in bed, the anxious leader notices. The commander demands to know why he is awake instead of getting some well-deserved rest. The main character warns him that killer stealth units are incoming, so he needs to gear up if he wants to survive the night. The leader just stares at him like he's lost his mind. He shoots him a look of pure disgust, claiming the kid has officially gone crazy. Meanwhile, their beastly companion just chuckles at the hilarious tension between them. The protagonist sighs, knowing this was exactly the useless reaction he was going to get. Suddenly, a creepy voice whispers from the dark, and a toxic dart pierces right through the fabric into his neck. Our boy gasps in horror as he realizes the killers had already bypassed their perimeter. He tries to draw his blade, but a stealthy shadow lunges forward and instantly slices the leader's throat. The killer then turns and impales their heavy hitter straight through the heart, leaving our main character to bleed out next. Waking up in his fourth time loop, he realizes that without hard evidence, nobody is going to believe his warnings. He attempts to alert the military officers, but they just tell him to get lost and stop wasting their time. Next, our MC tries to time the exact second of the ambush, only to be interrupted by a sudden shriek. The fabric of the tent door begins to flutter in the cold night breeze, making him wonder if the strike is happening right now. He yells out a warning but gets a blade to the windpipe regardless. The cold steel is ripped away, and his life starts draining fast. A squad of hostile agents then storms in through the main entrance to finish the job. After another brutal reset, he realizes he needs to take the initiative and strike first. But here's the catch: how do you fight stealth-build assassins you can't even see? During the next run of this death loop, he stands vigilant inside the shelter. Yet again, the enemies materialize behind him and pierce his neck. He understands that nothing works unless he dodges those toxic darts, waking up for loop number 20. It feels completely hopeless as he still lacks the stats to do anything to counter them. But instead of giving up, he starts brainstorming with a grin, realizing that 20 deaths is just a minor setback. Step 1 is figuring out how to bypass that lethal projectile. Just then he notices their expert scout sitting nearby. The veteran is casually polishing his dagger, so our boy decides to approach him. This could be his ticket out, so he asks their teammate why he compared the scout to a sneaky predator. The ally laughs and explains that the guy is an absolute menace. He loves striking from the blind spots and vanishing into thin air, just like an elusive feral beast. The assassin-like scout spots him and asks if his battle wounds have healed. The young man knows this scout could easily crush the intruders, but recruiting him isn't an option. He lacks the military authority to order him around, and besides, this is a trial the protagonist must overcome alone, so he queries what kind of countermeasure would work against a surprise assassination. The veteran ponders this and admits he has no clue, since nobody has ever lived through one of his attacks. Hearing this confirms to our hero that he is talking to the perfect mentor. He presses further, asking how one could possibly block a backstab from a master of stealth like him. The scout contemplates it again, but repeats his grim answer: survival is statistically 0. Despite the warning, our MC remains absolutely determined to crack this impossible puzzle. Jackson strokes his chin, lost in thought, before letting out a massive, dramatic sigh. He casually remarks that Encred is going to need eyes on the back of his head to survive this fantasy world. The rookie raises an eyebrow, completely confused about what that's even supposed to mean. The veteran fighter just smirks, claiming the timing for a quick lesson couldn't be more perfect. He asks if the young warrior has noticed the carriage rolling up behind him, prompting our hero to ask where it is. Jackson simply points his finger toward the cluster of tents in the distance. The young man is baffled by how he spotted something so far away, seriously questioning if he actually has psychic vision. The older warrior confidently predicts that the wooden carriage is about to completely fall apart. Right on cue, a wheel pops clean off, sending the entire vehicle crashing onto its side. Dumbfounded, our protagonist asks if he can somehow predict the future, but the mentor laughs it off, attributing it to surviving too much time around wild barbarians. He taps his ear with a smirk, revealing that the real secret is simply paying attention to sound. It turns out he caught the faint, metallic creak of the straining axle long before it snapped. He explains that if you can truly tune into your environment, you can easily predict the next move in any battle. The rookie is blown away since his own ears registered absolutely nothing, but the teacher insists that sight is highly overrated when sensing danger. You just have to constantly sharpen your senses, filter out the noise, and isolate a single sound like a true hunter. Our main character admits that was surprisingly solid advice, especially since the lazy mentor usually ignores his questions entirely. The mentor sighs, confessing that giving a few pointers is way better than having the annoying rookie cling to him all day. Besides, this stubborn kid clearly isn't going to give up on his leveling journey anytime soon. Later that night, under the cover of darkness, our hero lies awake in bed, realizing he has hit his second major wall in this unforgiving world, a faceless death. He knows that if he can just sense the stealthy assassin's approach, he might actually survive the night. Determined to beat this deadly challenge, he channels all his focus into his auditory senses, picking up the rhythmic marching of the night patrol and the soft crackle of burning torches outside. Suddenly the shadow killer strikes, but the young warrior still can't hear a single footstep. Straining his ears in vain, he frantically wonders where the lethal strike will land. The silent assassin closes the distance, yet our protagonist's radar remains completely blank. Just like that, the deadly intruder vanishes into thin air like a phantom. Out of nowhere, a poison-tipped needle flies through the dark and pierces straight into the main character's throat, causing him to snap his eyes open in the real world, fully aware he just failed yet again. The very next morning, he wakes up to the exact same annoying chant about Cyprus echoing through the camp. Even though it feels like he hasn't made any progress, his muscular memory remembers every single failed run. That muscle memory includes ripping out a beast's heart and the cold, sharp sensation of getting stabbed in the neck. During their training, the veteran explains that volume and direction tell you everything you need to map out your surroundings. Once you master tracking those faint vibrations, your ears basically become a second set of eyes. He snaps his finger sharply, pointing out that sound is nothing more than physical waves constantly rippling outward, even in the dead of night. With a chaotic symphony of noises constantly overlapping, the trick is learning how to filter out the specific frequencies that matter, forcing our hero to try and untangle the messy web of conversations around the camp. He realizes he must carefully categorize and isolate each individual sound to build his mental radar. Right now, the flapping banners sound like one massive blur, forcing him to manually count how many flags are actually out there. He then shifts his concentration to the heavy footsteps echoing across the dirt. Our protagonist maps out the immediate area, starting with the familiar noises he readily recognizes before trying to decode the unfamiliar ones lurking in the background. Suddenly, Crane calls out to him using the weird nickname, Enshi. The young warrior snaps open his eyes as the beastly fighter asks what kind of bizarre training this is supposed to be. Annoyed, our main character immediately demands to know where that ridiculous nickname came from. The big guy shrugs, saying it's just a cooler, shorter version, and though the rookie hates it, he decides to let it go. The brutish warrior then questions how sitting around like a complete idiot qualifies as training, but deep down, the giant knows this guy isn't the type to waste precious time doing absolutely nothing. Right on cue, another stealthy needle comes flying out of the dark and strikes Encrid clean through the throat, but he spins around just in time to witness his ally Krang taking a brutal blade straight to the gut. Without missing a beat, the shadow assassin presses the assault once more, forcing the young man to hack up a mouthful of fresh blood. Believe it or not, this marks the 33rd time he has died in this endless time loop, and wouldn't you know it, the 34th run goes down the exact same tragic path. Our protagonist still can't hear a single sound before the killing blow lands. Everything remains completely silent as his companion dies right in front of him all over again. It is a grueling, endless cycle of instant death. He sits there in the darkness attempt after attempt, forcing his ears to detect any shift in the air. He realizes this sensory barrier won't be broken just by leveling up his standard experience points. There is no magical cheat code or sudden miracle waiting for him. He just has to repeat the grind over and over. Suddenly, his training pays off as he focuses on a bird landing softly atop a distant flag. He actually hears its tiny feathers rustling. If he can track that micro sound, the killer's footsteps should be a piece of cake. Waking up in the next loop, he opens his eyes to see his massive ally standing over him. The giant remarks how surprised he is that our hero failed to notice someone sneaking up on him. The big guy points out he had been standing right there for quite some time. He correctly guesses the young man is training his senses, knowing he isn't the type to waste a single second. Indeed, there is a sharp new focus burning in the main character's eyes now. When the killer finally strikes, throwing a deadly needle at his throat, the warrior effortlessly dodges it. He swiftly draws the sharp blade, hidden beneath his pillow, and counterattacks with a fierce slash, forcing the intruder to to lose his balance in a panic and tumble backward. The masked assassin immediately starts sweating under his hood. The protagonist wears a cold grin, declaring that this silent killer is no longer an unstoppable force of nature. Gritting his teeth and yelling insults, the attacker charges him. Yet our hero realizes this guy is far less intimidating up close. He is nowhere near as skilled as the previous bosses, making this fight totally winnable. The young warrior steals a quick glance to his side. He worries about the safety of his comrades and notices a grim scene unfolding. A poison needle is already lodged in his ally's throat, but thankfully the giant is still breathing. The masked killer lunges forward with a vicious strike once more. Our hero dodges the blow, reminding himself not to get cocky against a professional assassin. Out of nowhere, another flying dagger comes, hurtling straight toward him. He barely manages to evade, but the blade still grazes his chest. Sensing a golden opportunity, the enemy rushes straight in to finish the job. Suddenly, the fabric of the tent is sliced wide open, catching the warrior's attention. He spots the arrival of the company commander and knows he must act immediately. If he doesn't strike first, it's game over. So he thrusts his blade directly at her. The panicked assassin screams to watch out for the target's sudden moves. The guard reacts by unleashing a deadly spray of poison needles in all directions. He spins around, but the lethal projectiles are already slicing through the air. They are heading straight for his wounded ally. But the commander leaps right over our protagonist's head. She whips her heavy cape around, blocking every single needle. He realizes she wasn't sent to execute him. She actually came to protect his life. Either way, this is the perfect opening. The young warrior drops low to the ground and lunges fiercely at the assailant. The desperate killer raises his weapons to block the incoming strike, but the raw power of the counter blows his defense wide open. Gritting his teeth in frustration, the assassin decides to tuck tail and run. He knows he has to escape immediately, but the young man decides not to give chase. Enchrid just shakes his head, unable to believe the assassin booked it like a coward. Krang pushes himself up, grunting that the stealthy killer was definitely targeting his own royal hide. The main character calmly nods in agreement, prompting a very confused Krang to ask how on earth he knew that. Our hero points out that nobody in this fantasy realm would waste gold hiring a high-tier hitman for a low-level grunt like himself or vengeance, and the company commander actually agrees. He has to think fast as her hand suddenly drifts toward her weapon. The young man realizes that even though she just lent them a hand against the assassin, she still has her own agenda. There is absolutely no way she can let rumors of this secret clash leak to the public. She is fully prepared to tie up loose ends by eliminating every single witness in the area. The warrior tightens his grip on his weapon, ready for action, but his body suddenly tenses up. Krang quickly steps into the line of fire, begging her to show some mercy as a personal favor. He states that he is really not in the mood to watch anyone else kick the bucket today. Our protagonist is completely bewildered by the sudden shift in the room's energy. He watches in shock as she actually bows her head and politely agrees to comply with the request. Krang clarifies that means saving vengeance too, since the guy is still breathing, and she reveals they have a high-grade antidote to keep him alive. The main character notes that she must be a master of toxins if she can identify the poison with just a quick glance. Krang points out they need to clean up this crime scene immediately, otherwise the rumors of an assassin infiltration will cause a massive headache. The young man asks if simply erasing all evidence of the fight will do the trick. He then stares at the nearby flames, realizing there is a very simple way to solve their problem. A few moments later, the entire tent is engulfed in flames, prompting frantic soldiers to run over with buckets of water while screaming about the fire. They yell that the place is burning down, but thankfully 2 survivors have managed to escape the blaze. The main character observes that pulling off a stunt like this makes cleanups incredibly easy. Every single trace of the mysterious attacker is completely turned to ash, and the officers will handle the rest. Sometime later, Krang chats with the female commander, who points out that if the protagonist hadn't delayed the killer, Krang would be 6 feet under. She then asks if that heroic defense is the reason he changed his perspective, and Krang readily admits it is. He asks if she also finds the rookie fascinating, but she merely turns her gaze away without saying a word. Krang confesses he was actively trying to stay out of trouble, but then he recalls the sheer dedication shown during training. He remembers how the young warrior pushed himself to the limit every single morning without fail. He grins and admits that the main character has a special spark. That intense drive must have rubbed off on him, and they will surely cross paths again as they follow their own destinies. A spectral scythe emerges from the dark water before vanishing, leaving only the mysterious boatman in his view. The eerie guide promises that their paths will cross once more, and our hero nonchalantly tells him he is ready whenever. He recalls how he managed to survive the grueling ordeal of the second wall and woke up safe. By the following day, he can detect almost every mana signature around, yet he still cannot sense the commander, proving he has a long way to go on his leveling up journey. The warrior notes that, luckily, his physical injuries are minor, meaning he can return to duty immediately. Vengeance demands to know if the young man was the one who dragged him out of the burning inferno, and why he bothered to do so. He wonders why he is catching attitude for literally saving a life, and why Vengeance has such a massive grudge against him. He simply shrugs and explains they are comrades in arms, and that is all the justification he needs. Vengeance looks away, suddenly looking rather sheepish and guilty. He mutters that after all the trash talking and hostility he directed at the protagonist, such kindness is way too generous. He then asks if the fighter is headed back to his squad, and when the young man nods, Vengeance warns him that things are absolute chaos back at camp. He asks what is going on, and Vengeance explains that rumors are spreading fast about the entire military base being cursed by dark magic. Suddenly, a hot-headed member of the protagonist's own unit shouts insults at Rem, calling him a brainless brute and giving him a rough shove. Rem looks absolutely delighted by the provocation, causing onlookers to scatter in panic as he grabs the instigator. He lifts the loudmouth high into the air and slams him headfirst through a wooden table. The battered soldier tries to swing back in retaliation, but his opponent easily avoids the clumsy blow. He ducks under the punch and counters with a devastating right hook. He lands it straight to the face, draws his dual axes, and cheerfully promises to decorate the guy's skull with them. The challenger draws his own sword, yelling that he will slice the dual-wielding fighter clean in half. The main character finally walks in on the madness and mutters that maybe the curse rumors actually have some merit. Honestly, these knuckleheads feel more like a curse than any actual system debuff, prompting Encred to sigh and tell them to knock it off. The squad claims they genuinely thought he had kicked the bucket, but he retorts that while he survived the battlefield, their nagging is definitely going to drive him insane. Cut to 4 days after our protagonist reunited with his squad. He is resting in bed when he opens his eyes only to find Jackson hovering over him like a sleep paralysis demon. The veteran claims he was trying to sneak out quietly and asks if he woke him, but the young man says he was already getting up to train anyway, earning praise for his incredibly sharp senses. The rookie mentions he has been actively leveling up his awareness, and his superior advises him to keep at it since it will save his life down the road. With the war zone temporarily quiet and winter rapidly approaching, the absolute best move for him right now is to lock in and dedicate all his energy to pushing his physical stats past their limits, while crushing some intense one-armed pull-ups. Right off a sturdy tree branch, a familiar voice calls out to greet him. Our hero glances down toward a massive boulder and, lounging right underneath, is Odin, who asks if he is just wrapping up his morning routine before mentioning that he plans to stay a while. Showing how busy his schedule is, the protagonist drops his heavy training weight and says that schedule suits him perfectly. The giant of a man begins to stand, completely towering over our young warrior. He explains that a conditioned body is a deadly weapon in itself, capable of taking quite a beating. It should easily shrug off a kick from a mutated monster, but points out that the young man is still too scrawny and needs to keep grinding. Our hero retorts that his mentor is just built like an absolute tank, but promises to give it his best shot. The veteran starts explaining a special conditioning method, but their conversation is cut short by a sudden ruckus nearby. There is trouble brewing in the adjacent tent, where Rem is physically throwing out the same guy he clashed with earlier. He yells that it is the slacker's duty to get up, calling him a lazy bum for sleeping in. The offended soldier crawls frantically toward his blade. He snatches the weapon and takes a wild swing, telling his antagonist exactly where he can shove it. The Hothed swings back in retaliation, forcing the main character to step between them and ask why they are fighting again. Ironically, the massive warrior Odin pipes up to declare that violence never solves anything. The fiery fighter snaps back that this lazy idiot is trying to starve the whole squad, but our protagonist tells him that if it is his turn to cook, he just needs to do it, prompting a begrudging agreement from Ragnar. The instigator tries shoving an apron into his hands, muttering that they could have avoided this whole drama if he had just complied from the start. Instead of taking it, the grumpy cook slaps the apron away, complaining that it smells absolutely rancid. The instigator takes a sniff and argues that it smells perfectly fine, prompting the protagonist to ask if he is really so bored that he has to pick fights out of thin air. The fighter sighs and admits it is that obvious, confessing that this peaceful break is driving his inner battle maniac crazy. Our main character tells him to stop bullying the weak and challenge him to a duel instead. Talk about instant regret. Later that afternoon, the protagonist gets kicked hard in the ribs and his opponent taunts him to improve his defense while charging right back in. The assailant swings his heavy battle axe with full force, instantly disarming our hero. In a split second, the main character steadies his breathing and channels the beast's core. As the relentless strike comes in, he deflects the blow and reminds himself to rely on his heightened hearing to read the attack patterns. The young man actively applies the combat instincts he carved into his soul through hundreds of painful deaths, executing a lightning-fast thrust directly at his opponent's face. The sparring partner barely dodges, admitting that it was actually a pretty solid attempt. But before our hero can recover, the veteran catches the incoming blade. He locks the weapon down with his axe, pins it to the ground, and grabs his targets. Collar, taking advantage of the main character's own momentum to execute a brutal throw that slams him hard onto the dirt. He scoffs, mentioning he expected a lot more considering how fast the young man has been leveling up. He asks why the fighter's moves suddenly feel so predictable, noting that he has seen that identical thrust way too many times and demanding to see something new. Getting back onto his feet, the protagonist wipes the dirt off and confidently states that he has evolved. He explains that he is willing to repeat the exact same training loop hundreds of thousands of times if that is what it takes. Glaring right back at his rival, he invites him to bring it on again, promising to crush him this time. The opponent secretly realizes that even if the protagonist's current martial arts skills are lacking, the commander never gets tired of seeing that stubborn MC energy glare in Encred's eyes. A smug grin slowly spreads across his face. He basically tells our boy that he can talk all that trash only after he manages to land a single hit. Right on cue, the skies open up, leaving both of them looking up like wet puppies caught completely off guard. And once they retreat to the tent, our main character points out how ridiculously random this fantasy weather is. Rem immediately jumps in with a classic joke, complaining that at this rate, they'll have mushrooms growing on their feet. Meanwhile, Ragnar is fast asleep, like a log, while Odin is busy sending prayers to whatever system gods are listening. Just then, another soldier walks in, sounding totally stressed about how many squad duels he has to cancel. He even admits that this endless rain is actually making him believe those creepy local rumors about a curse. Our protagonist asks what kind of curse he's blabbering about, only for the man to act shocked that he hasn't heard the latest gossip. The young man pauses for a second, letting the suspense build. He then mentions that Vincenzo did bring up some weird rumors earlier. The soldier explains that this weather has been straight up cursed, casualties are spiking, and key fighters like Jackson and Ragnar are already out of commission. Because of all this bad luck, everyone is convinced they're doomed, and even though he doesn't believe in curses, this bizarre climate isn't helping the rumors die down. Our protagonist remarks that there's no way the military high command will just ignore a situation this messy. The man then asks why he is standing out in a literal monsoon, to which our clever lead replies that doing so is exactly the plan. Rem sarcastically asks if he's trying to act like a sad stray cat and what this ridiculous training method is even supposed to accomplish. Surprisingly, Jackson thinks it's a brilliant training method and tells our hero to keep grinding, which immediately makes Remington scoff. He starts yelling, demanding to know what kind of weird survival hacks Jackson has been feeding him and since when they cared so much about the squad leader. As the bickering escalates, Odin chimes in suggesting they can train laying down in the tent, while Ragnar offers to inspect his stance once more. Rem dramatically turns and points at the squad, yelling about how dysfunctional this group really is. Despite the shouting, everyone just keeps staring blankly while Jackson casually glances over. Odin offers a gentle smile, but Ragnar just keeps staring intensely. He keeps staring intensely at our main character's back, while Rem admits that he also noticed something. He noticed that our protagonist keeps staring anxiously out of the tent like a worried parent. Elsewhere on the war front, a stern officer tells the commanders to get their unruly soldiers under control. He insists they need to run one final scouting mission before the winter freeze, and asks who can fill the open slots. The ferry commander steps up and recommends the leader of the 444th squad for the job. Another officer immediately objects, arguing that this guy is way too thick-headed and would only slow the scouting unit down. However, she fires back, arguing that his unconventional style might actually yield some surprising results. When he demands to know why she is so confident, she simply smiles and calls it a fairy's instinct. The very next day, our main character finds himself in a tense meeting. He directly asks her why on earth he's being tossed into the scout division, but she just responds with a deadly glare. The scene cuts back to the soldier from earlier, wondering if the young man somehow pissed off the company commander. He asks what he could have possibly done to deserve this, and the soldier says it must be something personal, otherwise why else would she do this? Why else would she choose him specifically for a potential suicide mission? Our hero can't help but wonder if she is trying to secretly get rid of him now that Krang is no longer around to protect him. Robin approaches and asks if he is actually going to go through with this crazy mission. He casually offers to help him dodge the draft, all while ominously clutching a massive axe. Our MC points out that using an axe on a superior officer is a terrible idea, and unlike Rem, he actually values his life. Robin defends himself, but the young man warns him to keep his violent tendencies in check. Odin mutters a quiet prayer that they won't drag him away, wondering why everyone in this place is so completely out of their minds. Suddenly, Ragnar sits up in his bed. He bravely volunteers to go in his place, which immediately earns him deadpan stares since everyone knows he has the worst sense of direction ever. Jackson chimes in with some solid advice, saying that if our protagonist is scouting through tall grass, he needs to watch for subtle changes in the blades of grass that suggest someone's been there. It's the ultimate trick to surviving an ambush. Rem immediately cuts in, complaining that Jackson needs to stop filling the protagonist's head with these bizarre, unauthorized tactics. The MC sighs deeply, realizing that once he leaves for the mission, there will be no one left to stop these knuckleheads from killing each other. He wonders if it is actually safe to leave them alone, though deep down, he knows he is the only one who can pull off this scouting gig. Ever since he enlisted, his lack of magical talent meant he kept getting shuffled around to fill empty spots in various squads. Yet, this crazy squad was the one place where he felt like he actually belonged and mattered. But everything changed when Jackson and Rem both transferred to the two Hotheads start throwing hands at each other, and Encrid is caught right in the middle of their chaotic fantasy battle. But instead of running, this guy steps right into the crossfire, completely catching both of them off guard. Having successfully intercepted their clash, he casually tells them both to knock it off before someone gets seriously hurt. Stunned by the interruption, one of them asks if our main character is insanely brave or just has a death wish. Jackson chimed in, telling him he should be thanking them, otherwise he'd currently have a massive new hole in his chest. The young man calmly points out that both of them are too highly skilled to actually lose, whereas his own combat power wouldn't make much of a difference. This isn't him throwing a pity party either. He simply knows his current stats and realizes he still has a long way to go in this leveling up journey. Before long, he's marching through the dense woods with the local scouting squad, heading straight toward the front lines. One of the squad members notices the protagonist walking with his eyes shut and immediately barks at him to pay attention. The squad leader reminds him that while they might share the same rank in this fantasy army, there's still a hierarchy. He makes it clear that he commands this scout unit, and if our boy has an issue, they can settle it with a fist fight. Meet the squad leader, Andrew Gardner. Another soldier laughs and asks Andrew if he really expects the outcast of the group to challenge him in a duel. Andrew smirks and boasts that if the young man actually does try anything foolish, he'll make sure to go easy on him. He then yells to the whole group that a squad is only as strong as its weakest link, promising they'll crush the skulls of any enemy they encounter. Our protagonist inwardly sighs at how loud they're being, wondering if they even understand the basics of scouting, finding Andrew way too inexperienced for the job. When they spot fresh tracks on the dirt, Andrew confidently claims they belong to some harmless local wildlife. He immediately decides they should track the beast down, so they can enjoy a nice barbecue tonight. But our protagonist points out that these animals usually travel in herds of at least 20, questioning the leader's logic if he plans on taking them all on. Another scout chuckles, correcting them both by saying the tracks don't belong to a new at all. He identifies the tracks as belonging to a gazelle, before turning his attention to our main character. The man, whose name is Henry, whispers that their squad leader can indeed be incredibly annoying. Henry used to work as a professional hunter and didn't think much of the main character initially, but a chance conversation ended up bringing them closer. He starts teaching him the basics of hunting, explaining how animals forge distinct trails through the fields, and promises to share more tips tomorrow. That night around the campfire, Andrew stubbornly insists that the tracks definitely belong to a Gnu. He rants about needing tangible results to prove himself, all while our protagonist quietly observes him from the shadows. When morning comes, the scout squad packs up and moves deeper into the wilderness. They march out of the tree line and finally arrive at the edge of the open fields. Andrew announces that this massive zone is the exact target area they are assigned to recon. Welcome to the Green Pearl, a territory famous for its ridiculously tall, sight-blocking grass. Andrew orders them to cross the field, locate the enemy patrol, and capture them alive, prompting a chorus of agreement as they advance. As they push forward, the main character questions the wisdom of entering, reminding everyone their mission was only to observe, since they were only tasked with a simple recon. He ultimately relents, chalking it up to blindly following the squad leader's orders. Wading through the dense greenery, our protagonist gets a bad feeling that this mission is going to be anything but easy. He honestly expected the squad leader to throw in the towel early, so seeing him take the task this seriously is actually a pleasant surprise. The young man notices a complete lack of animal droppings on the ground and asks if anyone else finds that strange. When asked if that is a bad sign, he confirms it, explaining that if food is abundant but predators are missing, a major threat is nearby. Right on cue, a massive paw suddenly rises from the underbrush and slams down heavily. A cold chill runs down his spine as a massive panther darts through the tall grass right beside him. Their eyes lock for a split second, and the protagonist reacts with lightning-fast instincts. He instantly shoves the squad leader's head down, shouting a warning for everyone to drop and stay low. It turns out the beast was actually running away from something far worse, as a second later, 2 scouts get sniped right in the head. Amidst the sudden gunfire, Andrew screams that it's a trap as enemy troops emerge from the shadows. He screams for everyone to retreat, and the entire squad immediately scatters in a panic. One of their allies gets pinned to the ground, and Andrew is quickly overpowered and captured by the enemy. During the chaos, our protagonist takes a sharp stab to the chest, but manages to spin around to face his attacker. He looks around only to find the enemy closing in from all directions, realizing he is completely surrounded. Pressing through the pain of his wound, the young man keeps running to find a way out. He hears the distinct click of a crossbow being aimed at him, and thanks his lucky stars for Jackson's listening tips as he dodges the incoming bolt. However, the sheer volume of combat noises echoing through the field quickly starts to overwhelm his senses. He struggles to filter out the chaotic sounds, though deep down, he knows his survival instincts are about to be put to the ultimate test. Our main character Ingrid thinks he has a solid plan until a rain of sharp spears comes flying out of nowhere. Before he can even react, he gets turned into a human pincushion, because the enemy was waiting for them. Getting ambushed was practically guaranteed, so trying to dodge this fate is the only logical move. The protagonist recalls trying to warn their leader, Andrew Gardner, only for that arrogant jerk to snap back and ask if he wanted to lose his head on the spot. That hostile reaction made this young man realize that nobody in this fantasy squad would listen to him, meaning his best bet is to find a solo escape route. Still, he tries his best to warn the others that they are walking straight into a deadly trap. He tells them to run, but every single path is blocked by spawning enemies, and even his buddy Henry bites the dust. Fortunately, he reminds himself that a time loop means unlimited retries. With temporal reincarnation on his side, he thinks he can cheese this dungeon, but then a literal firing squad appears. A barrage of sharp arrows slams directly into his chest as nearly 20 stealthy crossbowmen ambush him from the east. In the next attempt, our hero tries heading north to avoid the crossfire, only to faceplant right into a wall of hostile spearmen. Crawling through the dirt while looking like a hedgehog, he realizes that avoiding one threat just triggers another wave of enemies. The coordinated attacks and matching green uniforms of the enemy make it obvious this trap was planned to perfection. The leveling up warrior wonders what kind of legendary treasure could possibly be hidden in a wasteland like this. As he drags his bleeding body forward, he catches a glimpse of a campfire and an enemy flag before his head is sliced off in one clean swing. Even as his vision fades and his blood pools on the ground, his mind is still hyper-focused on whatever secret they are guarding. Once again, the loop resets back to the arrogant commander declaring that the squad will march across the field to secure an easy victory. The protagonist has heard this speech so many times it's driving him crazy, knowing that going forward results in instant death. This tells him the enemy is guarding something massive, and he is determined to uncover the mystery. If he just gives up and runs away, he might survive, but then his friend Henry snaps him back to reality. While avoiding the battle entirely might break the loop, our main character decides he is done playing the coward. Suddenly, the obnoxious noble yells over him, demanding to know why he is just standing there idling. Another soldier whispers to him that even if the boss is a massive pain, they should just play along because everyone has their own burdens. The MC openly scoffs and asks why he should tolerate such nonsense from an absolute clown. He then asks the soldier if he isn't tired of kissing up to their squad leader, which immediately triggers the guy's anger. Brushing the soldier aside, our hero boldly announces that he is officially done playing nice. The commander instantly reaches for his weapon, asking if this is an open act of insubordination. The martial arts expert realizes that standard tactics won't work here. To completely flip the script, he tells the leader that he isn't disobeying, but rather taking over command of the entire squad. As the noble fumes with rage, our protagonist points out that only 3 people in this squad actually survived the longest: himself, the veteran, and Henry. The scarred soldier standing nearby is clearly a high-level threat, looking every bit as lethal as a seasoned mercenary. Despite being the strongest fighter present, this powerhouse stays glued to the noble's side like a glorified babysitter. Drawing his blade, the commander challenges him to a duel, stating he can have the leadership if he can actually win. Our clever MC notes that a run-of-the-mill recruit wouldn't have a personal bodyguard watching his back. Judging by his polished stance and elite martial arts training, the commander must hail from an aristocratic family. However, if he were still in favor, he wouldn't be this desperate for achievements, suggesting he is likely from a fallen house. The noble fires back, claiming the protagonist's lack of skills and undeserved rank make him look like a privileged brat living off family handouts. The main character retorts that regardless of his background, he refuses to follow a leader who is marching them into a meat grinder. The commander snaps that they are nothing alike because he has a crucial mission that he must succeed in at all costs. Our MC tells him to quit the yapping and fight already, mocking him for being nothing but bark and no bite. That insult pushes the noble over the edge, causing him to lose his cool and charge forward blindly. The young man knows he would normally struggle against this level of training, but an angry opponent is prone to making fatal mistakes. The opponent lunges with a direct thrust at the head, but our hero swiftly deflects the incoming blade with a precise parry, knowing that one single moment of carelessness from his foe is all the opening he needs to end this. With his sword arm knocked completely off balance, the noble realizes far too late that he has left himself wide open. The protagonist steps inside his guard and unleashes a powerful, piston-like strike. He drives a brutal gut punch straight into the commander's midsection, causing him to fold instantly. The noble gags, gasping for air, and collapses onto the dirt, coughing violently. Both the gathered soldiers and the elite bodyguard are completely stunned that a single blow ended the fight, having assumed our hero was weak. The victor confidently announces that he is running this show now and asks the crowd if anyone else wants to challenge him. With no objections raised, even his friend Henry is left absolutely speechless by the sudden turn of events. Encred stands there in awkward silence while the babysitter mulls it over and casts a side eye at Andrew Gardner, who is currently busy beating himself up. The young man lets out a heavy sigh and reminds everyone that this is merely the warm-up act for the chaos ahead. As they trek through the tall grass, the squad starts questioning what kind of 4D chess our protagonist is playing. Suddenly, he turns to Henry and asks him what his ultimate dream in life is. Completely blindsided by the random question, Henry asks why he suddenly cares so much. Still, he confesses he wants to marry a gorgeous florist, prompting the leader to remind him he needs to survive this fantasy world first. Next, he pulls another soldier who just became a new dad, giving him the exact same cold dose of reality. Survive if you want to see your kid grow up. He keeps interviewing the squad. One wants to launch a startup, another has similar entrepreneurial dreams. When our main character turns the interrogation on Andrew Gardner, the noble heir admits he wants to fulfill his mother's dying wish by restoring the lost glory of House Gardner. Our hero points out that they all have a reason to live, but to achieve those goals they have to make it out of this death trap in one piece. He pauses in his tracks. He looks them in the eye and declares they aren't just going to try, they are going to ensure every single person makes it home. This sudden declaration catches everyone off guard, as he explains that survival instinct is the ultimate cheat code for combat. With the enemy closing in fast, his master plan is simple: smash straight through them. He points to a random patch of tall grass and commands Henry to fire an arrow right at head height, though the archer hesitates, claiming there is nothing but empty space. The archer is quickly silenced when the boss commands him to just shoot. Trusting his leader, Henry finally lets the arrow fly. Right on cue, it finds a home directly in a concealed enemy soldier's face. The enemy panics, shouting about a surprise attack and leaving Henry's squad completely flabbergasted. Drawing his blade, the protagonist orders Andrew Gardner to stick to him like glue. Andrew Gardner grits his teeth, ready for action, and charges forward. Our hero realizes his past mistakes. To gain the upper hand, they must locate the enemy before they are spotted and strike without mercy. He drives his sharp sword clean through one foe's back, immediately pivoting toward the next target. The opposing force descends into pure panic, screaming at each other to eliminate the intruders. Andrew Gardner wastes no time and plunges his weapon into an opponent's throat. The squad leader instructs them to exploit this chaos to harvest as many kills as possible, having brought the noble along specifically because the overprotective bodyguard would naturally tag along, just as a stealthy enemy attempts to sneak in. From the rear, the high-level bodyguard instantly slices his head off and shreds him. Our main character recognizes this as their golden opportunity. Severing another attacker's arm, he calculates that the enemy numbers have dwindled from 12 to 8. The remaining survivors are now surrounding them, but that is precisely when the rest of his squad makes a grand entrance. Without hesitation, he commands his men to wipe out every single hostile in sight. The squad charges forward with fury, In this overgrown meadow, the enemies are having a nightmare trying to track their movements. Of course, there is a very tactical reason why our protagonist managed to locate them beforehand. The wild Black Panther sprints past the battlefield once more. A terrified grunt gets distracted by the sudden beast and swings his weapon at it. Seizing the opening, the warrior sidesteps him and drives his sword straight into the guy's stomach. He realizes that the enemy was actually hunting that very same panther during the previous loop, which is how they accidentally stumbled onto his squad. Now, the enemy completely walks into his trap because they are too hyper-focused on catching the beast. Since his plan is finally working flawlessly, he has no intention of letting their feline helper perish. Henry announces that the coast is clear, while a winded Andrew catches his breath as his calm bodyguard wipes the blood off his blade. The commander barks orders for the group to keep moving. They head out immediately, while the mysterious panther keeps a silent watch on them from the shadows. Down one soldier, they are left with 6 survivors. Despite all his regression loops, our protagonist still cannot achieve a flawless victory, but this is his best run yet, and he is determined to push even deeper into enemy territory where more guards await. Watch closely as Encred instantly decapitates the guy, proving that his insane looping skills are finally paying off. Thanks to his previous deaths, this guy knows exactly where the enemy troops are hiding, noting that heading straight means getting turned into pincushions by 30 crossbowmen. The annoying spearmen hot on their heels also need to be dealt with quickly, or they'll drag down the group's escape speed. By executing rapid hit-and-run ambushes, our protagonist and his crew successfully slip through the enemy's tight encirclement. After he drops another enemy soldier, his self-appointed babysitter warns him that he's pushing his limits, especially since navigating in the dark will be a total nightmare. In other words, they absolutely must break out of this deadly zone before the sun sets. The main character tells everyone to shut up and keep moving, ignoring their complaints about heading deeper into danger by stating they just need to trust his lead. Naturally, the grumpy babysitter isn't thrilled about this reckless plan at all. Then Harry is left completely shocked when the grumpy man draws his blade and points it directly at the young leader. He declares he won't march straight to his grave, and if he has to slay their new leader to survive, he'll do it. The protagonist calmly replies that even a fool should realize it is already far too late for a retreat. Thanks to all the noise they just made, the exit route is already crawling with monsters and enemy troops, prompting the man to ask why they should trust him. Our main character looks him dead in the eye and says he wants to make one thing crystal clear. He has zero desire to die here either, while Andrew Gardner watches, thinking about how he previously misjudged him. He had written off this guy as a completely worthless noble, a piece of trash just like his father, who abandoned their family legacy and wasted whatever wealth they had left. But this young man is proving to be a completely different beast. Honestly, his unyielding resolve actually reminds Andrew Gardner of his own mother. She once told him that even if their noble house fell to ruin, she still hoped he would grow up to be a true leader who could guide their people out of the dark. To achieve that, he had to earn their respect and rebuild the clan, and Andrew Gardner secretly wished to become just like that. Staring at the protagonist now, he sees someone who opens the path ahead, who promises they will survive if they just trust him. Andrew Gardner steps forward, formally swearing his loyalty and calling the main character his captain. The babysitter immediately tries to protest, but Andrew snaps back, declaring that this young man is indeed their commander. He is in charge now, and a loyal squad always follows its captain's orders without question. The babysitter is left utterly speechless by this sudden shift in dynamic. The main character tells everyone to stay low, keep quiet, and stick together, which is step 1 of his master plan. They will seize the initiative and shatter the enemy lines with a perfectly timed ambush. Now for step 2 of this high-stakes jailbreak. As they quietly creep through the tall grass, they suddenly hear a suspicious rustling nearby. A massive patrol of enemy troops marches right past their hiding spot, numbering way too many to fight. The protagonist explains that the secret to surviving this mess lies in the crucial knowledge he gathered after dying in dozens of previous time loops. It is only at this precise moment and location that they can let the enemy patrol walk right past them, sneaking by without triggering an absolute bloodbath. Frankly, this is their one and only realistic path to survival. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword as everyone waits in absolute, sweating silence. The main character strains his hearing to the absolute limit, listening for any sign of movement. The moment the sound of marching boots finally fades into the distance, the squad looks to him, desperately waiting for his next command. He smiles and tells them that everything is going exactly according to his calculations. Now it is time for the final phase, because once darkness falls, escaping this field will be impossible. so he guides them to the drop zone. Harry stares at the destination in absolute horror and yells no way, while another teammate facepalms in pure disbelief, because after all that stressful stealth, they have somehow sneaked directly into the enemy's main camp. The protagonist explains that the hostile soldiers are slaughtering everyone in this region, just to keep whatever dark, magical secret is hidden here from getting out. Whatever relic or curse they are guarding, the enemy cannot let a single soul live to tell the tale. Right in the middle of this hostile base sits an eerie shrine, draped in banners and surrounded by piles of bones. Our clever lead wonders what would happen if a massive distraction suddenly forced the entire camp to ignore their escape. He tells the crew it is time to make their move, promising that entering this shrine is their ticket out of this nightmare. Mac is absolutely losing his mind because Incred wants to set the entire enemy base on fire. He warns that they will easily get surrounded and slaughtered, so he cuts in to demand the crazy leader's actual name. Finally, we get to learn that this skeptical babysitter is named Mac. The young man looks Mac dead in the eye and makes it clear that insubordination will not be tolerated under his command. The grumpy soldier tries to talk back, but Andrew Gardner shuts him down instantly. He commands him to zip it and immediately falls in line behind the squad leader. Still, Mac grumbles under his breath that Andrew doesn't need to lecture him like a child. With thick clouds blotting out the stars, escaping alone is a death sentence, so they are forced to trust their mysterious leader as he slices open a tent. Mac braces himself, fully expecting to face a swarm of angry soldiers on the other side. But as they slip through the slit, they realize the entire space is completely deserted. This ghost town vibe only makes Mac more suspicious, since our protagonist seems to navigate this layout like he built it. Strolling casually right through the heart of an enemy encampment feels like a massive gamble. To make things even weirder, they still haven't encountered a single guard patrolling the area. They are deep inside the military zone, which begs the question of why the defenses are so incredibly lax. The main character finally signals them to stop once they arrive at a dark shrine. He gestures for the rest of the squad to hold their positions and remain quiet. Then the hero drops a bombshell, revealing he has infiltrated this exact outpost more than a dozen times before. During his first run, the moment he touched the shrine flag, the entire garrison immediately aggroed on him. Clearly, that flag is the enemy's absolute top priority, and they will guard it with their lives. Now the squad leader wants to test how the AI behaves if the whole camp goes up in flames. Mac is completely flabbergasted, wondering how this guy could possibly know the flag's exact location, making his mind race with wild theories. Could the ferry commander have leaked the camp layout to him beforehand? It would make sense, considering she was the one who put this random nobody in charge of their unit. The young man explains that once the fire spreads, the enemies will abandon their posts to save their precious flag. That explains why he took control and dragged them in here, almost as if he is playing through a hidden questline. While the enemy forces scramble to put out the blaze, their squad will make a clean escape. To pull this off, they split up. One team will act as bait to draw attention, while the other starts the arson. Surprisingly, Mac volunteers to join the distraction team, which completely catches the protagonist off guard. Since the complainer is suddenly playing team player, the squad leader accepts the help, even if it shifts the plan. After all, the hero has guided countless parties into this death trap before, but in all those previous attempts, he never had this many allies survive the initial phase. For our regression protagonist, this is officially the best run yet, and success actually feels within reach. Right on cue, one of the enemy sentries gets hit squarely in the temple with a perfectly aimed rock. The guards immediately spot Max sprinting away and raise the alarm with loud shouts. The entire camp responds, sending a wave of soldiers chasing after the runner. The main character tells himself that this is the loop where he finally breaks the cycle. He reaches out toward a nearby flame source. He grabs the torch, knowing that setting this place ablaze is their ticket to seeing tomorrow's sunrise. But just as he is about to throw it, a massive warrior materializes out of thin air. The giant drops down right next to him and swings a massive blade with terrifying speed. The sheer power of the slash cleanly cuts the burning torch right down the middle. A cold shiver runs down our hero's spine because he can't detect this giant's presence at all as he draws his sword. He quickly realizes that this formidable opponent has never appeared in any of his previous runs. Even so, one glance is enough to tell him that this boss-level threat is extremely dangerous. He wonders how a monster of this caliber was hidden here, while the giant glares down at him, calling him a filthy rodent. Our protagonist simply smirks and tells the brute that he is already far too late. The massive warrior demands to know what kind of nonsense the intruder is spouting. But then he notices the thick black smoke rising from a nearby tent that is already engulfed in flames. A robed magician scrambles out of the burning structure in a complete panic. He screams at the top of his lungs while the other panic-stricken soldiers run around carrying water barrels. The hulking commander commands his men to extinguish the flames while Incred realizes his ally successfully drew most of the guards away. Thanks to that perfect distraction, the other ally managed to torch the tents. meaning all our hero has to do now is escape in one piece. He roots his foot into the dirt, recalling the golden rule that all real power starts from the ground up, as he prepares a deadly thrust. Pushing off the earth with everything he's got, he launches forward. He aims directly for a critical gap in the enemy's defense. The young man lunges forward with everything he has while the enemy is momentarily distracted. But this high-level opponent merely snaps his fingers with absolute confidence. He casually whips his head around to lock eyes with our protagonist. The boss dodges the strike with some of the cleanest, most effortless movement you'll ever see in an action webtoon. Before our boy can even blink, the enemy instantly teleports right behind him. The protagonist immediately knows he's in deep trouble the moment he feels his midsection get sliced. Clutching the bleeding wound, the young man realizes that was literally the absolute best attack in his arsenal. He wheels around to face the powerhouse again, only to get hit with the classic insult of being called weak. The massive power gap is painfully obvious, and our main character knows he stands absolutely zero chance right now. It is a bitter pill to swallow after fighting through endless waves of deadly ambushes just to reach this point. He has suffered through loop after loop, forced to watch all his allies perish while he survived. He genuinely believed he had finally cleared the main obstacles of this regression loop, but the brutal reality is that this man is the true final boss. As the monster raises his blade for the finishing blow, the young man accepts his fate. If he dies here, he vows to seize control of the system even earlier in the next loop and repeat it until he crushes this guy. Instead of crying or begging for mercy, he starts laughing like a psychopath, completely catching the enemy off guard. The commander gets visibly irritated, demanding to know what is so hilarious about his imminent demise. With a smirk on his face, the protagonist points his sword right back at the boss. The villain snarls that he will chop him into pieces and feed him to the hounds, unleashing a massive swing. The main character drops his stance to prepare for the impact. He steadies his weapon, swearing to himself that he will shatter this wall standing in his way. Unbelievably, he actually blocks the strike, sending brilliant sparks flying from the impact. The commander easily knocks his blade aside, sliding his weapon along our heroes in a ridiculously smooth parry. Caught completely off guard, the main character has no time to recover. The enemy immediately chains the parry into a lightning-fast follow-up strike. Even when the protagonist barely slips past the blade, another strike is already flying his way. He barely dodges it, utterly shocked that anyone could launch a follow-up from such a bizarre angle. But there is no time to breathe as the relentless assault keeps coming. The young man looks up just in the nick of time to block another heavy, earth-shaking blow. He can feel the staggering force behind every collision, leaving him with absolutely zero room to counterattack. The difference in their levels and pure martial combat prowess is just way too massive. The main character retreats a step and whips out a throwing knife, flicking it straight at his opponent. When the projectile reaches the boss, the guy just casually swats it away with the back of his hand like a pesky fly. Our hero did not anticipate that level of disrespect, and the commander immediately closes the distance again, thrusting his lethal blade directly toward the young man's chest. Suddenly, chaotic shouts about the spreading fire ring out, distracting the boss and causing his attack to barely graze the protagonist's face. The sacred shrine is now fully engulfed in raging flames, and the wildfire is rapidly spreading across the floor, threatening to consume everything. The mysterious robed figure from earlier calls out to his leader. He urgently asks the commander if he realizes the sheer magnitude of what is at stake here. The powerful leader takes a moment to assess the situation. He realizes that this young man is not the type to go down quietly, especially with no fear showing in his eyes. So he calls out to our main character, promising that their paths will cross again in the future. With that parting warning, the man turns around and simply walks away. The protagonist is left completely stunned that such a powerful enemy would just walk away so easily. Perhaps this encounter wasn't the absolute wall he was meant to hit, but regardless of the truth, he survived to level up another day. No matter the odds, Encred absolutely has to conquer this deadly time loop. Plus, the silver lining of this endless cycle is that he gets to keep leveling up. Just as he feels the power surge, Andrew Gardner yells that they need to bounce immediately. Right then, our protagonist glances back one final time at the enemy, Commander, while his ally keeps screaming at him to move. In that chaotic moment, the enemy leader turns, and their eyes lock. The warrior in him wants to charge back into the action, but sanity prevails and he finally puts his sword away. He knows surviving this fantasy battle is the real victory, so he orders a retreat while the enemy scrambles to save their burning shrine. The opposing grunts are too busy playing firefighters to chase them. They scream for reinforcements, but the damage is already done. Booking it out of there, the main character realizes one of their squad mates who split off is a goner. Now down to a squad of 5, Mac nervously asks if they're actually going to get away without a chase. Our hero claims they're clear, but suddenly Henry starts hacking up a lung and lagging behind. Right on cue, a pesky group of guards shows up to ruin the escape. The crew doesn't hesitate for a second and rallies to shield their wounded buddy. Instantly, the protagonist deletes the first hostile with a flawless slice to the throat. Mac joins the party, driving his blade straight into the next guy's windpipe, and Andrew Gardner executes a similar lethal maneuver. The young man commands everyone to stop hesitation buffering and keep running. As they drag Henry along, the leader suggests heading toward the dangerous fox and snake territory to lose the tail, though the others worry it'll slow them down too. Luckily, Henry smirks and reveals he knows a secret hunter's trail through the zone. Hearing this, the team leader puts all his faith in him to guide them to safety. As they venture deeper into the wild terrain, he notices that the sound of chasing boots has finally faded. They have officially shaken off their pursuers. Thanks to the defensive stand by Andrew Gardner and Mac, they manage to ditch the opposition much faster than expected, and they definitely would have been toast without Henry's tracking skills. This dungeon-level escape required absolute teamwork from everyone to make it this far. As the morning sun peeks over the horizon, our protagonist shields his eyes, realizing he actually survived the night. They push forward until they spot their own outpost, where a shocked Allie asks what the hell happened. The squad looks like they walk through a meat grinder, and Henry mumbles that he is about to pass out before hitting the dirt. The main character stretches his sore back, realizing he finally cleared this checkpoint with his crew mostly intact. Now it's time to unlock the next stage of his master plan. Meanwhile, back at the ruins of the shrine, their flag is still standing, but the rest of the place is a total war zone. A subordinate asks their superior about the damage, and he sighs, saying they have to rebuild the setup from scratch. He definitely didn't expect the legendary mercenary outfit to get clapped by a bunch of random scrubs. The mercenary commander admits he's baffled too, since his elite forces got completely outplayed by a tiny infiltration squad. For context, this mercenary group operates as an elite independent faction. They are named after a legendary beast that never lets go of its prey once it locks on. True to their reputation, they hunt targets relentlessly, earning them the hilarious nickname of the Persistent Stalkers. The commander asks his defeated warrior if the enemy leader was actually a powerhouse. The warrior, named Mitch, claims that if it weren't for the sudden fire, he would have easily taken out our boy. The boss points out that the main character got incredibly lucky, but hey, luck is a stat too. Still, the salty warrior promises the next encounter will have a very different ending. Meanwhile, resting in his tent, our protagonist is obsessed with the skill wall he failed to overcome during the fight. Part of him wanted the duel to continue, and he knows their paths will cross again soon. Across the camp, Mitch is plotting the exact same thing, totally focused on taking down our hero. Meanwhile, Rem is casually tossing his axe around in sheer boredom, wondering why the scout team hasn't reported back yet. Catching the axe, Rem sits up, genuinely convinced that our main character Encred had kicked the bucket. He grudgingly admits that the rookie has actually leveled up his skills quite a bit. Still, he points out the kid is small time, so biting the dust wouldn't exactly be a shocker, though Rem's reaction is surprisingly chill. Letting out a heavy sigh, he shrugs and says that if the protagonist is dead, there is absolutely nothing they can do about it. Just then, the beast of a warrior rhino wakes up to a rather bizarre sight. He glances over at his buddy, who is striking a seriously weird, dramatic pose. He barks out, asking what the hell he's staring at, but the guy just casually waves and wishes him a bright good morning. The big guy simply waves back with a deadpan expression. Out of nowhere, the red-haired fighter grins like a psychopath and claims he suddenly feels like murdering him, tightens his grip on his axe. The warrior immediately starts unsheathing his sword, calling his companion a certified mad dog. Later on, the company commander interrogates the protagonist about the scout mission, specifically how it ended in a massive inferno, to which he replies he just made the best choices and got lucky. She locks eyes with him, slowly repeating the word lucky with pure skepticism. Shaking her head, she tells him to go get some proper rest and recover from his battle wounds. Truth be told, she definitely expected him to pull off something useful on this mission, just not an absolute catastrophe of this scale, which gets her wondering about his mysterious background. As the young man walks away, he admits to himself that he has zero clue what is going on in her head, when suddenly Andrew Gardner approaches. The soldier calls out, bows deeply, and sincerely apologizes for his initial attitude, admitting he only survived because of him. With hope in his eyes, he asks the protagonist if their paths will ever cross again. Our hero gives a casual wave and says that they might meet again if destiny allows it. With those parting words, he turns around to head out. Andrew clutches his sword tightly and bows once more to show his deep gratitude. Instantly, the other soldiers follow suit, offering a respectful salute to their savior. Meanwhile, the main character is deep in thought, reflecting on the heavy cost of the battle. Sure, he managed to bring 4 survivors back, but he still doubts if that was truly the absolute best he could do. 2 allies still perished, and he cannot shake the feeling that if he possessed more power, he could have saved them as well. But thanks to his regression loops, he can keep breaking his limits, and one day he will stop just struggling to survive. Instead, he will actively march toward his ultimate dream of becoming a true knight, which is exactly why he will abuse these loops. If he ever hopes to break this endless cycle of reliving the same day, he needs to obtain god-tier strength. Suddenly, his thoughts are cut short as his squad members start shouting that the local powerhouses are going at it again. Reina and Rem are already locked in intense combat, trading heavy blows. This time, both warriors are wearing expressions that are way more serious than their usual sparring faces. The protagonist notes that despite sparring with them countless times, he has never seen them look so deadly. A nearby soldier mutters in awe that those two are not even human, they are straight-up beasts. The young man realizes with a jolt that they never had to use their full power when fighting against him. This harsh truth means he needs to lock in and focus on his training like never before. The next time they clash in the arena, he wants to force them to unleash that exact same killer instinct. Back in the fight, Reina effortlessly blocks one of Rem's devastating swings. He then glances to the side and notices the main character watching them. Rem yells that if the kid is back, he should go report to the commander instead of lurking in the shadows. He barks at the onlookers to get lost if they are not going to fight, while Reina notices the protagonist is injured, but the young man brushes it off. Calling it a mere scratch, the hero tries to ask about their high-level techniques, but Rem cuts him off, telling him to go bathe and sleep. Getting shut down, the main character turns to the giant warrior to ask him instead. The quiet giant just stares back and asks if he is actually being serious right now. He questions whether the timing of his request is appropriate. Seeing the awkwardness, the warrior looks away and tells him to forget about it, leaving the protagonist curious. He senses there is a deeper meaning behind those words, but decides to let it slide for the moment. Soon, the entire camp is packing up as the battalion commander orders the army to move closer to the overgrown grasslands. During the long march, the protagonist's battle wounds heal up nicely, and he keeps visualizing his combat style. Seeing this, the red-haired fighter asks if he is seriously training right now, reminding him they march tomorrow, but the hero says he is just stepping out for a bit. The veteran clicks his tongue in annoyance, warning that if he keeps pushing like a maniac, he will end up dying young. The next morning, Ragnar wakes up to the sound of Enkrid slicing through the air with a sword. Seeing that the young man's bed is already neatly made, he figures he must be out practicing his martial arts again. Ragnar stretches his limbs and grabs his own weapon. He remembers how natural combat always felt to him back in the day. Leveling up his skills was always a breeze, and he easily had the talent to become a top-tier hunter. But honestly, to him, all of that action was just a drag. He never found a solid reason to waste his life chasing after that elusive clout. Without a real purpose, he lost his drive, which is exactly how he ended up stuck in this mercenary squad. Suddenly, his attention shifts to the newbie, who is still stubbornly swinging away. The kid grunts in sheer agony with every single movement. Each strike sends a jolt of pain through his body, forcing him to his knees since he hasn't fully healed yet. Ragnar steps in and points out that the protagonist's combat fundamentals are absolute trash. He explains that proper basics are the foundation of any decent fantasy warrior. If the guy keeps using cheap shortcuts to cover up his terrible form, he will never actually reach the next level. Even so, the determined rookie firmly grips the hilt once more. His eyes are burning with pure resolve. The veteran just can't comprehend why this kid is pushing himself to the absolute limit. Curious about what drives him, the seasoned warrior decides to ask him upfront. The young man replies that his ultimate goal is to become incredibly powerful. When asked what he needs that kind of strength for, the main character declares his dream is to become a true knight. The veteran laughs it off, claiming a knight is just a glorified thug, and questions if a mere title is worth all this suffering. The boy shoots back, saying the kind of knight he wants to be is someone who defines his own justice. He wants to wield his blade for honor, to shield the weak, and to protect the people he cherishes. That idealistic response completely catches the older man off guard. To a cynical fighter like him, raw power was always just a tool, and a knight was nothing more than a brainless weapon. But now he actually starts to question what his own goals are. Taking a step forward, he muses that maybe he won't find his own answers until he helps this kid find theirs. He calls out to the trainee and asks if he wants to learn some real, high-level swordsmanship. The aspiring hero instantly nods, showing zero hesitation. The mentor just stares at his enthusiastic face, lets out a massive sigh, and immediately regrets opening his mouth. He realizes he is getting dragged into another troublesome mess. Yet, seeing the sheer intensity in the apprentice's eyes makes him reconsider. He begrudgingly admits to himself that this little project might actually be fun. He asks if Rem already taught him the beast-style breathing, but when the rookie mentions his fancy mercenary style, the teacher tells him to scrap all that garbage except for the basic thrust and the beast technique. The student looks confused and asks why he needs to throw away his current style. The teacher explains that if he doesn't purge those bad habits, any advanced martial arts he learns will just get corrupted, so he might as well quit right now. He lays down the law: either tear it all down and rebuild from scratch, or stay a mediocre fighter forever. Without missing a beat, the young warrior chooses to restart his training. The veteran mercenary is genuinely shocked by how quickly the boy makes up his mind. He raises an eyebrow and asks if he is absolutely sure about this painful path. Ready for the grind, the protagonist eagerly asks what his very first step should be. The teacher mutters under his breath that this kid is definitely not wired right. He notes that while the trainee has a solid frame, his weapon is way too light, so he tosses over his own heavy blade and instructs him on the proper grip. The rookie wonders if it's really okay to borrow such a valuable weapon, but the mentor shrugs it off as nothing special. He guides the student to place his right hand above the left, then notices the kid is gripping the hilt like his life depends on it. When the trainee explains he was told to hold it tight so he wouldn't drop the blade, the mentor asks who taught him such nonsense. Upon hearing it was Rem, the veteran scoffs, calling him a useless teacher, and orders the boy to get into his stance. Suddenly, the mentor raises his own weapon high. He swings it straight down at the unsuspecting student. The apprentice manages to block the strike, but his hands shake violently from the impact as he groans in sheer pain. After Enkrid takes a painful hit, Ragnar just scoffs and says that of course it hurts. If he keeps staying this stiff, things are only going to get worse, since he is currently standing as rigid as a wooden post. Our hero wonders why everyone in this fantasy squad talks in bizarre metaphors and tries to decipher what his instructor actually means. Suddenly it clicks and he realizes the veteran fighter means he is way too tense because his grip on the hilt is way too tight. He needs to stay completely relaxed so the blade doesn't lock up and his movement flows naturally, leading the protagonist to finally loosen his white-knuckled grip. Even with a lighter grip, the coach keeps raining down relentless strikes on him. Next, the mentor sweeps the young man's legs right out from under him and barks at him to watch his balance. Our MC tries to mount another attack, but his teacher just sighs and asks if he even knows where his own feet are. Slapping the sword aside, he tells him his form is still way too stiff and orders him to try again before he ends up snapping his own wrist. As the rookie launches another strike, his trainer mocks him by asking if he's trying to court the blade instead of wielding it. This grueling training dance continues all day long until the protagonist finally collapses flat on the dirt. The senior soldier lets out a heavy sigh, admitting he really didn't expect this much of a struggle. For someone to be this bad, the main character has absolutely zero mastery of the basics, which is going to be a nightmare to fix. Our MC is completely drained of all energy at this point. Despite being utterly exhausted, he refuses to back down and tightens his grip on the sword once more. The instructor stares down at him, clearly contemplating something in silence. After a brief pause, the young warrior asks they can go another round. The veteran lets out a slow breath and draws his own weapon. Raising his blade, he announces they are going to take it all the way back to square one. Just then, their comrade Rem arrives and demands to know where they have been hiding all day. She asks if they are seriously skipping their meals, just to have a nice little picnic in the woods. Pointing at the trainer, she asks the protagonist if this guy is bothering him and offers to handle it, prompting the usual squad bickering to break out. The main character notices she is fully geared up and asks what the sudden occasion is. She grimly explains that their entire unit has just been summoned. It turns out that enemy troops are currently gathering in the dark distance. As the threat looms closer, everyone in the camp immediately starts prepping for a massive battle. Cut to the scene of their company commander looking down at the soldiers from a high cliff. The protagonist's entire squad is fully armored and ready for the incoming clash. The veteran fighter begins to regret teaching him his style, knowing the rookie literally just learned it and might get killed out there due to his raw form. He rests his massive sword against his shoulder with a sigh. Shaking his head, he complains that he'll have to babysit the MC throughout the entire battle. Meanwhile, our hero quietly wishes he had been given just a little more time to train his leveling up skills. Tension rises as several soldiers start voicing confusion about the bizarre battlefield setup. They wonder why the enemy lines are spread out in such a bizarre, scattered pattern across the ground. Suddenly, a mysterious robed mage extends his hand and loudly declares that their time is up. Declaring this to be the end, a violent magical wind begins to swirl intensely around his position. The commanding officer instantly realizes it's a magic spell, as a thick fog rolls over the field, causing the main character to struggle for footing. Looking around, he mutters that he cannot even see the fellow soldiers standing right next to him. Pure panic spreads like wildfire through the ranks due to the blinding mist, but then he catches a faint sound. The rest of the squad hears it as well, looking around in confusion. They frantically ask what that strange noise is as fear quickly takes hold of the ranks. The young warrior suddenly shouts out a warning as incoming arrows start falling. Raindrops of lethal arrows pour down, piercing soldiers all across the battlefield. A powerful ally knocks the projectiles aside, warning that this mist is unnatural magic, and nobody could have anticipated this strategy. She commands the troops to raise their shields immediately, only to realize too late that they have walked straight into a trap. Back in the shadows, the rogue mage starts cackling with glee. He laughs and brags about the effort it took to cast, having sacrificed animal blood and gathered massive amounts of water with rain magic. With the spell active, the fog completely blinds the Alliance, leaving only those standing under the magic flags with clear vision for a one-sided slaughter. He proudly names this devastating field spell the Fog of Annihilation. A subordinate remarks on how pleased he looks, and the spellcaster smirks, replying that he has every reason to be. Mitch curses Encrid, thinking things would have been a breeze if that flag hadn't caught fire, while our protagonist desperately tries to survive this flying fantasy death trap. Talk about a storm of action, because a second wave of deadly arrows is already raining down on him. But this guy ducks down and slickly slips past the incoming fire like a true martial arts expert. A voice behind him yells to keep his head down, and he instantly recognizes it as Rog. Suddenly, Rem snaps that this is straight up magic, and he is absolutely furious about it. The young man admits he knows Rem is right there, but he can't see a thing, making it impossible to fight properly in this blinding battlefield. Talk about a close call, an arrow literally grazes right past his face. He can feel his breathing growing heavy as his entire body tightens up, making even moving his legs feel like an impossible task. At this rate, he won't be able to pull off the martial arts Ragnar taught him, though he never expected to master it on the first try anyway. Back during training, Ragnar warned that our protagonist would revert to his old habits, advising him not to jump into combat until he fully mastered this skill. But avoiding a fight isn't an option, because staying on the sidelines means certain death anyway in this brutal fantasy world. Recognizing the stakes, he closes his eyes and focuses, reminding himself that death doesn't terrify him the way it does normal people. Meanwhile, the chaotic action around them continues to rage on without showing any signs of slowing down. As the fighting intensifies, Ragnar tells him to fall back behind him, but our main character claims he has already found the solution if his first attempt fails. He charges headfirst into the thick fog, prompting his mentor to scream, asking if he has completely lost his mind. Suddenly, an enemy spearman bursts out of the shadows. He lunges out of the mist and drives his spear straight through the main character's neck. As the weapon remains lodged in his throat, this crazy guy actually smiles, whispering that now he can go back to reincarnation and keep learning. The enemy soldier recoils in absolute horror, calling him a complete psychopath. The attacker quickly yanks the spear out of the young man's neck, ending his life right then and there. We're instantly dragged back to the training camp where Ragnar is staring down Encrid. He asks if the rookie actually understands a single word he's saying, but our boy honestly admits the captain is a trash teacher whose genius makes him terrible at explaining basic logic. The mentor sighs, realizing he knows how to execute the moves, but lacks the instructional stats to teach them, so he just barks at the protagonist to swing downward. The main character insists he isn't trolling and is genuinely lost, asking how he should distribute his center of gravity. The instructor pauses in sheer disbelief, tries to process the mechanics, and demonstrates a stance, asking if that makes more sense. The young man nods, confirming that natural-born monsters like his captain rarely understand the physics behind their own god-tier skills. Still, he knows he can make up for the captain's terrible coaching by using his own observational skills to memorize the movements through sheer repetition. Suddenly, we cut back to the chaotic battlefield with a lethal rain of arrows pouring down on him. The warrior raises his blade and successfully deflects one of the incoming projectiles, but his hands are shaking violently, making him realize he's still way too stiff to survive this action sequence. When another spear flies straight at him, he doesn't even try to dodge, knowing he can just die and restart the loop to keep leveling up his skills. After his throat gets pierced, he wakes up back in training, smoothly slipping under the captain's blade on his 31st attempt. The seasoned warrior praises the footwork, asking where on earth he learned to move like that. With that foundation established, the protagonist is finally ready to learn the actual fundamentals of martial arts. The master explains the 3 core pillars of swordplay: cutting, stabbing, and slashing, while noting that a good blade's side can also block attacks. He points out that the shortest distance to a target is always the direct line of offense. Tactical combat is all about shutting down your opponent's path, while extending your own to draw them into your strike zone. Back in the deadly fantasy zone, a spearman lunges directly at him, but the challenger calmly watches the weapon slide harmlessly past his frame. Feeling lighter on his feet than ever, he realizes he can dodge these basic attacks in his sleep. Unfortunately, 4 more enemies thrust their spears simultaneously, turning him into a human pincushion. Despite the brutal death, he notes his infinite loops are slowly paying off, even managing to parry the captain's strike in the next training session. The shocked mentor asks if he really just deflected that high-level blow, but the challenger remains completely locked in. He's committed to the grind, determined to push forward even if his progress is microscopic. Trusting the process, he keeps repeating the death cycle and follows up with a clean diagonal slash. The teacher admits that specific move is now flawless, looking stunned while the trainee explains that small steps lead to massive gains. As the young warrior charges back into the foggy danger zone, the captain yells after him. But the warning comes too late, and the hero gets taken down once again. He dies with a smile on his face, declaring he will perish 1,000 times if it means perfecting his skills. Back in the training simulation, the commander raises his weapon for another strike. The student ducks low and intercepts the downward swing with his own blade. He deflects the massive blow effortlessly, marking his 100th loop of grueling practice. The captain stares at his own trembling sword in utter disbelief. He turns his gaze toward the protagonist, looking at him like he's some kind of anomaly. The shocked warrior asks what kind of monster he is trying to become. The mentor realizes he can no longer read or predict his student's bizarre growth rate. The trainee notices that the captain is finally looking at him with genuine respect. He used to think his talent had a hard cap, but as he runs back to the front line, the captain shouts his warning. The call fades into the background as the young man charges ahead. He keeps pushing forward, knowing he has completely shattered his previous limits. He has evolved way past the level of an average soldier. He easily slips past the first spear thrust and maintains his forward momentum. The warrior blows past the enemy lines without wasting time on kills, because his eyes are set on the path of a true knight. He dives straight into the enemy backline to test his speed. The opposing spearmen swarm him immediately, impaling him from all sides. As he meets his demise yet again, a wide grin spreads across his face. He laughs at the sheer thrill of it all, wondering if this endless loop has finally driven him insane. Back at the camp, the captain approaches the young man. He asks if he's ready to undergo another round of brutal sword training. The protagonist instantly agrees, ready to do whatever it takes to reach the top. To unlock peak leveling power in this fantasy world, Encrid grins like a madman who's ready to die as many times as it takes to reach his goal. Seeing this insane progress, Ragnar claims there is absolutely no way a mere rookie should be this ridiculously skilled. The mentor is totally baffled and asks if our hero was just trolling and fighting badly on purpose this whole time, but the young man denies it. The veteran warrior continues, pointing out that this kid already has the foundational mechanics down and just needs real combat experience. Cut to the battlefield, where a sudden storm of lethal arrows begins to rain down on him once again. As they fall, our protagonist notes that this is officially his 200th attempt at clearing this stage. A stray arrow flies straight for his face, but he plants his heel, leans forward with insane reflexes, and evades. After ducking under the projectile, this guy decides it is time to test the limits of his newly acquired martial arts techniques. The enemy spearman lunges forward with a standard thrust, but our fighter slowly shifts his stance. He flips right under the incoming weapon and unleashes a brutal counter swing in one fluid motion. The clean strike slices off the mob's arms and head, proving he already knows exactly where the next targets will spawn. Peerless through the thick fog, the warrior pulls out a throwing knife, confident in his prediction skills. He mutters that even without line of sight he can still snipe a few, tosses the blade, and instantly drops another hostile. With their comrades dropping one by one to an unseen force, the enemy squad begins to panic. A terrified grunt frantically scans his surroundings, trying to peer through the heavy shroud of the battlefield. The blinding fog leaves him completely clueless about what is happening, unable to spot a single threat. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the main character appears and cleanly slices off the soldier's leg. The backline crossbowmen start losing their minds as well, screaming in panic and wondering what kind of monster they are fighting. One of the archers desperately raises his weapon, aiming to fire a shot to save himself. Just as he prepares to fire, the protagonist recalls his mentor's advice to observe the enemy's movements closely. He needs to predict the trajectory of the next attack and adjust his footwork accordingly to dodge. Executing the dodge perfectly, he ducks under the bolt and drives his sword straight through the marksman's chest. The young warrior starts laughing like a maniac, realizing this battle feels entirely different from his past attempts. It is as if he has been reborn as a top-tier hunter compared to his former self, who did not even know the basics. Thirsting for more combat experience, the main character charges even deeper into the enemy lines. He wants every opponent to challenge him, but as he pushes further, a squad of crossbowmen coordinate their aim. Forming a tight firing line, the leader mockingly praises him for making it this far and asks a final question. He wants to know how the intruder plans to survive this barrage, while our heavily panting protagonist catches his breath. Breathing heavily, this guy takes a defiant step forward and declares he wants to settle this like real warriors. He wants a true clash of swords to test his limits, but the enemy has absolutely no interest in honor. They mock him as a lunatic and immediately fire a volley of bolts, ending his run right then and there. The scene cuts to the mysterious boatman, who calls the young man a fool for walking into his own grave and asks if his mind is shattered. Waking up in surprise, the protagonist rubs his eyes and notes that it has been quite a while since their last meeting. He jokingly wonders if this guide really summoned himself just to trash-talk a struggling player. Suddenly, his companion breaks his train of thought, asking what he is doing after noticing him spacing out. Coming back to reality, protagonist suddenly remembers a crucial piece of advice his ally shared in the past. During their previous conversation, the companion had referred to this strange phenomenon as a magical spell. In his last run, the enemy formation seemed to be intensely guarding a specific flag hidden in the grassy terrain. Connecting the dots, our MC asks his friend if he has any knowledge regarding spatial spells in this fantasy world. The ally is curious why this topic is coming up out of nowhere, but he simply replies that he is curious to hear the details. Agreeing to share, the companion asks if the young man knows the fundamental difference between magic and spirit arts. The protagonist guesses that magic is much more common, to which his friend replies that he is only half right. He explains that spells require a physical medium to manifest, and without that anchor, the magic cannot exist. Analyzing this system mechanic, our hero realizes the blinding fog was generated by the enemy's spatial spell. That means the guarded flag must be the medium, and if he destroys it, the fog will instantly dissipate. He then asks if his ally's tribe also uses these abilities, since spells originated from the west where the ally is from. Smiling, the companion admits he has seen them, but notes that true mages are rare and most are just low-level hexcasters. The main character shrugs it off to focus on the grind, prompting his buddy to ask where he is off to. He confidently replies that he is heading back out to level up his skills. Watching him prepare to train, Ragnar mutters that their current training regimen seems far too basic for their goals. The veteran warrior asks Enkrid if he has ever heard of the legendary Unyuk martial arts style. He explains that 5 centuries ago, a once-in-a-generation fantasy prodigy was born on a sword farm, taking down 12 bandits with nothing but a fireplace pot. Having lost his parents at a young age, the orphan dove headfirst into intensive training until a wealthy noble heard the rumors and took him in. That legendary prodigy was named Leona Sunyuk, but no matter how much cheat code talent this kid possessed, fate had other plans. A tragic curse struck him, draining his physical strength by age 10, and leaving him completely paralyzed just 2 years later. While he seemed lost to history, the barbarian companion reveals that by age 20, even while paralyzed, the prodigy still carved his name into the annals of god-tier swordsmanship. The genius analyzed every martial arts style in the land, categorizing them into 5 ultimate techniques: the elaborate, the heavy, the flowing, the swift, and the parrying styles. This revolutionary approach changed action fantasy history forever, propelling the Unyuk family to become the Empire's absolute strongest household. That influence still dominates modern leveling up methods, and the seasoned veteran notes that his own specialized technique actually originates from that legendary northern heavy style. The veteran tries to recall the barbarian's lesson, asking if it was called the conscience of the beast, but the main character corrects him that it's the heart of the beast. The teacher claims his upcoming lesson is way more practical, instructing him to focus his entire consciousness onto one single point. He orders our hero to block out the entire world, focusing solely on the blade and the targets, before stepping into a battle stance to demonstrate. The young warrior wonders what kind of insane stunt this crazy instructor is about to pull. Without warning, the veteran lunges forward with a lethal thrust directly aimed at him. The cold steel narrowly grazes the side of his neck, leaving a hair-thin line. The protagonist is completely stunned, realizing that strike was even faster than the barbarian's massive battle axe. He literally saw his life flash before his eyes, and his crazy mentor casually asks if he felt anything special. Watching from the sidelines, the barbarian shouts that the instructor is a total degenerate. He angrily demands to know if the man is actively trying to murder their squad leader. The instigator defends himself by saying humans focus best with death staring them down, but the barbarian fires back that the squad leader can't learn anything if he is dead. The veteran mocks the barbarian's slow teaching methods, but the main character interrupts to point out that both of them are absolutely atrocious instructors. The barbarian retorts that the instructor's homeland is even further north, which logically makes him the bigger savage of the two. The mentor vehemently denies this, arguing that his rival is the one hailing from the southern tribal land. As the bickering continues, our hero shuts them down, telling them to pack it up because the departure orders are coming any minute. Before they head out, the seasoned warrior tells him to remember that heightened state of awareness he felt just a moment ago. He promises that once he masters this extreme focus, the entire battlefield will fade away, allowing his blade to move with absolute precision. Charging back into the chaotic combat zone, the protagonist notes that this feeling is similar to the beast's heart, yet entirely unique. While the beast technique numbs the fear of dying, this new style sharpens his senses, and he realizes he needs real action to truly master it. Needing more practical experience, the young man peers through the heavy mist rolling over the battlefield and locks his eyes onto the enemy flag. The main character decides to add a daring secondary objective to his mission checklist. Instead of just farming experience points, he plans to completely obliterate that enemy banner. He charges forward and cleanly decapitates a hostile soldier, realizing his allies could carry him. But he chooses to solo the challenge, slicing through the next foe. The protagonist wipes the fresh blood off his blade, feeling a surge of adrenaline about mastering this new skill. He recalls how many times he has perished in past loops due to his weakness, making this focus technique absolutely vital for his survival. To survive the lethal assassin, this young man had to push past his limits and transform his mindset from a mere recruit to a hardened warrior. Knowing that he needed to survive the chaos of war, he had previously forced himself to acquire the Savage Beast technique. However, this new hyperfocus method still isn't clicking, prompting his mentor to step back into the training ring. The instructor thrusts his blade forward again, stopping a mere millimeter from the boy's nose, asking if he finally understands it. The teacher explains that if the technique worked, the main character should have perceived the incoming blade in slow motion. The protagonist shakes his head in disappointment, wondering if his savage battle aura is somehow blocking this new style. The seasoned warrior assures him that everything except the enemy's weapon should disappear, allowing him to predict its exact path, then asks if he has ever experienced such a flow state. Our hero admits that relying on the fear of demise might be the correct key for this skill, asking the mentor how he originally unlocked it. The teacher laughs it off, claiming he never had to study it since it came naturally, reiterating that the concept is simple, just hyper-focus on one spot. The young man lets out a heavy sigh, realizing he won't get any useful tutorial advice from this genius, and must figure it out on his own. He knows he cannot rush his progression, so he decides to practice on the side, while focusing on capturing the enemy banner to minimize friendly casualties. He plans to shield his allies and breach the enemy defenses directly, just as the mysterious mist rolls back over the field. Panic quickly spreads among the soldiers, but the protagonist barks out a sudden order for everyone to drop. Recognizing his authority, the troops immediately drop to the ground without hesitation. The young commander quickly follows up by ordering them to raise their defensive shields. A deadly rain of arrows pours down but gets blocked, and the experienced lead commander coordinates their defense, having lived through this exact loop over 300 times. Encrid has memorized this battlefield so well that he dodges every incoming attack like he's got a cheat code system auto-evade active. The enemy soldiers are completely blinded by their own magic fog, and this guy uses their confusion to turn the battlefield into a horror movie. He smoothly slips past one poor guy and drives his blade straight through the side of his helmet, spinning around to unleash a brutal slash that instantly drops two more, prompting the enemy commander to scream that he is just one man they can easily handle. But their allies keep dropping like flies in the mist, and when another squad closes in, this overpowered leveling up machine draws his sword back and cleaves them in half because he only cares about one thing: the flesh. Flag. A panicked soldier yells for everyone to pull themselves together and stop him, but our hero just grins wider the closer he gets, genuinely enjoying this bloody action. He brings his massive blade down with enough force to send sparks flying right through the dense mist. The young man powers through the block anyway, shattering the enemy's defense and breaking their weapon right in two. Then he grabs the disarmed soldier by the throat and slaps him hard enough to rattle his ancestors. He slams the guy headfirst into the flag's wooden pole, snapping it in two, casually mentioning it took him 10 loops to get here. As the structure finally shatters, he mutters that this was all he wanted. Yet the blinding magic fog refuses to lift. The moment the protagonist hesitates, a sneaky enemy takes advantage and stabs him, laughing that the reincarnated warrior might know a bit about magic spells, but still fell for a cheap trick. Bleeding out, our main character finally realizes that there is only one genuine flag, meaning all the other targets are just illusions, and he has to find the correct one. The time loop resets, and a confused ally asks what he is doing as this guy immediately charges into the fray alone. He yells back that his chances are now down to 1 in 5. Taking the lead like a seasoned dungeon raider, he shouts a warning, telling his soldiers to hit the dirt and raise their shields, but he is too far ahead for them to hear, and their hesitation costs them dearly. The warrior turns around only to watch a volley of arrows rain down on his squad. He quickly raises his own shield to block the Shots aimed at him, but his unprepared men get completely wiped out. He wonders if his timing was off or if his allies needed a moment to recover before breaking another flag that turns out to be another fake. Once again, it's the wrong target. A split second later, a blade takes his head, sending him back to the checkpoint with 4 options left. He shatters another decoy and gets killed again, wasting 5 whole loops, and the 4th flag costs him another 7 lives before he realizes only 2 possibilities remain. At this point, the protagonist decides to trust his battle-hardened instincts. One specific target is clearly the real deal because it's placed way further back, right next to that suspicious hooded mage from the enemy camp. Dropping to one knee, the young man barks an order for his squad to get down and raise their shields, and they actually listen to him this time. The deadly rain of arrows clangs harmlessly against their defensive line. He tells his trusted companion to follow him, prompting the guy to ask if he has completely lost his mind. As they charge straight through the arrow storm, our hero explains that even though the distance is great, he cannot afford to waste his stamina before reaching the objective, so when they hit the enemy line, he does not even swing, letting his partner clear the path with a perfectly thrown axe. The plan is for his partner to draw all the aggro while he slips through the defense, leading the partner to grab an enemy soldier to demand the identity of the spellcaster. But the poor guy's brain is already scrambled, so his ally tosses the corpse aside and promises to ask the next victim. The protagonist keeps slicing through the horde, casually reflecting on the fact that he has been repeating this single day for over a year. He charges full speed toward the final magical marker. He raises his blade, confident that this strike will finally end this endless loop. But the second he swings, his weapon is suddenly blocked and stopped. A familiar voice asks if this is a dream, revealing a smug warrior who parries the hero's blade away from the flag, boasting that God has finally answered his prayers. He has wanted to destroy our main character with his own hands and has been waiting for this exact moment. The protagonist just stares at the guy, not out of fear, but because he genuinely has no clue who this random NPC is. The blank stare completely catches the enemy off guard, throwing him into a rage as he screams about how the hero could forget him after only a few days, completely unaware that for our protagonist, it has been a literal year. So Ingrid casually asks Mitch who the heck he's supposed to be. Mitch just raises his sword, acting all mysterious, and claims our hero will remember real soon. No more talking. He charges forward, joking that a quick stab to the gut might bring those memories back. The main character spots the incoming blade. It's coming fast, but he pulls off a Matrix-style twist to dodge the attack. Talk about reflexes. He pushes off the ground and launches a fierce counter. Mitch is forced to hop backward, completely thrown off by this sudden leveling up in skill. It is wild to see how, in just a few days, this guy has become insanely overpowered. Frustrated, the enemy realizes the young warrior almost closed the distance in a single step, and any hesitation means he could get wrecked. He instantly closes the gap and brings his heavy blade crashing down, resulting in a shower of sparks as they clash. In that split second, our protagonist notices his opponent relies on textbook martial arts and righteous sword styles, but he also blends in a flowing defense to deflect attacks, essentially learning and adapting to this system in real time. The opponent tries to force him back with raw power, but the main character isn't budging. Absolutely not. He slaps the blade aside, telling himself to hyper-focus every single sense on the threat. Right in front of him, the rival raises his weapon once more. He thrusts forward, knowing that if his concentration slips for even a millisecond, his defense will crumble. He needs to block out the battlefield, the victory conditions, and even the rigid forms of his sword style. Everything else has to fade into the background, until the only things left in this fantasy world are their 2 blades, and they both strike simultaneously. Their weapons collide with a deafening screech as metal meets metal. The commander grits his teeth and pushes with all his might, successfully knocking our hero's weapon aside. With his guard completely broken, the young man is left wide open. Before he can even react, the enemy thrusts his sword clean through the main character's chest. Talk about a brutal critical hit. With a mouth full of blood and a blade sticking out of his torso, this absolute madman just stands there. Instead of dying, the protagonist looks up with a grin and says it's all coming back to him now. He remembers being the guy standing right by the flagpole. Standing in the grassy field, the commander proudly announces his title as the leader of the Aspen Principality's Greyhound Platoon. In response, our guy introduces himself as a squad commander of the Lilia Kingdom. Nearby soldiers ask if this weirdo is an enemy, and the commander confirms it, noting how surprisingly good he is at hiding. A soldier grumbles about how creepy the main character is, but when the commander looks back down, he gets a massive shock. Why on earth is this dying guy smiling right now? Our hero mutters that Ragnar had it all wrong. It wasn't the fear of death he needed. What he actually needed was a powerhouse rival, someone willing to put everything on the line to push him past his limits. Honestly, this guy is a total battle maniac because he literally pulls the sword out of his own chest, claiming he has no intention of falling behind. That intense moment triggers a flashback of Ragnar lecturing him about concentrating all his power on a single point. In the memory, the young warrior rolls his eyes and says he gets it, though his mentor thinks he's just slacking off. Right when it seems like he's giving up, Rem walks over to announce their next mission. They've been ordered to mobilize, and our protagonist tells the old man it's showtime. Ragnar notes that the young man seems unusually fired up today. He's acting way too hyped, which is highly suspicious for a lazy day. Perhaps he needs a much more brutal warm-up session to burn off that extra energy. Suddenly, as a thick fog rolls across the battlefield, our protagonist shouts at everyone to take cover and raise their shields. Just in time too, because a deadly rain of arrows comes pouring down on them. Before Rem can complain, the main character cuts him off and commands him to move. When Rem questions this madness, Ragnar joins the charge, prompting Rem to ask if everyone took a hit to the head today. Ragnar replies that if he wants to keep his skull intact, he needs to shut up and run. He warns him to watch the front line, because the enemy is already upon them, while our agile hero slips right past their defenses. Meanwhile, his two allies don't have it that easy and are forced to smash their way through the enemy vanguard like absolute beasts. He wanted to carve a path just like before to secure a rematch, and soon their eyes lock. Radiating pure psycho energy, the main character happily greets his rival like an old buddy, asking for a round two. The commander is stunned, jokingly asking if this is some bizarre confession of love at first sight. The enemy commander admits he's usually the hunter, making this the very first time he's ever been hunted down like prey. When the young warrior asks if that bruises his ego, the commander simply raises his blade with a smirk. Not at all, he replies. The protagonist admits that entering that flow state where nothing but the blade exists is harder than it looks. Right before his opponent drives a sword into his chest. Right in the chest. The rival sighs, admitting he didn't expect the main character to fall so easily, wondering why he ever thought they were equals. Encred finally realizes he's been approaching this fantasy death loop all wrong. You can't force the flow of combat, you have to let the action wash over you naturally. With every new reincarnation loop, he decides to throw himself into the meat grinder until he grabs hold of that elusive sensation. By the 18th attempt, the entire world fades into white noise, leaving nothing but his sword. By the time he reaches his 28th duel with the enemy commander, this guy can trigger that hyper-focused state at will. On their 48th encounter, the opponent boasts that he will show our hero the same deadly technique. He thrusts his blade forward with lethal intent, expecting another easy victory. But this time, the protagonist is locked in, tracking only the tip of the sword as time slows down, allowing him to effortlessly deflect the strike. The sheer perfection of the parry leaves his opponent completely dumbfounded. He stammers in disbelief, asking if the young man seriously deflected a top-tier martial arts strike just by focusing on a single point. While the young man keeps quiet, he secretly realizes he's unlocked a whole new level of mastery. This level of absolute focus gives him complete control over his body and weapon, elevating him far beyond his previous limits. When asked where he's heading, this guy just walks off, stating it's finally time to report to the platoon commander. The moment of truth has arrived, and he is determined to break this endless loop once and for all. The scene shifts to the ferry commander questioning his sudden presence, to which he replies that he spotted something critical during his scouts. He mentions gathering intel on enemy magic spells, prompting her to ask for clarification. He explains that the enemy soldiers were rallying around a suspicious figure they called their primary mage. This catches her attention immediately, and she commands the young man to keep feeding her details. After laying out the winning strategy, a thick, ominous fog begins to roll across the battlefield. Issuing the standard orders to his squad, he charges straight into the whiteout, leaving his allies in the dust. At this point, all he can do is trust the commander to play her part while he focuses on his own mission. His objective is brutally simple: take down the boss waiting for him at the vanguard. Standing right by the flag is the enemy general, the ultimate target this warrior needs to defeat. Before the general can even register his presence, the main character calls out his name first. This bold move catches the commander completely off guard, throwing him off his rhythm. The protagonist declares that he has been waiting for this matchup, and today he's leaving as the victor. He immediately lunges forward, bringing his blade down in a heavy strike, but the opponent swiftly dodges. The rival warrior rotates his hips and unleashes a ferocious counter swing. Reacting with lightning speed, our hero drives the tip of his weapon toward the earth. He angles the steel sideways and braces the guard with his forearm to absorb the impact. The enemy is visible visibly stunned by how incredibly solid this defensive posture is. Without missing a beat, the protagonist immediately retaliates. He executes a lightning-fast thrust, forcing the general to scramble to defend himself. The foe barely manages to get his sword up in time, parrying with enough force to push the young man back. They immediately collide once more in a flurry of sparks and clashing steel. As the sparks fly, the rival asks the main character had been hiding his true strength all along. He smirks and admits it, prompting the commander to demand his name. The protagonist introduces himself, and they immediately go back to trading blow for blow. The opponent promises to remember that name, but our hero wittily tells him not to sweat it. He promises to jog his memory if he ever forgets, before locking eyes with him. Our protagonist focuses entirely on his adversary's subtle movements. Suddenly, he notices the opponent's center of gravity shifting. All the weight moves to the right foot, a dead giveaway that a diagonal slash is incoming. The young man easily steps aside, remarking that he learned this trick the hard way. Dying dozens of times in these loops has given him the ultimate cheat code to read his opponent's rhythm. Both fighters thrust simultaneously toward each other's necks, narrowly missing but leaving grazing cuts. The enemy general looks down, realizing the young man actually committed to the follow-through. The momentum of the swing forces the general to duck at the absolute last second to save his head, having expected to wrap this up in a few easy moves. The opponent is now struggling to comprehend why he is losing. Furious and gritting his teeth, this guy realizes he is dealing with a genuine monster. While the righteous and flowing styles are perfect for defensive parries, Ingrid needs a devastating finishing blow to wrap this action up. Sensing the pressure, his opponent Mitch decides to unleash the ultimate secret technique he mastered for this exact moment. The rival swordsman stomps forward, unleashing a massive diagonal slash with pure savage intent. The strike starts from a low stance and carves upward in a massive, sweeping arc known as the wheel cut. Just as his enemy prepares the heavy strike, our protagonist finally sees the alignment of the blade. In past loops of this deadly system, he has died to this exact move countless times, because its starting point was completely invisible. But this time is different, and he reads the trajectory perfectly just as the attack begins. As the enemy's blade rises, a smug grin spreads across the main character's face. He is genuinely thrilled to face this attack again, executing a flawless parry to deflect the deadly wheel cut. The rival's heart instantly drops as he wonders how this guy could possibly predict, let alone deflect, his ultimate move. While the sword is blocked, we get a quick lore drop on the opponent's family, House Hurrier, one of the 3 great houses of the fantasy kingdom that recruits anyone with raw talent. He was scouted from a remote branch for his martial arts potential, and once he adopted the family name, he quickly rose through the ranks. The guy proved his genius early on, beating seasoned knights at age 15, becoming a town champion at 18, and dominating a whole city by 20. His sheer talent made him one of the Greyhound's top 3 elite fighters, with almost nobody able to match his combat skills. Watching ordinary soldiers sweat and struggle, the prodigy used to wonder why anyone bothered working so hard. He couldn't comprehend why people would swing their swords until their hands were raw and blistered. Since he could master any martial arts technique in just a few tries, he grew incredibly complacent and arrogant. That massive ego proved to be his downfall, as he let his guard down for a split second, and the young man seized the opportunity. Taking full advantage, he lunges forward and drives his sword straight through the rival's shoulder, taking control before ripping the blade out to strike again. Doubling over in pain, the arrogant swordsman collapses forward and coughs up a handful of dark red blood. As the main character slowly walks toward him, the defeated prodigy finally realizes he completely misjudged this opponent's power. He thought his final strike would secure an easy win, but now he admits that while he might have more raw power, the protagonist is still the one winning the battle. Gritting his teeth, the wounded fighter knows it's true, as the MC raises his sword to deliver the final blow. Preparing to finish the fight, our hero casually mentions he had a good time, leaving his opponent to deeply regret relying solely on raw talent. But just before the killing blow lands, a voice screams out from the sidelines, ordering everyone to protect their fallen champion. The defeated rival closes his eyes as he watches the main character's heavy blade descend to end his life. Fortunately for him, Grey Dog leaps in to block the strike, forcing our boy to jump back while enemy soldiers rush to treat the wound. Looking at the bloody injury, the commander barks orders for his men to evacuate their champion to a secure location. The enemy leader admits he never expected a single warrior to cause this much chaos on the battlefield. He draws his weapon, pointing it forward and promising the young man a slow and painful demise. The protagonist quickly assesses the situation, realizing he is completely surrounded by enemies with the commander in front and crossbowmen behind. Despite the overwhelming danger, his main objective remains unchanged: destroy the magic flag and burn it to ashes. Breaking through this defensive line is the massive wall he must overcome in this high-stakes fantasy scenario. With his eyes narrowing in determination, the MC readies himself as the enemy commander commands his squad. The boss shouts for his archers to fire, sending a deadly volley of crossbow bolts flying straight at the young man. Instead of retreating, the main character charges forward like an absolute madman. He pushes right through the incoming storm of projectiles, knowing he can't dodge them all but refusing to slow down. The commander raises his weapon, completely stunned by this incredibly reckless charge. He brings his blade down and the protagonist blocks it, but the force of the strike leaves a massive crack in his own weapon. The opponent's heavy style is insane, and he realizes he'll need to go through many more death loops to eventually master a counter. But today isn't about winning a duel, it's about destroying the magic item, so he hurls a weapon directly at it. He throws a sharp dagger at the target, knowing that even a tiny scratch should disrupt the active spell. Unfortunately, the wind keeps shifting violently, making it extremely difficult to hit the target. The enemy leader curses loudly, swinging his heavy blade aimed straight for our boy's neck. But the main character ducks under the slash and throws another throwing knife, this time aiming for the attachment joint. The throwing knife lands with absolute precision exactly where he planned. It snaps the top of the flag clean off the pole, causing the surrounding fog to instantly grow thicker. Meanwhile, the fairy commander laments that she warned High Command about this magical hazard and begged for reinforcements. But the higher-ups did absolutely nothing, proving the kingdom is completely corrupt for sending a useless fool to lead the front lines. At this rate, their entire squad was bound to be completely wiped out. While recovering from the wipeout, Incrid's ally suddenly notices a strange presence right beside her. To her surprise, that blinding battlefield fog is finally starting to lift. As it clears, the enemy soldiers are completely lost, desperately asking what happened to their signal flag. Seizing the moment while they are distracted by the missing flag, the allied commander sneaks up and stabs one of them. He drives his blade right into the guy's back, shouting that this is their golden chance now that the enemy's cover is blown. Caught completely off guard, the opposition crumbles as her faction surges forward with a massive wave of momentum. With restored confidence, she admits the tide of battle has turned but can't help but wonder who broke the illusion spell. Could this magic-shattering feat belong to our hero, who is currently standing like a boss despite having several arrows sticking out of him? Even with projectiles stuck all over his body, the protagonist suddenly has a terrible realization. He totally messed up because, after smashing the flag, he dashed straight into what he thought was friendly territory, only to find a horde of hostile monsters and soldiers instead of his allies. So where on earth are his buddies, you ask? Well, cutting back to his ally Rem, the beastly warrior has just grabbed an enemy. Holding the terrified soldier by the collar, he barks orders at the others to lead him straight to the enemy mage so he can end him. While he is ready to paint the town red, their other ally, Ragnar, is dealing with a much more embarrassing problem after accidentally teleporting back to the allied base. He stands right in the middle of the camp while every single soldier stares at him like he has completely lost his mind. The confused warrior pauses for a moment, waiting for his adrenaline-fueled brain to finally catch up. Once his vision clears, he realizes these guys aren't enemies at all, though the angry guards are demanding to know if he wants to be executed for treason. Meanwhile, returning to our main character, the enemy troops mockingly call him a stubborn rat and ask why he is still clinging to life. Seeing his battered condition, one smug soldier steps forward, telling him to just give up while raising a massive blade. But right before the lethal blow can land, a wild puma leaps out from the shadows like a summon from a beast tamer system. The beast bites down hard on the attacker, and the young man recognizes this feline helper immediately. It is the exact same wild creature he encountered back in the whispering tall grass fields. As their eyes lock in silent understanding, the enemy soldiers panic, unable to comprehend why a wild monster is protecting him as they raise their crossbows. Not wanting to become target practice, the loyal creature leaps forward to attack them first, showing off some serious martial arts agility. It shreds their weapons by snapping the tight bowstrings in a flash. After disabling the ranged threat, the beast stands firmly in front of the wounded warrior like a living shield. Acting as a protective shield, the animal refuses to budge even when he desperately tells it to run, because the boss-level opponent ahead is too dangerous. That opponent is none other than Grey Dog, and the formidable warrior is absolutely furious. Just as things look bleak, a familiar voice echoes, and a reassuring hand pats his back, telling him to rest. Stepping up to the plate is Vincenzo, who confidently declares that he will handle this rescue mission. Our protagonist is completely bewildered by this sudden entrance, but the bold savior charges straight into the fray anyway. Unfortunately, the powerful foe easily parries the incoming attack without breaking a sweat. The counter-strike sends the heroic savior flying backward, forcing him to admit he vastly underestimated this monster's raw strength. Realizing he is outmatched in close combat, he yells for his squad to open fire, prompting a volley of crossbow bolts. Yet, the relentless enemy commander keeps charging right through the rain of projectiles, swatting them away with his blade. Utilizing the perfect distraction, the swift beast springs forward to execute a deadly sneak attack. It is a brilliant tactical strike, but the veteran commander's reflexes are on another level. He reacts in a split second and brutally slams the beast aside using the hilt of his weapon. While the beast is knocked away, our main character locks in, hyper-focusing on the sharp tip of the enemy's incoming sword. Suddenly, he can clearly visualize the perfect line of attack. Raising his trusty short sword, he knows trying to block this heavy strike with pure power would be suicide. Instead, he must execute a redirection technique to turn the opponent's overwhelming momentum against him. Channeling the genius combat style he copied from his former rival, he lets the kinetic impact glide harmlessly off his stance. The defensive move successfully deflects the blow, though his small weapon cannot prevent a minor slash to his arm. Despite the shallow cut, the enemy commander stands completely dumbfounded by this brilliant counter. Visibly shaken, the veteran instantly recognizes the signature defensive style and demands to know where the young man learned it. With a smirk, our hero raises his blade and remarks that the copied skills seem to work surprisingly well against him. Seizing the opening, his ally leaps back into the fray with a flashy signature attack. However, the dramatic strike fails to leave even a single scratch on the target. The enemy commander glances toward the horizon and notices a fresh wave of allied reinforcements marching in. Seeing the tide turning against him, the frustrated villain clicks his tongue and decides to retreat. The rival turns away, warning Incred that this isn't over and he won't forget him. He basically tells our hero to do whatever he wants, while the Grey Dog commander orders a tactical retreat. Just as they start backing out, Bansanta rushes over yelling that they need to fall back immediately. He panics because there are 0 bandages left for the protagonist's shredded shoulder, but our stubborn fighter insists on dragging the heavy Odin Pumray beast along too. As he hauls the creature up, his ally calls him absolute bonkers and screams at him to worry about his own skin first. Even so, the heavily wounded warrior refuses to let go of the beast, forcing Vincenzo to step in, help drag him back, and order the squad to move. As they retreat, our main character's vision starts fading, and despite his comrade shouting at him to stay awake, he is losing way too much blood. The local boatman chuckles, calling him one stubborn bastard, and asks if he finally achieved whatever crazy goal drove him to this extreme. Meanwhile, the squad fights tooth and nail to keep him alive as they make their escape. The scene shifts to a medical tent, where the crew is anxiously whispering and hoping their crazy powerhouse actually wakes up. Slowly, he starts regaining consciousness, feeling a strange warmth resting right against his hand. When the young man finally blinks his eyes open, he finds the legendary beast snugly curled up right next to him. Rem sighs in relief, and asks if he's finally back from the dead, admitting the whole squad thought he was a goner this time. Looking around at the crowd of faces, the protagonist weakly asks what is going on. Jackson immediately checks his vitals, and since our thirsty fighter asks for water, his buddy hands him a drink. He warns him that he lost a massive amount of blood, but fortunately, the healer confirmed there won't be any permanent damage to his body. The main character realizes he must have blacked out right in the middle of their chaotic retreat. Jackson heads out now that the patient is awake, while Ragnar announces that he is going to catch some sleep. Our protagonist just sighs in relief, glad to have survived another brutal day in this fantasy world. However, Rem remains completely silent, looking incredibly deep in thought. Seeing him stare, our hero jokes if he wants to pet his new beast companion, but the warrior dryly replies he is not into mythical beasts. Instead, he asks how the main character knew a spell was active, knowing his ally would never believe a story about time loops. He contemplates making up a lie but hesitates, wanting to honor the trust his friend has always shown him. So he claims he once met a knowledgeable settler and managed to guess the magic trick based on what he learned from them. In his mind, our clever protagonist realizes this excuse is actually perfect because he technically did hear it from a settler in a past loop. Rem sighs and drops the subject, warning him to avoid messing with dangerous magic, while the young man quietly notes his friend is incredibly sharp. He then changes the subject and asks what his sharp friend was up to during the height of the battle. The warrior reveals he hunted down the enemy mage who set up that annoying spell flag. He admits he didn't like the guy's face, so he chopped his head off, explaining why the protagonist never saw the caster again. Nearby, Krisa tries offering the beast some meat, hoping to win it over. He wants to touch its paws, but the wild creature just hisses defensively. Our main character warns him that the beast might rip his hand off, but the greedy guy jokes that the pain is worth 10,000 coins. He explains that those blue eyes prove it's a rare lake panther, a magical beast said to contain pure elemental energy. With claws that regenerate and sell for a fortune, our hero calculates that this beast is worth way more than his actual salary. After he passed out, their army easily pushed back the enemy once the spell flag fell, though the overall war is still in a tense stalemate. Now, the young man wonders if he could replicate that insane martial arts parry in a real fight, but he isn't entirely confident. Jackson warns him that his injuries won't heal if he keeps moving around, but our stubborn fighter claims he is just stretching. Ragnar agrees, telling him that light stretching is his absolute limit before he needs to back to resting. Another soldier complains that he is just spreading his laziness around and tells him to stop blocking the path. When Ragnar grabs his weapon, Rem asks if they are seriously about to duel, but the protagonist says he just wants some advice. He explains that he pulled off an advanced combat technique he never practiced and wonders if that kind of growth is normal. Rem explains it is not that rare, as someone with beast-like instincts can read an opponent's rhythm and copy their movements. Ragnar adds that since he already has a solid foundation, learning to mimic their flow of strength is the next logical step. By focusing his senses, he likely perceived things others missed, even if sheer luck still played a massive role. The main character nods, though in reality, his secret is far more intense than just good fortune. To him, that single battle felt like hundreds of days of relentless, brutal training in a time loop. This level up wasn't a fluke. He earned every bit of it through endless struggle, proving that even low talent can overcome anything. He then boldly asks the veterans for a sparring match, prompting Rem to say that he is way crazier than anyone else in the camp. Ragnar agrees for once, asking how he expects to fight in his current beat-up state, making a duel completely out of the question. Just as they are arguing, the commanding officer of the ferry suddenly steps into the tent. Inside the tent, she gets straight to the point and asks Encrid if he was the one who shattered her magic barrier. The young man figured the higher-ups would interrogate him eventually, but he never expected the beautiful commander herself to show up, so he just upfront admits to it. He explains that he spotted the hidden array during his routine patrol because he has a bit of background knowledge in that specific brand of magic, but she interrupts to point out there were actually multiple traps. Specifically, there were 5 decoy spells running simultaneously, leaving her highly curious about how he pinpointed the real one, to which this guy simply replies that he got lucky. He claims it was a total guess, but she looks incredibly skeptical before turning on her heel to leave, prompting him to ask if she really came all this way just to ask that. She pauses and admits that wasn't the only reason, confessing that she also wanted to get a good look at his handsome face. She stares at him for a second and drops a major bombshell, telling him she genuinely believes fate itself brought them together in this chaotic world. Once she walks away, the main character is left standing there utterly bewildered, wondering what in the world she meant by that whole destiny talk. Rem bursts out laughing, teasingly asking if there's some secret romance brewing, while Ragnar chimes in that he didn't know our protagonist was such a smooth talker with the ladies, earning a quick glare from him. After telling his buddies to shut their mouths, Krissa jokes that he always knew this guy would be the perfect partner to open a high-end host bar with, leaving him to wonder why she always acts so chaotic. Luckily, she actually brings some legitimate news this time, announcing that an elite squire from the legendary Knight Order has finally arrived at their camp. And to make things even more exciting, this elite warrior hails directly from the prestigious Scarlet Cloaked Knight Order. The battalion he represents is the famous Cyprus Division, named after a legendary hero under the Scarlet Cloak banner, whose warriors are feared and respected across the entire continent. Because of their scale, these military factions include squires, trainees, and servants, where proving yourself to a captain earns you the title of Proto-Knight, and above them are absolute monsters who have transcended humanity. Since these trainees almost never deploy to the front lines without their master's supervision, this newcomer is highly likely right on the verge of leveling up to a full-fledged knight. Just as they are discussing this potential powerhouse, a loud shout echoes through the camp signaling that it is time to march out to the battlefield. The crew realizes the entire army was probably waiting on this elite warrior to arrive, but now that he's here, the march begins. Though our main character is ordered to sit this one out, he is told to take a breather, but the young man's eyes are burning with pure determination, a look that does not escape his ally's notice. His companion smiles and points out that he can clearly see how badly the protagonist wants to join the fray, admitting there is probably no way to hold him back anyway. In reality, he is desperate to witness the pinnacle of martial strength he has been chasing his entire life, wanting to see it with his own eyes in the heat of combat. As the Grand Army begins to form its ranks, the main character feels a rush of excitement, knowing he is finally about to catch a glimpse of his ultimate dream. The moment he arrives at the front line alongside the rest of the troops, his eyes instantly scan the horizon. His gaze immediately locks onto a single, solitary figure walking completely unbothered toward the massive enemy host. The lone warrior steadily advances as the opposing archers draw their bows and prepare to unleash a deadly volley. Everyone watching starts to feel their hearts racing, the tension building to an absolute peak in the quiet before the storm. The second the mysterious warrior enters their firing range, the enemy commander screams the order to fire. Hundreds of arrows instantly launch into the sky, filling the air with a deadly, whistling rain of iron. Without missing a beat, the lone knight casually glances upward at the incoming threat. The entire sky is quickly blotted out by a terrifying storm of incoming projectiles descending directly on him. A lethal wall of sharp steel plunges straight down, targeting his exact position. Instead of running, he suddenly halts his advance and drops down low. Taking a stance on one knee while tightly gripping the hilt of his sword, a massive surge of magic aura begins to swirl around his legs. Ragnar watches in absolute disbelief, whispering that this beast of a man is channeling pure, raw combat willpower. A sudden, violent gale of wind erupts from the ground, swirling furiously all around him. He suddenly launches off the dirt like a human rocket, deflecting the entire volley of arrows in mid-air before crashing headfirst into the enemy line. He hits their vanguard with the force of a meteor, leaving our main character completely speechless at the sheer scale of power. The monstrous warrior skids to a sudden halt directly in front of the terrified enemy vanguard. With one fluid, blindingly fast motion, he draws his massive blade and swings. The slash tears right through their armor, launching half of the front rank into the sky with just a single, effortless strike. Seeing this level of devastation, the young man finally realizes the absolute abyss of a power gap that lies between them. The opposing soldiers stand completely frozen, unable to process the terrifying scene unfolding in front of them. The unstoppable warrior crouches down once more to prepare his next attack. He zips to the left in a flash, sending a whole squad flying before immediately shifting right to slice the entire formation to ribbons. To the panicked soldiers, this guy isn't even human. He is a walking natural disaster, single-handedly dismantling their entire army. Their general loses his mind and screams at his troops to put an end to this madness, calling them all useless fools. Unfortunately for the loudmouthed leader, his sudden realization comes way too late. The legendary warrior leaps into the air and effortlessly decapitates him with a single, clean strike. He lands gracefully right on top of the dead commander's horse, as if nothing happened. Watching from the sidelines, our protagonist is completely shell-shocked and can do nothing but stare in absolute awe. Rem nudges him and confirms that the fighter is indeed a legendary powerhouse, noting there is a good reason he is feared as the ultimate god of war. Watching this chaotic battlefield, Ragnar smirks and thinks fighting Enkrid would actually be a blast. However, Jackson points out the enemy had countless chances to shut him down, proving their commander was a total clown. While Odin says a quick prayer for the fallen, Crisis jokes that their squad might win this entire war without even breaking a sweat. Meanwhile, our hero keeps analyzing the enemy's martial arts, trying to figure out if it's the rightest sword style before realizing it's a mix of heavy strikes and swift switches. He remembers that the righteous style is all about precision, slowly baiting the opponent into a trap. On the other hand, the heavy sword style is pure power designed to crush and overpower any defense. Then you have the confounding sword, which uses illusions to strike from the most unexpected angles. Next is the swift sword style, blitzing targets with sheer speed. Finally, the flowing sword acts like water, gently parrying attacks before executing a deadly counter. The young man notes that even though the heavy and swift styles are complete opposites, he can clearly see both elements blending together in this single warrior's techniques. And just like that, something clicks in his mind. He realizes that while these martial arts look different on the surface, they actually originate from the exact same source. If a swordsman can master the core of all five and treat his weapon as a living, breathing extension of himself, he might finally reach a legendary level of power. With this sudden epiphany, he slowly closes his eyes to meditate, completely oblivious to the main army charging ahead. Raymond and Ragnar glance back at the protagonist, instantly realizing what is going down. Rem smiles, knowing exactly what this means. Their squad leader is about to level up his skills, so they form a protective defensive line to keep him safe. Now locked deep inside his own consciousness, he embarks on a mental cultivation journey. Our hero tells himself that theoretical knowledge is useless without action. Floating in this bizarre, meditative state, he looks up to find a massive wall representing his limits, which he must climb, completely unfazed by the battle raging around him. With his focus entirely locked on this obstacle, the young man struggles to break his limits. Determined to grasp this new power, he begins to scale the wall, eager to see what lies at the very peak. While the war continues to rage around him, the warrior finally spots a brilliant light shining from above, just as the allied forces start pushing the enemy back. As he climbs higher and higher in this new realm of understanding, the allied soldiers raise their weapons and cheer in celebration of their hard-fought victory. He finally opens his eyes and whispers that the conflict is finally over. Although the war is ending, the upcoming seasons are going to be chaotic, especially over in the Principality of Aspen. We find out that this fantasy domain is governed by three powerhouse factions. These three great noble houses hold all the cards. There is Aspen, the sovereign family, Courier, the mighty military clan, and Atkins, the administrative powerhouse. The chief administrator notes they are using a certain frog general as a convenient scapegoat. Since they deal with these monsters every single night, no one can really question their decisions. This makes the king absolutely furious, swearing that the greyhounds will pay dearly for this insult. However, the greyhound representative warns that their enemies are in for a terrible time. Meanwhile, as the army marches back home, the main character notes that, with the enemy forces retreating, their own troops had no choice but to head back as well. They travel toward Borderguard, a heavily fortified military city where 1 in 5 citizens is an active soldier. The local commander praises the Empire's elite warriors, specifically honoring the Nalalia heroes who secured their victory. He then calls our protagonist up to receive a reward for shattering the enemy's magic circles. As the young man takes the stage, the crowd begins to whisper, wondering how a supposedly useless leader could achieve this. They mock him as weak, claiming he must have stolen all the credit from his actual squad mates. As the trash talk spreads through the crowd, Max steps forward and tells the haters to shut their mouths. Andrew Gardner backs him up, warning everyone that the main character is not someone to be trifled with. If you enjoyed this recap, hit that share button, and I'll see you in the next video. The few allies who actually shared Encred's grueling journey smile warmly as they watch him get his well-deserved recognition. They know he is a total powerhouse, harboring secrets and potential far beyond what this clueless crowd could ever comprehend. After securing his hard-earned pouch of gold, the young man stares at the loot, genuinely clueless about its actual value in this fantasy world. Not knowing how to spend it, he is interrupted by his chatty companion, who eagerly asks if he needs some expert shopping advice. Our hero immediately nods, demanding to be taken to the absolute best legendary blacksmith in the entire city. Along the way, his buddy rambles on, questioning why the warrior would blow all his wealth on a single blade, even if his current weapon is totally shattered and useless. After all, scavenged steel is practically free on any bloody battlefield, so why pay premium price for a new slice and dice tool? However, the level-headed fighter explains that climbing the martial ranks takes more than just cool moves. He needs to officially flex his power. Unshedding his battered sword, he tells his companion that he's signing up for the promotion exam, declaring his days as a low-level grunt are officially over. His friend is shocked, having assumed the Dark Horse didn't care about titles, but the protagonist makes it clear that he refuses to rot at the bottom of the food chain. It is time to start making some serious power moves in this hierarchy. See, this fantasy army runs on a strict leveling up system to keep the troops motivated, meaning high-tier strength grants you elite status and prime benefits. To secure a higher rank, a challenger must defeat 3 seasoned combatants from that target tier in a public trial of strength. For the spectator soldiers, this is pure gladiator entertainment, and his greedy pal wastes no time setting up a gambling ring to take bets. The challenger laughs, mocking him for trying to leap straight from garbage tier to the mid-ranks, claiming the newbie's recent fame has inflated his ego. He sizes up his arrogant opponent, realizing this guy is a seasoned mercenary fighter who probably carried his team through actual battlefields. Meanwhile, in the betting pool, only one lone soul wagered on our underdog, leaving his buddy wondering who the absolute madman was. With a shrug, he decides to let the coins ride, knowing that talking is cheap until the steel actually starts clashing. Our hero reflects on how he previously broke his limits through endless loops of death, but this time he has to win in one single, flawless run. He tells himself to keep his focus sharp and look forward, refusing to let his unrefined combat skills hold him back. This is his chance to show the power of relentless training against opponents who used to be light years ahead of him. Times have changed, and he locks in, ready to fight with the absolute desperation of someone whose very survival hangs in the balance. With a wild war cry, the overconfident challenger charges forward to end the duel quickly. The young man decides to test out the advanced parry technique he picked up during his last deathmatch to shatter the enemy's guard. With one clean, calculated deflection, he sends the adversary's sword flying high into the air. The crowd gasps in shock as the disarmed weapon spins wildly out of control. As the blade sails away, he notices the poor challenger's fingers are now bent in a highly unnatural, painful direction. The defeated fighter instantly loses his mind, screaming in absolute agony and panic. Distracted by his own mangled hand, the screaming man leaves his entire front wide open to a finishing blow. Without wasting a millisecond, our protagonist closes the gap and delivers a brutal hilt smash straight to the mouth. The impact is devastating, sending the challenger crashing to the dirt as blood splatters everywhere. As his opponent grovels, the hero is left scratching his head, wondering why a mid-tier soldier could possibly be this pathetic. The arena goes dead silent before erupting in shock, stunned that the hyped-up underdog just secured an easy victory. Everyone assumes his teammate knew about this insane hidden strength, but his buddy is just as dumbfounded, admitting he only placed the bet as a joke. Onlookers tell him to have some actual faith in his comrade, while others wonder if the opponent simply slipped up, or if this newcomer is just terrifyingly fast. Suddenly, a massive veteran soldier steps forward, warning the newcomer not to get cocky after one lucky round. Dismissing the quick victory as a fluke, the challenger lowers his spear and steps up, prompting our hero to recognize him instantly. He is one of the elite heavy infantrymen, renowned as one of the most physically imposing tank builds in the entire battalion. The massive warrior twirls his spear tip in flashy patterns, attempting to distract the young combatant's focus. With a sudden, explosive burst of speed, he launches a deadly thrust. Moving purely on battle instinct, the agile swordsman reacts instantly and slices the spearhead right off the shaft. For a split second, he puzzles over the odd distance of the attack, wondering if it was some kind of secret martial arts technique. But he quickly realizes he gave the veteran too much credit, as the big guy is visibly trembling in fear. Exploiting the massive gap in the enemy's defense, our fighter decides to take his turn to strike. He plants a devastating front kick right into the soldier's gut, sending him flying backward. The giant crashes to the dirt, leaving the spectators and squad mates staring in absolute disbelief at this consecutive victory. Winning twice in a row proves this is pure skill, as a bottom-tier recruit has just embarrassed two established mid-rank veterans. When the announcer calls for the final challenger, the crowd suddenly goes quiet, terrified of the humiliation of losing to a supposed nobody. A nearby Hothed calls the crowd a bunch of cowards for backing down, but instantly shuts his own mouth when reminded that he was trash-talking him too. Just then, a familiar rival stands up, declaring that after his humiliating defeat, he has been training like a madman and wants a rematch. Mac pushes him right back down, warning him to sit tight, cause Incrid has leveled up so much that even he isn't sure he could take him in a fight now, so they both just keep watching very closely while Rem nudges the loudmouth next to him and tells him it's time to step up to the plate. The guy cluelessly asks who he's talking to, then completely freezes in terror when he realizes who is standing right there. Rem reminds him that he was just trash talking, saying our main character only got promoted by kissing up to the commander, so now he needs to go out there and prove his own skills. The guy stammers that he's really not that good, but he has no choice. Meanwhile, our hero realizes he got so used to the brutal struggle of survival that he never actually noticed how insane his previous death matches really were. Like, seriously. Think about the knife-wielding psychopath from the very first loop, or that deadly assassin who came right after. And let's not forget Mitch from the most recent run, along with the hardcore squad mates he sparred with every single day. Compared to that hellish training regime, his path to power has been absolutely brutal. His old mentor always warned him never to underestimate an opponent. Suddenly, the loudmouth finally steps up, asking if the young man is spacing out right before their duel. The protagonist just sighs and says no. He used to think that piece of advice would never apply to him, never imagining he'd actually be the one looking down on his opponent. The trash talker gets irritated and demands to know what's up with that smug look on his face. The young man can't help but grin, suddenly realizing he has finally become powerful enough to dominate. With absolute confidence, he admits he's just really curious. Curious to see what it actually feels like to completely overwhelm an enemy. He lunges forward, and the loudmouth immediately freezes up in panic. The main character slams his heavy blade directly into the man's defense. In this fantasy kingdom, raw martial arts power is the only thing that earns respect, which is exactly why they call it the Kingdom of Night. He lifts his sword again and delivers another crushing blow, instantly cracking the other guy's weapon. Looking at his shattered steel, the loudmouth stares up in absolute terror. Our OP protagonist raises his blade high for a final swing. He swings it down with massive force, stopping the sharp edge a mere millimeter from the guy's forehead. The poor guy's eyes instantly roll back, and he literally starts foaming at the mouth from pure shock. Sheathing his weapon, the young man calmly announces that he has proven his point. The entire crowd of spectators is left completely speechless and stunned. Then someone in the back hilariously points out that the loser actually wet himself. Suddenly, someone yells out, calling our hero the legendary Spellbreaker. The rest of the crowd joins in, agreeing that he really was the beast who shattered the enemy's flag, and that he wasn't just riding the coattails of his squad's reputation. Andrew Gardner jumps up like a total fanboy, chanting the nickname. The main character wonders what this guy is doing as the crowd keeps chanting the epic title over and over. The hype man is screaming at the top of his lungs, telling everyone else to join the chant, reminding them that if not for the protagonist's insane magic-disrupting feat, half of them would be 6 feet under by now. Soon enough, the entire arena is echoing with the name Spellbreaker, and just like that, the epic moniker sticks. He figures the title could be worse. Meanwhile, Kreese rushes over to congratulate him on officially reaching the mid-tier rank, but our hero tells him it's way too early to celebrate. He still has his eyes set on reaching the prestigious high rank. Kreese just stares at him in sheer disbelief, asking if he seriously plans on pushing even further into this insane leveling up journey. Just then, a mysterious figure in the crowd stands up, muttering that things are finally getting interesting. He steps forward, drawing everyone's attention. Whispers spread as people notice the elite eagle insignia on his sleeve, identifying him as a member of the Royal Guard. These guys are the legendary Border Patrol, elite troops who answer directly to the crown, leaving everyone wondering why a high-level hunter like him is hanging out here. The elite soldier approaches our hero with surprising respect. He politely asks the young warrior if he'd be down for another round of action, challenging him to an immediate duel. The two warriors lock eyes. Rem stands up, warning that this opponent is on a completely different level. The main character knows the border guards are essentially the kingdom's ultimate weapon, comparable to the legendary greyhounds, which means this challenger could easily be just as lethal. He wonders if he can actually survive a clash with a top-tier boss like him without relying on his reincarnation loot. Instead of backing down, he points his sword forward and tells the elite knight to bring it on. The guard smiles in amusement, noting that our protagonist doesn't show a single shred of fear despite facing one of the realm's best. After observing his combat style, the veteran admits the kid is way more interesting than the rumors suggested. The surrounding soldiers start hyping up the match, chanting for the legendary Spellbreaker to show them what he's got. Encrid and his comrades are chanting about how infantry are the undisputed kings of this action-packed fantasy battlefield, and the hype is absolutely deafening. Suddenly, an opponent snaps at them, asking if they have lost their minds, since this recent victory has clearly gone straight to their heads. He claims he is going to knock that cocky attitude down a few pegs as he prepares to teach them a lesson. Getting into his stance, the challenger suddenly bursts forward like an agile hunter to close the distance. As the gap shrinks, our hero locks in his focus, tracking the tip of the enemy's weapon and reading its trajectory. With a precise, minimal lean back, this guy effortlessly parries the strike and catches his opponent completely off guard. The enemy fighter notices that the protagonist wastes absolutely zero energy, which is a pretty shocking display of martial arts skill. Shaking off the surprise, the opponent lunges forward and grabs the main character. He grabs him tightly by the collar and tries to slam him down onto the dirt, but the young man counters by catching the opponent's arm and raising his blade right over the guy's head. A sudden chill of impending doom runs straight through the attacker's head. He realizes instantly that if he doesn't dodge right now, it is game over for him. The main character drives his weapon down with lethal intent. The heavy sword crashes down, but the agile opponent barely slips aside, letting the blade strike the ground. He immediately retaliates without wasting a single second. He draws back his weapon and unleashes a powerful thrust aimed straight at the protagonist's chest. Instead of flinching, the main character does something absolutely insane. He refuses to dodge and straight up grabs the incoming blade with his bare hand. Holding the sharp edge with his bare palm, he smashes a devastating knee right into the man's stomach. The soldier somehow steadies himself after that brutal blow, and the duel escalates to a whole new level. They both rush back in for another round, and our hero swiftly pulls a throwing knife from his gear. Both combatants unleash deadly strikes aiming directly for each other's vital areas. They target each other's heads in a double kill scenario, but the company commander suddenly intervenes. She steps right into the fray and effortlessly knocks both of their weapons aside in one clean motion, telling them to knock it off. She warns them that another second of this madness would have ended with both of them dead. Both fighters stand there catching their breath, covered in sweat and adrenaline. Meanwhile, nearby spectating Vincenzo looks like he is about to murder someone out of sheer annoyance. And he is not the only one looking tense as the rest of the squad has gathered around to watch. Robert just grins widely and chuckles about how the main character is one incredibly lucky bastard. The border guard fighter tells him not to get too ahead of himself, reminding everyone this was merely a friendly spar. He admits he almost had the protagonist cornered once he lost track of his movements, wondering how things would have played out if the fight kept going. He confesses he had zero expectations coming into this, but now he has to give credit where credit is due. The man introduces himself as Torres, a highly respected platoon commander in the border guard. The young warrior introduces himself in return, and the two share a respectful handshake. The surrounding crowd goes wild with shock, realizing our hero just went toe-to-toe with a special rank combatant. This feat easily places the protagonist at high rank status, and the surrounding soldiers finally start showing him some real respect. The main character glances at the hyped-up crowd and casually raises a hand as if this massive achievement is just another Tuesday. Torres laughs and says he loves that confident attitude, predicting their paths will definitely cross again. After acknowledging him as a top-tier warrior, the commander departs, leaving the protagonist feeling like he is one step closer to his goals. Now that he is making progress, we cut to a scene later that evening near the military encampment. Right outside the barracks, another high-ranking officer approaches the young man to pitch a recruitment offer. It is Graham, commander of the Heavy Armored Turtles unit, and our hero realizes this is his third offer today. Likely due to his leveling up and magic-breaking feats, though accepting means being permanently bound to the military system. Although the monthly perks sound amazing, he politely declines and offers a respectful bow of apology, leaving the commander to wonder if he is holding out for a different unit. But that is not the reason at all, and the officer remarks that the young man seems completely immune to their tempting offers. Still, he wants the protagonist in his squad, prompting the main character to ask if they would also recruit his buddy Rem. The commander agrees to take the friend, but draws the line at any complete lunatics, noting that surviving the previous monster horde was thanks to the buddy. Shortly after, Gracie asks if they should start packing up their gear, but the main character tells her to hold on. He says no, prompting her to ask why on earth he keeps rejecting these elite units when he could practically write his own ticket right now. Just as the young warrior opens his mouth to explain his grand plan, an unexpected guest suddenly walks in and interrupts their conversation. The crew turns around only to see Torres casually asking Ingrid how he's been holding up. Before anyone can reply, the veteran commander gets straight to the point. He wants our main character to join the elite border guard faction. He smugly points out that this squad of border guards isn't just some run-of-the-mill unit. They answer directly to the crown, making this an even sweeter deal than the turtle faction's offer. Robert chimes in, saying this is a golden ticket the protagonist could only dream of, and while passing on the others was fine, rejecting this is straight up insane. But Torres claims he knew exactly what he wanted the moment they crossed blades, seeking a true challenge, and if the young man decides to tag along, he'll throw him into some brutal training sessions and absolutely wild, high-stakes missions. This way, the rookie can finally awaken his hidden potential and unlock every bit of power he has. Rem immediately thinks the deal is done, and honestly, Ragnar and the rest of the gang agree. They're already celebrating and acting like the choice is set in stone. After a brief dramatic pause to build suspense, our hero replies that if Torres is offering non-stop hellish training, then he is already in the absolute perfect place to grow stronger. After all, his goal isn't just to hit his limits, it's to completely shatter them. Cut to later, and Rem is shivering under the covers, whining about the freezing weather and wishing he could literally chop the cold in half with his trusty axe. He asks where the protagonist is heading and demands he bring back some hot stones, though Odin complains that now that the battle is over, Rem is acting completely useless. Odin suggests that moving around will warm him up and invites him outside for some training, but Rem snaps back, threatening to end him. Odin then asks the protagonist to join in for a quick sparring session to warm up, but he politely declines, stating duty comes first. Still, Rem continues to yell after him, reminding him not to forget those precious hot stones. Walking outside, the main character observes just how incredibly fast winter arrived in this world. At the market, our protagonist explains the reality of their current situation. While the border guard's main job is high-stakes combat, the lack of active war means they're stuck doing routine city patrols. For today's shift, he gets paired up with two guys named Jack and Bo, making them a three-man squad. The young warrior wonders if they were part of the previous recon mission, since those names ring a bell. Jack mentions it's a huge honor to patrol alongside the famous Spellbreaker, and Bo chimes in to congratulate him on his promotion. Climbing from the very bottom to such a high rank is insane, but the humble warrior just plays it down, saying he got lucky. Jack wants to test his skills and asks for a friendly duel later, which our MC readily agrees to. They seal the promise, but as they walk, the two patrol partners keep crowding him, whining about the freezing weather. He dryly asks why they're standing so close, pointing out he's not exactly large enough to block the wind. Just then, a mysterious robed figure starts walking directly toward them. Instantly, our protagonist senses something is seriously off with this stranger. But as the figure stumbles forward like a helpless kid, he lets his guard down and moves to help. In the blink of an eye, a hidden dagger flashes out in the cold air. Before he can even react, the blade is buried deep straight into his chest. As blood fills his mouth, he struggles to process what just happened. To cover it up, Jack and Bo quickly laugh it off to bystanders, joking that their buddy just had too much to drink. They shield his bleeding body from the crowd, and that's when the young warrior realizes it was a setup. They are all in on it, and the robed assassin mockingly asks if he's shocked by the betrayal. The killer cold-bloodedly whispers that a greyhound never forgets its prey. The protagonist quickly pieces together that this half-fairy assassin was sent to eliminate him for breaking the magic spell. The deadly assassin brutally yanks the knife out of the wound. He drops to his knees in agony while his supposed allies, Jack and Bo, casually walk away. Jack calls out that the mission is complete and they should get out of there. Meanwhile, watching the whole scene unfold from a guard tower above, another soldier named Rotten gives a sinister nod, and the MC finally remembers their faces. They were the wounded soldiers from the recon mission that Krysa warned him about, the ones who contacted the enemy. As he collapses to the cold ground, he realizes he's outmatched 4-1, and surviving this won't be easy. Out of nowhere, a passing woman spots the bleeding soldier. She turns pale with terror and screams at the top of her lungs as blood pools around him. Peering across the street, Ingrid realizes that this fantasy action is about to get seriously. Interesting. Suddenly, this guy jolts awake in bed and cheerfully shouts good morning, prompting Rem to ask what his deal is, but he just claims he wants to kick off the day with pure energy. Rem immediately shuts down his enthusiasm by demanding he bring back hot stones, so our protagonist grumpily walks over to Odin, who instantly pours freezing water over his head and welcomes him to the chilling reality of Team Odin. The massive instructor asks his shivering squad leader what exactly he needs today. Our hero asks about that special body heating technique from earlier, and his mentor explains that it is called bare body training, a vital survival skill in this freezing fantasy climate that prepares your body for any threat. Eager to survive his next deadly encounter, the young man begs his teacher to train him. He vividly recalls seeing that flying dagger launch in the previous loop but being completely unable to react in time. His physical form had just locked up entirely from the bitter cold. Instructed to start stretching, the warrior mutters that he should have realized he was set up the moment Jack and Bo crowded him, promising to drop those two jokers first next time. But if he strikes too early, the real assassin will flee, while his coach mocks his pathetic flexibility, causing the leveling up rookie to groan that his joints are already screaming in pain. Soon enough, our main character is introduced to Jack and Bo once more, putting on his best customer service smile to say it is a pleasure to meet them. They suspiciously ask if he is freezing without his cloak, but he casually replies that he was just doing some light training. Suddenly, they begin closing in on him again, and the protagonist realizes his stiff muscles still are not fully warmed up despite the intense training from earlier. The clock is ticking, as this is the exact moment the hidden killer usually strikes, and the young man spots him lurking in the busy crowd right on cue. Wasting no time, our hero instantly throws his elbows back to smash Jack square in the face, though Bo manages to slip right under the deadly swing. Reacting quickly, the target asks if this guy finally caught on to their scheme, and reaches for his weapon. Spotting the sniper in the distance, our protagonist knows the assassin will either charge or bolt, so he draws his blades to finish these two goons quickly. The shadowy hunter suddenly flings a projectile that lets out a piercing, high-pitched whistle. The young warrior barely has a millisecond to register the sound before a deadly blade punches straight through his chest. Looking down in utter disbelief, he realizes whatever was thrown traveled way too fast for the naked eye to track, and even from that ridiculous distance through a dense crowd, the killer still landed a perfect bullseye. The assassin's accuracy is absolutely terrifying. Standing over him, the cold-blooded killer repeats his chilling catchphrase about a hound never letting its prey escape. The dying hero realizes the blade pierced his heart before he could even register it, moving faster than the speed of sound. Right on cue, the exact same woman from the previous loop starts screaming that a man has just been murdered. Having died once more, our protagonist now knows he must manage both close-range brawlers and a long-range sniper simultaneously. He just smiles at the Grim Reaper, wondering how on earth he is supposed to prepare for this chaos. Breaking down the enemy's attack pattern, he notes that while the half-fairy handles close combat, the sniper strikes from afar. Simple enough, right? This tactical puzzle is not impossible to solve, he continues, stretching his stiff joints. While muttering about his impending demise, Odin sits heavily on his back and jokingly asks if that is a threat, but our guy insists he genuinely feels like his body is giving out. Ragnar asks if they are running a medieval torture chamber here, while Rem chuckles and asks if it is really that bad. Our hero tells his laughing companion to come swap places and feel the pain himself. Just then Jack walks in for his guard shift, only to find the squad stretching and groaning in agony, except for their grinning instructor, who proudly calls this his personal torture domain. Jackson looks completely baffled by the scene, but our protagonist tells him to wipe that look off his face because they are simply training. The clever fighter then begins sketching a diagram in the dirt, explaining that he desperately needs a strategy to block the incoming projectile before it hits. The projectile speed and pinpoint accuracy are truly on a whole different level, and its aerodynamic shape is incredibly unusual. Jackson chimes in, asking if he is referring to a whistle dagger. Our hero asks if that is its official name, and the guard nods, explaining it is called that because of the eerie sound it makes while in flight. When thrown correctly, the victim never even hears death coming, meaning the safest bet is to steer clear of anyone wielding one. The young man nods, making a mental note to keep that crucial piece of advice in mind. Still, even the most legendary sniper cannot land a lethal blow if the incoming attack gets deflected. First, putting his plan into action, the protagonist raises his fists once more and swings wildly at Jack and Bo, nailing the former right on the chin, while the latter cleverly ducks under the blow. Rubbing his face, the agile rogue asks if this guy has finally figured out their secret play. Our protagonist, Ingrid, grabs the guy by the collar and uses him as a human shield, deciding these two idiots are officially his new best friends. Talk about a makeshift meat shield to block a flying dagger. The whistling sound of the blade echoes too late as he gets gutted in the stomach, while Bo catches a lethal hit right in the spine. Jack also takes a direct hit to the throat, making the protagonist realize this assassin threw 3 deadly blades in a split second. It was an instant kill, proving this stealthy killer is absolutely brilliant at his job. The skilled killer just stands there grinning and laughing at the carnage. While the crowd panics and screams about a murder in broad daylight, our main character realizes this psycho will happily eliminate his own allies if they dare block his path, assuming he ever viewed them as comrades to begin with. Not even slightly. The murderer crouches right next to him and mockingly admits he is thoroughly impressed. Despite dying, the young man just glares up at him with pure hatred, as the rogue repeats that classic line about how a hound never forgets its target. Once the target is marked, he weakly chuckles and says that persistent nature is actually a blessing in disguise. The executioner is genuinely baffled, asking why this dying dude is cracking jokes while literally bleeding out. As he lies dying, the killer yanks the whistling blade free and admits the kid is pretty amusing. He confesses that he completely underestimated this crazy regression loop as the weapon is ripped away. As blood spurts from the open wound, he mutters that a barrier is still just a barrier. The executioner demands to know why he seems to be enjoying this agony, telling the protagonist to laugh while he still has breath. Enjoy it while he can, because the crushing despair waiting for him at the end is what truly turns this situation into a curse. Speaking of a curse, the main character suddenly wakes up in his bed once again. Back at it again, he walks out of his room, muttering that this isn't a curse to him at all, but rather a massive leveling cheat. Feeling blessed, he asks Jackson to explain the secrets behind those whistling daggers. Jackson is taken aback and asks where on earth he heard about those legendary weapons, but the young man brushes the question aside to demand the details. Giving up on the source, Jackson explains that the weapon is crafted by compressing multiple ultra-thin blades together. This unique design creates a distinct whistling sound in the air, earning it the title of the unseen blade because normal eyes can barely track it. He asks how he's supposed to dodge something he can't even see, and Jackson bluntly tells him it's impossible. When he asks what happens if 2 are thrown at once, Jackson just stares at him like he's lost his mind, wondering why any assassin would throw 2, especially when 1 is already fatal, but the protagonist insists he needs to know. Jackson mutters that this guy is acting like a weirdo again, and questions how he even discovered this martial arts secret. He explains that trying to track the blade after it leaves the hand is completely useless, so you must read the thrower's wrist, since the trajectory is locked the moment it's released. Once it leaves the fingers, a master assassin can mask the movement, but once you spot the tell, it's easy to counter, prompting him to ask if he can learn the technique too. Jackson scoffs and says not with his current trash, tear-throwing form, making him groan about getting roasted yet again. After that brutal roast, Jackson asks if he actually wants to learn the proper way to wield throwing daggers. Our protagonist is stunned that the teacher offered first, while Jackson remarks that if he isn't fully committed, they shouldn't bother. But since he absolutely has to master it, the main character insists he is ready. He has to learn. Soon, back at the market square, those 2 goons Jack and Bo are shadowing him once more. Once again, he remembers that the moment a blade flies, he must react instantly to counter the strike. He needs to keep his muscles loose, then sharpen his perception like a master hunter the second the weapon leaves the hand. Spotting it and dodging it both follow the exact same rule, so he hyper-focuses on the exact location, right where the deadly killer usually spawns for his ambush. Spotting only the assassin's boots through the crowd, he prepares to strike back by drawing his blade. Drawing his steel in a flash, he cleanly decapitates the ambush threat on the spot. As the other thug panics, our hero intercepts the guy's arm before he can even react. Stopping him from reaching for a weapon, he spins gracefully and slashes right through his opponent's midsection, splitting his stomach wide open. Right on cue, the lady who always witnesses this gruesome scene begins to scream, screaming about a horrific murder in the middle of the street, as Jack and his partner collapse onto the pavement. As they collapse, the real threat, the primary assassin, slowly begins walking toward him. As the killer draws closer, he tells himself to lock onto the enemy's hands and transition from relaxed to hyper-focused. If he wants to survive this deadly fantasy encounter, he must guard his vital areas, especially his heart, which means he has to track the subtle movement of the killer's fingertips. Before he can react to the hand, a flying dagger embeds itself deep into his forearm, piercing his arm instantly, leaving him wondering how he didn't even catch the throw. The moment Ingrid looks down at his fresh cut, another flying blade pierces him right in the chest. Cursing his luck, this guy realizes that a attack was way too fast to dodge. It all happened in the blink of an eye, but he definitely spotted a clue right at the start. There was a sudden gleam in the killer's hand, and he is absolutely certain of it. The assassin begins reciting his classic villain dialogue, but the main character cuts him off. He finishes the killer's sentence, saying a greyhound never loses its prey, making the hitman freeze in shock. When the assassin demands to know how he could possibly know that, our hero simply flashes a smug smile. He promises they will meet again, knowing that after a few more loops, he will master every trick in the villain's book. As the next loop begins, this guy immediately jumps into action. He unsheathes his sword and drives it straight through Jack's throat without hesitation. He quickly takes down Bo next, knowing he needs to eliminate these two threats as fast as humanly possible. The bystanders panic and begin shouting about a cold-blooded murder. The protagonist ignores the chaos and pivots his body sideways. While scanning the area for the hidden killer, he decides he is done just wishing for a level up. Spotting the flash of metal in the assassin's grip, he tells himself that pure grit will get him through this. The deadly blade comes flying straight at him with terrifying speed. The young man concentrates on a single point, tracking the trajectory to deflect the blade with his metal gauntlet. The assassin twirls a second dagger and calls him insane while starting to break a nervous sweat. The warrior anticipates a frontal assault and prepares to dodge the incoming strike. However, it was a total feint, and the killer is still casually spinning that whistle dagger. The hero realizes the trick a second too late and braces for the inevitable. When the actual throw happens, the sharp weapon bites deep into his chest. Falling to his knees, he notes that this assassin can adjust his timing based on the target's evasive maneuvers. He pulls the weapon out of his chest, thinking it is actually a pretty sweet piece of gear. He stares at the bloody blade and mutters that he definitely needs to get one of these. Sometime later, he is attempting to spin a throwing knife on his finger in a quiet corner. He tries to flip it and chucks it toward a piece of fruit across the room. When he misses, his companion asks what he is doing, and the protagonist explains he is practicing with a whistle dagger. The companion points out that his current weapon is not the real deal, so he promises to acquire a proper one soon. As he continues to spin the knife, the unexpected happens. The cord suddenly snaps, sending the blade flying at high speed. It flies right past his friend's head, leading to an incredibly long and awkward silence. Fast forward to the 8th loop, and the whistle dagger is flying straight toward his face. The main character ducks under it, confident he will not fall for the same delayed attack trick again. But just as he avoids it, a sharp pain pierces him from behind. He completely forgot that Rotten was hiding up in the tower. Armed with a bow, he is shot, forcing our hero to restart the loop in this fantasy world. This time, the young man throws his own dagger and hits the sniper right in the throat. The killer mocks him for taking his eyes off the main fight and launches another lethal strike. Our protagonist gets taken out once more, but later on, the fruit he was practicing on finally gets hit. The blade impales it right while his buddy is holding it, causing it to fall to the ground. The companion stares at the MC in absolute shock, while the young man explains the arm only guides the weapon. He points out that the power comes from the entire body and wonders what he is still doing wrong. The companion tells him this is already impressive and asks if he has formal training in throwing knives. In reality, the friend taught him in a past life, but the hero lies and says he just copied someone on the battlefield. The companion wonders if this guy is some sort of prodigy with a cheat system or a secret martial arts genius. He then asks the young warrior if he has ever heard of the legendary throwing blade technique. He explains that it was originally created by a legendary figure. That assassin, Jorg, named the style after his whistle dagger, hoping for a silent weapon with a razor-thin edge. But it was too hard to wield, which created the current weapon, and the companion is shocked the hero didn't know its history. Encred noticed the enemy's stance was a perfect match for a stealthy whistle dagger throwing technique. Talk about a perfect setup for a fantasy assassin. Now, starting his 10th regression loop, his subordinate Jack asks where they are heading, to which the main character replies that they are taking a detour today, despite his companion warning that deviating from the market patrol could get them severely punished. Our protagonist immediately pulls rank, reminding the guard that he is the commanding officer here, so they will follow orders while he takes all the heat. The two suspicious soldiers whisper to each other, trying to figure out their next move as they march further away from the safety of the town towards a deserted hill. He knows the market was a setup for a deadly ambush and refuses to play along with their little game, even as his nervous squad mate suggests they should turn back right now, prompting the young man to bluntly ask what kind of payout they receive for selling out their own squad. Realizing their cover is blown, the two traitors draw their weapons and lunged at him in desperation. With steel drawn in a flash of action, the main character unleashes a clean horizontal slash that opens up the first attacker before driving his blade straight through the second traitor, ending them both instantly. He then casually glances up the hill as the actual mercenary assassin arrives at the summit, accompanied by their shady middleman Rotten. The middleman looks completely horrified to see the bodies. The young man simply sighs and tells them they are late, seeing as he already started the party without them. Without warning, the hostile hunter hurls 3 whistle daggers simultaneously at once. Our hero plants one hand on the dirt and easily vaults over the flying blades, remarking that numbers mean nothing if he can easily read the throwing hand's trajectory. The middleman tries to take advantage of the chaos and aim a crossbow to shoot him in the back, but the protagonist quickly whips a throwing knife straight into his forehead. The mercenary calls the fighter a fool for looking away in the middle of a fight, but this guy effortlessly deflects the next incoming blade with his heavy metal bracer. Suddenly, the killer starts breaking into a cold sweat as the young man slowly turning around to lock him in a cold, murderous stare. Feeling the overwhelming pressure of a high-level master, the assassin begins to tremble and demands to know who this guy really is. The main character coldly replies that a dead man has no need for names, calmly pulling a stray dagger out of his own forearm. He then casually asks how many more whistle daggers the opponent has left in his arsenal. The killer realizes this warrior knows the ins and outs of stealth weapons and wonders if he is dealing with a fellow rogue, before admitting he only has 2 blades remaining. The protagonist jokes that he is actually jealous since he only has 1 weapon left, causing the killer to snap that joking in this situation requires insane guts, and that this guy must be completely out of his mind. He warns the young man that the moment he throws his single blade, he will be wide open and dead. Our hero simply smiles and says there is only one way to find out, and they will both know the outcome soon enough. The opponent might be skilled enough to hide his hand, but he cannot hide the movement of his entire arm. The protagonist narrows his focus, realizing that reading the enemy's posture is the true trick to predicting and dodging these projectile daggers. Right on cue, the killer's arm tenses up while one of his hands keeps spinning a concealed blade, but the young man instantly senses there are actually 2 weapons ready to fly. The assassin fires them both, but our hero easily slips right past the double attack. He immediately counters by throwing his own dagger, forcing the killer to dodge frantically as his cape gets sliced. The protagonist keeps his eyes locked onto his target, correctly guessing that the man is holding even more secret weapons. When he catches a glimpse of extra metal hidden in the rogue's grip, his suspicion is confirmed. He raises his own weapon, leaving the assassin utterly stunned because the killer believed this guy was completely out of ammo. The main character swiftly dodges another volley of whistle daggers and throws his own counterattack, which the assassin barely manages to evade. The frustrated killer screams that the protagonist is a liar, drawing a concealed blade and calling him a dirty bastard, to which the young man replies that they are both playing dirty, though he admits this close combat style is a new development. It seems there is no rule in this fantasy world, saying an assassin is strictly limited to ranged attacks far away. The rogue charges in low, a maneuver the main character notes as a completely new move. When the opponent lunges forward with his blade, the protagonist easily sidesteps the attack and grabs his wrist, casually declaring that none of this matters. Now, trapped in a vice grip, the assassin finally realizes he is in serious, life-threatening trouble. It is absolute chaos as Encrid yanks the assassin closer. The main character raises his heavy blade to deliver the final blow. He declares it is game over for this target and swings it down with maximum force. The strike splits the hostile's skull wide open, slicing clean through his armor and chest. Our hero pants heavily, pulling his bloody weapon free as the lifeless body collapses to the ground. The young man sighs, noting that it took him 10 grueling retries just to bypass this single hurdle. It was a massive wall to scale, but he exhales a breath of pure relief. Looking up to the heavens, he admits that this loop of endless struggle is addicting. Constantly dying, leveling up, and finally securing the win feels absolutely incredible. With a grin, he eyes the corpse to see if he can loot some rare whistle daggers. He searches the pocket dimensions of the dead assassin and finds a few hidden in the coat. He loots the daggers off the chest and decides to keep them for himself. Back at headquarters, the beast commander asks if he survived a sneak attack, guessing he led the threats away. The protagonist plays it cool, claiming it was just a coincidence, even with the new gear tucked in his vest. She calls bluff, questioning how he took on 4 elite enemies and walked away practically unscathed. He shrugs off the scratch, claiming that Lady Luck is simply on his side. She gives him a sharp, piercing look, making it obvious she does not believe a single word. The young man carefully avoids her gaze to keep his poker face intact. Eventually, she gives up and orders him to return to his assigned post. So our protagonist takes his leave and heads back to join the rest of the squad. He opens the door to the barracks, calling out that he has finally returned. But instead of a warm welcome, a giant battle axe comes flying straight at his face. He relies on his insane reflexes to dodge the lethal weapon just in time. Rem is stunned he dodged the surprise attack, while our hero asks if he has lost his mind. But Rem argues it is good training for the real assassins. To teach him a lesson, the main character tells him to eat this and hurls a scorching hot stone. Rem catches the projectile bare-handed, realizing a second too late what it actually is. He starts screaming in pain, but the thrown axe had actually shaved off a chunk of our hero's hair. Seeing the damage, he asks Craze what he charges for a haircut, ignoring Rem, who is still crying in the background. They settle on 8 copper coins, but our hero still tries to negotiate a discount since they are squad mates. Craze tells him to go find a professional barber in town if he wants to complain, but the protagonist refuses. He complains that town barbers are awful. Just as snow begins to fall and Craze mutters about the freezing weather, Rem complains about the snow while Odin calls it a divine test, and the young man realizes they are all standing out here to act as his bodyguards. He wonders how the enemy infiltrated the border guard, questioning if the 3 dead recruits were corrupt from the start or turned later. He asks Craze about their backgrounds, learning that Jack was drafted straight out of prison for theft. Bo was signed up for insulting a noble, earning Rem's respect, while the protagonist also secretly admires the move. Craze adds that Rotten was a mercenary for a failed merchant guild, meaning all 3 joined recently under suspicious circumstances. Hearing this, our hero realizes there is only one logical connection. It has to be the infamous Thieves Guild, a criminal enterprise that likely knows the entire city's layout. He presses Jackson for info on the guild, and when questioned why he asked, the main character says he just had a hunch. Jackson sighs, admitting his cover is blown, and reveals his contact inside went dark after the guild's reconstruction. With that dead end, Kreis finishes the haircut, and Rem comments on the fresh new look. The young man feels his short hair, looks at the sky, and notes that the snow is really starting to pile up. Jackson announces he is heading to the city tonight, but Rem immediately calls him out for trying to escape chores. He was clearly trying to dodge shoveling duty, which gives the main character a brilliant idea. He proposes they all sign up for an active quest, meaning they can avoid manual labor altogether. The moment he mentions skipping the snow duty, the entire squad is instantly on board. Even Craze agrees, making our hero realize just how desperately this entire team despises physical labor. The protagonist offers to get the commander's approval, but Ragnar jokingly calls him lazy for not asking sooner. They head indoors where even Odin tells him to move fast, while their supervisor marvels at their sudden teamwork. Desperate to avoid the cold, the main character visits the commander to pitch their sudden desire for a mission. She asks if he wants official permission to investigate the local Thieves Guild, and Crisis eagerly nods, desperately hoping she will sign off on his quest. While she ultimately grants her approval, it is incredibly obvious that she still smells something fishy. She keeps a laser focus on this guy, especially since he desperately avoids meeting. Her intense gaze, prompting her to narrow her eyes and ask if this is just a lazy excuse to dodge his mandatory guard duty. Before she can even finish the accusation, the young man blurts out a denial, claiming he only wants justice, while internally panicking that she saw right through him. So incredibly fast. Soon after, the main character rejoins his party members, who immediately demand to know where this sudden rogue guild investigation plan even came from. Our protagonist clarifies he is actually targeting the Gilfing Guild, but when Encred admits he has zero intel, he decides they will just have to find out the hard way, while poor Rem is literally freezing to death in the background. The main character tells their scout Jackson that they will wait cozy at the tavern while he goes out to locate the enemy's secret hideout. The scout asks how on earth he is supposed to track down a hidden base with zero clues, only for the MC to tell him to just use his brain and figure it out. The poor scout can barely believe this is the actual command he is being given by his lazy boss. Yet being the absolute loyal teammate he is, he reluctantly accepts the mission right away. Seeing this instant and unquestioning obedience, the young man actually starts to wonder if he is the strange one in this party. Meanwhile, the group gathers inside a cozy local inn known as Vanessa's to escape the blizzard. Over a bowl of hot pumpkin soup, the main character asks what they will do if the Gilfin Guild actually turns out to be innocent, but the others argue that innocent or not, they are still criminals. Someone needs to wipe these mobs off the map anyway, and the protagonist thinks for a moment before calling over their pretty waitress Lisa, telling her to wait up. She curiously asks what he wants, and he leans in close to whisper a secret message. Watching this, the party wonders what in the world he is whispering about, but the real concern is that Jackson still hasn't returned, and even for a veteran hunter, he was sent out with absolutely zero intel or support. The young man begins to worry that his command was way too vague, and he almost feels a twinge of guilt for leaving him out in the cold. Meanwhile, our loyal scout is perched on a snowy rooftop, keeping a sharp eye on the streets below. Watching the snowy alleyways below, he remains completely motionless, acting like a stealthy assassin and letting the heavy winter snow pile up all over his body. Suddenly, something highly suspicious catches his sharp eyes. He spots 2 shady individuals walking stealthily down the dark street. Back inside the warm tavern, the party asks the MC how he knows Lisa, and he casually explains that her dad makes shoes, and her dream is to run a shop in the capital. leaving everyone staring in disbelief, while he just shrugs and says pretty women make the best future customers for his business. Finally, Jackson bursts through the tavern doors, completely caked in snow, and announces that he has located the enemy hideout. Instead of celebrating, everyone just stares at him, completely baffled by the massive drift of snow. On top of him, Jackson just stares right back, waiting for them to finally answer and show some appreciation, but instead, Ingrid slowly pulls a giant chicken drumstick straight out of his mouth and casually tells Jackson to sit down and eat too. Jackson flatly declines and demands to know why they are still loafing around when they should be moving out immediately, but Ryan complains that it is way too freezing outside. The frustrated scout threatens to warm him up with his own boiling blood. Ingrid agrees they need to move, but warns that the heavy blizzard will slow them down, suggesting they wait for the storm to stop before they head out. However, looking at the endless storm outside, he realizes this blizzard won't end anytime soon, so he quickly reverses his decision and tells everyone to gear up. Despite their complaints about his sudden flip-flop, the young man insists that he has waited long enough. In no time, the squad is marching out into the freezing, cold snow. Rem is still shivering violently and complaining about leaving the warm fireplace of the tavern behind, just to freeze out here. As they navigate through a narrow, dark alleyway, a seemingly harmless beggar suddenly draws a concealed dagger and glares at them with murderous intent. He is not alone either, as a whole mob of hostile enemies suddenly ambushes them from the shadows. Behind him, Rem tosses his blanket aside and greets the first thug with a smirk. He throws out a mocking remark, smashes another brawler right in the face, and asks Jackson if this is one of his buddies, while Kreese chimed in that they probably belong to the local Gilfield Guild. Jackson explains these thugs will lead them straight to the hideout, pointing out a hidden hatch that the street beggars were guarding. The hatch is locked, but Odin tells the party to take a step back. He pulls his fist back, delivers a classic knock-knock joke, and literally punches a massive hole straight through the barrier. After breaking it open, he jokes that the enemies must have forgotten to lock it, meaning they can just walk right in. Rem calls him a total brute, which is hilarious coming from him, while Henkard simply notes he doesn't care how it gets done as long as the path is open. Once the doors open, they head inside, and Rem asks what kind of questions they should ask first. The main character replies that questions can wait. First, they use some good old-fashioned brute force as they venture down a narrow hallway. Little do they know, the guards inside have already been alerted. Having been warned a hostile group is waiting to ambush the main character's squad, their leader sneers that reporting a failure to their superiors would be too annoying, so they might as well handle the intruders themselves. One lackey worries that this might go south, but the others surround him as the leader mocks them, asking why they should fear a bunch of nobodies. Right as those words leave his mouth, the heavy door flies completely off its hinges. Odin kicks it in, jokingly remarking that this door apparently wasn't locked either. Now the leader is starting to realize he might have just picked a fight with a legendary boss-tier squad. Brim suggests they just wipe them out now, but our protagonist disagrees, telling them to start with the ones who prey on the weak. He tells the enemies that those willing to surrender peacefully can go straight to a cell. Anyone who wants to live should throw down their weapons and step right over this line. He draws a line in the dirt and gives a final warning. Refuse to cross, and you die. Rem asks why they aren't just slaughtering everyone, and the young man casually replies that he changed his mind. In reality, he just thought saying that made him look incredibly cool, leaving Rem looking even more confused. The enemy leader laughs, calling him a low-ranked trash mob and asking if he seriously thinks he can order them around. Odin remarks that these fools are completely blinded by arrogance and won't listen unless they are forced to. The protagonist raises his blade in agreement and asks which one of them claims to be the strongest. The leader grins, thinking this is going to be an easy fight. He orders their top-tier swordsman, Wyvern, to step up. The guy with the mullet steps forward to accept the challenge. Walking up, he arrogantly assumes the main character won't even be able to block his strikes since he has never lost a duel. But before he can even finish that thought, he lunges forward with a swift strike. Our hero easily parries the incoming blow, redirecting it with zero effort. He thrusts his sword straight through the mullet-headed warrior's chest. He notes that this is the classic Volan mercenary style, stabbing while talking, and he's gotten very used to it. The leader starts sweating bullets as the protagonist asks if that was really their strongest fighter, because he'd love to see the rest while the defeated swordsman screams on the floor. The young man gives the survivors one final ultimatum: surrender now or die on the spot. The remaining henchmen just freeze in absolute terror. They stare at him, with a few probably wondering if this guy is actually just trying to flex on them right now. They hesitate, but after realizing they are completely outmatched, some of them drop their guard. Finally, they toss their weapons aside to surrender, but their leader loses his mind. He snaps, calling his subordinate a pathetic coward, and swings his sword right at him. The traitor turns to face the incoming blade, braced for the end, but before it can connect, a throwing dagger whistles through the air and embeds itself directly in the leader's forehead. The protagonist had thrown it with pinpoint accuracy to save the surrendering thug. The leader collapses to his knees and dies instantly, leaving the remaining guards standing there in absolute shock. As they stare at the corpse, Rao admits that move was actually pretty awesome. It was undeniably a cool move. Jackson nods in agreement while Ragnar just looks annoyed that he didn't get to join in on the action. In this epic fantasy moment, Encrid could tell that the entire gang of thieves knew they were completely cooked. After that insane display of action, the remaining thugs immediately hit the deck, begging for their lives. Not wanting to end up in a coffin, they whimpered as the party's rogue asked if it wouldn't just be easier to wipe them out right now. The bandits started spamming the classic, "I have a sick mother at home" excuse, but the protagonist immediately shut down their pity party. That's when a brave bald bandit stepped forward, volunteering to take the fall since he claimed to be the infamous leader. The young man raised an eyebrow, asking if this cue ball was actually the legendary chief of the local guild. He pointed at the freshly defeated boss on the floor, questioning who was actually running this low-level dungeon. The protagonist was utterly confused by the guild's hierarchy until his ally explained that these crooks constantly swap fake aliases to dodge the law. The bald guy confessed that their late boss was a total monster, but pleaded for the lives of the rest of the crew. He offered his own neck to save them, causing the entire mob to start crying, because he was apparently a wholesome neighborhood protector. Even the rogue started catching feelings, asking the protagonist if he was really going to execute these guys after hearing their sob story. The bald man kept pleading, offering up all their guild's hard-earned gold and loot just to buy his crew's freedom. Our main character stared down at the pleading man, while his scheming companion stood in the back wearing a massive grin. The guild member explained that the main vault was locked tight, and the key was lost with their dead boss. But lockpicking isn't necessary when you have a powerhouse teammate who literally rips the vault door off its hinges to reveal the treasure. The protagonist told his crew to start looting, leaving the defeated bandits watching their stash get raided. One grabbed a slick new dagger, another snatched some high-tier leather armor, while the giant of the group looked for valuable relics. The protagonist himself started digging through the pile of treasure to see if there was anything worth keeping. That's when he spotted a sweet set of light armor that looked both incredibly durable and perfect for high-speed action. He claimed the gear for himself, right before his sneaky strategist ally called him over with a wild idea. The strategist suggested that instead of destroying the place, they should just take over the entire operation. The young man asked if he was seriously suggesting they become syndicate bosses, to which his buddy responded with a chaotic smile. He argued that even if they wiped out this criminal nest, another one would just pop up in its place. Therefore, it made way more sense to the bald guy as a puppet leader to run the guild under their secret control. The protagonist pondered the proposal, feeling like this entire situation was falling into place a little too perfectly. He began to suspect that his cunning companion had planned this entire setup from the very beginning. The mastermind laughed, openly admitting that he had leaked the coordinates to ensure all the prey would gather in one spot. He added that this deal would secure them a monthly passive income and a constant stream of valuable underworld intel. The protagonist claimed he didn't care about the gold, but hey, a little extra funding for their journey never hurt anyone. After agreeing to the terms, his buddy informed the bold bandit of their new corporate restructure. From now on, they were going to run a reformed guild that focuses on clean operations and purges the actual scumbags. The new puppet leader warned them that staying active would get them all killed by a terrifying threat. He explained that their late boss answered to a shadowy lord whose enforcer, a creepy guy named the Frog, visits twice a year. If that collector realizes the old boss is dead and the vault is empty, he will hunt down every single one of them. The strategist shrugged it off, pointing at his overpowered party members and joking that they had much worse monsters on their side. The protagonist announced to the group that since they had finished their raid, it was time to pack up. The rogue gave him a dry look, asking if he seriously thought their chores for the day were finished. The young man froze, suddenly remembering the actual reason they were sent out here in the first place. He peeked outside the window and saw a massive winter storm raging across the fantasy landscape. The giant warrior mentioned he had some personal business to take care of in the area before they headed back. Their resident priest sat by the warm fireplace, claiming he needed to meditate and reflect on his holy system. Another companion announced he had a quick errand to run, promising to return before sunrise. The protagonist was surprised by how busy his party members suddenly became when there was work to be done. Deciding to slack off, he wrapped himself up and decided to get some well-deserved rest. The following morning, he reported to the local commander, claiming they had successfully cleared out the bandit threat. The captain narrowed her eyes, asking if he enjoyed slacking off on his snow shoveling duties. He acted completely innocent, though in his mind, he was stunned by how quickly she saw through his cover story. She then mentioned she heard rumors about him never backing down from a direct challenge. After he admitted it was mostly true, she drew her blade and challenged him right then and there. The protagonist accepted the match, utterly confused about why he was getting a duel instead of a demotion. She is absolutely furious, and a split second later, she sweeps Ingrid right off his feet. Before he can even react to the move, his body goes airborne and he slams hard against the dirt. She immediately orders him to stand up, but the moment he reaches for his trusty sword, she executes another lightning-fast sweep that sends him flipping through the air. He gets tossed like a ragdoll yet again, leaving our hero wondering what kind of cheat code speed she is hiding. Her slender frame has always looked incredibly delicate, but she strikes like a steel whip, ordering the main character to stand only to drop him over and over again. Before long, this guy is face down on the ground, completely exhausted. Looking down at him, she remarks that he used to move like he had some future sight cheat, but now he just looks completely clueless. She admits she still has no clue who he really is, but one thing is certain: he shattered the magic spell and eliminated 4 dangerous assassins. She then glances at the sky, notes the falling snow, and warns that she will keep a very close eye on him. The protagonist can hardly believe she was actually getting worked up over something as simple as the winter weather. He calls himself pathetic for being this weak, realizing he has mastered swordsmanship but has zero experience fighting with his bare fists. Now he sees the massive gap in his skills, a martial arts discipline that leverages the entire body, and Odin is the perfect master to teach him how to unlock this power. We cut to the eccentric teacher squatting while holding a massive, uprooted tree. He tells the young man that the absolute foundation of any combat style is conditioning the physical form to its peak before slamming the timber down. Honestly, he is not wrong. The protagonist contemplates this while a random soldier in the background screams about who ruined the landscaping. Ignoring the noise, the mentor explains his extreme physical leveling up technique. He calls this brutal routine the isolation method, smiling as he warns that the pain will be so intense that our hero should consider himself already deceased. Luckily, facing death is this guy's specialty, so he is more than ready to begin. The training kicks off with a massive boulder strapped to his back while he does deep lunges, and he quickly realizes he might actually die this time. The coach explains that isolation training relies on total muscular overload, forcing the body to break down so it can rebuild itself stronger, even as the trainee's legs start to wobble violently under the pressure. The master demands he hold the stance for 10 seconds, claiming to know the boy's limits better than he does himself. Right before adding extra pressure, he grins wittily, suggesting the rookie must regret not starting this intense grind a long time ago. The teacher notes that the physical foundation needs serious work before actual combat lessons, but the young man shuts down that train of thought. He has no time for remorse. The past is ancient history, and he must stay hyper-focused on the present if he hopes to survive his next deadly trial. Remembering the horrors of his first regression loop, he looks up and asks for the next lesson while still holding the agonizing pose. The mentor is genuinely shocked by the sheer determination and willpower of his student. Grinning, he admits that he has massive respect for the young squad leader, and they immediately advance to the next level of torture. With even heavier stones piled on, the coach jokes that our hero will be crawling back to the barracks on hands and knees. The pet leopard quietly observes this absolute murder-level workout routine under the bright sun. The trainer forces the warrior to hold heavy rocks with both arms completely extended. Even though his muscles are screaming for mercy, the young man refuses to give up. Meanwhile, the mystical beast just sits there, patiently watching the spectacle. Later that night, the exhausted fighter literally faceplants right into the entrance of his quarters. Rem looks at him in shock and asks if he is being bullied by the seniors. He wants to know why the protagonist returns looking like a zombie every single day, but the main character shrugs it off as basic physical leveling. While they talk, the leopard crawls over and tries to comfort the battered warrior. Rem asks if he plans on keeping the creature as a pet and suggests naming it, prompting a brief moment of deep thought. Since it feels warm, he suggests Heater, which earns him an angry hiss before he tries Blacky Blue due to its glowing eyes. That terrible name is also rejected, and Rem points out that his naming sense is absolute animal abuse. Still, the protagonist defends his choice, thinking the name is quite charming, but agrees to keep brainstorming. He promises to come up with a better title for his new companion later. The beast peacefully curls up next to him as the exhausted fighter finally drifts off. Soon he finds himself dreaming of a beautiful, endless field of flowers, but when he opens his eyes, he is shocked to realize he is actually walking through this fantasy landscape while the sky above shines with a mystical aurora. Muttering about how bizarre this entire situation feels, Encrid has a dream without his usual creepy boatman, making him realize this fantasy realm vibe is totally different from his normal nightmares. Beautiful flower petals drift through the air in this bizarre spiritual dream space. The young man turns around and spots a mysterious cloaked woman walking straight toward him. As she draws closer, he notices her eyes are glowing with the exact same deep blue hue as the magical beasts, those leopards he fought earlier, leaving this warrior completely caught off guard by her presence. She is absolutely drop-dead gorgeous, and she softly utters a single word to him. The name Esther rolls off her lips as she introduces herself, declaring that it is indeed her true name, while the protagonist suddenly looks down in shock. He realizes this beautiful maid is suddenly lying right next to him in his own bed. The girl starts sweating nervously as she realizes how awkward this situation is. But since it is the middle of the night, the main character already has his muscular arm wrapped tightly around her. She blushes furiously in the dark while the young man sleepily murmurs to her. He wishes her a sweet goodnight, pulls her closer like a plushie, and immediately falls fast asleep. The next morning arrives, bringing a whole new round of training for our hero. The swordsman heads outside, prompting his buddy Rem to ask where he is going in such a rush. When he says he is going to train, his friend calls that gross and asks if his body isn't still screaming in pain from yesterday. But he claims he feels completely fine. His body actually feels incredibly light, and the beast girl whispers that of course it does. She cast high-level recovery magic on him because he needs to lift her curse, so she cannot let him die from overworking his body. His buddy asks if he secretly met a high priest last night, but that the protagonist replies that he simply dreamed about someone. He mentions dreaming of a beautiful woman, making his friend tease him about having that kind of dream. His friend asks for details on her looks, and the main character flashes back to that magical encounter. Remembering the girl's striking face, he bluntly admits she was incredibly gorgeous. The hidden mage sighs with relief that his eyes actually work, explaining that mages are always chasing deeper mysteries. While seeking ultimate knowledge, she got hit with a dark curse that turned her into a beast and sealed her magical powers. One day, she followed the heavy scent of another curse across the fields, which led her directly to this weird guy. As she watches his intense martial arts training, their instructor Odin is shocked to see the boy recovering so fast. He is already punching harder than yesterday, and after finishing his set, he neatly stacks his heavy training stones. He accidentally calls her by her pet name, prompting a furious hiss from the girl before he quickly apologizes. She explains that true names hold immense power in magic, and calling her the wrong name weakens her seal even more. With the tiny bit of mana she had left, she tried to reveal her real name but messed up the spell sequence. That glitch is the reason she temporarily reverts to a human at night, which is super embarrassing for her. Fortunately, the protagonist is way too dense to realize what is going on and make things worse. According to her analysis, he is afflicted by a massive curse that hasn't completely consumed him yet. The dark energy inside him is so immense that it acts like a black hole, absorbing smaller curses and slowly restoring her magic. Over time, her strength will return, and later that day, the young warrior gears up to spar with his mentor. The veteran fighter rushes forward, launching a devastating knee strike. The protagonist swiftly ducks and slips to the side to dodge the brutal impact. However, the experienced instructor anticipated this evasion technique perfectly. The veteran reaches out, grabs our main character by the face, and slams him directly down. Crashing into the ground, he is reminded that true martial arts require a properly conditioned body. Grabbing the young warrior's wrist, the trainer warns that fancy swordsmanship is useless if the user is too slow. He might still move like a slow turtle, but his physical frame is undergoing a rapid evolution. The most impressive part about this guy is his absolute refusal to give up, showing how locked in he truly is. A full month of hardcore training passes and green grass begins to sprout through the melting winter snow. The protagonist keeps up his daily grind, and now the entire squad is actively pitching in to help him level up. During their sessions, he thrusts his practice blade forward with incredible speed. He aims a swift strike at Rem, who grins in genuine surprise at how much the rookie has improved. The rookie can actually hold his own in a real fight now, and once they wrap up training, the protagonist grabs a meal. He finishes eating and immediately challenges the veteran Ragnar to a friendly duel. The veteran tells him to wait until he finishes his food, then completely wrecks him anyway while critiquing his lack of adaptability. When it comes to raw martial arts ability, Encrid has already nailed down the basics, relying on pure muscle memory to react instinctively in battle, though he knows that perfecting his form will still require endless repetitions. Confronted with this exhausting grind, our hero simply lets out a soft sigh, cracks a smile, and admits that this is exactly what he's best at doing. Later that night, he closely examines his trusty blade, realizing that while sparring with the squad is great, true leveling up requires real field experience against deadly monsters in the wild. Suddenly, a sudden rustling sound nearby makes him jump, just as Jackson lunges out of the shadows with a surprise attack, which the young warrior effortlessly blocks. His sparring partner grins, claiming he won't be caught off guard anymore, and noting how much the protagonist has improved lately. A squadmate tells them to take their training outside, but Jackson fires back, asking why he's back so early instead of making them money. Just then, Esther sits up in bed, and the squadmate suddenly looks like he just hit the jackpot. He immediately starts hunting for a shed claw, convinced it's easy money, right before a sudden knock echoes on the door. Slipping out of bed, the main character wonders if his squadmate is actually lazy or just secretly hardworking. Opening the door, he finds the female commander waiting, who instructs the protagonist to follow her. He assumes they're moving out because the winter snow has finally melted, but she explains that isn't the reason. A fresh quest has popped up, and he needs to take on a special request from the Mercenary Guild's bulletin board. Our guy explains that this system runs parallel to the standard soldier ranking, allowing civilians to hire active troops for private security. Since soldiers are cheaper, better disciplined, and way more polite than typical cutthroats, the system is a huge hit, and he'd been eager to try it out. So this is absolutely perfect. Nearby, another soldier yawns loudly, complaining about finally finishing his grueling shift. After working nonstop looking for a distraction, when he spots our hero talking to the commander, the squadmate asks about the party size, and she replies they need a team of 3, telling the protagonist to recruit one ally while she fills the final slot herself. That catches him completely off guard. Why on earth is she tagging along? A bystander chuckles, bringing up their recent duel and playfully asking if the two are secretly dating. Seeing the young man's awkward expression, the beautiful commander asks if partnering up with her makes him nervous. The gossiping onlooker smells romance in the air and immediately starts cheering him on, telling him to shoot his shot. In no time at all, the entire military camp is whispering that the captain and the spellbreaker are a couple and have somehow already managed to have children. Later, as the protagonist trains, the rumors keep flying, with onlookers shocked that a guy with his rugged face bagged a literal fairy, though they admit they look amazing together. Meanwhile, our hero is completely oblivious to the origin of these wild stories. The second he steps back into the barracks, Rem loudly shouts at Daddy's home and asks about the baby's due date, forcing the main character to yell that they've got it all wrong. The squad is eating up the gossip, and his buddy playfully tells him not to be shy about it since the truth will surface anyway, but he flatly shuts it down. Ragnar thinks the matchup is legendary, advising him to stay close to her, keep up his training, and joking that even Odin would approve of this match. Our protagonist sighs that this feels more like teasing than praise, while Rem asks for the date, joking that playing third wheel will be painful but he'll survive for his best bud. The young man facepalms and asks if they are actually talking about the actual military mission, quickly realizing that his friend is dead serious about tagging along. Rem complains that there's no one else qualified to go, but the main character points to Jackson, who instantly declares he's ready for action. Rem is devastated, asking if he got dropped on his head for choosing that crazy cat instead, but he points out that Rem would probably try to axe the client if he got annoyed, so absolutely not. Jackson asks if he was only chosen because he's easy to manage, but the main character reassures him that his extensive experience with these quests makes him incredibly useful. The cat-like fighter smiles and offers a single piece of brotherly advice, warning him not to lose his heart to a dangerous woman unless he wants it to come back and destroy him. The protagonist dryly replies that he definitely doesn't need any relationship advice on that subject. When they meet up with the beautiful commander, our hero asks when their client is scheduled to show up, and she replies they'll be here shortly. He looks away, praying she hasn't caught wind of the wild rumors, because that would be incredibly awkward if she did. Naturally, she immediately brings up the rumor about the two of them raising children together, causing him to instantly sputter out a panicked denial, while Jackson struggles to suppress a massive laugh. Glaring at his squadmate, he asks if he finds this funny. Jackson denies it, but he knows the cat definitely heard every word. The commander teasingly asks if her questioning makes him uncomfortable, and he quickly denies it, but when she asks if he's happy about it, he blurts out no before awkwardly switching to yes, growing more flustered as she continues teasing him. Thankfully, a luxurious carriage rolls up, and Jackson notes that the client has finally arrived. The commander clicks her tongue in disappointment, murmuring that the fun was just getting started. She turns to welcome the guest, leaving him stunned that she could joke about that with such a keeping a total poker face. Incred realizes his new quest is basically playing bodyguard to a wealthy merchant's kid, A massive merchant guild known as the Loxford Trading Company is currently in the middle of a cutthroat succession war to decide who takes the throne. As the new head of security, the main character's sole job is to make sure these pampered hares don't end up neutralizing each other. He fully expects to meet some greedy, obnoxious brat looking for an easy handout. Instead, a stunning young lady steps out of the carriage and introduces herself with pure elegance. Meet Leona, the prime heiress of the trading company, who greets the escort squad with a polite nod. Once the pleasantries are over, they roll into town while she whispers secrets to her maid, leaving our protagonist sitting quietly in the back carriage. Ever since that first greeting, the wealthy heiress hasn't spoken a single word to the mercenaries directly. All of their directions are filtered through her maid, who tells them they will be resting at a local tavern while waiting for the others. So basically, they are just high-end meat shields hired to ensure she survives the trip. Remembering his master's training, the young man notes that assessing an opponent's age, stance, and gaze is crucial for predicting their next move. Naturally, he starts analyzing the people around him to gather some intelligence. He spots a left-handed guard walking with heavy, burdened steps, and his sharp intuition tells him she is packing serious heat. She seems incredibly skilled, and though nobody here is at a master rank yet, his threat assessment skills are sharp. Seeing him so focused, Jackson asks if he is getting bored and wants to pass the time. He suggests a sensory listening game, where the main character has to identify random background noises, like pinpointing a rustling bag to a lady at the market. As they continue, a tongue click tests him, but he is too slow to react before his partner reveals it came from a guy by the shoe shop. When they arrive at the inn, a guard informs them that the heiress will be resting upstairs, while the rest of the crew waits. While waiting downstairs, their commander joins them, eager to try the game, prompting the protagonist to note that elves possess insanely sharp hearing, far superior to humans, in fact. When a metal clink rings out, the elf commander instantly calls out that a blade hit the floor right by the upstairs staircase. The young warrior jokingly complains that he doesn't even stand a chance of winning this game anymore. However, he suddenly realizes the tone of the game has shifted, feeling way too tense to be a simple pastime. His companion suddenly asks where the hidden watcher is lurking in the shadows. The commander coolly points right behind him just as a shady figure reaches for a hidden weapon. In a split second, they both strike simultaneously and neutralize the assassin before he can even unsheath his sword. His buddy confirms they are officially being ambushed, and the commander nods in grim agreement. Chaos erupts instantly as the rest of the tavern guards panic while a wave of killers floods the room. A stealthy hostile lunges directly at our protagonist from his blind spot, but he swiftly spins around with his weapon drawn to counter the attack. With one clean slash to the neck, he drops the guy before hearing a loud shriek echo from the upper floor. Realizing the VIP is in mortal danger, the young man sprints up the steps to protect her. A hostile shouts and hurls a volley of throwing daggers at him, but his comrade casually deflects them with a frying pan. Talk about some absolute PUBG logic. Meanwhile, the elf leader absolutely dismantles the threats on the ground floor. The enemy forces are completely taken aback by this insane power level but try to overwhelm them with sheer numbers. His partner takes down another attacker with a lethal strike while the main character continues his dash to the top. The squad leader admits that almost every warrior under his command actually outclasses him in raw strength, yet they follow him blindly, leaving the female commander highly curious about the source of his leadership. Just then, a screaming attacker charges directly at her. She simply smiles, calls it amusing, and instantly dispatches the fool with a swift strike to the neck. Up on the second floor, the young warrior pins a foe to the wall with a brutal thrust, realizing his growth. After surviving fights against monstrous elites and half-elf killers, basic ambushes like this don't even faze him. His grueling training has evolved him to the point where he feels like an entirely different beast altogether. Even though his mentor constantly complains about his slow progress, he knows he is leveling up. The main character can feel his movements getting incredibly clean as he boots another foe over the balcony railing. Suddenly, he watches the female guard get blasted straight out of the VIP's room and crash into the wooden barrier. He sprints directly toward the door of the room to stop the attackers. Peering inside, he sees a fanatic shouting a holy battle cry while closing in on the heiress. Her loyal maid throws herself in front of the blade, screaming for the young lady to get down. The protagonist knows he is too far away to stop them with thrown daggers, and time is rapidly running out. Desperate to close the distance, he suddenly remembers a high-speed mobility technique he witnessed in a past battle. Recalling that legendary night on the battlefield, Encrid knows his current leveling up status won't let him mimic that god-tier move perfectly. He is still far from his peak level, but this fantasy warrior isn't one to back down. The young man decides even a bootleg version of the technique will do, launching himself forward like a high-tier hunter. He needs to cross the distance in time, because the assassin's stealth attack is already closing in. The lethal blade swings down, but our hero intercepts it in a flash of pure action. Stepping directly into the danger zone, he takes the full force of the blow on his back to shield his ally. Leona is saved as the sharp edge scrapes uselessly against his armor, making the assassin absolutely lose his mind. The killer freezes in sheer shock, because the strike didn't even leave a scratch. The main character mentally thanks the Gilfin Guild for the premium gear, casually telling his attacker they should take this party downstairs. Without waiting for an answer, he grabs the stealthy rogue and throws him like a sack of potatoes. He flings the guy over his shoulder and hurls both of them straight through the window, sending them crashing down to the ground. Right outside the building, the dazed assassin is struggling to process what just happened. The rogue coughs up dirt while the protagonist casually dusts himself off, joking that he used the bad guy to cushion his landing. Looking down from the shattered window, the stunned lady stares in disbelief while he yells up that the second floor is finally clear. This assassin is clearly going through it after that unexpected gravity check. Even with a bruised ego and body, he struggles to his feet and pulls out a second hidden blade. Brandishing his dual weapons, he screams that the main character is insane and asks if he is some kind of elite border guard. Our hero just laughs it off and says no, which only gives the overconfident killer a false sense of hope as he readies his dual-wielding stance. Looking closely at the enemy's martial arts setup, the young man notices the two swords are actually asymmetric. The different lengths don't faze him at all. He wonders if this is some rare flowing sword style, just as the killer boasts he will slaughter him first before butchering the girl. With Leona next on the hit list, the protagonist asks the villain if anyone has ever told him he talks way too much. Annoyed by the disrespect, the killer charges. The attacker lunges forward, and our main character quietly admits to himself that this is his first decent warm-up in ages. Acknowledging the guy has some actual skill, he shifts his weight, settling into a solid defensive stance while plotting his next move. Deciding to test his opponent's speed first, he watches as the assassin readies a thrust with one hand and raises the other weapon high. With the second blade poised high, the young man realizes both attacks are set to land simultaneously. It is a classic Valen duet style. As the first slash aims for his neck, he smoothly slips left, narrowly dodging the follow-up strike that instantly follows. He ducks under the swinging metal, but the persistent assassin thrusts again, forcing the protagonist to remain on the defensive. Taking a quick step back to create some breathing room, he watches as the desperate killer lunges forward with everything he has. The attack is heavy, but the main character swiftly slips past him, repositioning himself on the blind side. Before the assassin even realizes his strike missed, he finds himself completely outmaneuvered. With the hero standing directly behind him, the assassin realizes he messed up big time, because nobody is supposed to dodge that combo. Having evaded every single hit, our protagonist admits he is actually impressed. He remarks that he could never master such a style due to his own lack of innate talent, though this guy's speed reminds him of a certain stabbing expert. Thinking back to his first regression loop, he compares the two, prompting the furious assassin to charge back in while screaming about his nonsense. Labeling our hero as completely insane, the killer tries to focus, while the young man sharpens his own senses. Locking his eyes onto the twin blades, everything suddenly clicks for the hero as he instantly reads the upcoming trajectory. Anticipating the exact path of the next swing, the protagonist raises his arm and thrusts his own sword forward in one clean motion. With flawless execution, he drives the blade straight into the assassin's chest, leaving no room for evasion. The clean hit stops the enemy cold, leaving even the main character slightly surprised by how smoothly the strike landed. Honestly shocked by his own power, he murmurs that he was actually aiming directly for the heart. He admits his alignment was slightly off as the wounded man screams, while the young man pulls his blade out. Recognizing he still has a long way to go in this fantasy world, he realizes he needs way more training under his mentors. While thinking about his training with Jackson, the main character watches the defeated target collapse. The elite fighter drops to the floor while his panic-stricken accomplices scramble out the back exit, screaming about a tactical retreat. He naturally wants to hunt down the survivors, but his mentor quickly stops him, pointing out that this loud duel has already attracted way too much attention. The young man argues that the targets are getting away, but his guide calmly explains that it is perfectly fine, leaving him quite confused. Instead of chasing them down, the veteran reminds him that their primary mission isn't to play bounty hunter. Since the enemies fled on their own accord, the client is perfectly safe, and our hero agrees that they need to stay focused on the main quest. Keeping their eyes on the prize, the ferry commander praises his combat skills, prompting him to ask if she is unharmed. Seeing his concern, she playfully tilts her head and teases that he must have a massive crush on her. Joking about being his secret lover, she claims her heart is fluttering so fast she probably won't be able to sleep tonight. Hearing this cheesy line, the main character just stares back at her with a completely deadpan expression. Ingrid keeps a total poker face as Leona shoots him a direct question, asking if they are actually a thing. He hits her with a cold no, but she refuses to back down, dramatically asking if their entire fantasy adventure together meant absolutely nothing. Staring back with the ultimate NPC energy, the protagonist internally wonders what the heck is wrong with these people. Trying to break the awkward silence, she asks for his name and our stoic hero finally introduces himself. After hearing it, the young lady offers her deepest thanks for his rescue and promises to reward him handsomely later. He casually brushes it off, explaining that he was simply fulfilling the quest objectives he was assigned to do. She clearly has more she wants to confess, but she decides to bite her tongue for now. Fast forward a bit, and our main character gives us a quick breakdown of the aftermath. The captured assassins were dragged off to the local military garrison, and extra troops were deployed just in case another wave of hostile mobs spawned. Chilling at a tavern table, the young man tries to analyze the identity of these stealthy attackers, noting that some of them had seriously high-level skills. This definitely was not a random street mugging, leading him to deduce that the rival heirs of the Merchant Guild are the prime suspects. Suddenly, the wealthy heiress walks down the stairs and remarks that he is up early. He simply replies that he is currently on active duty guard status. Pulling up a seat right next to him, she slides her chair closer to make her pitch. She straight up scouts him, asking the powerful warrior to join her private family defense force. She boasts that compared to what she is offering, the standard Roquefort Fried Company is practically pocket change. Her faction is backed by elite groups like the legendary Wilderness Shepherds hailing from the remote Beast lands. She also mentions the infamous Black Leather Guild, renowned across the realm for their high-tier dragon hunts, not to mention the elite glacial rangers who patrol and protect the frozen northern wastes. Even possessing just one of their secret trade maps could make a regular hunter rich for generations, which she thinks is too sweet of a deal to pass up. The heiress admits the former leader's sons are complete fools, and to secure the association's future, she needs top-tier talent.
She needs fighters strong enough to pull her back from the brink of death, yet loyal enough not to betray her for a bigger bag of gold later.
Usually, warriors would kill for a spot on her roster, and she doubts this mysterious fighter is any different, offering him literally whatever his heart desires. But he drops a cold, instant rejection, leaving her completely flabbergasted by his lack of hesitation. She is utterly stunned that he rejected a cheat code tier offer without even blinking and demands to know why. Right on cue, Jackson walks down the stairs and points out begging someone who already said no is a pretty bad look. The commander pipes up as well, teasing that this desperate recruitment tactic does not fit a high-class merchant at all. Realizing she lost this round, the heiress bows politely and concedes the point. She mentions that the rival heirs are scheduled to arrive by noon, so she needs to prepare for the upcoming drama. As she heads back up to her room, the other two squad members smugly stroll over to him. Jackson chuckles and teases him about somehow securing a wealthy heiress, asking if he has a thing for high-maintenance girls. He denies it, but the teasing continues, with his ally joking that he needs to stop collecting waifus left and right. The ferry commander jumps in on the fun, jokingly calling him a total heartbreaker and claiming to be deeply offended. Playing along to end the teasing, the protagonist sighs and sarcastically apologizes, suggesting that maybe his preferences have simply evolved. This witty comeback leaves both Jackson and the commander completely speechless, shocked that he actually fired back with a joke. Unfortunately, the surrounding patrons overhear the banter and immediately start whispering about him being a player who juggles multiple women. Seeing the rumors spread, the commander just grins, thoroughly enjoying his public embarrassment. Meanwhile, he sits there drowning in pure regret for even attempting to match their banter. Sometime later, a new face named Creasy Allman enters the scene. This newcomer immediately brings up the gossip, saying he heard the rumors about him spending the night with the high-ranking official. The entire tavern joins in on the roasting, laughing about how he bagged a wealthy lady instead of focusing on his job. Jackson asks the newcomer if he only showed up to join the roast session, but the man gets serious and states this involves the powerful Gilfin Guild. Hearing this, the main character nods, noting that he actually needs to leverage this information. He requests a quick favor, asking the informant to track down the runaway assassins and uncover their grand scheme. We then get some lore about the former guild master, who was known throughout the kingdom as a legendary merchant and a highly respected businessman. Recognizing her genius intellect and sharp instincts, the old master wanted his stepdaughter to inherit the entire operation. However, the biological ties bound him, and he simply could not bring himself to completely disown his own bloodline. Because of this hesitation, he passed away without officially naming a sole successor to inherit the guild's massive fortune. Cut to another location, where a luxurious carriage is slowly traveling down the cobblestone streets. Inside, the biological son receives the disappointing news that their high-profile hit job ended in absolute failure. His subordinates complain that he should have let their elite guild handle it, lamenting that a perfect opportunity went completely to waste. While Encred watches silently, the man sitting across from Polite reassures him that they will find another way to keep their shady deal alive. The agreement is still solid, and the greedy nobleman eagerly promises a massive reward the moment he inherits the estate. Meanwhile, the mysterious third passenger riding inside the carriage keeps his mouth shut as they finally pull up to the local inn. They step inside the tavern, immediately drawing curious stares from the patrons as they scan the room. The arrogant noble sneers at the dusty floorboards, complaining that only someone like Leona would drag him to a dump like this. His gaze quickly shifts over to a dark-haired warrior sitting nearby. You can tell from the stranger's powerful aura that this guy is definitely not someone to mess with. He is clearly a top-tier fighter, and he looks down to lock eyes with the main character. But he quickly looks away, treating the protagonist like he is just some low-level extra who isn't worth his time. Shaking off the disrespect, the annoying noble points a finger and demands they go summon his rival right now. The mercenary leader quietly congratulates himself on bringing their skilled swordsman along for security. If he had brought their hot-headed heavy hitter instead, the guy would have mistaken the stranger for a beast and started a brawl. Just as the swordsman reaches for his blade, his commander holds him back, while the noble demands to know what the holdup is. Right on cue, the lady of the hour makes her grand entrance down the stairs. She instantly tells him to shut his mouth, because all that screaming makes him look pathetic. She points out his tardiness, but he snaps back that he is right on time, mockingly suggesting she needs to train her staff better. The lady responds to his attitude by delivering a crisp, satisfying slap across his face. The main character sighs, realizing that absolutely nobody in this fantasy world is sane, especially his own oblivious bodyguard. The humiliated hare yells to ask if she has lost her mind, but she calmly fires back that he is the actual lunatic here. She points out that picking a fight with guards contracted by the royal military is a terrible idea, unless he wants to spend his remaining days rotting inside a dungeon cell, prompting him to quickly plead ignorance. The shady figure standing behind him clears his throat, silently plotting to silence him forever. Flustered, the noble jumps in surprise and tries to shift the blame, demanding to know how an outsider could have pulled this off. He gets angry that she dares to raise her voice at him, but she simply scoffs at his fragile ego. Even though he was adopted into the family, he still cannot read basic trade maps or manage a simple budget, to which he proudly claims that bookkeeping is what servants are paid to do. She retorts that she wouldn't waste a single second on him if the inheritance rules didn't force them to negotiate the family succession. The young man realizes the previous family head was far too soft, since she is clearly the superior successor in every possible way. She reminds him that his only claim to the fortune is bloodline genetics, prompting him to demand why that even matters, only for her to grab his chubby face to make her point. She looks him dead in the eye and notes that his severe lack of brain cells makes her wonder who his real parents are. This final insult is enough to push him completely over the edge. Fuming with rage, he goes to draw his blade, prompting the main character to prepare for combat. But he pauses when the formidable warrior he spotted earlier reaches for his dual weapon. The air grows heavy with killing intent as the combatants prepare for action. The mysterious fighter subtly adjusts his stance, signaling that a bloodbath is about to erupt. The protagonist waits patiently for the first strike to initiate the clash. While the cowardly hare begins to panic, his bodyguards quickly step up to protect their client, forming a defensive wall directly in front of him. Recognizing the martial arts form, he realizes the enemy is preparing to unleash a deadly technique. It is the legendary swift sword style, and our hero wants to see just how fast this skill actually is. He wants to test if it can rival his ally's brutal strength or a silent dagger, urging the opponent to show his true power. The moment the steel begins to slide from its scabbard, the atmosphere becomes electric. The protagonist smiles and draws his own weapon, but a loud shout suddenly halts everyone mid-swing. A captain named Torres steps into the room, declaring that draw-cutting in front of the crown's border guard will be treated as an act of treason, leaving the snobbish noble looking completely panicked. While the spoiled hare shivers in fear, our protagonist looks absolutely annoyed by the interruption. He clicks his tongue in frustration at having a good fight ruined. The bodyguard stares at him, suddenly recalling his leader's words about how nobody in this world is normal. Amidst this seemingly normal fantasy setting, Torres quickly concludes that Encred is easily the most bizarre guy around. Meanwhile, the commander notes that the captured assassins are foreigners, meaning the border guards are taking over the case after the thugs confess to being hired by a merchant guild. With a wealthy association involved, it looks highly likely that Polite actually hired these sellswords to secure his inheritance. The shady puppet master pulling his strings immediately chimes in, asking if the hitman named a specific merchant guild, arguing there is absolutely no proof without a name. Seeing through the bluff, the commander tells the annoying advisor that he talks way too much and asks if he seriously thinks they are that naive. Before things escalate, Leona chimes in with a proposal to keep hunting for hard evidence while they work to unmask the true mastermind. She suggests locking up both herself and her rival until the culprit is found, which immediately causes him to panic and protest. The greedy brother yells that he never agreed to such terms, while our main character finds it incredibly bizarre that the actual victim is practically begging to be locked up. The officer explains that the captured lackeys were just low-level mob monsters who knew nothing other than the fact that they were following their leader's orders, but the young lady points out a loophole. She reminds them that the investigation is far from over since a few of the enemy agents managed to escape the battle. One of those runners could easily be the actual boss, or at the very least, hold all the juicy details about the plot. They absolutely need to hunt them down, prompting the commander to ask what happens if they fail to locate the mastermind, to which she coolly responds. She claims that is his problem to solve, but since arguing about the inheritance in front of the guards is a bad look, they will head back to the city on the condition that everyone cooperates when summoned. However, our clever protagonist points out a major flaw. The border patrol will stop guarding her the moment they depart. Her personal bodyguards are no match for her rival's hired fighters, especially that deadly rapier wielder, meaning she will be custom-made target practice once the patrol leaves. Surely a sharp businesswoman like her must be fully aware of this deadly reality. So, what is her master plan here? Right on cue, her maid hands her an item as she declares that a true merchant never requests a service without offering top-tier compensation. She promises to hand over this valuable treasure to anyone who manages to capture the fugitives. The moment she begins to unsheath the weapon, Jackson looks visibly shocked, leaving our main character wondering what the big deal is. She proudly reveals it as the legendary fourth masterpiece of the Carmen collection, the mythical Carmen stiletto. She asks with a smirk if this high-tier loot is enough to motivate them to hunt down the runners. Hearing about the epic gear, Jackson immediately steps forward to claim the quest. He declares with absolute certainty that he is taking on this high-stakes job. The young warrior is totally baffled by his companion's sudden burst of motivation. He cannot comprehend why a single dagger has suddenly turned his friend into a hyperactive hunter. Even the greedy brother recognizes the artifact instantly, his jaw dropping in disbelief. He frantically asks if she has lost her mind, questioning whether she even comprehends its insane value. She bluntly states that since it belongs to her, she can throw it away if she wants, while our hero asks if the blade is truly that special, leaving his buddy utterly dumbfounded. The eager ally cannot believe the young man has never heard of this legendary weapon, forged by a mythical blacksmith. This creator began life as a lowly slave, evolved into a vengeful assassin, and waged war using 7 unique weapons he crafted himself. The fourth weapon in that legendary set was this exact stiletto, an artifact some would gladly trade a small fortune of lives to possess. Interrupting the history lesson, the commander declares that everyone is now under house arrest and strictly forbidden from leaving. While confined to the tavern, the main character reassures his hyped-up partner not to stress about the prize. He explains that he already sent his reliable ally on a scout mission to track the fugitives, so updates should arrive shortly. As the hot-headed rival fumes with rage, the mysterious warrior holding the rapier turns around. The silent assassin locks his gaze directly onto the protagonist. Feeling the heavy pressure, our hero slowly turns his head to face the threat. Their eyes clash in a silent confrontation, and it feels as though the deadly swordsman finally recognizes him as a worthy opponent. After a tense moment of mutual respect, the killer quietly turns his head away. Later that night, the paranoid hero worries that if the failed assassination attempt is traced back to them, they are completely ruined. His shadow advisor calmly reminds him that fighting the border guards is suicide, meaning they just have to play the waiting game. If the succession remains gridlocked, the wealthy investors will make the final call, prompting the greedy brother to smirk since he has already laid the groundwork. He has secretly promised massive kickbacks to anyone supporting his claim, figuring that securing even half of their votes guarantees his victory. Peering out the window, the rapier assassin spots our protagonist performing insane core training with heavy stones piled high on his back. The physical strain is visibly brutal, yet the relentless young man refuses to yield to the pressure. He pushes through the pain, determined to level up his physical stats. As he wraps up his intense workout, the commander wonders why he bothers with such boring, basic conditioning, prompting the young warrior to ask what the officer wants. The commander chuckles and suggests that this forced house arrest is actually the perfect opportunity for them to kick back and rest. Our hero coolly responds that lounging around only makes sense if everyone's time held the same value in this world. He explains that for natural natural-born geniuses and hard-working grind-set fighters like himself. Time is the ultimate resource that cannot be wasted. Encred feels like a single week stretches into a month or even a whole year in this fantasy world, leaving him zero time to overthink things. With no time to waste, this guy picks those heavy stones right back up and starts curling them, determined to utilize every single day to build an absolute unit of a base. Watching this intense leveling up session, one of the soldiers mutters that the young man is seriously bizarre, or perhaps they are the ones who are just completely lazy. The veteran commander ponders that thought for a brief second. He stands up and tells the rookie to stop obsessing over grinding his stats, pointing out that he is already plenty strong. After all, their previous match was only a draw because the commander underestimated him. So what does our protagonist think will happen now? But instead of backing down, the main character just stares him down. Then he flashes a cheeky grin and nods, which can only mean they are about to throw hands once again. In no time, the crowd is hyped up and cheering as the boss man launches his attack. The clash is instant and both warriors freeze with their blades stopping mere inches from each other's throats. Even so, the veteran would have taken the W, and the crowd cheers for his 7th victory. He brags that it's only natural, though the peanut gallery quickly reminds him that the rookie has already beaten him 4 times. The young warrior immediately demands another round, prompting the commander to ask if he's actually a monster, since they've already gone at 11 times. Just then, one of the soldiers yells that he wants a piece of the action, and another guy jumps in too. Soon, everyone is shouting about taking the main character down, while the elegant elf watches from the sidelines, calling them absolute barbarians, especially at such a late hour. The next challenger steps up and swiftly slams our protagonist to the ground. The very moment he hits the dirt, the silent rapier user in the corner is shown analyzing the move like a hawk. Up on his feet, the young man asks what kind of martial arts wizardry that was and demands a repeat, making the challenger call him completely insane. Meanwhile, the rapier specialist notes that losing doesn't seem to hurt the guy's pride at all. Instead, he behaves like a kid who just found a shiny new toy, showing zero hesitation or fear, even against a much stronger opponent. Still, after the main character gets face planted into the dirt yet again, his opponent sighs, pointing out that he keeps falling for the exact same move 3 or 4 times in a row. He notes the kid has absolutely zero natural talent for fighting. However, this time the protagonist swats the man's hand away and perfectly copies the martial arts throw, slamming his opponent onto the hard ground in the exact same brutal fashion. The commander cheers at the top of his lungs, and the rest of the crew joins in, hyping him up and asking who's next in line. The fairy commander watches from afar, remarking that the protagonist is charming everyone like a professional heartbreaker. When Leona asks if they are dating, she says no, but then drops a bomb by claiming they are actually married. As Leona stands there completely stunned, the fairy commander casually adds that while there was no ceremony, she thinks they might even have a kid together, leaving the poor girl totally baffled while our hero wishes she would just go back inside. Right then, the quiet rapier expert finally steps forward. He politely asks if it would be alright if he joined the sparring session. The young warrior turns to find the master swordsman ready to jump right into the action. The commander raises an eyebrow, wondering what this high-level guy is plotting. The rapier user humbly admits that his own talent isn't anything supernatural, but he still feels a strong urge to pass down some skills, and just can't help himself. However, the soldier who just got thrown warns that the swordsman is on a completely different level, and they should probably just watch from a safe distance. Of course, the main character refuses, stating he has been waiting for an opportunity like this. The master looks directly at the young man, realizing he fully understands the stakes, and smiles as their comrade watches the scene unfold from high above. The atmosphere shifts instantly, because even if the veteran is only holding a simple wooden stick, he still possesses an incredibly deep and dangerous aura. The protagonist grips his weapon, telling himself he needs to be absolutely ready. He raises his training sword as the master takes his classic fencing stance. The two duelists lock eyes in a tense silence, and then the expert raises his wooden practice sword. The young warrior feels a massive wave of intense pressure spreading through his entire body, making him feel like he is standing right back on a bloody battlefield. Without warning, the swordsman thrusts forward, and the protagonist immediately sharpens his focus. By lock-focusing his gaze on a single point, he manages to trace the trajectory of the strike as it slices through the air, spotting a subtle feint hidden within the move. Despite the trick, the lethal point is aimed straight for his neck, forcing him to try and block the path to strike first. But before he can react, it feels like his throat is already pierced, catching him completely off guard. Talk about a reality check. Encred couldn't even raise his guard in time to block the incoming strike. Honestly, it is not just him who is completely frozen. The entire crowd is watching in absolute shock. The fast-talking swordsman smirks, telling our hero that while his reflexes are decent, his body is just way too slow. The protagonist has to admit that this legendary swift sword style is no joke. It is way faster than he anticipated. He really thought his training arc had leveled him up, but this encounter is proving he still has a long way to go. The difference in their stats is just ridiculous. That guy's speed level feels like a cheat code. The sheer pressure radiating from the opponent is absolutely crushing. As the mysterious expert turns to walk away, the young man just laughs and calls out to him. He begs the OP swordsman for just one more round of sparring. The veteran fighter chuckles, genuinely impressed by the kid's relentless spirit. It's a brutal montage of defeat as the MC keeps getting wrecked until the rest of the squad falls asleep from watching. However, the ferry commander remains wide awake, thoroughly enjoying the free entertainment. As the exhausted warrior stumbles, the master of the rapier offers some harsh truth. He explains that anyone walking the path of the sword eventually faces the despair of an unbeatable wall. The beaten protagonist collapses onto the dirt, completely out of breath. He coughs up dust while the master points out the massive power gap, yet our stubborn hero refuses to give up. Dragging himself up once more, he prepares to fight, but Jackson points out his reaction time is still too slow to dodge. If he keeps fighting like this, he will never break through his current limits. To help him smash through that wall, Jackson decides it's time to teach him the true meaning of speed. The master swordsman calls a halt, declaring that they have done enough for the day. He suggests they get some sleep, since the tired rookie is completely drained. Covered in sweat, the boy praises the man's skills and vows to master the swift sword style himself one day. The veteran laughs, saying the boy's determination is impressive, though it is a pity he lacks natural talent. Sometime later, the squad member nicknamed Crazy calls out to their group. He yells over to the protagonist and Torres, announcing they successfully captured the runaway mercenaries. The captured sellswords are lying bruised and beaten on the dirt road. Standing right in front of them, the main character nods in approval and commends the effort. Crazy waves off the compliment, joking that tracking down these runners was barely a warm-up. Leona assumes these men belong to her squad and offers her gratitude, even though her armor is still trashed from the fight. Torres steps up, aggressively questioning the prisoners to find out who hired them. As he demands names, the suspicious figure named Polite immediately gets nervous. He visibly tenses up just as one of the captured mercenaries starts to talk. The mercenary spits out a confession, pointing the finger toward Aspen. He claims a wealthy merchant guild from that region wanted to stir up trouble in the disputed territories. The thug claims he doesn't know the exact client, as they only received a letter promising payment upon completion. Leona notes that while that might be true, the border guards will be the ones deciding their fate. Torres smiles and asks if she was secretly hoping the slimy nobleman was behind the plot. She admits she definitely wanted to bust him, even offering her precious stiletto as a bounty. Torres laughs, stating that kicking mercenary butt is just their daily routine, so the bound prisoners are ready to go. With the captives secured, the party prepares to hit the road. Just as they start moving, Jackson smugly pulls out the newly acquired stiletto. The main character tells him to stop flaunting the weapon, like a kid showing off a shiny new toy. Craze warns the protagonist not to get seduced by Leona, since she is terrifying, but he denies it and asks if Craze is even paying attention. Craze then lowers his voice, pointing out that something is off, because those goons looked like they work for Polite. They blamed Aspen instead, but Craze recalls a highly suspicious encounter he had yesterday. In a quick flashback, a mysterious figure met with the mercenaries, mocking them like they were crazy recruits. The stranger claimed allegiance to Leona, which left Craze completely baffled by the contradiction. Craze explains to the protagonist that the enemy already knew the location and had the guild under surveillance, setting up a cover story. The MC questions the motive, noting that exposing Polite would have actually given Leona the political upper hand. Just then, Leona approaches them, expressing her relief that the young warrior didn't get hurt. Encred realizes she stayed behind to keep her loyalty tied to the previous leader's legacy. She admits that the old boss probably didn't give two hoots about her anyway. The main character asks if she'll survive without his squad's protection once she crosses the border, especially if that snake Polite strikes again. She confidently tells him that everything is already taken care of, so he can chill. There's zero need to sweat it, especially with a massive reinforcement squad waiting nearby. Right at the city gate stands a dashing, knightly commander leading a heavily armed unit. The leader introduces himself as Mattis, the commander of the elite rope-fried merchant association guard. He announces they are here to escort their new boss, Leona, and the entire squad salutes in agreement. The young man realizes she was playing 4D chess, stalling for time while securing the shareholders' votes with her sharp wit and elite info. This girl is seriously on another level. Talk about a terrifyingly clever woman. Leona mentions that begging him to join her would ruin her vibe, so she won't ask. Still, she notes that people naturally gravitate toward him and root for his success. She hopes their paths cross again down the road, hopefully as allies. Our hero looks at her outstretched hand and gives it a firm shake, agreeing completely. Right on cue, Polite leaps out of his carriage like a drama queen, calling Mattis a traitor and crying about how much his father did for them. Mattis isn't having any of it and tells him to stop dragging his own family's reputation through the mud. He straight up calls him a fool, leaving Polite trembling, while the mysterious puppeteer sighs that their grand scheme was a total bust. Even though it failed, the rapier-wielding warrior points out they didn't walk away empty-handed. For starters, they now know the new boss of the Merchant Guild is incredibly cunning. Plus, he managed to dig up some fascinating intel on a very peculiar warrior. In a quick flashback, the rapier guy tells our protagonist to put down his blade. He admits he respects the young man's sheer grit, but warns that hard work without raw talent is just depressing to watch. Our main character chuckles, noting he hasn't heard that cliché insult in a minute. He never paid attention to doubters in the past, choosing instead to pave his own path to power. By constantly pushing past his limits, he forced his way forward, leaving the rapier user to wonder. The swordsman wonders what crazy force fuels this guy's endless determination as he walks away. The following day back in the bustling city, the young man tells Rem it's time to wake up. Rem grumpily complains that he's only being dragged out of bed to go train with that smug cat-like jerk, but our hero corrects him, explaining that he actually needs his partner's personal assistance today. Rem's face immediately brightens up, and the main character begins practicing his lightning-fast swordsmanship. He explains that the first step to mastering this technique is finding the perfect trajectory and locking onto a single target. Aligning his blade, he prepares to thrust, noting that the second step is mastering pure acceleration. You need explosive speed, ensuring that every single slash is lethal and clean. With ultimate efficiency, the lightning-fast strike actually draws a drop of blood from Rem's neck. The main character is genuinely shocked as he sees the crimson drop run down. Rem touches the cut, staring at his hand in absolute disbelief. The young man suddenly realizes that his speed has finally surpassed his partner's reaction time. All those endless basic drills, flexibility training, and raw muscle conditioning are finally paying off in this new combat style. Rem laughs it off, admitting he was caught completely off guard by how fast his friend has become. Now, it is time for Rem to stop holding back and crank up his own speed for the first time in a while. Our hero wonders what he's planning, only to barely parry the sudden, blinding counterattack. The blow is deadly serious, and the sheer force of the impact sends a painful shockwave through his arms. As his hands sting from the clash, he suddenly spots a massive axe hurtling straight toward his face. He barely ducks underneath the spinning weapon, realizing just how insane his partner's reflexes actually are. His ally was always a speed demon, but right now he's moving like a blur on steroids. With another swing coming hot, the young man charges forward to clash head-on, knowing he still has a long way to go. He continues his grueling training late into the night, suddenly sensing a stealthy presence lunging at him. It's a surprise strike from Jackson's dagger, who remarks that the kid's senses are sharp enough to stop basic training. The young man asks if he broke in just to deliver a compliment, but the rogue simply walks away with a cryptic message. Left with a simple "for now," our hero sighs, muttering that this is exactly why Rem gets so annoyed. Calling his mentor a total cat-like jerk, Encrid is suddenly startled when Jackson teleports right behind him and slices at his throat, forcing the main character to clutch his neck with a sudden scream. But the mentor is already standing far away, casually explaining that this chilling feeling is called murderous intent. It is the aura a killer projects, meaning if he cannot react to incoming strikes using just sight or hearing, he must find another way to anticipate them. This requires unlocking a perception that goes way beyond the standard 5 senses, the legendary 6th sense. The instructor offers to teach him this high-level skill as a thank you for the fancy stiletto dagger. The young man is absolutely hyped to learn more, realizing that a whole new level of training fun awaits his fantasy leveling up journey. The next day, the mentor explains that this radar is pure instinct, meaning the protagonist cannot rely solely on physical organs. Predicting movement and tracking targets are tools that apex predators use on their prey. They all stem from raw survival instinct. If he keeps fighting with all his senses dialed to the max, he will eventually sense incoming hostile intent beforehand. The rookie spins around claiming he can feel the veteran behind him, but the teacher laughs it off, saying it will not be that easy. Not just yet. If he grinds this training repeatedly, his dormant 6th sense will eventually unlock. That night, Rem notes that our hero seems to vibe a bit differently. He jokes that it is probably because he packed on some fresh muscle, but the ally insists that is not the case. Odin chimes in, remarking that he actually smells more rotten, while Ragnar objects that this is not the full picture either. Kreese chimes in, guessing that the fighter has just gone even crazier than usual. Rem agrees, and the rest of the squad instantly nod along to back up the claim. He retorts that he is the only sane person in this entire circus of psychopaths, while Jackson wonders when he will realize he is actually the craziest of them all. Later that evening, when the crew starts getting ready for bed. The beast Esther sneaks onto his mattress, prompting Rem to ask if he smells like a snack since she always cuddles up with him. The creature ignores the tease and reflects on how the protagonist pushed his physical limits too far once more. Snuggling up on his chest, she observes that he trains like a maniac and pushes himself to the brink of death every single day. Without her supportive magic, his body would have broken down, and if he dies, she will never lift her own curse. So she gently places a paw on his chest plate and infuses him with her soothing mana. The next morning arrives and our hero stretches, resolving that just like his endless loop of reincarnation, he will keep training. He never tires of grinding, because gaining power is the ultimate reward. Suddenly, he senses a presence turning around and calls out Jackson's location, but his guess is totally wrong. He attempts to pinpoint it again, only to fail a second time, while the rest of the party watch him with blank stares. They all appear to be sharing the exact same thought. Rem sighs, admitting he wants to take back his previous statement about how things had changed. Odin remarks it only seemed weird because the fighter improved so drastically in a single day, while Ragnar admits he briefly thought the guy was a prodigy, but now he has doubts. Jackson adds that if his pupil fails to improve even after all this training, it is a problem, but Rem insists that nothing beats actual field combat. Since things in the Aspen territory will remain peaceful for a bit, he suggests the protagonist take on a beast hunting quest or a dungeon raid. The following morning, he finds himself standing right in front of the local guild request board, realizing that all four of his companions are nudging him to live combat to test his skills. Still, he gets the hint. His training has hit a wall. Just then, a client approaches and suggests that if he cannot find a good quest, he could take this specific job. The man hands over a flyer requesting someone to go down and inspect the old shoemaker's basement. The young adventurer asks why he should take a job that sounds like is meant for a specialized scout team. The stranger replies that a simple scout will not suffice, because this job might turn into a messy showdown. The shoemaker keeps claiming that active undead monsters are lurking in his basement. Hearing this immediately catches the young warrior's attention. He reasons there is no way the undead could be hiding right inside the city walls, but since he needs combat practice, he is intrigued. The client begs him to accept, calling him the legendary spellbreaker, especially since no other hunter wants this creepy job. He notes the old shoemaker is grumpy, but actually a decent guy. With his wife going missing recently, the poor craftsman has been completely on edge. The quest giver pleads with the protagonist to investigate the cellar. He tries to decline, saying he is sorry, but this mundane request is too much of a hassle, only to fold instantly and accept the quest anyway. Upon arriving at the shop, a local woman tells him that if he is there for the job, he needs to hurry down because the owner is digging like crazy. Our hero mutters that he heard the old man was extremely short-tempered, and suddenly the craftsman shouts for him to come over, pointing out that this is exactly what he was talking about. He points down at the dirt floor to show him the creepy discovery. Stumbling upon a hidden tunnel, Encrid is absolutely stunned to find a subterranean passageway right beneath the city center, realizing there is no way he built this, or even a giant sewer rat. He sparks up a torch and ventures inside, noting that the craftsmanship looks way too intentionally man-made. The passage is incredibly spacious, which practically screams that high-level fantasy monsters might be lurking deep down here. This guy suddenly halts when he spots a massive junction with 6 different paths ahead, muttering that the entire layout is built like a deadly maze. The tag-along shoemaker urges him to listen closely as a creepy rattling sound echoes through the dark corridors, suggesting they might be dealing with actual undead monsters roaming the depths. The main character warns the craftsman to keep his distance and let him take the lead, but the second the young man takes a step, disaster strikes. As he steps forward, the entire underground chamber is suddenly engulfed in a blinding blue flash, sending a massive wave of scorching heat washing over them. The protagonist barely has time to wonder what this lethal trap is before the magical energy blasts right into them. The brilliant light swallows them whole, instantly burning the duo to crisp ash on the spot, causing the young man's eyes to snap open back in the real world with his companion resting, head right on his chest. He recalls that the split second he felt that intense heat, he was already a goner. He couldn't even take a single step, meaning it had to be a high-tier magic trap, and fighting mages always requires running away. Just then, his ally mentions they've decided the main character needs real combat experience. But this guy keeps thinking that dying to a mage is actually the lucky outcome, because surviving whatever dark magic they throw at you is far worse, especially when dealing with magical traps left behind by powerful sorcerers. He wonders how anyone is supposed to bypass a lethal setup like that when he has no idea what specific skill he needs to train for it. Suddenly, The quest board administrator suggests that if nothing on the board catches his eye, he should accept the shoemaker's quest once more, but our hero knows this dungeon-like trap requires a proper magic specialist or external support from the higher-ups. This isn't an obstacle he can just brute force like his previous battles, though the elite company commander could likely handle it and would probably listen to his warning. However, before that hot-headed artisan can venture down into the depths alone, the young man realizes he barely saved him in the last regression loop, so he bolts out the door while gritting his teeth. He absolutely cannot be late. He dashes frantically to the artisan's residence and kicks the front door wide open. The startled daughter jumps back in fright as the main character demands to know where her father went, and she points toward the basement. The young warrior dives straight into the dark hole without a single moment of hesitation, knowing he took a bit too long to accept the quest in this timeline, meaning the older man is already long gone. As he slides down the dirty shaft, he realizes with dread that he might be too late. The target is already far ahead, casually walking down the middle path, forcing the protagonist to sprint after him while shouting for the foolish man to freeze. The older man spins around, looking completely startled and confused, but his clumsy foot has already stepped a bit too far, triggering the magical trap as that deadly blue light begins to glow. Directly behind him, the young man screams in frustration as they are both instantly vaporized into pile of ash once more. Floating in the mystical waters of the afterlife, he realizes he desperately needs a faster route to intercept the target and drag him away from that basement. The grim ferryman points out that, although the death occurred in a mere fraction of a second, the main character still had to feel his entire body char and disintegrate until he was nothing but scattered ash. Yet despite the agonizing trauma, he still plans to march right back toward that explosive magical flame, noting that the pain felt like a million white-hot needles tearing through his flesh all at once. But even that torment doesn't hurt half as much as standing by idly and watching an innocent person get vaporized, because to him that is what being a true hero is all about. The young man instantly springs out of his bed and rushes out the door, leaving his companion asking where he is going and shouting that they still need to discuss their training, but he just yells back that he is off to rescue one stubborn, annoying cobbler. His companion just stares in utter confusion, wondering if there are suddenly wild-shaped monsters running around that the protagonist is eager to hunt. At the craftsman's workshop, this time, the young man arrives early enough to catch the target while he is still digging, figuring he can force him to stay behind, although he cannot just leave a hazard this insanely dangerous uninvestigated. He firmly tells the artisan that he is going down alone and orders him to stay put, shutting down the man's protests about it being his house, because this isn't up for debate, forcing the craftsman to finally back down. The main character reasons that calling in a guild mage would take way too long, and those snobby magic users probably wouldn't even pay attention to a minor request like this anyway. What they are dealing with is a bizarre magical trap, and he at least has some crucial insider knowledge about it, or rather, a painful first-hand experience of it. If anyone tries to explore this underground dungeon blind, someone is definitely going to end up dead. That fate could easily await him and his entire squad, so he absolutely must uncover every bit of information that he can. With several paths to choose from, he wonders if the only way to map out the traps is to trigger them all by himself. However, he quickly reminds himself that relying solely on his regression loop ability is just the lazy way out, and there has to be a much smarter approach. If he can uncover just a single clue that points out which path contains the magical trap, he might actually solve this puzzle without dying again, and so he begins his investigation. Encrid starts contemplating the sheer number of times he's bitten the dust and the emotions that came with it. He recalls every helpless moment, from getting his throat sliced to having his sword disarmed, and even that creepy guy radiating pure homicidal intent. It's all about killer instinct, and Jackson's advice echoes in his head about sensing a presence that desires nothing except your immediate demise, and right on cue, a deadly glimmer flashes in the dark and lunges forward, straight toward our guy. But this time around, things are different. He actually senses the threat, stopping dead in his tracks to announce that he finally felt it. Taking a step forward, our hero claims he genuinely felt the danger right before the trap snaps shut. It cuts clean through him so perfectly that his blood sprays before his body collapses. Yet he dies with a grin, because he truly felt the hazard, that lethal vibe. The very next morning, our protagonist returns to the cobbler's shop and declares that today's goal is to overcome the hurdle of detecting the trap's homicidal aura. Standing in front of the entryways, he notes that he cannot simply run in blindly. Instead, he needs to pace back and forth until he gets a genuine feel for the danger. With every slow step, he remains laser-focused, telling himself he hasn't even fully stepped down yet on this trail, and since he feels absolutely nothing, he starts to question his direction. If this path is actually the correct one, he slowly lowers his foot and spins around instantly, realizing this was the trajectory of the blade. He advances toward it once more and visualizes the attack coming straight for him, but nothing happens, forcing him to admit that he didn't actually sense the threat. He was just relying on his memory of what happened last time. The shoemaker asks why this guy is pacing around and jokes he should just take a bathroom break, but our hero tells him to stay put. Up on the top floor, he explains that he hasn't fully explored this path, so he'll keep trying until he senses it. The danger. He tests the area repeatedly until nightfall, prompting the cobbler to ask why he's skipping meals. Our MC promises to return tomorrow and warns him about the traps littering the area. The desperate shoemaker begs for help, unable to sleep out of fear of losing his daughter, prompting our protagonist to ask about his missing wife. Could be. The shopkeeper mentions that with so many disappearances lately, nobody paid attention, adding that if he spots a brunette with freckles wearing a specific wedding ring, he needs to let him know immediately. Our main character says he understands. Later that night back at the barracks, our hero sits in deep contemplation while his companion rests on his lap. He suddenly turns around, convinced he felt Jackson's energy, but the vibe is coming from a different direction, causing Rem to comment that he's acting strange after hanging out with that foolish cobbler. The buddy advises him to just go get some shut-eye. That's when it hits him. This is the very first time he's survived a loop without dying, making him wonder what occurs when the day simply concludes naturally. Will time advance to the next day, or will it reset regardless? He realizes he's about to find out very soon. Taking a metaphorical step back into the narrative and the ferryman's domain in the afterlife, he opens his eyes the following morning. Rem repeats the conversation from yesterday about how the protagonist lacks experience, proving him that he has indeed returned to the exact same day, which makes him curious about what happens if he stays awake. So he pulls an all-nighter, watching the moon set and the sun begin its ascent. Eventually, his eyelids grow heavy and he drifts off only to wake up back in his bed again. He swears he only blinked, yet he's somehow stuck in the same loop with Rem, repeating the exact same lines about his lack of experience. Our main character realizes there's absolutely no escaping this cycle without smashing through his current limitations, but he's completely fine with the grind, since he's totally prepared for this. 10 days fly by, then 20, and he notes that this isn't just about fear. He has to genuinely connect with the danger. As he lowers his foot, he knows he must adapt to this near-death vibe and get completely used to it. He inches his foot down step by step, and suddenly, 40 days have passed. He tosses his torch aside, still grinding away by day 50. By day 60, he begins. As Encrid edges closer to his goal on this 70th loop, the stakes get crazy high. He spots decayed hands from buried corpses bursting through the soil. They claw their way through the dirt, snagging his clothes and trying to drag him down. Instead of panicking, our guy pauses right before his next step and smirks, because he finally knows exactly how this trap triggers. That night, Jackson launches a sudden sneak attack out of nowhere, but the young man dodges it effortlessly and turns to face the attacker. The rival is left speechless, asking if he seriously figured out the trick in just a few minutes, or rather a few days. Fast forward to day 72, and our protagonist is fully geared up with his whistle daggers. With all his battle gear prepped, a companion asks if he is seriously launching an assault on the shoemaker's house, but he declares he won't return until he cuts through time itself. Specifically, 10 pairs of boots, leaving his ally completely baffled while another companion watches silently. Observing closely, he explains that while there are 6 paths, and he initially assumed one was safe, the architect of this dungeon is a total psychopath because every single route is completely rigged. A safe option never existed, but even in this death trap, he has found a way forward. He simply needs to navigate through without triggering any of the deadly traps. On the very first path, a single misstep will instantly turn you into ash. Taking a deep breath, he slowly lifts his foot and steps forward, freezing the exact millisecond he senses the mechanism starting to trigger. Our hero realizes this is how he must traverse the entire dungeon, keeping his foot suspended in midair as he slides it sideways before planting it down with absolute confidence. And guess what? The mechanism doesn't react at all. Staying perfectly calm, this guy remains hyper-focused and trusts his sharp senses, while reminding himself that taking it one step at a time is the key to leveling up his game. He just needs to maintain this slow rhythm, taking micro steps with absolute concentration. Zero room for error. As his perception sharpens, he begins to feel the safe path opening up ahead, allowing him to glide forward as naturally as breathing, guided by a sharp sixth sense. Suddenly he emerges into a brilliantly illuminated zone. Opening his eyes, he spots glowing torches ahead and realizes he has successfully bypassed another barrier. Suddenly a wild ghoul lunges at him, but our warrior slices the monster clean in half and sends its upper torso flying through the air. He smirks, thanking this regression cycle for the incredible upgrade it has granted him. As a horde of monsters swarms in, the protagonist notes that their claws are coated in a lethal poison where even a minor scratch can turn Fatal. Normally, it would take an entire squad of elite soldiers to take down a single one of these beasts, but our guy charges straight into the fray, slicing through the entire pack. Pivoting with his hips like a pro baseball player, he swings his blade and cleaves the front row in half, as well, and he is far from done. Gritting his teeth, he delivers a massive overhead slash, carving through the remaining undead. He then leaps into the air with his weapon, pulled back, unleashing a forward slash that splits one ghoul in two while decapitating another beast right behind it. As he lands, the corpses begin to slide apart. Catching his breath, the fighter pants heavily. He talks to himself, wishing his squad mates could have witnessed his epic combat moves, especially after the terrible way they have been treating him lately. Suddenly, he hears vicious barking and the sound of more beasts charging towards him. One quick glance confirms these creatures are straight-up nightmare fuel. Initially identifying it as a standard demon wolf, he quickly realizes this monster is actually a mutated chimera, fused with other dark beasts, leaving him to wonder what kind of horrors are lurking deeper inside this dungeon. Meanwhile, a mysterious figure leaps from rooftop to rooftop, noting that the young warrior seemed incredibly off today. She wonders why on earth he would visit a humble shoemaker while carrying such an arsenal of heavy weapons, worrying that things will end poorly if he gets himself killed doing something incredibly reckless, and she decides to shadow him from a distance. Encred senses a dark, magical vibe radiating from the shoemaker's house, and the smell of danger is in the air. It is the kind of creepy spellcasting that even a seasoned pro would hesitate to mess with. Creeping closer to investigate, we cut back to our protagonist as he makes a move. He drives his trusty blade deep into one of the wild beasts instead of backing down. Standing there catching his breath, he suddenly hears a ragged wheezing sound echoing from the darkness. It is coming from deep inside the cave, sounding so weak that he wonders if it is another monster or a dying survivor. Someone clearly excavated this secret tunnel, but the horrifying sight waiting at the end leaves him completely stunned. The cavern is literally piled high with dead bodies, a gruesome scene that would normally terrify anyone. Having survived countless brutal battlefields, a few corpses do not faze him, but this is a whole new level of twisted. Suddenly, the silence is broken by a faint voice pleading for the sweet release of death. She begs him to end her misery, and that is when a shiny object catches his eye. It is a wedding band on her finger, and he instantly realizes this is the cobbler's missing wife. He remembers the description of her being a brunette with freckles, and a wave of pure anger washes over him. Before he can react, a shady voice echoes through the cave, saying he heard some noise. The newcomer steps out looking like a kid in a candy store, thrilled to have fresh test subjects for his twisted experiments. He wants to create a new playmate for his monster, while our hero demands to know if he is responsible for this graveyard. The villain just laughs it off, asking who else could possibly create such magnificent art. He claims these dead bodies are just trashy prototype failures compared to the masterpiece standing behind him. The creature is his crown jewel, and he boasts that he will turn our main character into something beautiful too. Our protagonist quickly realizes that this opponent is not just some random thug. The guy is a powerful wizard, and every survival instinct tells him that fighting a mage is a terrible idea. Getting killed by magic is bad, but surviving their horrific experiments is a fate way worse than death. Even so, the young man does not care about the risks and vows to take this monster down. He chucks a throwing knife straight at the villain's forehead, but it bounces off harmlessly. A protective magical shield deflects the blow, forcing our fighter to charge in headfirst. He draws his sword back for a massive slash, but an invisible force suddenly strikes him. The impact hits him square in the ribs, launching him backward like he just took a direct tank shell. It was a pressurized air blast, but he somehow recovers mid-air and lands on his feet. He keeps his gaze firmly locked on the spellcaster, refusing to lose track of him. Watching from the sidelines, Esther confirms that the enemy is indeed a formidable wizard. She has not recovered all her mana yet, but she knows a low-level caster like this won't stand a chance once she is ready. The smug villain points his hand and fires another invisible projectile. This compressed wind attack travels faster than the speed of sound. He barely dodges it at the last millisecond, letting the wind shear rip his cloak while trying to predict the silent threat. He cannot see or hear the spells, but he can read the opponent's raw bloodlust, which completely shocks the wizard. The mage is stunned that his target is dodging everything as the young warrior closes the distance. Advancing rapidly, our protagonist forces the desperate spellcaster to fire a volley of 4 more wind blasts. Dodging the onslaught, he remembers his old squadmates advising him that the best way to deal with a wizard is to shoot him. A simple arrow to the face usually works, but he has to make do with dodging for now. His clothes get shredded by the near misses, recalling another tip to sneak up when the caster is distracted. Another friend told him that the ultimate counter is to get up close and personal and smash them. He prepares to execute that exact plan as 2 more deadly air bullets come flying his way. As the attacks zoom in, he remembers the classic advice that if a creature breathes, it can definitely be cut down. Armed with that deadly mindset, he charges forward, and the wizard finally starts looking worried. The main character is suddenly leaping right above him with his sword raised high, ready to shatter the invisible barrier. Since throwing knives did not work, he decides to smash through the magical shield with pure, unadulterated brute force. He pours every ounce of his strength into the downward strike, but the wizard just smiles confidently. The mage dares him to try, launching a deadly counterspell at the fully committed attacker. Esther watches in horror as the lethal blast shoots straight toward the young man's chest. Fortunately, the magic hits the protective gear she blessed the night before, neutralizing the spell and letting his blade shatter the defense. Pure terror shatters the enemy's composure as Encred unleashes a strike so devastating it fills the target's vision with absolute doom, especially as the main character's heavy blade continues its downward arc. The desperate magic user attempts to shield himself with a bare arm, but it's completely useless. He gets sliced, clean in half. The impact packs so much raw power that this guy's weapon carries right through into the solid floor. Talk about absolute beast mode. The young warrior begins, catching his breath heavily. Suddenly his weapon chips, prompting him to mutter that at least only the steel took the brunt of the damage. Since that shockwave was powerful enough to tear him to pieces, he cannot comprehend why he is completely unharmed. For a fleeting second, he wonders if his defensive gear is actually that overpowered. Then he shifts his gaze back toward the poor shoemaker's beloved wife. She is completely motionless now, and her faint, shallow breathing has stopped entirely. Even after utilizing his sharp combat instincts to take down a dangerous mage, the only thing he feels is a bitter emptiness inside. Stepping past the fallen spellcaster, Esther appears and calls the deceased foe an idiot for losing by neglecting his own creation. It is a flesh golem designed to enhance a spellcaster's physical stats, which she notes would activate with just a few taps. Naturally, she decides to claim it for herself. She raises her paw, but before the scene unfolds further, we cut to the barracks where the protagonist speaks with the garrison commander. She wants to double-check his report that a secret magical passageway was concealed right beneath the cobbler's workshop, and that an innocent civilian was abducted and experimented on in the heart of the city. If word of this gets out, the public will descend into total panic. He suggests keeping the incident under wraps, causing her to ask why, especially since his own involvement would remain entirely confidential. The young man replies that the well-being of the townspeople is what truly matters. Furthermore, he wants to shield the craftsman from the devastating realization that his wife is gone forever. As soldiers fill in the excavation site, curious onlookers ask what happened to the shop, only to be told that rogue thieves dug the illegal passage. The poor cobbler expresses his sheer shock that thieves were behind it and subsequently offers the main character a token of gratitude. Noticing how incredibly worn his boots are, the old man wants to repair them to ease the warrior's heavy heart, adding that he just hopes his beloved wife returns home safely. The protagonist looks at him in painful silence as the craftsman mentions that although he knows the fighter has done so much, he still hopes the young man can locate her. The hero struggles to conceal his heavy emotions and, using a highly strained voice, promises that he will do whatever is within his power. Later on, while watching the morning sun rise, he questions whether deceiving the old man was a mistake, pondering if the brutal truth would have been better, even if it completely crushed his spirit. He begins to think that, if he climbs the ranks to become an official knight, perhaps he can prevent such tragedies in the future. Though he remains somewhat uncertain about his path, he thrusts his blade deep into the earth and walks away, leaving it as a makeshift headstone and a reminder of a regret he vows never to forget. Fast forward a bit, and a pack of vicious demon dogs ambushes their squad. However, the soldiers cut the beasts down with ease, maintaining a solid shield wall while the fighters behind the line dispatch the wolf-like monsters. The main character notes that immediately after taking down the corrupt spellcaster, they signed up for a basic monster extermination quest. Though compared to the deadly battles he normally faces, this skirmish feels incredibly sluggish as the beasts drop one by one at a snail's pace. It is so mind-numbingly boring that Rem is practically dozing off, and the protagonist muses that this level of combat won't make him any stronger. He figures this slow pace is standard for average warriors and thinks he should have ventured out solo, which his ally can clearly tell is eating away at him. In response, his companion decides he will take matters into his own hands. Drawing his dual blades, he ditches his shield and charges forward while the rest of the squad stares in utter disbelief. Convinced he has completely lost his mind, they watch as the wild fighter begins tearing through the beasts like wet paper, prompting an exasperated soldier to tell the squad's leader to get his chaotic subordinate in line. Too bad for them, the hero has already joined the fray, leaving the others to grumble that his band of lunatics has successfully rubbed off on him. He leaps into action with his massive blade, pulled back for a devastating strike, instantly cleaving right through two of the beasts. Right off the bat, Ingrid claims they have it all backward, arguing that they are actually the ones who caught his crazy vibe. Our hero retorts by asking if the actual nutcase in the group should really be talking, while Rem wonders why he is even joking around. Taking the insult in stride, the main character grips his weapon. He tightens his grip on his blade as he and Rem begin absolutely shredding through the monsters like a dynamic duo. The bystander soldiers can only look on, whispering that neither of these two is right in the head. Once the bloody skirmish wraps up, this guy calmly wipes down his steel. As he cleans off his sword, the squad admits that despite their madness, these two are absolute beasts on the battlefield. Even after that smooth victory, the young man still looks completely unsatisfied. Rem calls him out on it, and the other fighters suggest that if he wants a real challenge, he should sign up for the armored division to hunt down tougher dungeon beasts. Apparently, they just targeted a massive pack of beasts, and suddenly the scene cuts to pure chaos with soldiers desperately screaming for backup. They plead for the archers to cover them, but no arrows fly, and instead, a dark shadow suddenly swoops down from above. It dives straight out of the sky, leaving a horrified warrior staring up at a monstrous harpy. The winged beasts dive-bomb the squad, grabbing the fighters one by one and throwing them into a panic. The monsters herd them into a tight circle, as these flying pests lift their prey high into the air. The harpies carry the screaming men up into the clouds and drop them like stones, instantly killing some and leaving the survivors severely broken. Looking at the brutal scene, Robert casually remarks that it looks incredibly painful. Our protagonist spots the flying monsters and immediately flashes back to his mercenary days, when his beloved comrades were slaughtered by these very creatures. With rage boiling in his chest, he draws his blade, swearing that he won't let their ally die today. Instantly, the main character and Rem sprint directly toward the flock of monsters. One of the screeching beasts unleashes a sonic wail that forces the normal foot soldiers to cover their ears in agony. The warrior warns that the monster's cry disrupts your senses, but he charges right through the sound wave anyway. Leaping into the fray, he mutters that the noise hurts like hell. However, he notes that it still hurts a lot less than dying, forcing his way forward with pure willpower. Driven by sheer grit, he unleashes a devastating slash. The blade bites deep into the creature's wing, slicing it clean off in one smooth motion. Robert cheers him on while literally hanging onto another monster's leg, casually proposing a little wager. He suggests they bet on who can stack the highest body count before slamming the beast down. He smashes the flying pest straight into the dirt, but another one quickly takes its place. A rogue beast swoops in from the blind spot, aiming right for our hero. He mutters that they do not have time to play around. The main character dodges the surprise attack at the absolute last second. With lightning-fast reflexes, he counters and slays that attacker as well. He cleaves two of them in a single swing, leaving the spectators absolutely speechless at his unbelievable power. They knew Rem was a monster, but they never expected the young man to keep pace with him so easily. The warrior lunges at another target, and the flying beast frantically tries to shield itself. It tries to block with its talons, but his strike punches right through the defense. He drives the beast into the ground and follows up with a vicious diagonal slash, cutting another flying monster in half. Taurus watches the carnage and notes that the main character has reached a whole new level. His subordinates ask if they should really just stand by, especially since they came to act as backup. Still, their commander remains firmly planted, telling them to hold their ground. He claims their help is no longer needed as the final wave of beasts prepares to strike. The remaining monsters make one last desperate pass, and one manages to knock the protagonist's sword away. The weapon flies far out of his reach, leaving him temporarily unarmed. Seizing the opportunity, the screamer monsters dive in, thinking they have secured an easy victory. Just when they think they have won, a throwing dagger suddenly embeds itself in the forehead of one beast. With only one opponent remaining, the beast charges forward while the young man also rushes ahead. It becomes a high-stakes race against time to recover his weapon. He needs to grab the hilt before the incoming attack can slice him open. Just as the creature bears down on him, he snatches the blade and swings upward, cleanly dividing the monster in two. Only then do they spot the absolute last flying beast screeching and circling high above the battlefield. Encrid makes the monsters retreat, leaving the soldiers completely dumbfounded that the terrifying harpies actually fled from just two people. They whisper that if these guys can chase those beasts away, they must be real monsters themselves. Our hero notes that these flying pests aren't the same deadly flock that wiped out his mercenary comrades. He recalls a bitter memory where someone blamed him, saying those people only died because he was too weak to save them. That tragic day was entirely his fault, and those harsh words have been living rent-free in his head ever since. Now, this guy is determined to flip the script and become the savior instead of the victim. Seeing the battlefield clear, Torres suggests heading back, but his squad complains that going home empty-handed is embarrassing and they should at least hunt some local beasts before they can hunt any stray monsters. The main character and his companion are told that backup has arrived, meaning they are free to go. Robert asks the young man what his next move is, but he casually replies that it's far too early to call it a day. Hearing that he refuses to head back, Torres and the rest of the squad decide this warrior is absolutely out of his mind. Meanwhile, back at the military camp, the gossip is all about how he single-handedly bailed out the heavy armored unit. And what is our protagonist doing while they talk? Just casually powering through his endless sets of weighted lunge squats. The soldiers watch him train like a maniac, whispering about his insane glow-up and secretly wondering if they should start leveling up their own routines. Driven to get stronger, he immediately grabs another quest from the board, prompting an onlooker to ask if he has secretly cloned himself to handle this crazy workload. Later that night, instead of sleeping, this absolute gym rat is out in the water practicing his swimming, followed by practicing sword swings in the dark, drawing the attention of a nearby soldier who watches in disbelief. The watcher wonders how anyone can survive such a daily routine, but a small part of him feels inspired to join in. So, our hardworking protagonist keeps pushing his limits under the starry sky, grinding through the entire night without taking a single second to rest. Another day comes and goes in a flash, and when darkness falls again, something changes. Now there are two people training side by side, starting a chain reaction in the camp. By the next night, a whole crowd of soldiers has joined the late-night grind session, pushing themselves to the brink. They keep going hard until the morning sun rises, and the commander of the ferry base makes her grand appearance. Observing the exhausted but determined soldiers at dawn, she remarks that the vibe around camp has completely changed. A soldier proudly explains that they are all trying to keep up with the legend who broke the spell. It has officially become the hot new trend, and the commander admits she can no longer ignore this sudden wave of motivation. She walks straight up to him and mentions that the higher-ups just had a very long meeting regarding his status. These are direct orders from the top brass, so he needs to pay attention. His squad, the 444th Regiment, is getting a massive upgrade. They are being promoted to an independent platoon under the 4th Company, and from this moment on, he is officially in charge. The newly appointed platoon leader points out that a squad of only 5 men is barely a platoon, but she promises to fill the ranks her way. He grumbles that managing a bunch of eccentric misfits is going to be a massive headache, but then she drops a tempting offer. If he accepts the promotion, he will be completely exempt from tedious daily chores, giving him endless free hours. That means way more time to train his combat skills, which instantly grabs his undivided attention. Our hero folds faster than a cheap lawn chair, immediately saluting and promising to give this new role his absolute best. Smirking at his sudden change of heart, she suggests that wrapping things up so quickly would be a total waste. She raises her fists, declaring them as her chosen weapons, and challenges him to an intense, high-stakes duel. She wants to go toe-to-toe in another unarmed martial arts showdown to test his progress. The main character confidently replies that ever since his previous defeat, he has been training like an absolute beast. Ready to unleash his newly refined aura, he drops his heavy sword to the ground with a smirk. This is the perfect moment to test just how much Encrid has actually leveled up. As they square off, he recalls his mentor's advice that close-quarters combat is all about closing the distance instantly because simple, direct moves will always beat flashy techniques. Suddenly, the beautiful fairy commander lunges forward with a strike, but our main character blocks it clean. This was precisely the kind of move his instructor had been drilling into him. As he forces her arm back, he remembers to utilize his superior physical size to overpower her. The moment he gains the upper hand, he slams her right down to the dirt, pinning her chest with his arm and claiming his victory. She playfully asks if he is sure, joking that for a mere human, his proposal is incredibly forward. The young man can't believe she is pulling this stunt. Once again, before he can react, her leg hooks around his waist, and in the blink of an eye, she reverses the position to end the match. On top of him, she notes that exploiting an opponent's blind spots while leveraging your own strengths is the mark of a true warrior. She then teases him for claiming to be her fiancé and suggests he should keep up that confident attitude. He immediately fires back that he is absolutely not her fiancé and orders her to get off him. She obliges, and as they brush off the dirt, she offers a sudden apology for the awkward situation she created. The protagonist asks what she is talking about, and she confesses she simply could not prevent it, leaving him even more bewildered. As winter began to thaw, the geopolitical tension on the battlefield started heating up once more. A massive war was on the horizon, and the Aspen forces were mobilizing frantically to wipe away the absolute humiliation of their previous defeat. Suddenly, a commanding figure steps up to the podium. Since the enemy was preparing for conflict, Nalilia had to prepare too. The new commander introduces himself as Marcus. His allies whisper that with this legendary figure in charge, they might actually end this war. This is Marcus, famously known as the Warmonger. He is a top-tier officer of the Cyprus Division, and unlike their previous leader, this guy is a seasoned veteran. The veteran commander evaluates the enemy as highly dangerous, but believes his own army's main problem is being packed with useless weaklings. Aside from the elite heavy armored corps and the standard border guards, the only warrior who catches his interest is the famous Spellbreaker platoon leader. After his crazy feats in the recent clash, the commander wants to see if it was pure luck or actual god-tier talent. Now our hero has to prove he is worth utilizing in the upcoming campaign. Later, Rem asks if they are seriously being sent to scout near the perilous Pennal River by order of the battalion commander himself. The protagonist suspects this is exactly what the ferry leader warned him about, while his comrade begins discussing the dangerous terrain before a familiar voice interrupts. It is Henry, who explains they are heading near the infamous Crossguard Fortress, an Aspen stronghold built entirely for war just like the border stations. It is a good thing Henry managed to join their squad. He notes that if they deploy immediately, another comrade cuts in to clarify that their main goal is only to gather vital intelligence. Robert insists that the main character should sit this one out, but our boy points out he cannot defy a direct order. Robert sighs and promises he will get ready for action as well. Right then, another familiar voice chimes in. It is Andrew Gardner, announcing that battalion commander has ordered everyone to fall in line under the new squad leader's authority. To make things more interesting, Mac is tagging along right beside him as well. Robert steps forward and slowly licks his sword like an absolute psychopath, demanding to know why a mere insect is standing among their ranks. Andrew nervously asserts his new leadership role, telling them they must follow orders, while Okundan laughs, saying he can feel the rookies shaking from the sheer pressure from all the way over here. Ragnar scoffs and asks if this little brat is seriously supposed to be leading them. Andrew challenges anyone with a complaint to settle it in a duel, declaring he volunteered specifically to fight alongside the main character and is not backing down. Rem raises his dual axes with a grin, noting that the little pest actually has some decent fighting spirit. Okendon cracks his knuckles, mentioning that he would love to warm up a bit with a quick sparring session. Jackson chimed in, saying a single finger should be more than enough to handle him. He advises the others to take it easy on the kid, but Ragnar warns him to focus on his own upcoming match. Mac desperately begs the protagonist to stop the rookie, but he calmly responds that the squad seems to be having things are going smoothly, and Incrid even jokes that if Rem is challenging you to a duel, it just means he likes you. Though Mac still wants an explanation on why he isn't trying to murder him. To diffuse the tension, the protagonist drags Andrew Gardner away, while the loudmouthed kid keeps baiting Rem, prompting Henry to ask if he remembers anything about their history. When the topic shifts to the perilous Panhal River, our hero warns him about the lurking dangers and offers to spill all the intel he has gathered. Before they make their move, the main character drops some crucial advice. He tells his ally to head out first, and when night finally falls, things start getting interesting. Outside the barracks, this guy steps out looking way too clean and sharp. It is almost too spotless for a dangerous mission, prompting Torres to ask if he is really ready. Preparing to head out for duty, the veteran mentions he has been seeing our hero around a lot lately and brings up the rumors. He congratulates the young man on his big promotion, noting they are now equals in rank, though our boy humbly insists he cannot compare to the king's elite while his comrade tells him to chill out. It is really not that serious, and he casually asks about the warrior's actual age. When the main character reveals he is 30, Torres is absolutely floored. He cannot believe this guy is older than him and demands to know why he has such a youthful face, while our hero silently wonders why his buddy looks so ancient. Laughing it off, the seasoned soldier jokes that he is the only one actually showing his age, reminds him to loosen up, and then pivots back to business. He asks what the mission details are, and the veteran explains they will cross the Panhal River first, promising to break down the rest of the plan once they meet up with the rest of the squad, though the boatman is nowhere to be found. Since the ferryman is running late, they have no choice but to sit tight. The main character agrees, but instead of resting, he immediately pulls out his weapon. He unsheathes his blade and begins a solo training session, ignoring Torres, who tells him to relax, only for our boy to claim that this is his version of resting. Torres can only sigh, remarking that the young man seriously never takes a break. The grind never stops, and his relentless work ethic is honestly insane. Everyone respects this guy. He has got the youthful good looks, and on top of all that talent, he is incredibly humble, which makes his partner jokingly admit that he might just have to throw him in the river. Suddenly, the protagonist senses a sudden flash of bloodlust in the air. He whips around on guard, only to see Torres getting all emotional and tearing up, leaving him to ask why he is making such a dramatic face. His buddy sighs and asks if their spar record was 14-6, trying to salvage his pride by saying he is still the superior combatant. Our hero calmly reminds him that those sparring matches happened a lifetime ago. Torres fires back that he is not the only one who has been putting in the work. He has been leveling up his skills as well, and claims he is ready to prove it. Glad to hear his friend's confidence, the main character prepares himself as Torres suddenly lunges forward with a strike. He swiftly blocks the incoming blow and immediately counters with a smooth transition. Deflecting the blade with ease, the two warriors begin trading high-speed blows right there on the shore. As sparks fly, Torres admits he noticed his growth back when the young man clashed with the monsters, specifically those deadly harpies, proving the main character has reached a whole new tier of power. Sensing how much stronger his opponent has gotten, the seasoned soldier grits his teeth in determination. He puts his full weight behind a massive overhead slash, aiming to slam his blade down hard toward the ground, but he immediately follows up with a dirty trick. He pulls back his fist and throws a heavy punch straight toward the opponent's face. The protagonist stays sharp and tracks the movement with laser focus. He spots a hidden blade concealed beneath the punch and swiftly slips to the side, narrowly dodging it in the nick of time, though a few drops of blood still fly from the razor-sharp edge, and as he wipes the minor cut on his cheek, he asks where Torres got that sneaky gear. His training partner smirks and reveals that this trick weapon is his ultimate secret, a concealed wrist knife that leaves our hero momentarily speechless, prompting the veteran to ask if he is going to complain about it being unfair, but instead the young man calls it awesome and eagerly asks how to pull it off. Finding him even more open-minded than expected, the teacher tells him to start practicing by flicking flat stones with a quick snap of the wrist. He tries to demonstrate the technique, though he is honestly a terrible instructor who can only describe the motion with a loud bang. And a flash of speed, right before the boatman finally arrives and gruffly asks if they are ready to make the crossing, and during the boat ride, Torres continues giving him a masterclass on the trick the entire way across the river, and once they finally set foot on the shore. On the opposite bank, the main character asks for the exact coordinates of the rendezvous point, where they are supposed to hook up with the recon squad. Back with Khan's platoon, Torres suggests that Enkrid and the boys wash up first, since looking like hot messes isn't a good start. Covered in sweat, the main character takes a quick sniff of his underarms. He immediately realizes the guy is right, so they strip down and dive into the river while Torres shouts a warning. He warns our hero that the water is absolutely freezing and tells him to get moving. The young man hurries in, only for Torres to stare at him in complete disbelief. Completely stunned by his massive physical build, Torres calls him greedy and claims he has lost all drive to compete. The protagonist wants to duel, but the sidekick groans that he isn't talking about fistfights. He calls him a blockhead just as a woman suddenly appears, complaining that she had to come search for them because they are late, only to find them wasting time, spending their sweet time bathing. This unexpected visit completely startles the main character. He wonders how long she's been standing there, especially since he didn't detect her presence at all. She reminds them they need to reach the crossguard outskirts today, so they'd better hurry. Get out of the water right now. Torres asks how they are supposed to dress with her watching, but she retorts that there is absolutely nothing worth seeing down there anyway. However, as our protagonist steps out of the river, her smug expression instantly vanishes. Struck with pure surprise, she quickly stammers that she takes that previous statement back. Torres calls her out for staring too intensely, but she defends herself, saying she is only admiring the main character's shredded abs. Torres protests that his own core is great too, right before she introduces herself as Pin, captain of the communications platoon. She explains that she also leads the recon division. She steps forward to shake the young warrior's hand. Meanwhile, Torres looks down at his own body and immediately suffers a major blow to his self-confidence. After throwing their gear back on, they follow Pin. Before diving into the details of the mission she gives them a quick briefing. Their intelligence asset inside Crossguard goes by the codenym Kitten, and she was supposed to deliver critical intel. They were supposed to receive her report 4 days ago, but she missed the rendezvous and remains completely off the grid. The protagonist asks if she met with foul play, and Pin confirms that is exactly why they are here. Their primary objective is to infiltrate Crossguard and extract their missing contact. Since Crossguard borders dangerous monster territory, enemy patrols are surprisingly light because they count on the beasts to do the guarding. There are 3 entry points. First, they could use a smuggler's tunnel that the sentries typically ignore. Second, they can scale the fortress walls under the cover of night, which is exhausting but likely the safest route. Third, they could pose as traveling merchants, which requires passing through the main gate, making it risky but requiring the least physical effort. Her squad will scout ahead first in case their spy is just running late and wait at the rendezvous point, meaning only the 3 of them will actually enter Crossguard itself. Whichever path they choose, it is going to be a rough ride, so she leaves the final decision in their hands. The main character remarks that she makes it sound simple, even though she knows better than anyone how brutal this mission will be. Tora suggests she should make the call since she knows the local terrain best, and Pin replies that in this case, they will set out tomorrow morning and take the first route. They will head through the tunnel. Later that night, while the rest of the squad rests under a rocky ledge, the protagonist keeps practicing a basic wrist flick. He practices using small pebbles to avoid injuring his hand. He fails miserably, prompting Torres to ask how someone so incredibly clumsy at this could even wield a sword. Still, he tells him he will get the hang of it eventually, and should keep at it. Just as Pin walks over to ask why they skipped dinner, and what the young man is up to, he explains that he is training, and she reaches out to hand him some food. She tells him to eat up, explaining that one of her soldiers aspires to be a chef, so this meal is actually really delicious. Once they take a bite, both men admit the dish is fantastic, and she tells them they can grab seconds, mentioning that the cook's parents run a shop at the border guard they should definitely visit sometime. Then, she points toward a nearby tree and tells the main character not to train over there. Before she can explain why, the main character points out that there is a venomous viper hiding under it, which catches her completely off guard. She asks how he spotted it, and he explains that a seasoned hunter in his platoon taught him those survival tricks. She admits that he is far more prepared than she initially anticipated, and notes that she finds that highly attractive. Then, she casually asks if he would like to train with her too, engaging in some adult training, but he just stares back blankly, clearly missing the hint entirely. So she decides to spell it out, making it obvious she is flirting with him, and asks if he is just playing dumb. She claims she is being exceptionally nice here, while Torres sits there wondering why she is making these moves right in front of his face. The main character flatly turns her down, prompting her to ask if he is already seeing someone before mentioning she heard various rumors about his personal life. The gossip about him is apparently spreading everywhere. As she gets up to leave, she points at Torres and suggests that if the protagonist speaks casually with him, he should do the same with her, which he agrees is perfectly fine if she prefers it. She reminds them they are heading to Crossguard tomorrow and advises them to get some rest, meaning Torres finally gets acknowledged. At the very end of the day, as Encrid drifts off into dreamland, that creepy boatman makes another uninvited guest appearance with his eerie lantern, causing the main character to immediately snap his eyes open. Realizing he hasn't seen this spooky ferryman in a hot minute, he starts putting the pieces together. This guy figures the spectral rower is trying to drop a massive warning about upcoming danger. Suddenly, he recalls the cryptic words of the ferry commander apologizing to him. Our hero chuckles even as a cold shiver runs down his spine, knowing this upcoming mission is going to be an absolute nightmare. The very next morning, the squad begins their march. Approaching the town's tunnel, the young man can already sense that this raid is going to be another massive uphill battle. Torres questions the strategy, wondering why they are marching in broad daylight when sneaking in at night would be way safer. Pin immediately roasts him, pointing out that even lazy guards aren't totally blind, and the main character agrees that a daytime approach will catch them off guard. Pin jokes that she expected someone with actual brain cells to understand the plan, while Torres wonders why he always gets roasted by strangers. Deciding it's time to move, Pin volunteers to take the lead as their vanguard scout, since that is a ranger's specialty. The protagonist explains the mechanics of the class. He details how scouts must remain completely silent, carrying minimal gear to maximize their stealth stats. As she glides forward, he can barely hear a single footstep, which makes him wonder if he could ever mimic that level of stealth. However, when the young man tries to take a quiet step forward, he instantly doubts his own stealth skills. Suddenly, a loud voice echoes through the area, mocking them as little rats caught in a trap. It is a textbook ambush, leaving Pin startled as she screams at everyone to retreat immediately. But the enemy commander laughs, stating there is nowhere to run since their escape route is already blocked. Crossbowmen have completely surrounded them from behind, and the enemy leader orders a total wipeout. Pin realizes they are cornered and screams that they must fight their way through this horde. Just as she shouts, the enemy archers unleash a deadly volley of bolts. Charging straight into the danger zone, the warrior rushes the front lines. He begins slicing through every soldier in arm's reach, while Pin desperately deflects an incoming projectile, blocking a bolt with her bracer. She blitzes a nearby soldier and smacks him across the face. She slices off his arm and prepares for the finishing blow, while Torres snipes another enemy. The protagonist quickly realizes that they are both struggling in this chaotic melee, unable to use their weapons to their full potential. Because of the tight space, an enemy soldier slips right past their defenses. This sneak attacker targets Pin from behind, while another enemy does the exact same thing. to Torres, leaving the young man to watch in horror as his teammates are brutally taken out. Right in front of his eyes, the mob closes in on him, making him realize this is a massive wall to climb, but he refuses to die. Determined to survive, he unleashes a flurry of throwing weapons. His whistle daggers fly true, instantly dropping 2 of the enemy rangers. Then the young warrior dashes forward, slashing the throat of the nearest target. Without wasting a single second, he pivots to the next guard and slices him completely in half, prompting the enemy commander to shout for his surrender. Suddenly, a soldier lands a heavy kick right to his chest. The blow knocks him to the dirt, and the mob piles on, stabbing him repeatedly while he struggles to retaliate. Even as his vision fades, he manages to plunge his blade into one last foe, his eyes burning with defiance. Despite his overwhelming resolve, the sheer numbers game is something he just cannot beat. With nothing left to do, the world resets, and he wakes up in his next loop. The main character immediately deduces that such a massive force wasn't there by coincidence. They were lying in wait. They knew the group was coming, making him wonder how he missed their presence before concluding that these ambushers must possess elite stealth skills. Pin asks why he isn't preparing to enter the tunnel. He replies that his gamer senses are tingling, proposing they bypass the tunnel and scale the walls instead. Torres backs him up, agreeing that this guy's danger radar has saved them enough times to be worth trusting. The protagonist silently notes it isn't a gut feeling, but actual experience from a past life, while Pin reluctantly agrees. She warns him that climbing the walls means waiting for nightfall, which will cost them precious time. The young man counter-questions her, asking if she would prefer to take the risky route. She blushes in embarrassment, muttering that she can't believe he wants to pull off such a crazy stunt in broad daylight. Under the bright sun, Encrid quickly clarifies that he is only asking for a friendly duel. She agrees but bans all weapons, and our hero has no problem tossing his gear aside. The prospect of a bare-knuckle brawl immediately brings a wicked smirk to her face. She is clearly hyped for this, and as the rest of the squad gathers to watch, our MC points out that since the enemy already knows their location, a brutal clash is inevitable anyway. He wants to test his team's synergy and squeeze in some high-value training on the side. This guy chivalrously offers her the first strike, but she tells him to bring it instead. He wastes no time and charges straight at her with his fist cocked back, aiming a heavy blow right at her face. She easily ducks under the strike and drives a devastating knee toward his chest, but he manages to throw up a block just in time, though the sheer force of the impact starts to send him sliding backward. Using that momentum, she pivots and whips a lethal roundhouse kick toward his temple, which he barely slips away from by the hair of his chin. Realizing agility won't cut it, our main character decides to use the exact same brute force tactic as the fairy commander, overpower her with raw size and muscle strength. He grabs her, slams her hard onto the dirt, and pins down a hand right next to her head in a classic power pose, but Pin mutters that he just made a massive mistake. In a flash, she snatches his wrist and wraps her legs around his upper body. A second later, she locks him into a suffocating triangle choke and starts absolutely crushing his neck. Tor steps in to call the match right then and there, awarding her the victory. The young man admits that while she might look petite, she is packed with pure muscle, making him realize why she prefers throwing hands over wielding a sword. She smugly asks if he finally understands the reason he lost. He replies that she is precisely the kind of elite sparring partner he needs to level up his skills, asking for another round immediately. She grins and starts getting a bit flustered, blushing hard. Our hero quickly clarifies that he is strictly talking about combat training. She wonders how he read her mind, while Torres tells them both to stop flirting right in front of his face. Once night falls, Pin looks at the protagonist and asks if he is seriously planning to climb in that heavy gear. He asks what the issue is, and she points out that carrying that many weapons will drain his stamina, causing him to collapse halfway up the peak. When Torres asks if he should also lighten his load, she gives him a deadpan stare and says he can do whatever he wants. Torres immediately starts whining that his fragile feelings are getting hurt by her favoritism. The main character insists he can easily handle the ascent with this load, leaving Pin to just sigh and call him incredibly naive. They aren't just scaling a simple wall, they first have to conquer a massive, treacherous mountain just to get to the starting point. Torres chimes in, complaining that the height is absolutely insane. Our MC admits that the climb will be a nightmare, but points out that none of his challenges have ever been easy anyway. Before making the climb, the young man recalls returning from the mage's hidden underground tunnel and selling off all the loot to buy a new sword after his previous weapon shattered. His merchant contact was blown away by the magical artifacts, noting that just one was worth enough to buy a complete set of premium gear. He had demanded that the merchant bring him the absolute best weapon available, because for a warrior who lives and dies by the blade, a sword is a literal lifeline, and wandering into danger empty-handed is out of the question. With that resolve, he begins scaling the cliffside. Once they reach the summit, Pin smugly reminds him that she warned him to ditch the sword first, since that heavy iron would only exhaust him completely. The protagonist grins and admits that the extra weight is indeed dragging him down like a sack of bricks, but he keeps pushing forward anyway, confidently stating that under pressure muscles only grow back stronger. To this absolute training maniac, this life-threatening climb is just another daily workout as he keeps grinding his way up. Having already shattered countless physical limits through sheer willpower, he reaches the peak and mutters that even this isn't enough to slow down his rapid growth. He finally hauls himself over the ledge and lets out a long, heavy sigh of exhaustion. Pin teases that he loves making his own life difficult, while Torres wonders why the guy was so incredibly stubborn about carrying that heavy weapon. He guesses it must be some extreme form of training, but then laughs off the idea since our hero couldn't possibly be that insane. Suddenly, a chorus of chilling wolf howls echoes through the night sky as they peer down to spot a massive hunting pack. But these aren't ordinary predators, they are vicious werewolves, and the protagonist immediately recognizes the threat. Torres mentions that seeing this many lycanthropes moving together is a rare sight for Incrid. Pen chimes in, warning that this herd mentality means trouble. The crew needs to keep their eyes peeled, and that's when she spots the massive boundary wall looming in the distance, offering them a place to sneak around. She points out that cover is practically non-existent while the security team is on duty, making their usual rounds, explaining that the twin full moons make the night too bright, causing the guards to get lazy, complacent and careless, waiting for the perfect opening, the very second a sentry looks the other way. She whispers that it's go time, and the squad dashes forward, making a mad line for the structure. Just as they approach the base, a watchman pivots to peer over the edge, but they've already slipped completely out of his line of sight. They manage to position themselves directly right underneath his nose, prompting Penn to joke that dealing with basic knights is a breeze, is always easy, though the main character could swear he locked eyes with the guard and wonders it was just his imagination. Penn coats her palms in ash, noting the slums lie just beyond these massive fortifications. If they can slip inside and lay low, they will be completely off the radar. Before the climb, she tells our hero to ditch his heavy blade, because this wall is going to be brutal. Way worse than the mountain climb they did before, but he flatly refuses. Climbing without a handicap just doesn't feel like real training to him. Torres can only sigh at this, fully aware that this guy is absolutely insane. During the ascent, he admits she chose the safest route, and if they clear the barrier, sneaking across the country should be a walk in the park. That is, assuming the wall itself doesn't shut them down first. Remembering the tunnel beast attack, he suspects another deadly trap might be waiting for them at the summit. Penn scales the ledge first, and the young warrior wonders what kind of obstacle is going to get in their way this time. Right on cue, a mysterious figure steps forward, as a lady mockingly commends their late-night efforts, declaring that now it's time for their eternal rest. With a simple snap of her fingers, magic begins erupting directly from the earth beneath them. Penn screams at the group to hit the deck, and they narrowly manage to duck beneath the whipping vines. She commands everyone to retreat back down the wall and then hurls her throwing axe, but the hostile mage effortlessly stops the weapon with conjured roots, crushing it to splinters. Our hero certainly didn't expect a powerful magic caster to be waiting here. He has to admit, this is quite the lethal ambush. The protagonist charges forward, attempting to close the distance, but a massive plant tendril erupts from the soil to intercept his strike. He reminds himself that he defeated a spellcaster once before by relying on his raw combat instincts, so he readies a precise thrust and lunges forward. The sword tip streaks toward her, making him think he's won, but she just stares directly at the incoming point without flinching. Suddenly, he recalls a crucial lesson: trust your instincts, but never rely on them blindly. High-tier foes, especially skilled mages, can easily manipulate your perception. Thorny vines slam into his chest, launching him skyward and binding him securely. Meanwhile, halfway down the wall, Penn and Torres witness the disaster. Penn screams out in frustration, calling him a massive idiot for stubbornly holding his ground up there. Suddenly, rapid vines slither down the masonry and impale Penn and Torres straight through the chest, ending their lives in an instant. The young man struggles desperately to break free from his restraints, but the magical foliage is far too thick to allow any escape. The enemy spellcaster mocks him, praising his sheer audacity for not turning tail and running. He simply grinds his teeth and shoots a murderous glare at her. She introduces herself as Recha of the Rose Vines. She lifts her hand, clenches her fist, and Incrid instantly realizes that this current run is officially over. A massive magical explosion erupts, and, tangled inside the vines, the protagonist realizes that mages are just as diverse as frontline soldiers. He definitely got cocky, letting his newly acquired cheat-like strength get to his head before rushing in. Reading his opponent's moves, the mysterious boatman asks if he finally understands his place now. He calls our protagonist a freak for using regression loops to grow stronger instead of suffering properly, saying against a wall this huge, he's just an ant. Our MC thanks him, saying that speech lit the fire in him once again. This is exactly the kind of massive wall he needed. The boatman admits he is already looking forward to their encounter at the third wall. Later, Penn asks if he really wants to sneak in disguised as merchants, since the other routes feel completely wrong. She agrees and suggests entering with the regular traders, and when he asks for the timing, she points to tomorrow morning. That makes our hero pause, wondering how that works when he can't let the day pass without clearing the wall. He wonders what would happen if he let the day pass, clearing it. Torres suggests they just wait another day, while Penn argues they should make the most of this extra time and enjoy it. She orders one of her men to bring out their entire stash, leaving the protagonist wondering what on earth she is doing. He has no idea what she means until they haul out massive piles of delicious meat, marinated in alcohol. The young man cannot believe she brought booze this close to enemy territory and asks if she has completely lost her mind. He warns her that letting their guard down is dangerous, but she argues that being too tense is far worse. She explains that if he stays constantly wound up, he will miss the bigger picture, telling him to join in on the drinks because his shoulders are as stiff as a wooden board. Our MC admits he always pushed himself past his limits as the only solution, but she is right about his tunnel vision. He realizes he thought the only way past the obstacle was a head-on collision. He steps forward and says he wants to think this situation through calmly. Drawing his sword, he notes that brute force is not his only option. He decides this realization will become an essential part of his combat style. He starts training immediately, making Penn ask why he's working instead of resting, but Torres chuckles and says this is rest for our warrior. She watches with great interest as he starts sweating from all the swings. Penn jokes that he is great to look at, which Torres calls harassment, and she shoots back that it only counts as harassment if she is ugly. As the two moons overlap and night settles in, the party camps out under the stars. The protagonist mentions he had a major realization today, and that alone made the entire day worth it. Meanwhile, by this time, the enemy forces would have reached the wall. The Greyhound beasts are patrolling the tunnels, while a mage waits on top of the wall, wondering what is coming for them this time. Suddenly, the lycanthropes start howling, sounding exactly like the ones they saw below the cliffs before. Penn is completely stunned and Torres is just as shocked. The young man tenses up and says he recognizes the distinct howls of those monsters. These are the same lycanthropes from beneath the cliff, and now the entire pack charges at them. Penn yells for everyone to run for their lives. The werewolves quickly cut off their path, trapping the party on all sides. Torres mentions it normally takes at least 10 skilled soldiers to bring down a single one, and there must be around 20 of them here. With only 6 of them in their party, they are basically dead meat. Penn swears there were no monsters nearby, and our hero admits he didn't sense them either. That reminds him of Richa, meaning something must have fooled his perception once again. The beasts howl even louder. The protagonist reminds himself of his promise not to keep charging straight into every problem, but he is certainly not going down without a fight, so he rushes in, utilizing every sense to feel exactly where the incoming attacks are coming from. He spots another beast lunging and quickly jumps back to avoid it. Their attacks rain down from all directions without any pattern, and there are too many to handle by focusing on one point. A massive werewolf leaps at him with its jaws, but he blocks the strike. Encrid parries the blow with his sword, and that is when everything finally clicks. Focusing too narrowly on a single enemy is his downfall, so he expands his senses. But doing so only forces him to witness his allies getting ripped to shreds in real time. The battlefield is a literal meat grinder as Taurus gets torn wide open from behind, while Penn is taken out instantly when a massive werewolf sinks its fangs deep into her throat. Our hero is completely oblivious to this chaos, knowing none of it will matter once the time loop resets. Still, seeing his comrades die in agony hurts, so he kicks one beast away and slices it wide open. Crimson blood erupts from its neck, coating the snowy ground as he raises his blade once more. He quickly adjusts his stance and drives the edge deep into another beast's shoulder, only to be confronted by a much larger, scarred werewolf that suddenly delivers a devastating punch straight to his gut. The protagonist coughs up blood, realizing this beast actually has tactical intelligence unlike the mindless mobs. It has to be the boss monster of the pack. The beast grabs him by the arm and with brute monstrous strength flings him high into the air. Our main character looks down at the ravenous pack below, taking one final grim look at the fallen allies surrounding him. The mysterious ferryman appears again, reminding the warrior that every path he chooses is an impossible mountain to climb. As long as this deadly regression continues, he is doomed to repeat this nightmare. The guide asks if he still thinks this trial is fun, and the young man admits it is definitely far from his ideal vacation. Suddenly, the loop resets once more. His confused comrades stare at his tense face and ask if he has completely lost his mind, but he assures them he is perfectly fine and there is no reason to quit. They must push forward because no matter how insurmountable the obstacles seem, there has to be a secret path to victory, even though he hasn't discovered it yet. His allies can handle the enemy scout dogs in a fair duel, but once they get trapped in that narrow, claustrophobic tunnel, it is game over. To survive, they must avoid the ambush entirely. If he can utilize his enhanced perception to locate the hidden foes, they might stand a chance. That is the crucial first step, but suddenly, an enemy lookout shouts a warning about spotting some intruders. Instantly, hostile crossbowmen surround their position, cutting off every possible escape route. The fighter realizes his refined senses failed to warn him of the trap, and a swarm of spearmen quickly skewers him. After another brutal death, he suspects that magic might be masking their presence. The protagonist decides to track down the mysterious girl once again. Ducking under a massive vine, he asks her if she is the one responsible for the concealment spell in the underground passage. She is genuinely shocked by his deduction, muttering that a commander named Roger must not be performing his duties properly. That confirms the identity of the enemy commander. But once again, the warrior is crushed by the magical flora while still trying to master his wrist flick sword technique. He struggles to understand why his strike lacks power, and his ally bluntly tells him his form is garbage. But our hero keeps analyzing the situation. If an active mage is hiding their approach, reliance on basic senses won't save them from the trap. Even if they break through, a greater danger awaits them. There is no way to sneak past every group, and the same goes for the ferocious lycanthropes. When the odds are heavily stacked against him, he will keep struggling unless he finds a way to bridge the massive power gap. He prepares to launch another head-on assault, but suddenly freezes, realizing that charging blindly is just narrowing his focus too much. Recalling his training back in the dark cave, he swings his blade, effortlessly parries a spear, and slices off a bandit's arm. Face to face with the magic user, he reminds himself not to rush, as this is a golden opportunity to train endlessly in this regression loop. Then it's back to the beasts for another painful death by a spear thrust. Fighting the magical girl remains the matchup where he is showing the most improvement. Actually, scratch that, his progress against the werewolves is also skyrocketing. Grabbing a beast by the head, he vows to milk this training arc to get stronger, right before getting skewered yet again. Getting instantly taken out is rough, and now the boatman's lantern sways as he asks how long Encred plans to keep up this tragic routine. If he doesn't want to remain trapped in this endless loop forever, this guy needs to stop messing around and pick a path. He needs to choose a wall and scale it, but our main character admits that after repeating this nightmare so many times, it's not that simple. Having relived this scenario over and over, he knows every single choice is top-tier fantasy material, and almost too good to pass up. Choosing just one is a struggle, but we jump to another loop where the morning light finally breaks. The new day arrives, and Torres wakes up only to find that our protagonist is already wide awake and busy. The young man is already grinding his stats, throwing a punch that snaps his wrist forward with perfect martial arts form. In a flash, a hidden blade shoots out from his sleeve like a seasoned assassin. His companion stares in absolute shock, wondering when he learned a trick he couldn't pull off just yesterday. He casually claims he mastered it about 30 days ago, leaving his buddy completely baffled while our hero explains his progress. He is finally strong enough to break the cycle, revealing this is his 79th loop, and this time he is scaling that wall. Our guy is determined to reach tomorrow, noting they still have some time before entering the dark tunnel. He requests a simple custom pouch designed to fit snugly around his wrist, and his ally says that's an easy fix. As they prep, our protagonist notices that the inside of Pen's boots looks highly unusual, sparking his curiosity. She smirks and takes them off, explaining she lined the soles with soft fabric to silence her steps from enemies. Since monsters have incredibly sharp hearing, the main character suggests they all do the same, catching the others off guard. Pen doubts they will run into those creatures, but he insists on the upgrade anyway, and moves as silently as a veteran ranger. She points out that moving this quietly is incredibly difficult, not realizing he has practiced this in loop after loop. To survive the deadly smuggler's dungeon, this guy knows he must spot the enemy first and create an opening. In the pitch black, predicting a sudden ambush is nearly impossible, but luckily they have a seasoned expert on their side. The young man asks for their game plan if enemies are already lying in wait, though Pen thinks that scenario is highly highly unlikely. She jokes that they can always run, but our hero immediately counters by asking what happens if their escape route is cut off. He wants to know the exact dimensions of the tunnel, and if there are any hidden side paths they can exploit. Torres wonders if the protagonist is getting cold feet or sensing danger since he's asking far more questions than usual. The young man ignores the teasing and asks if the enemies are armed, knowing a prepared ambush means instant death. She tells him that if he's so terrified, he is welcome to stay behind rather than bringing down the team's morale. He explains that his grim warnings are just about keeping them alive, and his tone carries a heavy, serious weight. She can tell he is dead serious about their safety, even if she can't quite understand where this sudden intensity is coming from. The protagonist realizes that military rank alone won't make his allies move the way he needs them to in this loop. He has to genuinely persuade them, just like Krang demonstrated back in the infirmary tent with some serious authority. With the right amount of psychological pressure and a commanding voice, he can get his point across instantly. Pen admits the main character makes a solid point, realizing that she has probably been a bit too relaxed lately. The atmosphere shifts instantly, and once she locks in, she starts pointing out every little detail around them. Looking down, she spots something highly suspicious and notes that the footprints on the ground were intentionally blurred. Her expression hardens instantly as she puts the pieces together and spots the danger. She realizes they walked straight into a trap, yelling that they need to fall back and secure the exit immediately. But it's too late as hostiles emerge from the shadows behind them armed with deadly crossbows. The enemies aim directly at the group, while their companion is cut off in the opposite direction. While the others scramble for cover, our hero does the unthinkable and charges straight toward the enemy lines. He boldly yells that he's a messenger sent directly by their commander, Roger. In the pitch black, the enemies can't distinguish faces, and he keeps shouting about the chaotic situation in the city. Mentioning the monsters makes them hesitate, and using their commander's name successfully tricks them into thinking he's an ally. Believing he is one of their own, they let their guard down as this guy closes the distance with lightning speed. He draws his weapon, knowing they will recognize him up close, but by then the trap is already set. It is far too late for them, and he takes out the first guard with a clean, lethal strike. The enemy shouts that there's an intruder, but before they can react, our protagonist makes a high IQ play. He grabs the leader's uniform and pulls him in as a human shield, daring the rest of the squad to open fire. The terrified hostage quickly screams at his men to hold their fire and stand down. The young man mocks them, joking that he expected Roger's attack dogs to be much better trained than this. While the enemies freeze up, Torres and Pen watch in utter disbelief, wondering why he's actively provoking a squad of armed soldiers. Pen warns that if reinforcements show up, they are totally screwed, but Ingrid just keeps shouting like a madman. He mocks the guards, asking if their crossbows are just for show and if they left their brains at home, pushing their buttons as hard as possible. He keeps badgering them relentlessly until Pen finally catches on to his crazy game. She realizes the plan while this guy keeps screaming Roger's name at the top of his lungs. While the young man creates a massive scene, she quietly slips behind one of the doors to set up an ambush. She stealths one guard, knocking him out cold with a cloth, and Torres quickly joins the party. He quietly takes out another target, making Pen realize that the main character just created the ultimate distraction for them. He slices a man's throat in the chaos, and the enemy soldiers finally panic when they realize they are getting pinched from both sides. They scream about enemies in the rear, but before one can even look around, Torres drops him instantly. Before the guard can even get an answer, the crazy bait guy keeps howling about the dark moon and cosmic destiny. He rants about a new dawn rising, which absolutely terrifies one of the enemy soldiers. Shaking with fear, the soldier raises his crossbow, aims at the main character, and pulls the trigger, but his aim is trash, and he accidentally shoots his own ally instead, causing the rest of the squad to curse in frustration. Realizing they've been duped, they charge right at him. The playtime is officially over, but simple melee combat isn't going to cut it here. The young man throws two whistling daggers, blinding two rangers with pinpoint accuracy to the eyes. After those brutal headshots, Pen screams that they need to make a run for it. They need to reach the exit immediately, but then the heavy thud of marching boots echoes down the hall. He spins around only to see Roger's elite Greyhound unit, proving that this decoy leader wasn't the real deal. Since this guy isn't Roger, our hero shouts that he has a special delivery for them. He claims he brings a message from Richa, causing the enemy captain to freeze in shock. The captain demands to know how he knows that name, but the protagonist just screams for his team to move. He tells everyone to run for their lives while the enemy leader stands there stunned. The captain finally realizes he's been played like a fiddle and commands his troops to hunt them down. As they sprint for the exit, they burst out into the open with an entire army hot on their heels. With the guards closing in, Pen frantically asks how they are going to shake them, suggesting they head for the creek or the cliffs. But but the main character insists they need to head straight back to their camp, prompting her to ask if he's lost his mind. He replies that there's no time to explain, so she decides to trust his judgment and signals the group. She orders the others to follow him, while our protagonist keeps an eye on the sky. He notes that sunset is almost upon them, which is perfect for his plan. It is almost time to summon some unwanted guests, remembering a tip about dangerous vipers hiding under the flat stones near the river. Knowing these monsters lurk beneath the rocks, he hooks his blade under one of them. He flips the stone backward, and a venomous scaly tail instantly whips out. A pursuing soldier bats it away, scoffing that these cheap tricks won't save them. But his confidence fades when a giant viper bursts from the shattered rock. And it brought friends, as the main character keeps flipping stones to send the pursuing soldiers into absolute chaos. Seeing the panic, Pen asks if he's crazy, warning him that this noise will attract the local monsters. The young man grins and says that is the entire plan, since those beasts have incredibly sharp hearing. They won't miss a single sound, and as they charge uphill, he reminds her that the night belongs to the beasts. Right on cue, the chilling howls of werewolves echo from the valley below. He points out that hungry monsters don't care about factions, they only care about fresh meat, before telling his allies to keep running. They look at him in disbelief, asking if he is seriously suggesting they just ditch him. When they refuse to leave, he snaps at them that he has a plan and their presence will only slow him down. He tells them they will just get in the way before suddenly breaking and turning around. He charges straight back toward the guards, prompting the enemy captain to order his squad to split up. Our hero calculates that if he can lure both the elite guards and the local lycanthropes to one spot, they will do his job for him. He can make them tear each other to shreds, so he decides to draw all the aggro to give his team a chance to escape. To ensure they follow him, he releases a suffocating wave of killing intent that freezes everyone in their tracks. With a crimson aura radiating off his body, the captain immediately locks eyes with him. A cold shiver runs down the commander's spine as the werewolf pack closes in. Encrid reacts to the sudden chaos with pure, unadulterated hype. The captain grits his teeth, realizing they're in deep trouble, and orders his squad to eliminate the threat. Their objective is to target the main character first, while a pack of wild werewolves begins scaling the cliffs. The beasts leap up from the shadows below, catching the terrified soldiers completely off guard. As attacks fly from the front, this guy uses his heightened senses to elegantly dodge the strike. He slips past them effortlessly, declaring that at this point, allies and enemies don't even matter anymore. The entire battlefield is about to devolve into a chaotic war zone, which is exactly what he planned. While Torres and Pen make a run for it, Torres starts second-guessing their survival chances. Just as he suggests turning back, the terrifying howls of the wolves echo through the canyon. They look back only to freeze in their tracks as the young man stands alone in the middle of a massive horde. It's a complete bloodbath, and Torres insists they need to get the hell out of there right now. But just as they prepare to flee, he spots a scene that makes him halt. The sight is so utterly jaw-dropping that he literally has to rub his eyes to believe it. An enemy soldier curses in frustration, wondering why this overpowered protagonist is so impossible to hit. A spear barely grazes him, and the young man casually notes that some enemies still have decent aim in this mess. Sensing his insane killing intent, several soldiers charge him, forcing him to shift his focus to the entire battlefield. He reads their attack trajectories in real time, maneuvering through the blades like a seasoned martial arts master. Using minimal movements to dodge, he explains that he had to push his senses to their absolute limits. He trained himself to perceive threats from every blind spot, knowing that a single slip-up in this dungeon means death. One tiny mistake is all it takes to end it, but he confidently declares that he isn't about to screw up. He turns around with a smug grin, just as the desperate captain commands the Greyhound unit to rally. The main character knows these guys are elite troops, and if they manage to organize their defenses, they'll turn the tide. Once they form a solid wall, the monsters will start losing, so he needs to keep the chaotic energy flowing. To keep the pressure on, he recalls a useful memory from a previous regression loop. During a past clash, a soldier had called him a fool for trying to challenge Roger, the guy who never takes off his helmet. Knowing the captain's name is Roger, he keeps wondering what kind of secret is hidden under that armor. Naturally, he decides to find out the fun way and delivers a swift strike to knock the helmet off. As the helmet clatters to the ground, the surrounding soldiers suddenly look incredibly awkward and uneasy. Now, the main character finally understands why this proud leader refused to show his face. He jokingly tells the guy that there is absolutely no shame in being bold, but Roger is absolutely livid because the protagonist just exposed his biggest insecurity to the entire army. Seeing the captain's embarrassment, he loudly tells the man to just leave the helmet off. He continues to roast him, saying he should proudly display that shiny, light-reflecting dome. Roger tries his best to maintain his composure, telling himself not to get triggered by such childish bait. He tries to ignore it, but then the young man decides to deal some ultimate emotional damage. He dramatically runs his fingers through his own thick, luscious hair, making the disrespect 10 times worse. Looking down at the bald captain, he smugly asks if this is the kind of hair he desperately wishes he had. Torres is completely left speechless by the sheer audacity, while Penn mutters that their leader has officially lost it. This guy has absolutely zero chill. Roger takes the bait hook, line, and sinker, charging forward while swearing the protagonist won't die easily. The main character just smiles, completely unfazed by the angry threat. He invites him to try, and as their blades clash, he easily parries the captain's sword away. He redirects the strike to the side with absolute ease. A swift counterattack follows, but the young man effortlessly catches it with his own weapon. Deflecting the blow, he immediately launches a vicious counter-thrust. He aims the blade straight for the captain's eye, forcing the man to barely dodge in time. As the enemy slips away, he tells him it's time to reunite with his lost hair in the afterlife. Looking up in sheer panic, the captain realizes too late that he completely messed up. The realization hits him right before a massive, hairy shadow looms over him. Out of nowhere, a giant claw reaches in, and the alpha werewolf violently rips the captain's head clean off. Before he can even deliver the finishing blow, Roger's head goes rolling and Incred locks eyes with the alpha werewolf. Meanwhile, a nearby soldier screams out Roger's name in pure horror. The protagonist notes that this beastly alpha struck the moment everyone was distracted. Talk about a smart tactical play. Suddenly, it rushes right past him and dives straight back into the chaotic crowd. The main character realizes this boss monster is hunting by blending into the madness. Watching it maneuver, he knows this alpha is a far greater threat than Roger ever could have been. Its high battle IQ and raw power are the exact reasons he had to repeat this dungeon loop so many times already. Suddenly, the beast lunges from his blind spot, fist cocked back, but our protagonist spins to meet it. He claims he'll end it right here and deflects the heavy blow with his trusty sword. Sparks fly everywhere as he drives forward. With aggressive momentum, the alpha matches his energy, pushing back just as hard. The young man lifts his blade high and brings it down, cleanly severing the beast's massive arm. Without missing a beat, he follows up with a devastating slice right across its chest, making the monster howl in agony. When it wildly swings its left arm, he ducks right under the swipe and lunges forward. He declares that this fight ends right now. His blade shoots forward like a flash of light and pierces its chest completely. Just like that, the terrifying alpha is dead. Even though the chaotic battle still rages around them, Torres and Penn can do nothing but stare at him in absolute shock. They almost feel a twinge of pity for the beast as it drops dead, since this entire matchup was completely one-sided. The main character finally lets out a sigh, knowing he's accomplished what he came to do. Penn suggests they head over to him, and both of them start calling out. When he glances their way, she screams at the top of her lungs that he needs to get the hell out of there. He sprints toward them while the enemy soldiers shout for backup to chase him down. However, the remaining beasts don't let them move a single inch, keeping them way too busy, getting absolutely overwhelmed. Penn asks if he planned this entire setup and knew the monsters would crash the party, but he simply replies that he just got incredibly lucky. Torres shrugs it off but demands to know when he became this insanely strong and how he read the enemy's moves. Our protagonists can tell they are completely lost in translation. They have no clue about his time loops, and he can't stand around explaining complex magic mechanics right now. Instead, he points out that a much bigger issue is at hand because their mission still isn't over. Looking up at the towering cliffs, the warrior says they need to scale the massive wall immediately. Waiting at the very top is Reicha, the ultimate boss of this current run. A moment later, the crew is already scaling the heights. The protagonist still has the mysterious pouch strapped securely under his wrist. As they watch him scale the wall with ease, Penn asks if he's secretly a ranger, but Torres denies it, which only makes her wonder how on earth he got this good. The main character admits he barely even knows what his class is supposed to be anymore. He was originally on track to become a standard knight, but right now, his battle instincts aren't even focused on their target. He already knows exactly where she will be since she never changes her strategy in any of the previous loops. Once he reaches the summit and ducks behind some solid cover, he quickly hand signals his companions to warn them that there is an enemy lying in wait ahead and that he will take the lead. This leaves Penn looking completely baffled as the young man suddenly springs forward and sprints along the top of the wall. Reicha turns around in pure shock just as his sharp blade aims directly for her throat. In a panic, she summons magical vines that instantly wrap around his sword arm and fling him backward with extreme force. However, he cleanly cuts through the foliage mid-air, prompting her to demand how he bypassed her guards when her children were supposed to be guarding the perimeter. The protagonist coldly replies that they are a bit preoccupied right now. Our main character, Encrid, is busy style bending on the greyhounds while trash-talking their boss, suggesting she skip their training days. Absolutely triggered by the insult, the villainous mage flies into a total rage. She summons a horde of killer vines, but this guy is basically in the zone, dodging and parrying them like a pro. Swatting the rest aside, the young warrior realizes that maintaining this perfect flow state is all he needs to do. With some vines starting to spin, he focuses on slicing the whipping tendrils while pushing forward. His companion Pan cannot believe he is fighting a high-tier mage so effectively, making Tors wonder if they should jump in. She warns they would only get in his way, right as more enemy minions arrive, shouting that they need to reinforce their boss. They try to rush in to save Richa, but the squad is ready to intercept. One of the reinforcements gets instantly one-tapped, and Pen vows she will not let any of them get past. She blocks the path to protect our hero while the enemy boss grows increasingly furious. Deadly magic roses begin sprouting from her vines, and she calls her own minions completely worthless. She fires the explosive roses straight at him, but he declares he has already figured out her entire attack pattern. At the end of the day, she is still just a squishy human, and a good slash or stab will end her. Our protagonist just needs one clean opening, and he has the perfect tool for the job. Reaching into his storage pouch, the young man charges forward once more. With absolute focus, he weaves through the magical projectiles and slices through the thick undergrowth. Slicing through the defensive vines that shield her directly, he breaks her guard. The boss hesitates in panic, desperately trying to raise another magic barrier. Instead of a sword strike, he thrusts his fist right in front of her face and reveals his repaired trump card. He is referring to the leftover magic items from their earlier dungeon run, which Kreis had suggested selling. The main character had insisted on keeping them, knowing they would eventually come in handy. And talk about a big brain play, because now he reaches into his pouch and flicks his wrist to send one flying. It flies straight at her face, revealing itself as the cave magic device before exploding in a blinding blue flash. The light is brighter than a desert sunrise, forcing even Pen and Tors to turn away. They cover their eyes from the glare, while down in the lower streets, the locals are stunned. The slum residents look up to see a massive flash of blue light radiating from the high wall. The blinded boss screams in absolute pain, giving our swordsman the perfect opening to swing. Slicing through her protective vines, he cuts right across her side and remarks that relaxing his shoulders opened his eyes. He did not need to limit himself to just one path, since all three walls had something valuable to teach. By combining all three martial arts styles, he has achieved a whole new level of power. As the defeated boss collapses onto the stone floor, our hero lets out a long, exhausted breath. He has officially forged his own unique combat style. Meanwhile, Tors swiftly cuts down one of the remaining soldiers trying to flank them. Pen is about to ask how the main character pulled off that crazy stunt, but Tors cuts her off. They can ask questions later, but right now they need to escape before reinforcements arrive. Drawn by the massive flash of light, guards with torches are already flooding the slums to investigate. While guards search everywhere, our hero notes they have successfully entered Crossguard, meaning if they save Kitten, this loop will finally end. Hoping to end the cycle once and for all, Pen leads the group to a hidden location. She points out a rundown house, explaining it was the last place their missing ally stayed before vanishing. Stepping inside, the gruesome signs of torture make it clear the enemy found out about her. Having realized their comrade was compromised, Pen fears the worst has already happened. She assumes she must be dead, but the main character points out that guards are already closing in and their informant is gone. The urgent letter they received was a complete setup, designed to lure them directly into a death trap. Tors realizes they have been set up, just they hear the patrol outside calling out to one another. The soldiers ask if anyone has spotted the targets, with the leader ordering them to keep searching. Pen suggests a quick getaway, but Tors warns it is too risky with guards everywhere and asks if there is any way to distract them. The main character smiles and says he knows a method that worked perfectly in his previous attempts. He asks if they are ready to roll, and suddenly one of the nearby houses bursts into flames. As the guards rush over to fight the fire, our protagonist notes that nothing draws aggro away quite like a massive blaze. Having cleared this scenario so many times, the young man jokes that he might just unlock the arsonist subclass at this rate. Since he failed to become a formal knight, Encred decides to train his swordsmanship even harder. Once the young man gets back to the action, the group finally manages to scale the perimeter walls. They ditch their stealthy robes, and now they just need to make a quick escape back to safety. As they head toward the border guards, a mysterious figure watches them from the rooftop of a ruined house. Taking in the chaotic scene, another soldier reports that the intruders fled right after starting a massive fire. Watching the flames rise, the commander sighs and begins to speak. He laments that every single trap failed, they took a massive hit, and he cannot believe Richa went down so easily. The original plan was supposed to wipe out all the enemy rangers and spies. It was designed to completely crush their morale, but he decides to keep his composure. The game is far from over since there are still plenty of cards left to play, so he dismisses the messenger. He tells the soldier to scram while he plans their next move, showing off why he is the Aspen faction's genius strategist. Introducing nursing Abner. Later on, our heroes make their way back toward the medical camp. Traveling back by boat, Pen and Torres are absolutely exhausted and panting heavily. Meanwhile, the main character looks completely fine, even casually asking for another duel. The moment they disembark, Torres calls him a total psychopath since they already sparred over 10 times during the journey, leaving the boatman wondering why they are all so hyperactive. They are constantly drenched in sweat, but soon enough, the vessel docks at the harbor. Once the boat stops, Torres declares the mission officially over and suggests they take a break, only to realize this insane training routine is what passes for relaxation. For the young warrior, this is just a normal Tuesday. The MC begs Pen for another round, but she immediately shuts him down, telling him that his handsome face won't work. She is completely immune to his charms, but at the gate, a panicked man is begging to speak with their squad. The notorious platoon of lunatics is in high demand, and Torres wonders what this visitor wants. He asks what that bald guy is after, suggesting they log the incident since he actually recognizes him. The intruder turns out to be Gilfin, who rushes forward frantically shouting that the guildmaster is in grave danger. When the young man asks what is going on, the panicked messenger explains that this fantasy world is about to get a lot more dangerous. He warns that the frog-like beasts are here, explaining that when the Aspen faction seized control of their guild, their boss received a hefty payoff. Since they were on the payroll, the Aspens sent inspectors every spring to check on them, and these agents were nicknamed frogs. Now, one has finally appeared. One of these dreaded inspectors has returned. A quick flashback takes us 4 days back, where Kreese is wrapping up some business. He decides this amount of loot will suffice as they prepare to pack up and leave after staying for a week. Since the higher-ups received plenty of tribute because of him, he figures this small cut will slide, but then his subordinate rushes in. The subordinate delivers an urgent report about a panicked innkeeper who spotted a potential Aspen spy, prompting the boss to send his boys to investigate. He tells them to handle the threat, especially now that their guild is assisting the Night Watch by patrolling the dark alleys that the reserve border guards ignore. This duty boosted their reputation and income, and with the locals acting as his informants, the boss is now securing much more leverage than the rest of his crew. He gathers vital intelligence and starts planning to hike up the taxes so that their territory can expand even further. Within a year, or maybe even 6 months, he envisions himself ruling over the entire underworld. He wants full control of the slums. Meanwhile, a sentry stands watch outside. The sentry guards the entrance while a mysterious hooded figure stands waiting in the shadows. Further down the hallway, the guard steps up and prepares to ask what he wants. Before the guard can demand ID, the stranger blinks right in front of him and throws him straight through the wooden door. The guard lands right in front of the boss, and just from the intruder's imposing silhouette, it is clear this is a beast they cannot defeat. Sensing a non-human presence like a dungeon monster, the boss freezes in terror while his subordinate realizes their dangerous guest has arrived. The uninvited visitor has made his entrance, leaving the boss to mutter in disbelief. He whispers that it is indeed one of the frogs. Just as the cloaked figure reaches up, the intruder pulls back his hood to reveal a monstrous face. But the boss notices his guards are still breathing, meaning there is still a chance to negotiate. He hopes they can talk this over, though he is sweating bullets while trying to act polite. He gestures for the guest to take a seat, which the monstrous frog finds absolutely hilarious. The beast bursts out laughing, commenting on his amusing reaction, and questioning who the boss thinks he is dealing with. The boss tries to redirect the tension by dodging the question and asking if he has eaten yet. The beast scoffs at the hospitality, stating that dinner plans are the least of their worries right now. To prove his point, he backhands the subordinate away, and immediately closes the distance with a brutal uppercut. The strike connects cleanly with the boss's jaw, sending him flying. The boss is launched into the air, and as the subordinate collapses onto the floor, the monster catches the flying guildmaster. Snatching him by the collar, the beast coldly remarks that humans only start listening after a good beating. According to what Encrid learned, the captive claims he would have spilled the beans, regardless, before asking what this mutated monster frog actually wants to discover so desperately. The beast laughs at his prisoner's lingering smile, and demands to know the whereabouts of the former guildmaster and the source of his captive, who simply replies that the previous boss is completely dead. When the creature asks who did the deed, the captive claims it was the work of the border patrol reservists. This prompts the giant amphibian to ask for a specific name, and after taking a brief moment to calculate his next move, the hostage feeds him the Elias of Ragnar. The slimy beast licks his lips in anticipation and commands his subordinate to bring this person to him. The underling suggests that they should probably track down the actual guildmaster instead, and the lackey instantly catches on to the plan. He understands that any of those top-tier fighters would easily fit the bill, and dashes off to locate them, though he has failed to find a single one due to their recent reassignments. Meanwhile, the captive notes that it is a miracle they even survived, considering just waking that powerhouse up is a massive chore, meaning the SOS was meant for any high-level warrior capable of slaying this monstrous boss. The main character points out that the captive likely never anticipated everyone being deployed on missions, especially since they normally only follow his lead. Before asking the messenger if the prisoner is still breathing after 4 days, the messenger confirms he is, prompting our protagonist to follow up by asking if the man still possesses all of his limbs, which leaves the underling totally baffled until the young man clarifies if he is undergoing torture, which the lackey denies. He claims he is doing just fine. The hero recalls having battled wild werewolves, clashing with the commander of the Greyhounds, and even taking down a powerful mage. He has leveled up significantly since then, but he still vividly remembers how effortlessly that beast defeated him in their previous encounter. This time around, however, he genuinely believes he can emerge victorious, and he is eager to use this clash to measure how much he has evolved. While recuperating from his previous rage should take some time, it is not going to drag on, so he instructs the messenger to inform the green monster that his target will pay him a visit tomorrow. The hostage will not perish from waiting just one more day, which is something our protagonist can easily deduce from the creature's actions. While people assume these monsters are simple-minded, they are just as complex as humans, and this particular boss is keeping the captive alive intentionally to bait a trap, which is definitely not the strategy of a brainless creature. The young man heads off to submit his mission report, where his superior mentions that the rest of the squad is already deployed, and asks if he plans to join them immediately. The main character replies that he is completely drained and will depart after taking 2 days of rest. That evening in the barracks, he resolves that if he is going to risk his life fighting this beast, he must face it in peak physical condition, all while his pet companion snoozes peacefully right next to him. He treats himself to a hearty meal and begins his training routine. Inspecting his specialized arsenal of whistle daggers, he laments that he could not retrieve most of them, leaving him with only 2 remaining. He realizes there must be a method to replenish his stock. At that moment, his feline companion walks over with a soft meow, prompting the main character to remark on how affectionate she is being today as he strokes her fur while she purrs contentedly. He wonders if she got lonely by herself and asks if she wants to tag along on his next hunt, though she will have to keep her distance since he is genuinely looking forward to this rematch. The young warrior is finally getting the opportunity to clash with a monstrous amphibian. Meanwhile, over at the secret base, the giant beast declares he has waited far too long. He threatens the captive to ensure that the promise of a powerful visitor arriving today is not a lie, prompting a quick reassurance from the terrified man. He insists it is absolutely true, and to distract the monster, he offers him another fresh dish that should suit his palate much better. The creature admits the captive is actually quite useful, noting that it might be a shame to end up executing him. The hostage lets out a forced laugh and offers his thanks, though internally he is praying for any warrior to arrive before he ends up as Monster Chow. Shortly after, inside the headquarters of the Thieves Guild, the gluttonous beast is stuffing his face once more, waiting lazily with his feet propped up on the table. The hostage grumbles about their tardiness, cursing those crazy squad mates for taking so long and wishing he could drag them here himself if he had the power. The greedy creature simply demands more food while holding up a leftover apple core. The captive complies, all the while noting that this creepy monster keeps a constant eye on him and never seems to sleep. He tells himself to endure just a bit longer, because once one of those powerhouse fighters shows up, they will easily crush this beast, assuming at least one of them actually makes an appearance. Meanwhile, our hero begins making his way down the dim hallway. He readies his signature whistle daggers for combat just as the gluttonous boss reaches for another snack before the final showdown begins. Sensing the enemy nearby, Encrid kicks the door open with a dramatic shout, sending splinters and dust flying everywhere like a true action hero. He readies his signature whistle daggers while his sidekick watches in absolute disbelief. The companion screams in shock, asking why he is jumping into danger when he is literally the weakest level 1 scrub in the party, but our hero just launches his weapons anyway. The giant monster frog easily ducks under both blades, letting them crash hard. straight into a wooden chair, while the young man lands smoothly on top of the desk, drawing his blade for a quick slash. But this high-level boss creature of the forest evades that too, leaping over him to counterattack with its own weapon. It strikes back with lethal intent, but our main character flips right under the incoming blade and resets the battlefield, making it a complete standoff where the next split-second decision will determine who dominates this deadly duel. They clash instantly, trading lightning-fast blows that send sparks flying till the entire room echoes with the deafening screech of clashing metal. The sidekick is losing his mind, wondering if this guy is secretly a hidden ranker, because he is matching the monster strike for strike. A normal newbie would just block and pray, but doing that against this beast's insane power would shatter his bones. When the boss lunges with a heavy thrust, our fighter prepares his defense, knowing he must execute a parry. With his flowing sword technique, he diverts the incoming strike away, leaving a trail of sparks along the blade, and focuses entirely on the monster's critical weakness, its heart. One perfect thrust right there could shut down its cheat-like health regeneration, but the giant beast suddenly counters with a brutal kick directly to the main character's chest, sending him crashing backward. He smashes into some wooden crates right next to his terrified ally, who winces and fears that if the hero blacks out again, they are both history. The smug boss mocks him for targeting its weak spots so blindly, claiming that humans like him are just mediocre players, trying to read skills they don't possess. Yet the young man's behavior defies all logic. The monster points out he should have reached his absolute limit hours ago. But as our hero struggles to get back onto his feet, the beast is left wondering how he keeps bypassing the physical limitations of his stats. The main character just smirks, joking that a simple frog kick doesn't even hurt all that much anymore. This trash talk only infuriates the boss, prompting it to finish the fight immediately. It brings down its massive blade, but the protagonist counters with a daring thrust. The monster realizes he is aiming for the heart again, and as they both charge forward with zero regard for defense, it looks like the boss's strike will connect first. He knows that destroying the heart is the only way to disable the regeneration, but executing a blind attack without a proper opening is suicide. So at the very last second, he pivots and slices off the beast's arm, sending it flying through the air. He immediately presses the advantage, knowing a limb won't regenerate mid-combat, meaning this is his ultimate chance. The monster just scoffs, claiming that a single arm is more than enough to crush a weakling, continuing the lethal swing it had already initiated. The protagonist tries to block it, but the impact is sheer power and disarms him completely, sending his weapon flying. The boss closes the distance in a flash, raising its sword to deliver the final blow. The young man wonders if he has failed once again, bracing himself to try this dungeon boss again in the next regression loop. But right as the deadly blade swings down to execute him, it suddenly stops just inches away from his forehead. The sheer shockwave blows his hair back as the room falls into a tense silence, leaving him completely baffled as to why the monster hesitated. Suddenly backing off, the giant beast murmurs that it senses an overwhelming, catastrophic magical pressure radiating from their ally, who is glaring at it with pure malice. It realizes that its predator instincts are screaming a warning: end this human's life, and you will not survive the aftermath. Esther slowly steps forward as the monster frog's throat swells while holding Enkrid's hand. It holds back its croaks, admitting it desperately wants to slay a human who dared to break past his mortal limits. This guy is completely unpredictable, making him exactly the kind of dangerous human they need to watch out for and get rid of early on. Yet the moment the beast raises its weapon, the girl realizes it isn't planning to attack, but is actually putting the blade away because survival is what matters most. Before making its exit, the creature tells our hero to remember that core lesson. We then learn its name is Merlin, and next time they cross paths, this beast is going to be actively planning to kill him, though our MC honestly couldn't care less. He was actually hoping to keep the martial arts action going, but the beast walks away. The moment it disappears, the sidekick starts talking to our main character. He slowly gets up and asks if the danger is finally over, relieved they somehow survived when he thought for sure they were dead. The companion can't believe our guy got strong enough to fight a monster like that, but he says he still wasn't strong enough since the creature's last strike disarmed him, and his wrist is already terribly swollen. Clenching his fist, he claims that 3 more leveling up loops would have been enough to finish the beast off for good. As they walk back to town, his friend notes that none of the other squad members showed up, never expecting those absolute lunatics to be away on active missions. The young man admits that caught him off guard too, while his buddy is just glad the giant frog left. Still, the protagonist can't stop wondering about the creature's motives, since that monster could have easily killed both of them at any given moment. He looks down at the cat and asks asks if she was the savior. She just meows, leaving his buddy staring and asking if he's seriously talking to pets now. Right then, the first company commander rushes over, demand to know where he's been, and noticing the bandages wrapped around his arm, though our hero simply says he got into a bit of a scuffle, she sighs that the timing is terrible but says they don't need him on the front lines right now, adding that his superior officer requested for him to tag along, leaving the young man wondering exactly what kind of plan she has cooked up. Gazing out over the bloody battlefield, she admits she finally understands why people call these soldiers complete psychopaths, as one of them is currently tearing through the enemy lines with a deadpan look on his face, and right after dropping only 3 targets, he casually walks away saying he's done for the day, ignoring the shouting allies who point out there are plenty of enemies left, since that was his daily quota. Later, another wild warrior stumbles into camp drenched in blood and carrying an enemy's head, despite everyone thinking he perished after vanishing. During the previous clash, the crazy fighter complains that they should have told him if the camp relocated, then tosses the decapitated head at a soldier and says he is heading straight to sleep. The bewildered soldier stammers that they never moved the camp, then panics upon realizing he is holding the enemy general's head in shock that their ally infiltrated the enemy base and actually made it back alive, only for some nearby rowdy soldiers to complain that they are being way too noisy and need to learn some manners. In response, the wild warrior grabs one of their arms and completely crushes it with just a single squeeze, leaving the rest of the squad in utter panic over how effortlessly he snapped the bone. Meanwhile, another elite fighter is dodging everything effortlessly, making it impossible for anyone to land a hit because he doesn't have any desire to put in real effort without their captain around. When he prepares to leave, a desperate soldier drops to his knees, begging him to at least strike him once to help him train. The female commander watches this entire chaotic scene unfold with a headache. Later, back at the main headquarters, a high-ranking officer named Marcus asks if she actually succeeded in bringing those absolute wild cards to the front line. She replies that gathering them was actually the easy part, as she simply told them she wanted them to fill in for their absent commander, prompting the remaining elite warriors to prepare for action. One of the fighters points out that she locked up their squad leader and now expects them to perform all his duties as well. She coldly reminds him that a captain is always held responsible for the actions of their subordinates, asking if they really want their beloved captain punished for their own lack of cooperation. The warrior glares at her, clearly not wanting their leader to take the fall for their behavior. So he reluctantly agrees, stating he will only take down 3 enemies a day and not a single target more. The rest of the wild squad begins to mobilize as well. She is relieved these dangerous soldiers are cooperating, but the high-ranking nobles don't view this situation positively at all. The officer notes that their unit is the vanguard of the campaign, and their success or failure will dictate everything that follows. She then asks if the enemy forces are still trying to bait them into single combat, ever since the enemy lost the fair fight, they've resorted to dirty tactics, sending elite fighters that Encrid's side just can't seem to beat. With morale plummeting, the troops are starting to fear a total defeat, and Marcus warns they desperately need some heavy hitters to turn the tide. We are talking high-tier powerhouses, and if only that squad of absolute lunatics would step up and handle the dirty work, that would be the dream. But she points out that getting those wild cards onto the battlefield is already a nightmare, and pushing them too hard might make them mutiny. They are far too rebellious, yet tossing away such elite martial arts talent would be a total waste of resources. Leaving the tent, she hears Marcus grumbling under his breath about those annoying Aspen bastards. Apparently, the enemy is getting surprisingly crafty, which is a major upgrade from their usual brainless tactics. Word on the street is that a young genius strategist has joined their ranks, and Marcus suspects this mastermind is the one pulling the strings. This tactical shift has his signature all over it. Meanwhile, back at the barracks that night, Andrew Gardner is catching up with the crew. The guy boasts about his grand plans to restore his family noble house one day, but for now, he is stuck babysitting a pack of rabid wolves. Since their boss is away, Henry notices his eye injury and warns him to stop dueling Rem, but the young man asks who else is supposed to manage the psycho's bloodlust. If left unchecked, that monster would paint the camp red with friendly blood. Plus, dancing on the edge of death in these sparring matches actually helps him level up. It makes the young man stronger, and even Mac has to admit that while the process is terrifying, the results are undeniable. Having taken a beating himself, Henry points out that at least the other psychos in the squad keep to themselves and do not start random brawls. Just as he says that, some loudmouth officer starts screaming at Rem to get to work and stop slacking off. He demands he take his duties seriously, shouting that everyone is risking their lives and asking if he thinks this war is some kind of joke. Spotting the commotion, the young man realizes this is the new platoon commander and wonders if the guy has a literal death wish. Hoping to prevent a massacre, he steps between them, reminding the officer that only their official boss has the authority to order their special squad around. The officer snaps, furious that they are openly slacking off right in front of him and acting like they own the place. He hurls insults at them, prompting Rem to casually mention how satisfying it would be to rip his spine out as his terrifying aura begins to flare. Sensing the imminent bloodshed, the young man decides to save this clueless officer's life by proposing they settle their dispute with a duel. He suggests the winner gets to call the shots, mockingly asking the officer if he is too chicken to back up his big mouth. Enraged that a mere squad leader is disrespecting him, the commander drags the young man off to teach him a painful lesson in military hierarchy. Watching them walk away, Rem lets out a disappointed sigh at how anticlimactic things turned out. He complains that it is totally boring now, since he was actually looking forward to tearing that annoying loudmouth limb from limb. But since the kid ruined his fun, there is absolutely nothing entertaining left to do in this boring camp. Retreating to his tent, he stares at his sad excuse for a bed and contemplates his life choices. He seriously begins considering deserting the army, and honestly, he is not the only squad member feeling this way. Nearby, Or and Ragnar are looking equally miserable and completely over this whole military gig. Ragnar mentions there is still zero word on the whereabouts of their missing leader, leaving them all in the dark. He wonders if their boss kicked the bucket, while Aura suggests he might have returned to the dust, making their stay here pointless. Jackson chimes in, stating that hanging around any longer is just a massive waste of their valuable time. He has already secured the rewards and knowledge he wanted from this army, so there is no logical reason to stick around. The group agrees that if their missing commander does not show up by sunset, they will pack their bags and head out. They will just assume he died in battle. But of course, our overpowered protagonist is far from dead and is already back. Currently strolling through the camp, the captain of the first company is waiting for a certain someone. She remarks that it is high time her supposed fiancé finally returned to lead his troublesome platoon. Meanwhile, just a short distance away, the young man is still locked in his duel with that arrogant officer. Just as the duel reaches its peak, our main character casually strolls into the camp unnoticed by the fighting duo. Walking up to his gathered squad, he calmly announces his return to the shocked group of misfits. Rem is about to greet his boss with his usual wild grin when things take a chaotic turn. Before anyone can react, the young man abandons his fight and storms into the tent like an emotional wreck. With tears practically streaming down his face, he demands to know what took the main character so long to return. The kid wraps his arms around him, whining that he has been dealing with endless administrative garbage during his absence. This hilarious sight makes Rem burst out laughing, jokingly asking why the kid is cutting in line to hug their leader. Soon the rest of the squad joins in the dog pile, complaining about his tardiness while greeting him warmly. The tense atmosphere completely melts away into a warm reunion, and later that evening, they finally settle down. Our hero points out that the military only put him in charge to keep these maniacs in line, so they should try obeying him occasionally. Rem shrugs and fires back that he will only follow orders when he actually feels like it, showing zero respect for authority. The protagonist simply chuckles, admitting he cannot exactly force them to behave, which Rem finds highly amusing. Let's get real here. The only thing that actually matters is how much stronger Enkrid has gotten. Did he just get a massive level up? Ragnar is already tapping his sword, itching for a duel. He wants a piece of the action too, but Kraze steps in to calm the hype train down. He points out that the young man's wrist is totally busted, yet Rem and Ragnar still argue. They are literally bickering over who gets first dibs to fight him. Odin just laughs at them. He tells them to stop acting like wild beasts and suggests they warm up first. But the battle-crazy protagonist tells everyone to shut up, and Kray decides it is time to intervene. He wants to keep the peace, but our main character is a total combat junkie. He offers to take them all on one by one, prompting Jackson to inspect his injury. He wants to put some medicine on it, knowing the fighter cannot use his full power, even if he can barely grip his sword. After surviving that giant frog and the crossguard fight, the young warrior knows he has grown enough to hold his ground against a beast like Merlun. He can definitely stand his ground now, but of course he is not letting it go to his head. He admits he is still far from reaching true knight status, but the grind has definitely paid off. That sweet progression is what counts, and now he wants to flex his new strength. Jackson warns him not to overdo it, promising to patch him up if he breaks something. The protagonist just smirks as the boys head outside to get this action-packed session started. They are all ready to throw hands, and Rem eagerly steps up to be the first challenger. He points out that the young man is looking awfully confident today. He wants to see if that smug attitude is backed up by some actual high-level skills. Charging forward with pure physical force, his massive axe comes swinging through the air. The strike comes straight for the fighter, but he tracks the weapon with absolute precision. He counters instantly, effortlessly parrying the heavy blow and knocking it aside. Rem immediately senses that something about his opponent has completely changed. The hesitation is gone, and he moves like someone who has unlocked a whole new tier. He clearly knows how much he has improved, which only makes Rem burst into a wild laugh. Eager to see more, the challenger watches as the main character raises his blade for round 2. As they clash again, Jackson notes that only a week apart has triggered a massive power spike. Odin admits his own patience is running out, his eyes locking onto the fight with intense focus. Ragnar shouts at Rem to wrap it up because he wants to get in on the action next. He wants him to end his turn, and he is definitely not the only impatient one. The entire crew is practically burning holes through the backs of the duelists. Rem feels the heat and laughs, admitting he would not want to wait either. A little while later, after all the chaotic sparring matches have finally concluded, Jackson demands that the battle-hardened protagonist explain what the hell happened out there. The young man simply shrugs, casually mentioning he just had a quick run-in with a giant frog. Andrew Gardner snaps that fighting a giant monster is definitely not just a minor detail. Rem asks if the beast was in crossguard, but Cray chimes in about the Thieves Guild ambush. Odin asks how the mission went, prompting the main character to explain they walked into a trap. They had to face vicious lycanthropes and a powerful enemy mage, leaving Andrew completely flabbergasted. The guy is totally confused, complaining that despite grinding his butt off every day, he cannot catch up. The others point out that surviving such a high-tier dungeon trap is a massive achievement. He humbly attributes it to luck, and as Esther snoozes on his chest, he reflects on the duels. He learned a lot, but he knows they held back due to his injury and wants a rematch at full power. He is already thinking about how strong the platoon can get, while Rasmus refuses to lose to frogs. Ragnar agrees they still have a massive learning curve to conquer, while Odin suggests more grinding. That means non-stop training, but Jackson points out he can still spot gaps in his defense. The young warrior promises he will take the victory next time, making Rem laugh at his boldness. That is the kind of hype energy we love, and slowly, the exhausted crew begins to wind down. They all start drifting off to sleep right when our main character is plotting his next big level up. Encrid is finally starting to doze off when Rem suddenly declares they need to fight again. Once he is healed up, the others start piling on the advice, telling him to fix his bad habits, keep training, and use his extrasensory perceptions more, which the young man agrees to do post-recovery, while their mage companion covers her ears, because they still know how to shut their mouths. The exhausted duo starts nodding off again, but the endless chatter keeps going, and both of them are amazed these absolute blockheads are still at it. One of them tells the protagonist he just needs to block first, and then crush the enemy's head to win. Another says he needs to learn more about heavy sword fighting, while a third claims he just needs to build better muscles. A fourth party member warns him not to get arrogant because that always leads to costly mistakes. Finally, the swordsman tells them all to go to sleep, and they instantly hit the deck and bid him good night. Honestly, getting them to quiet down might have been the hardest part of his fantasy world battles yet. By morning, the main character sits up and realizes he completely overslept. He hasn't slept this late in ages, and it looks like their mage companion slept in as well. When he wakes up, an ally asks if he's ready to roll, and the protagonist asks if the troops are already at the vanguard. The ally replies that all combat-ready fighters are there, leaving only logistics guards behind to watch the camp. Getting up to do some planks, he feels a sharp pain in his wrist that is even worse than yesterday, making him realize he shouldn't have fought, but everyone was so hyped up he couldn't say no. Still, thinking about it just makes him want to swing his blade all over again. That's when he spots a weapon sitting on the rack and goes to pick it up, remembering that he's supposed to use both hands for his style. Still, he has handled a sword with only his right hand before, so practicing with his left might help him level up. But the moment he takes a swing, it looks incredibly clumsy and awkward. He calls it a pathetic excuse for martial arts, just like when he first started, but he realizes this is the perfect way to review every basic technique he has ever learned. By the next morning, the protagonist is still training his left-hand swordplay. Starting over from scratch is tough, but thanks to his isolation technique, raw strength isn't going to be the problem. The rival watches him and comments that even though he is injured, this guy is still training like a total maniac. The hero assumed the Hothed had already gone to the front, but the rival says his platoon is actually on defense duty. The associate then notices the strap on the sword is loose, scoffing that both the weapon and its owner are a mess, and there's no way the main character can fix it with only one hand. While tying it for him, the hero notes that this rival used to pick fights with him all the time but is now acting surprisingly nice. Wondering what changed, he ends up asking why the guy hated him so much in the past. The Huthed looks up with an irritated expression and reveals it was all because of a girl named Jen. The dense protagonist just blinks in confusion and asks who that is, so the rival explains she is the girl who ran the local herb shop. The young man is completely lost because so much time has passed for him that he barely remembers her. Naturally, this indifferent response only makes the rival even more furious. He aggressively shoves the sword back into the hero's hands, snaps that he is finished helping, and storms off in a huff. The main character calls out after him, insisting that he was never interested in her, and then the pieces finally click. She was the one running the herb shop near the border guard post, and he used to visit her shop constantly simply because her inventory was top tier. He figures she must have started developing a massive crush on him. The rival apparently liked her too, while the protagonist only cared about her high-quality products. The rival snaps that he knows the hero only cares about swords instead of women, admitting he was just incredibly jealous. The girl never spared him a glance and fell for the main character's handsome face instead, leaving the rival to curse and click his tongue. The hero wonders why he is so incredibly salty about it. He asks what his problem is, but the rival just tells him to look after his sword before heading to his shift, leaving the warrior to marvel at how fast the guy's mood swings. Seriously, the guy is a total weirdo. Back in the tent, their mage ally is stretching her aching body, and the main character remarks that she looks completely wiped out. Asking if she is feeling sick, she just glares back at him and blames it entirely on his recklessness. He kept fighting while injured, forcing her to push her limits, trying to heal his fatigue. Now she won't be able to cast magic for quite a while, and Crid gently tells the girl to take a break and rest up outside the barracks. Meanwhile, a couple of camp guards decide to take a little stroll down toward the lake. One of them notices the water moving weirdly and stares at it, prompting his buddy to ask what the heck he's looking at. He claims he thought he heard a noise, but before he can even finish his sentence, a random arrow strikes him right in the dome. Alarm bells start ringing furiously, causing the main character and his companion to instantly snap awake. Their ally Vengeance screams at the top of his lungs that the enemy is launching a surprise attack, and since they can't lose their precious supplies, they must hold the line. The young man only wants to know where the attackers are, but Crisis tells him to stay put because he's basically a total cripple with that injured hand right now. Suddenly, enemy soldiers start emerging from the depths of the water like some horror movie monsters, and the main character stares in disbelief, realizing he never expected to run into that specific man ever again in this godforsaken place. It's the notorious Aspen troops, and leading these fierce wolves, known as the Greyhounds, is none other than Mitch. Our protagonist admits that he definitely didn't have this reunion on his bingo card. Mitch looks over, spots the young man, and immediately knows things are about to get wild. Standing face to face once more, Mitch claims the gods finally answered his prayers, as he's wanted this rematch for a very long time. The main character coldly replies that he's surprised Mitch Stubbs still even remembers his name, while Mitch boasts that their last encounter forced him to realize how arrogant he used to be. Thanks to that reality check, he's unlocked a whole new level of power, and now he wants to slay our hero with his own two hands. The protagonist immediately shouts at Crisis to grab the girl and escape while they still can. As he unsheds his blade, he raises it high into the air and swings with all his might to meet his rival's strike head-on. Their swords clash with a deafening ring, but due to his busted wrist, the MC can't match the brute force, and his weapon instantly gets knocked right out of his hand, leaving him completely defenseless. Mitch smirks and asks if he's already hurt, calling it a major disappointment before raising his heavy blade to deliver the finishing blow. The steel comes crashing down, but Vengeance suddenly leaps in and parries the strike, screaming at the top of his lungs. He tells the young man to run for his life and charges at Mitch, who coldly warns him to back off, since he is absolutely no match for this level of strength. A split second later, the enemy's sword slices straight through Vengeance's head. Our protagonist freezes in absolute terror as Vengeance's decapitated head flies through the air and thuds right next to him. The young man stares in shock, while Mitch coldly mutters that weaklings should keep their noses out of his business. Suddenly, the girl rushes forward in a panic as Crisis screams at her to stop and come back, and the main character desperately tries to hold her back as well, but it is entirely futile because rushing into this fight is a literal death sentence. She's already leaped straight toward the deadly commander. With a single effortless swing, the enemy commander cuts her down, right there on the spot. The main character lunges to save Crisis, but the rival swordsman closes the distance. Way too quickly. It's too late. The young man reaches out his hand in sheer desperation and watches the blade pierce right through his friend's throat, ending his life in an instant. He can only watch in horror as everyone gets ruthlessly slaughtered, while Mitch mocks him, saying it's a shame his wrists are ruined. Otherwise, they could have tested how much stronger he's gotten in this new world. With a brutal swipe, the rival decapitates the MC, sending his head flying through the air. Talk about a brutal and unforgiving bad ending for our hero. But wait, the main character suddenly wakes up back in his camp, gasping for air and gently pats the girl's head, whispering to himself that he failed to protect anyone because of his severely injured wrist. He stares blankly at his hand, trying to figure out a way to survive the impending doom. Outside the tent, Crisis mentions how glad he is that he's finally awake, but the young man knows there is no one he can count on to save them this time. The deadly greyhounds will launch their raid before the afternoon, which is why he is already outside training like crazy, practicing his swordplay with his non-dominant hand while desperately searching for a way to rewrite this tragic fantasy loop. Staring at the massive wall, Encrid flashes back to a brutal truth someone once dropped on him. In this fantasy world, weaklings are the reason people end up dead. As sweat pours down his face, this guy can't help but wonder if his self-sacrificing routine is heading down that exact same tragic path. While he is questioning his life choices, his buddy Vengeance strolls over, asking if he is only training his left arm because of a certain injury. The young man admits that pushing his body this hard feels like an absolute sickness, questioning if this intense grinding is even paying off. But the main character is determined to make every single drop of sweat count, swearing that this time things will be different. He is absolutely set on saving everyone, leaving his companion to just stare at him in utter disbelief. Seeing his friend look so confused, the protagonist suddenly apologizes out of nowhere about a girl named Jenny, catching his buddy completely off guard. The poor guy is absolutely shocked that he even knew about the situation, stuttering that it was not on purpose. The hero tells him to chin up, because some ladies in this fantasy realm do not just care about handsome faces, which immediately triggers his friend. His buddy asks if he has a death wish, accusing him of using this moment to low-key brag about his own top-tier visuals. Our main character just chuckles at the hilarious banter. But the lighthearted moment ends when the alarm bells start blaring, and as the enemy raids the camp, he steps up to the front lines. This time he feels way more locked in than in his previous runs. Facing down his rival Mitch, who is glaring daggers at him, the young man knows this opponent is a cut above a standard special rank soldier. To make matters worse, this deadly combatant seems sharper and faster than ever before. The rival easily blocks the opening strike and immediately drives the protagonist back, ruthlessly exploiting his handicap. Taking heavy pressure from the injury, the hero leaps back, realizing he severely lacks power because of his unusable hand. Fighting a high-tier enemy with only one working arm is basically suicide. The opponent lunges forward with a lethal thrust, and our protagonist scrambles to react. He tries to parry the blow away with his blade, but lacks the raw physical power, allowing the enemy to break through his guard. With a cold flash of steel, the attacker slashes him right across the throat, instantly ending his run. The young man collapses to the ground coughing up blood, while his killer cold-bloodedly looks down at him. The executioner asks what happened to his hand, and the protagonist honestly admits it was already busted. The warrior calls it a crying shame as he raises his execution blade, stating he wanted a fair match. He wanted to test his martial arts against him at full power before driving the cold blade home. As the steel pierces his chest, the dying hero realizes that no matter how much he trains, his current strategy is a dead end. To survive this brutal loop, he has to completely master fighting with his left side. That means rebuilding everything from the ground up, starting with his grip. His swing, his stance, and his footwork must be overhauled, using the fundamentals he learned as a kid. Combining his old training with Ragnar's heavy style, he begins rebuilding his entire combat system. He translates everything to his left arm, but when his rival confronts him again, the result is still a disaster. Our main character gets brutally defeated yet again, but he refuses to quit since he has already mastered this path once before. If he did it with his right hand, he can definitely do it with his left. Another loop, another loss, but he just keeps drilling the same movements endlessly. He slices through training dummies like butter, yet his nemesis still reads him like a cheap novel. The villain drives his sword straight through the young man's chest once more. Back at it again, he tells himself that his rapid learning speed is his ultimate cheat code. Since he already did it once, it should be possible, yet even after 40 painful loops, his left-hand technique is lacking. His left side is still off balance, and while he is scratching his head, his squadmate watches his intense routine. Something seems to click for the observer, who suddenly calls out to the grinding hero. The protagonist realizes this sudden interaction never happened in any of the previous loops. He wonders what action triggered this change, but one look at his friend's expression shows he is dead serious. His squad mate wants to test him, showing a level of intensity he cannot ignore. Accepting the challenge, they draw their weapons, and the platoon leader charges forward with a warning. The opponent warns he will not be holding back as he swings his heavy sword downward, which the hero quickly blocks. He remembers that this man is a hardened platoon leader, making a head-on clash with only a left hand incredibly risky. Defending with his weaker side is tough, but the clever protagonist has a plan. He smoothly parries and redirects the incoming blade instead of blocking it head-on. With lightning speed, he sweeps his opponent's legs, sending the tough warrior tumbling forward. After his challenger eats the dirt, our hero claims victory, leaving the defeated soldier to admit he never expected a left-handed surprise attack. Curiously, Ingrid wonders what all this intense training was actually for, questioning his opponent's motives. When asked why he wanted this duel in the first place, Vengeance shrugs it off, admitting that just watching this guy move fired him up. It literally made his blood boil. The young man claims he has only been practicing the absolute basics, but his rival disagrees. He says that is exactly the point. Observing the protagonist reminds him of when he first wielded a sword, fueled by the drive to level up and get stronger. He remembers the pure thrill of every single swing, but things have changed. Looking at the main character now, there is something deeply unsettling and strange about his swordplay. The hero asks what the heck he means by that, and his rival responds that it feels like wielding a dead man's sword. The young man demands to know what that ominous phrase means, but the fighter admits it is just too hard to explain. Enkrid starts scratching his head trying to decode this cryptic fantasy logic since he's still way too weak, but Vengeance snaps, demanding to know if he's even listening to the explanation, and suddenly our main character cracks the code on his own. It turns out he's been brainlessly copying the trajectory of his right-handed sword strikes without realizing that his left and right sides operate in completely different ways. Now, he decides to put this theory to the test, noting that he must discover a specialized path that perfectly aligns with his left hand's natural motion. On the very next swing, the training dummy's arm gets sliced off like butter. The cut feels incredibly smooth, and even the impact sound is completely different from his previous clumsy attempts. He cracks a smile, thanking his rival while realizing he's finally unlocked a brand new path to level up. The young man tells himself that he needs to awaken that raw physical sensation inside his left arm because that's the ultimate key, so he begins by rewiring his daily habits and starts eating only with his left hand. His buddy asks if he's always been a lefty, but the MC explains that his dominant side needs some serious rest. His friend thinks he's taking this training arc way too far, especially when he keeps dropping his food and accidentally throws a piece right at their companion. However, our main character insists that whether he's eating, getting dressed, or grinding out training, he must use his non-dominant arm for literally everything. After a grueling martial arts session, he stabs his sword into the dirt and decides to fast-track his leveling process by practicing the secret technique his mentor taught him. He tries to flick his wrist to launch a hidden throwing knife, but it just flops sadly onto the grass. Still, he knows this secret weapon could be a game changer in a real battle. Believe it or not, this is already the 50th time he's looped back in time. Vengeance asks if he's ready for another round of beatdowns and immediately sends him eating dirt. The rival admits the protagonist's left-handed swordsmanship has gotten pretty solid, but his flow still feels totally off. The hero agrees that he's carrying a lifeless blade, so he vows to keep grinding until he finally breaks through. During the very next loop, he jumps right back into the duel with his rival to test his limits. This time, our MC cleanly deflects the incoming strike. Suddenly, the loop counter starts flying past 60. Soon it hits 70, and by the 80th run, he can easily push his opponent back without breaking a sweat, and he's also perfecting his hidden projectile skills. This time around, his wrist flick is absolutely flawless, and he later disarms the rival, knocking his weapon straight out of his grasp and sending it spinning into the dirt. The opponent is left in absolute shock at how masterfully the young man wields his sword left-handed now. He catches his rival staring and asks what's on his mind. The rival mutters that once they escape this time loop, he's going to train like a madman to surpass him. The protagonist notices that the guy has stopped complaining about the useless blade, so he gives him some friendly encouragement to keep grinding. He jokes that maybe his crush will finally notice his skills, which instantly triggers his rival's anger. The angry warrior demands another duel, swearing to beat the MC to a pulp, while our hero just laughs at how incredibly easy it is to trigger him, teasing that he needs to survive long enough to confess his feelings to his crush. To make sure they survive, he heads down to the quiet lake alone. Resting there, he ponders the concept of genius, realizing that talent isn't just some simple cheat code. Conditioning the physical body is only the baseline, but maintaining absolute mental focus without getting thrown Off balance is the real mastery. He reminisces about his childhood days learning the art of the blade, remembering how he fell head over heels for the weapon one swing at a time. Now, gripping his hilt firmly with his left hand, he draws the steel. For the first time, this guy finally understands what true genius feels like. In just 100 days, his dedicated left-hand training has scaled up to match the 30 years of muscle memory he built up on his right side. Welcome back to loop number 112, where our protagonist Encrid is stuck in a brutal fantasy reincarnation cycle. As his rival rises from the water, this guy is absolutely determined to break through this seemingly endless level. This boss wall named Mitch is standing in his way, while the defense squad screams at everyone to guard the camp. They need to push the enemies back, and an ally tries to drag the main character away, while holding back another comrade. She's desperately trying to charge into the action, but our stubborn young man just keeps walking straight forward. Ignoring the warnings, he advances, and the boss actually thanks him, claiming he's been waiting for this rematch. The main character admits the feeling is mutual, and his opponent claims that our hero finally shook him out of his slump. Thanks to that wake-up call, this monster of a warrior is ready to destroy everything and start leveling up his game. He wants to climb even higher in this other world, anchoring his resolve for the ultimate duel. The main character admits he almost feels guilty, because he has already witnessed this boss fight at its absolute peak. Having died to him over and over, he knows that winning a fair, traditional sword fight is practically impossible. So the moment he charges forward, his opening strike is anything but standard. The sudden maneuver completely catches the rival off guard, but the guy's reflexes are still insane. He barely manages to parry the blow, sliding backward before planting his feet to push the young man back. Relying on sheer physical power, the main character suddenly grabs the very hand holding the deadly blade. With a brutal twist, he snaps the rival's thumb, forcing him to lose his grip on the weapon. As the sword falls and a scream of pain echoes, the opponent retaliates with a heavy kick. The blow lands square on the main character's chest, forcing him to drive his own blade into the dirt. He uses it as an anchor just to keep himself from crashing to the ground. With the boss now completely disarmed, the frustrated warrior curses him out for playing so dirty. The main character counters by explaining that after countless loops, he has realized something crucial. Sure, he could try to win a classic duel, but repeating the same strategy won't make his injured arm any stronger. Reliving this nightmare over and over is pointless, even if the swordplay was admittedly a lot of fun. Now he has to transcend his limits, but the rival scoffs and warns him that tricks won't save his life. He insists that a cheap move won't keep the young man alive in this fantasy wasteland. The enemy retrieves his weapon with his left hand, warning that he is equally lethal with either arm. Our main character just smiles and replies that he can do the exact same thing, which is precisely his point. This is exactly what he trained for, but he knows that to break the next boss wall, ordinary martial arts won't cut it. A simple blade won't guarantee victory, so he decides to unleash a secret technique he kept in reserve, saved only for the most desperate situation. This is the ultimate pinnacle of the mercenary combat style. Drawing his arm back with incredible force, the protagonist hurls his own sword like a javelin. The weapon flies at extreme speed, forcing the confused opponent to block the unexpected projectile. He manages to deflect it, but his mind is completely baffled by the throw. Taking advantage of the distraction, the young man rushes in and grabs his throat, declaring that they are settling this up close. It's time for a raw, dirty dungeon brawl, and he immediately throws a heavy right hook. The opponent barely dodges the strike, shouting curses at this chaotic fighting style. He tries to swing his blade, but the main character gives him zero breathing room and tackles him by the waist. Slamming him straight to the dirt, he knows that getting up close is his only path to victory. The two warriors crash heavily onto the ground in a cloud of dust. He quickly pins the rival's wrists with his knees to disable the weapon, swearing to win at all costs. Even if he has to resort to biting, he will secure the victory as he raises his fists from the mount position. He starts mercilessly pounding the rival's face, yelling that true victory requires utilizing every dirty trick. The opponent reels from the first punch, only for the main character to immediately slam in another devastating blow. This is a true, gritty fight for survival, but the veteran rival anticipates the next strike and kicks his legs up. He flips the main character right off him, sending him crashing before launching a countercharge. The furious warrior demands that he fight like a true swordsman instead of resorting to street tactics. Desperate for a proper duel, he swings his blade down, but the young man doesn't even try to dodge. He deliberately tanks the slash with his shoulder, leaving the attacker stunned until he notices the hidden armor. It was placed there specifically for this moment, and the main character cold-bloodedly staring back confirms his intent. Proving he is dead serious, he counters the next swing with a hidden blade technique, slicing his opponent's face in a flash. Encrid tries to dodge the incoming punch, but a hidden strike catches him off guard. The slash slices right across Mitch's left eye, sending a waterfall of blood skating down his face. All of this crimson chaos is courtesy of a sneaky hidden blade. Releasing a feral shriek, the wounded warrior slams his blade down with absolute fury, slicing clean through the metal shoulder plate. The blade bites deep into our protagonist's shoulder, and his opponent immediately follows up with another deadly swing, carving a nasty gash. This guy realizes his wrist was already messed up, and now his shoulder is toast too. If this bloody fantasy action match keeps going like this, he is definitely going to lose. So, before the big guy can adjust to fighting half-blind, our hero has to seize this temporary opening. His opponent charges forward in a blind rage, but the main character simply flicks his wrist, releasing a hidden weapon of death. The concealed dagger goes flying straight at the giant's face. The behemoth barely reacts in time, raising his massive sword to block the projectile. Instead of bouncing off, the dagger buries itself right into his hand, and the young man rushes in to press his advantage. Launching himself forward for a brutal tackle, he exploits the massive opening perfectly. When the two warriors crash heavily to the dirt, the giant's weapon is instantly disarmed. The steel slides far out of reach across the battlefield, leaving the disarmed foe cursing. The angry soldier spits out a barrage of colorful profanities. Without missing a beat, the main character grabs his opponent's leg, locks the ankle in place, and snaps it like a dry twig. The bone breaks instantly, making the crippled giant scream in agony as he starts throwing wild punches. He desperately tries to punch the protagonist off, but our hero swiftly transitions his grip. The young man immediately locks onto the other leg and snaps that ankle too. Realizing he has been completely crippled, the defeated warrior lets out another agonizing sound. A raw, guttural shriek erupts from the depths of his lungs, leaving everyone watching the duel absolutely stunned. The spectators can barely process the scene, remembering this fallen soldier as a lazy genius who was blessed with immense natural talent, but lacked drive. He was always just comfortable resting on his laurels. However, once he returned from the horrors of the last battlefield, a terrifying spark of motivation returned. A fierce burning hunger had reignited behind his eyes. The man practically lived on the training grounds until his sheer effort and genius finally made his blade shine like a true master's. Yet despite all that grinding, his story ends with him pathetically crawling toward his weapon on the dirt. With both legs shattered, he simply cannot comprehend how his life came to this tragic point. While he struggles, the protagonist calmly reaches the weapon first and stands over it. Blocking the path to the blade, he looks down his defeated rival. The fallen warrior looks up and calls out to him, but our hero isn't exactly feeling celebratory about this victory. Despite the grim situation, he admits that this rival was an absolute wall, and both of their clashes pushed him to his limits. It was a brutal wake-up call, but the dying warrior groans that this wasn't the heroic battle he envisioned. As his pride completely crumbles, the broken warrior slowly drags himself forward. He literally begs for a proper duel, wishing for nothing more than a fair test of skill. He desperately wanted a true clash of swords. Reaching his hand out in a final plea, he reaches directly toward the main character, hoping for a warrior's mercy. The young man picks up the sword and quietly responds that he wanted a clean match too, but this is a cruel battlefield. At the end of the day, war has no room for honor, and he plunges the cold steel downward. The blade pierces clean through his opponent's neck, ending his life instantly. The strike pins the body firmly to the blood-stained earth. Even as the victor, the protagonist admits that this outcome feels hollow. As a fellow swordsman, he held genuine respect for his rival. But now the deceased man's soldiers are charging and screaming. They yell their fallen leader's name, while the commander orders his own archers to open fire and wipe out the enemy. The enemy Aspen troops are caught right in the deadly crossfire. The hostile force is pushed back, unable to retrieve the corpse, while our hero stands quietly over the remains. The young man gives the fallen warrior one last look, knowing that this massive obstacle has finally been overcome. With the Great Wall out of his way, he takes a moment to compose himself. Inhaling the smoke-filled air, his eyes are already searching for the next high-level challenge in this harsh world. He whispers a silent farewell to his rival, promising to use this bittersweet victory to level up his strength and break past his limits. While aiming to level up, Encrid returns to the barracks where Kratos points out that things could have ended in utter disaster. Losing this crucial outpost would have been a total wipeout, but thankfully headquarters saved their skins by sending backup archers just in the nick of time. Talk about a close call. Vengeance strolls into the room and immediately gives credit where it's due. He admits they only survived because the main character bought them precious time, tossing over a sword he scavenged while telling him not to leave it rotting. Kratos chimes in, completely surprised since he assumed the young man was already set with his own signature blade. But when the mysterious sword is handed over, curiosity gets the better of him. The protagonist unsheathes the steel, instantly recognizing it as the weapon belonging to Mitch. That was the formidable opponent he just defeated in epic fashion. Benjen and Kratos both drool over it, calling it an absolute masterpiece. Kraze desperately wants to inspect the weapon, noting how it glows with a cool blue hue under the light, hinting at rare ore from a legendary region. When asked about it, Kraze explains it comes from a famous aspen mine, making it way more expensive than standard Valyrian or Norse steel. He could easily sell this loot for a fortune, but this guy ignores the easy money and asks Vengeance if he is heading straight back to the front line. Vengeance offers him a spot to tag along, but our hero politely declines, stating he cannot abandon his unit. He won't leave his soldiers unsupervised. Kraze wonders if he will dual wield or switch to the new sword, while Vengeance advises sticking to what he knows best. It is usually safer to fight with a familiar weapon, but the main character simply smiles. He grabs the new blade and confidently declares that a true warrior never limits himself to just one option. This absolute madman wants to dual wield both. Meanwhile, back at the chaotic front line, the squad is gathering together. Rem whistles casually, looking completely relaxed amidst the tension. He remarks that their leader is gearing up for the next phase. He admits he never expected to actually like a fighter from the mainland, and notes that their fierce leader might take things to a whole new level. By mastering the heart of the beast technique, he could unlock a secret martial arts move. Odin is thinking along the same lines. Now that the warrior's physical conditioning is solid, it is time to focus on refining his joints. Conditioning his joints will completely transform his combat posture, making him immune to locks and heavy strikes. But rushing this training would be a disaster. Overloading him with too much training at once is a bad idea. It is much wiser to build his stats step by step. Lost in these strategic thoughts, Odin suddenly halts, causing Rem to crash straight into his back. Rubbing his forehead in pain, Rem complains loudly. Odin turns around with a deadpan expression, while the annoyed subordinate demands to know what is going on. He asks why he randomly stopped walking, telling him they need to keep moving forward. Odin fires back that it looks like someone's height is still lacking, and just as they are about to throw hands, Ragnar steps in. Ragnar interrupts them with a massive yawn. Odin snaps that being lazy is no excuse for getting in the middle of their argument. Both of them call him a total weirdo, but Ragnar ignores them, saying the main character needs to adapt his physique. His body must perfectly align with his weapon, so he can swing freely and control the blade like it is an extension of his own arm. But before any of that, he needs some actual sleep. Odin chimes in, suggesting they should also teach the protagonist how to move. Refining his footwork will help him move efficiently. He won't become a stealthy assassin, but he will eliminate wasted motion during high-stakes combat. This will let him fight much more effectively. Still, Odin wonders why he is even bothering to invest so much effort into this rookie. While he analyzes the squad, Rem suddenly grabs Ragnar to keep him from wandering off, calling him an absolute blockhead. He is sick of him constantly getting lost. Ragnar fires back, claiming he is still way more normal than Rem could ever hope to be. As their shouting match escalates, Odin mutters that he cannot let their star pupil turn into an idiot like them, while the ferry commander watches nearby. Suddenly, the commander senses something unusual in the surrounding area. She commands everyone to halt immediately. A second later, hostile Aspen soldiers emerge. They step out from the dense bushes, causing her to wonder if a skirmish is about to break out. Instead of a full battle, a man named Oyul steps forward, boldly asking if anyone has the guts to challenge him. He wants a classic one-on-one duel. She sighs, recognizing their typical underhanded strategy. They are trying to force a duel. It seems simple, but constantly losing these challenges has been absolutely tanking their army's morale. Declining isn't an option either, as they will look like cowards. She cannot fight him herself, but they desperately need a clean victory to raise spirits. It would boost everyone's confidence. She recalls Crisis advising her to utilize the squad's wildcards, especially now that their powerhouse is back. Since they are in high spirits, they might actually listen to orders for once. She turns her gaze toward the group and asks a question. She asks Rem if he wants to take the fight, but he just gives her a completely clueless look. He glances over at the enemy squad just as they start running their mouths. They start talking trash about him, prompting him to accept the challenge just to cure his boredom. The enemy soldiers burst in a ladder, mockingly jeering at them. They mock the idea of sending a mere barbarian into the fray, but Rem is ready to chop them down. While our main character Ingrid is away, this brute sends an enemy's head flying clean off. The surrounding soldiers freeze in shock as they look up, only for the decapitated dome to plunge back down and paint them in a fresh shower of gore. As they shriek at the sudden bloodbath, Rem just laughs like an absolute psychopath and gets hyped. He loudly demands to know who wants to go next, leaving the other soldiers to call him completely unhinged. Yet they still have to respect his wild combat skills. And as the Aspen forces begin pleading for their lives, the ferry commander thinks this easy victory will boost morale. However, her expression quickly turns to pure revulsion when the brute continues to hammer his opponent even after the fight is clearly over. Even though the poor guy surrendered, the beating doesn't stop, forcing their own allies to look away in sheer discomfort. The scene is just way too graphic and gruesome, prompting the female leader to finally step in. She commands him to stand down immediately, while another enemy soldier desperately begs for mercy. The survivor pleads for the maniac to stop, but the crazy warrior is already busy chopping up a corpse with his battle axe. Everyone brands him a literal monster, but the bloodthirsty fighter completely tunes out the noise. He continues defiling the remains, letting out a twisted chuckle as he enjoys the carnage. It is like he is in his own little world, leaving the onlookers traumatized and whispering that they hate being on the same team. The commander lets out a heavy sigh, realizing that this horrific display actually tanked their army's spirits instead of lifting them. The entire strategy turned out to be a complete waste of time. At this point, the only person capable of keeping these wild beasts in check is our main character. Luckily, the young warrior is already heading back, and right after they finish setting up their tents, the hero finally rolls into camp, prompting Jackson to ask how on earth he managed to get even more beat up when he was supposed to be resting. The brute chimed in that the guy isn't supposed to touch any action until he is fully recovered, and right on cue, the beautiful commander strolls in, teasingly noting that her supposed fiancé sure knows how to play rough. The protagonist welcomes her, and she tosses him a small medicine bottle, instructing him to apply it. He raises an eyebrow at the gift, but Jackson immediately spots it, calling out that it contains rare fairy medicine. It is a legendary item that money cannot buy, and Jackson admits it is way better than his own cream, leading the brute to tease them. He jokes that the commander actually has a soft spot for him, and our hero offers his gratitude but asks for the catch. He wonders why she is being so generous, but she simply reminds him of their arrangement, since they are technically bound for a future together, and she has never gotten him a present. She considers this a little token to celebrate their engagement, though the young man still cannot believe she is running with this fake relationship, but she just offers a warm smile, says welcome back, and tells him to get some sleep. The trio watches her walk away, and Cray immediately suggests selling the pricey potion. The others tell him to shut his mouth, while the wild warrior jokes that the protagonist is way smoother with the ladies than he is with a blade. Rania totally agrees with the roast, but the fighter himself is left scratching his head, wondering why she keeps pretending. This fake engagement routine is getting weird. A few days later, they hit the front lines where the enemy keeps launching minor skirmishes while actively avoiding a full-scale clash, which fortunately gives the young swordsman's injuries plenty of time to heal up. During his early morning training sessions, his brother Odin spots him and checks in to see if his body is finally feeling back to normal. The protagonist replies that the commander's special ointment worked wonders, but his brother can't help but ask if he is actively trying to get himself sent to the clinic again with his reckless training routine. The warrior just shrugs and says maybe, and then the scene transitions to show the aftermath of their intense sparring match, where his sibling is busy inspecting his sprained wrist, shoulder, and the massive bruises scattered all over his torso. He warns the protagonist that he shouldn't be overexerting his body like this, but knows he will jump into action anyway. The moment the drums of war sound, the young fighter simply nods, saying that as long as he can still wiggle his limbs, he is going out there. His brother then looks around to make absolutely sure that no nosy soldiers are spying on them, before gesturing for him to come closer. The main character wonders what is going on, but suddenly an intense and soothing warmth begins to flow directly into his veins, and his brother begins to radiate a brilliant, golden aura. As this mystical energy surges right through the hero, he immediately recognizes the sensation. This pure raw power is nothing less than actual divinity. While his brother continues to channel this holy magic to heal him, a massive pillar of golden light descends from the heavens and envelops both of them in a blinding flash until the healer finally pulls his hand away, leaving the young man staring in absolute disbelief as the glow fades and his brother whispers a serious warning. He begs Ingrid to keep this a total secret, swearing to stay quiet and promising to keep it all under wraps. He even swears it upon the holy name of their supreme lord. The main character completely understands that the healer must have some seriously classified reasons for this, so he agrees to the deal, and Odin walks away, muttering that the chilly morning fog is actually a blessing from the heavens, since divinity is the ultimate mark of holy magic. This divine power can patch up the wounded, though the priest had never actually cast active magic before despite all his praying. Nobody even knew for sure if he was a legit healer, but now he is desperately begging his deity for forgiveness. The protagonist figures the guy must have broken some strict system rule to save him. He definitely crossed a line to heal him, and as the priest prepares to leave, this guy thanks him, but the healer warns that if the church finds out about this divine magic, some terrifying inquisitors will come hunting. He left the sanctuary under a heavy curse that sealed his body so he could never channel holy energy, but even with severe pain ripping through his own chest, he could not just abandon our main character to die. The priest explains that the Almighty is always watching from above, but never actually replies. However, after meeting the protagonist, he started believing that divine will manifest through actions, and he would do it all over again. He will always choose to do what he believes is right. During dinner, Crisis asks the main character if he needs assistance treating his injuries and offers to apply some extra healing ointment, but he politely declines since the wound is mostly closed up anyway. He also cannot let the rest of the squad see the rapid recovery. If he wants to keep the priest's secret safe, he has to play it cool. When he inquires about when the actual war will kick off, Crisis explains that both factions are still testing the waters. Marcus is currently leading the vanguard to prevent any flanking maneuvers, while their core units organize. They are holding the line at the Green Pearl. Since the enemy broke etiquette by deploying combat mages and spellcasters, both sides are now gearing up for an all-out magic war. Massive deployment orders have been drafted, making Ram complain that they should be on the front lines instead of watching these petty, small-scale, one-on-one skirmishes, which are getting super boring. Crisis notes that this tense standoff cannot drag on for much longer. Sure enough, the battlefield dynamics shift instantly as the battalions begin to mobilize. The heavy warhorns echo across the plains, signaling both armies to draw their lines and prepare for a massive clash. The entire main squad is assembled on the field, their commander standing ready by the river crossing, while 3 enemy warriors step out to start shouting trash talk like a bunch of toxic gaming lobby kids. Rem wonders why they keep running their mouths, asking if their weapons are only useful for chopping onions. Crisis explains that this is a classic psychological warfare tactic. Without any high-tier mages to tip the scales, both forces are evenly matched, so the enemy is trying to win the mental game first. A single sniper shot could shut those loudmouths up, but their own morale is too fragile. If they charge blindly, they will suffer massive casualties while the enemy mocks them for dying single. Crisis points out that their commander is holding the line for that exact reason. Marcus admits he had a strategy in mind but cannot execute it under these conditions, since throwing their wildest fighters into the duel only backfired. Right now, what they desperately need is a single decisive victory. Crisis is praying for that exact turning point to boost their spirits, while the opposing side continues to call them maidenless losers while laughing hysterically. Crisis quickly tells Andrew Gardner to chill out. He reassures the young soldier that he will get plenty of opportunities to let all that pent-up aggression loose on the battlefield. The young man just looks completely bewildered and asks what they are talking about. The protagonist chimes in, telling him that being single is nothing to be ashamed of and to save that fiery rage for the actual combat. This pep talk only leaves the surrounding troops scratching their heads in confusion. The young man protests that he is not even mad, but the main character tells him to relax anyway. Suddenly, Henry and Max burst out laughing, with Rem joining in on the fun, while the priest suggests that if the young man has kept his purity this long, maybe he should just become a monk. Ragnar jokes that he will get his chance eventually, leaving the poor guy wondering what on earth he did to deserve this roasting. The nearby soldiers start whispering, wondering if the enemy's trash talk actually struck a nerve and how a decent-looking guy his age is still single. He yells at them to shut their mouths, insisting he is perfectly calm, which only makes the squad lose their minds. They even offer to take him to a local brothel once they return, but he flatly refuses. Jackson calls out the main character for being a savage teaser, but he defends himself by saying the kid is young and might have taken the insults to heart, so he was just trying to keep him grounded. Rem, however, thinks the whole situation is absolutely hysterical. He honestly cannot tell if the leader was joking or being dead serious. Grinning from ear to ear, the priest remarks that Enkrid truly is a chosen warrior of Odin, and tells him to finish the job. When it comes to trash-talking the enemy, the main character admits he has zero banter, but his ally steps up to help. The advisor offers to feed him some savage lines, but the strategist claims that won't even be necessary. He boldly takes a step forward onto the battlefield. His sharp wit is perfect for boosting their morale, knowing any insult he hurls will spread like wildfire through the enemy ranks. As the protagonist approaches, the opposing soldiers spot him instantly and yell that he's stepping out, though his strategist is confident things won't go south. To secure their victory, he had instructed our hero to stroll right into the range of the enemy archers and completely mock their skills, prompting a shocked squad leader to ask what on earth he is doing. The main character retorts that the squad leader must have terrible luck if he is still stuck leading the vanguard after all this time. The vanguard leader snaps at him to shut his mouth, warning that if he keeps strutting forward like a fearless action hero, he will get turned into a pincushion by incoming arrows. He demands to know what the young man is planning, while the opposing soldiers sneer, laughing that another sacrificial lamb has walked right into their hands. Glaring at the mockers, the protagonist recalls his ally's advice to just get close first, since he never knows how to trash talk until he is right in their faces. Once the moment strikes, the toxic roasts will just flow naturally, channeling his inner toxicity. This guy looks at one of the soldiers and asks what is wrong with his face. Specifically, why his face looks like it was run over by a fantasy beast. He flat out asks why the man's head looks exactly like a ghoul's, sending the soldier into an instant, screaming rage. The angry soldier demands to know what he means, while the others burst into laughter, making the squad leader realize the young man did this entirely on purpose. The insulted soldier desperately tries to defend his honor by claiming he knows he is actually handsome, but the main character surprisingly agrees. He admits he might have judged the man's appearance a bit too quickly, adding that perhaps only one of his parents was ugly. Specifically, that maybe his mother was an actual ghoul, which completely breaks the poor guy's sanity. As the target screams in pure fury, the priest sighs that the heavens will surely punish the protagonist, while their heavy hitter laughs so hard he cries. Another ally jumps in on the roasting session, shouting that no woman in this fantasy world would ever date a guy with a face like that. He claims the guy has no right to taunt anyone, making a comrade realize this look-related insult must have struck a deeply personal chord. The triggered soldier, clearly insecure about his face for years, loses his mind and shrieks for the protagonist to come closer. He threatens to slice the protagonist's tongue out, but our hero realizes that since the bait was taken, he just needs to win the resulting duel. All he has to do is beat him to a pulp, but as he reaches for his sword, his axe-wielding ally blocks him, and even the giant warrior steps in. They refuse to let him fight, with the archer reminding him that his previous combat wounds are still fresh and unhealed. The protagonist knows he cannot let them find out that the priest's magic already fully healed him, so he keeps quiet. After exchanging a knowing look, the heavy hitter suggests that their spearman should take this fight instead. He wants him to finish the enemy off, while the spearman complains that he has spent his entire life working for his family and never cared about pride. Despite not caring about shame, being mocked and labeled a virgin by the enemy really grinds his gears. That ridiculous nickname makes his blood boil instantly. He draws his blade in a rage, swearing he is going to make that ugly bastard pay for his mouth. However, the ugly soldier refuses the match, demanding to fight the one who insulted his face, mockingly asking if the main character is too scared to step up. The spearman snaps at him to shut up, declaring that he is about to rip the ugly soldier's face off anyway. He vows to tear his jaw apart and charges forward to deliver the first strike, but the enemy swiftly dodges. The ugly soldier slips away easily, prompting a veteran ally to warn that these frontline enemies are seasoned warriors who can carry a whole army. They are definitely not easy opponents, and the ugly warrior swings his blade with deadly precision. He deflects the spearman's blade completely off course, catching our ally off guard. Shocked by the counter, it briefly looks like our guy is in serious trouble. The ugly enemy seems to have the upper hand, but the heavy hitter reassures everyone that their spearman is still their best fighter. He is not going to lose this match, and with a thunderous roar, the spearman rallies. He charges forward again with insane power, forcing the ugly soldier onto the defensive. Unleashing a devastating swing, he sets up his next attack, building momentum with every move. Hype flowing through his veins, he begins to shout at the top of his lungs. He proudly screams his own full name for all to hear, shouting that he is Andrew Gardner, and no matter how brutal things got, he would never back down. He would always get back up for the sake of his family. Lunging forward with a burst of speed, his blade clean pierces the ugly opponent's throat, instantly ending the duel. The spearman proudly declares that a weakling like that was nothing compared to him. Manny notes that Andrew Gardner was always incredibly gifted, he just never really cared to show it. The young man's true talent was overshadowed by the monsters surrounding him, but then the soldiers suddenly started shouting, screaming about the virgin recruit, while Encred jokes that he can tell this guy is completely unhinged, prompting the others to join in. They all start teasing him, and the young man responds by letting out a massive battle cry. Letting loose a wild victory roar, he demands that everyone acknowledge the absolute dominance he just displayed on the battlefield. Having finally proved his worth, this warrior makes Matt cringe while Rem bursts out laughing so hard he can barely breathe. Gasping for air, he calls our main character incredibly lame, though Odin and Ragnar still offer some support. They actually clap for him, and even the stern Encred cannot help but crack a smile. Chuckling quietly, Crisis points out that even though their mage didn't actually join the frontline action, things somehow managed to work out perfectly in the end. Marcus barks that the comedy hour is over, ordering his squad to shatter the enemy defense. They charge to break the Aspen formation, just as Torres and his specialized strike team execute a surprise maneuver. Dropping in from the high ground like absolute beasts, they begin cutting down the enemy forces. Right in front of their eyes, the Aspen soldiers spin around only to realize the border guards have flanked them, striking them hard from the the blind spot, but by that point, the trap is already sprung, and it is far too late. The enemy ranks are completely torn to shreds, and with the hostile forces utterly distracted by the side assault, focused entirely on surviving the flank, Marcus seizes the moment and orders the ranged units to prepare, telling them to draw their bows and unleash hell, sending a volley of arrows slicing through the wind. As projectiles rain down from the sky, Encrid and his allies push forward to secure the area, charging straight into the chaos under the cover of the barrage just like that. With the tide of battle finally shifting, Marcus mocks the Aspen troops as mere mutts and declares that none of their pathetic psychological tricks are going to save them now, because they cannot win a real, face-to-face clash. And even as the rest of the squad advances, they make sure to keep their vanguard fighter safely out of harm's way. But then the enemy's next move begins. The enemy commander himself makes an appearance, and it is none other than the captain of the notorious Greyhound Company, known widely as the Grey Dog. He announces that all their tactical setups are finally complete, everything is in position, and they are ready to commence the real operation. He smirks and mutters that it is about time, seeing the Aspen troops retreat as if the battle is already decided, as if they have already claimed victory. But Krace is not buying this sudden retreat at all. This whole skirmish feels entirely too easy, and even Marcus can feel the tension in the air, realizing that something is deeply wrong. While his soldiers eagerly want to press the advantage, to hunt down the fleeing troops, but he commands them to hold the line because the enemy is nearby, and they are obviously setting up a deadly trap for them. Later that evening, the Grey Dog slips into a secluded command tent where the enemy general awaits. Accompanied by two mysterious figures, the general asks if the orders have been properly delivered. He confirms that the message was sent, though they still need to remain cautious, keeping their distance to avoid detection. They even doubled the size of their scout units, deploying a massive guerrilla force of 100 soldiers. The general remarks that Nelia is stuck in her old ways, relying on border skirmishers to cause chaos and heavy armored infantry to punch through the center. But Abner is playing a completely different game, having seen how a small elite squad of knights can dominate and shift the tide of the entire war zone, though that kind of specialized power does not necessarily have to come from traditional armored knights. This time, the Aspen faction will claim ultimate victory, and by the next morning at the campsite, a silver coin spins through the air as Creus complains about being stuck waiting for 2 whole days. Ever since they retreated from the battlefield, he expected a massive clash, but this eerie silence suggests they must either retreat or summon reinforcements, especially since their leader was prepared to counter a hostile mage, even after expanding their search. Yet the scouts came up empty-handed, leaving him completely baffled about the enemy's next move and why the others seem so incredibly relaxed while he is just stretching and trying to burn off nervous energy. With Jackson and Ragnar resting nearby, the female commander approaches and asks if the young man is already prepared for action, prompting him to ask why she is visiting his tent. When the female commander drops by to check on her troops, Encrid remarks that most company leaders usually handle that duty themselves. Just then, Oncringes steps up and argues that plenty of time has already gone by for the protagonist's injuries. He claims the young man should be fully healed by now and ready to face Ragnar in a proper martial arts duel. Ragnar asks what this guy is plotting, and he responds that since Ragnar held back during their last sparring session due to his injuries, there is absolutely no need for anyone to pull their punches today, though Ragnar fires back that he never planned on doing that anyway. Without wasting a single second, the opponent swings his weapon straight at the main character, who barely manages to block the heavy strike. Despite the block, the hero gets pushed back, while Oncringes observes that Ragnar's swordsmanship is incredibly clean. It is a style so flawless it is almost beautiful, whereas the young warrior's own style is rough, chaotic, and messy. But that is the exact pathway he has built for himself. Rushing forward while dragging his blood-soaked blade, he scrapes the steel along the ground to kick up a massive cloud of dirt to distract his opponent, aiming to flip the debris directly at Ragnar, who quickly raises his sword to guard as he instantly recognizes the combat move. He identifies it as the legendary Valen technique, and the young fighter proudly declares this is the path he has chosen to walk. With a fierce battle cry, the main character brings his sword down in a devastating overhead strike. Ragnar agilely steps backward, casually noting that this is the very same fantasy technique he once taught the boy, but the protagonist counters that it is time for a technical upgrade. Declaring it is time to try something new, he grabs a secondary weapon with his left hand and draws it quickly. Just as he does, Ragnar lunges straight at him with high-level combat speed. The young man thrusts his blade directly at his opponent's head, but the veteran warrior reads the movement perfectly and slips right past the danger, flipping aside just in time to ask why the hero is suddenly dual-wielding swords, to which the main character responds that this is the new training path he has chosen in order to move forward in this brutal fantasy world. Ragnar finds this highly amusing and launches another attack, which the young warrior manages to catch directly with his dual blades, but his opponent urges challenges him to push his limits and do even better. He demands more effort, pointing out that this intense duel is far from over. The protagonist simply smiles as their heavy swords crash together in a shower of sparks. The metal clashes repeatedly, echoing through the area as they trade blows. Watching from the sidelines, Rem anxiously bites his nails, noting how serious Ragnar is today, and wishing that stupid bet was already over. He wishes it were his turn to fight instead, while Jackson admits he dislikes battle but would gladly test his skills against the main character in this dungeon-like atmosphere, though the sheer thought of it makes him pause, realizing that such eagerness does not sound like him at all. Odan is lost in his own thoughts, muttering that next time he will train even harder, even if he ends up breaking his own joints. He admits he is not quite at that level yet, even though the protagonist nearly sent him to meet the creator during their last clash. That thought makes him chuckle, while Crisis stares at the group and calls them all completely insane. He has to admit they have always been crazy, while the female commander compares them to excited children waiting for their turn to play on a playground, noting that Ragnar and the crew only get this hyperactive around the young warrior, wondering what kind of magnetic charm he possesses that attracts everyone. He has a strange magnetic pull that even affects her, making her want to test her own blade, prompting Crisis to sigh and ask if she is secretly a combat maniac too, before Rem finally snaps and screams that he cannot stand waiting any longer. He loudly demands his turn, threatening to strike down anyone who cuts in front of him, commander or not. She jokingly asks if that counts as mutiny, while the protagonist observes that everyone here is incredibly powerful. They have never truly revealed their full strength to him, but now he can finally witness a fraction of their real power because of how strong they are. They are all desperately hungry for victory, staring intently at him as they wait for their chance, while the main character notes that ever since he returned from the scouting mission in the overgrown plains, these were the passionate expressions he wanted to evoke, declaring that if they have time to chat, they have time to fight. He vows not to rest until he has sparred with every single one of them, but later that night, he gets tossed face first onto a hard bed, where he is told to wash up. Though the exhausted fighter groans that he is completely spent, he begs to be left alone, while Kreese points out they sparred repeatedly, despite the young warrior barely recovering and risking reopening his injuries. Rem snaps, asking if he wants to get beat up, while the main character slowly sinks into a deep, dreamless sleep from sheer physical exhaustion. The moment he opens his eyes, he finds himself in the middle of a strange forest, completely confused about what just happened. Talk about a weird fantasy dream. Enkrid finds himself in a bizarre realm with no boat in sight. The beautiful flower field from before is gone, replaced by a strange new zone where the local monsters are starting to mutate. As the protagonist runs for his life, he suddenly hears a desperate cry for help echoing through the chaos. The voice calls for everyone to stand and fight, and a realization hits the young man. This is a flashback to his past life as a mercenary battling high-level harpies in a brutal dungeon setting. He sees his younger self running frantically while a mysterious figure lurks in the shadows, smirking behind the trees. This hidden person instantly triggers a dark memory for our main character. This is the exact traitor who claimed everyone in the party died because of his weakness. Stunned by the revelation, he is hit by another wave of painful memories. He remembers shielding a comrade and telling him to fall back just before the harpies descended. Reflecting on the attack, the warrior recalls how those mercenaries were genuine, good-hearted people who welcomed him. They supported him even when he lacked any real combat stats, except for one backstabbing coward. This traitor literally stabbed his own allies in the back, leaving the protagonist utterly speechless. The dying warrior could only gasp out a final question, asking why he did it, right before the vicious flying monsters swooped in. The beasts tear him apart as another comrade desperately screams for the main character's help. That ally is silenced instantly, prompting the survivors to realize they are outmatched and must retreat. They yell for the young man to run, but that was just the beginning of the horror. The strongest warrior in their squad turns out to be a ruthless betrayer. He used his overpowered martial arts to slaughter the very comrades who trusted him, telling the protagonist there is no escape. The villain claims everyone dies today, prompting our hero to ask why, only for the traitor to reply he got a better offer elsewhere. He wanted zero loose ends and confessed he was sick of working with such low-level, untalented garbage. The fact that they kept talking about friendship and teamwork completely disgusted him. After spitting on a corpse, the villain easily parries the young man's desperate charge, sending his sword flying. With a brutal slam, the traitor pins our hero to the cold dirt. Standing over him, the killer decides to spare him solely because he is too weak to ever pose a threat. Mocking his lack of talent, the murderer patronizingly pats the young man's face. He leaves him with a cruel laugh, calling him absolutely pathetic as the main character watches helplessly. Perhaps that villain was just too overpowered, or maybe our protagonist was just too weak back then. He could do nothing but watch his party get wiped out, and the most humiliating part was being spared out of sheer pity. That crushing shame became his ultimate motivation to start leveling up and grinding his combat skills. As the sole survivor, he carried the memory of his fallen comrades, constantly wishing he had possessed the power to save them. Suddenly, the traitor's voice echoes in the dream, mockingly asking if the protagonist wants to get crushed again. The phantom charges at him, but then a familiar female voice breaks through the nightmare. She urges him to wake up and snap out of this dark fantasy illusion. The moment he regains consciousness, his racing heartbeat calms down as she gently places a hand on his chest. Back in the real world, the young man slowly opens his eyes only to get teased by his companion. She playfully calls him a massive pain in the neck, having done everything in her power to heal him. Although she managed to cure his physical fatigue, she felt useless during his mental breakdown and refuses to let that happen again. She is determined to protect him and stay by his side, no matter what. Suddenly, a loud alarm blares through the camp, waking everyone up as the main character asks what is going on. Their ally explains that those annoying enemy soldiers are launching another surprise raid. It is time to mobilize, prompting the entire squad to gear up for action. One of the squad members grumbles about the early wake-up call, claiming it is terrible for his skin routine. The protagonist looks down at his sleeping companion, realizing the soothing voice at the end of his nightmare belonged to her. Feeling a sense of gratitude, he quietly prepares to head out. He whispers for her to stay safe and guard their camp. With that, he leaves the tent and heads toward the active war zone. On the way to the battlefield, his ally warns him that the enemy must have a secret trump card up their sleeve. The scout grins, predicting this fight is going to be a blast, and our main character silently wonders what challenges await them. That is quite the nasty surprise they brought with them. Then the ground starts shaking as pure panic spreads through the ranks. The soldiers scream to fire at once and then adjust their aim. A massive giant steps forward, prompting the archers to draw their bows. They loose a full volley, but the arrows just bounce off uselessly, failing to pierce its thick skin, leaving even Encrid completely caught off guard. The young man can only watch as the beast lifts its massive weapon. It swings its club, instantly crushing everything in its path to smithereens, leaving nothing but pure chaos and flesh flying everywhere. The survivors freeze in absolute terror, only to realize the nightmare is just beginning. It's not just one giant, several of these behemoths are already breaching the front line. They push through with wicked laughter, giving us a quick lore drop on this fantasy world's races. On this continent, the frog folk live purely for their wildest dreams and desires, seeking nothing but fantasy and ambition. Fairies worship nature, while the dwarves are hopelessly obsessed with metallurgy. Beast folk are all about reproduction, and the tree folk share the exact same priority. Dragons are lone wolves, but giants crave slaughter and are feared as the beasts of red blood. Jackson warns the group that enemies are rapidly closing in from all sides. They are getting pinched from both sides, with ruthless mercenaries appearing on the left, and hostile fairies attacking from the right, making the strategist realize they need a quick plan. If they don't halt them right here, they will be completely surrounded and wiped out, but his companion calmly responds that they only need to hold their ground, which leaves the strategist completely unable to comprehend how anyone could stay this chill. Just as the female commander shows up, she agrees with the plan, announcing that her own squad is holding the left flank. Since she's taking that side, our main character asks if she's serious, prompting her to tease him for a goodbye kiss. He immediately shuts her down, so she calls him cold-hearted, though she agrees to handle her side while he focuses on the giant ahead. As the giant looms over the right flank, Rem steps up with a massive grin. He claims that side for himself, telling the protagonist to watch closely and learn. The hero wonders why this guy is so hyped, and what exactly he has planned. Rem steps forward, completely locked in and ready for action. He laughs that this is pure fun, feeling just like his very first day on a battlefield. He raises his massive axe, bragging that he never flinched even before learning the heart of the beast. Facing death head-on is exactly why he trained with this weapon in the first place. It has its own special purpose, and his heartbeat begins to thump as he manually accelerates his blood flow, sending adrenaline racing through his veins. While the ordinary soldiers start to panic, the men scream for a retreat order, but it is already too late. The giant leaps forward to crush them, but Rem charges straight at the monster. With his heart pounding like a war drum, he prepares to meet the giant's descent. The beast strikes down with a crushing blow, but our axe-wielding ally jumps right in the way. He intercepts the attack to protect the soldiers, sliding backward from the sheer impact. Yet he successfully blocks the strike and begins to explain his secret technique. As his heart beats faster, his blood vessels dilate and his muscles begin to expand. They swell and tighten, revealing a power system that originates entirely from the heart. This internal energy powers his entire body, and he shouts for the hero to watch closely, telling him to memorize this. He pushes the giant back step by step, roaring about the heart of a superhuman. His axe heads shatter from the pressure, but the move does exactly what he needs. The giant's arm is blasted back, and the clash sends a massive shockwave across the area. The force ripples across the entire battlefield, even ripping the helmets off nearby allies. It leaves the soldiers completely stunned, but our crazy fighter immediately rushes back in. Armed with only his one remaining axe, he ignores the snarling giant, calling him a mere insect. With another wild swing, Rem scales the beast's knee like a ladder, charging straight for its head with a battle cry. He grabs a fistful of its massive mustache and drives his battle axe straight down, right into the monster's skull, sending it into a screeching frenzy. Rem dodges the retaliatory strike, but the handle of his axe is completely shattered. Staring at the useless splintered wood, he curses these fragile weapons because his only good blade is now lodged deep inside the giant's forehead, leaving him completely defenseless. Out of nowhere, a spear comes hurtling through the air, and he catches it out of the sky without even looking. Turning around, he hears a soldier scream that they absolutely need this win, prompting a nearby ally to chuckle at how impressive that catch was. Before rushing back into the fray, the surrounding troops start rallying, shouting that victory is theirs if they just support this absolute madman, prompting them to rain a barrage of spears at Behemoth. To keep the warrior armed and watching this chaotic raid, Encred realizes that his ally is fighting this giant on equal terms. Actually, he has the upper hand in brute strength, wielding a power no ordinary human could ever hope to achieve. If this is the next level of martial arts he needs to master, our protagonist can't help but smirk. His companion Ragnar sighs, claiming he has seen more than enough and that the giant is just toying with them at this point, while Craze chimes in to remind them that the captain headed toward the left flank, and since their ally is keeping the boss monster busy, they just need to demolish the right side to decimate the enemy forces. The main character agrees, noting the rest of their guild has already split up for their tasks, so he asks his companion what his plan is. Ragnar says he's tagging along, since sitting on the sidelines is incredibly boring. The young man tells himself that now is not the time to get hyped about unlocking a new fantasy skill just yet. First, they have to survive and win this war. Nearby, his allies are stammering out apologies, but Vincenzo barks at them to shut their mouths and stay out of the way. Suddenly, an enemy soldier chuckles, mocking their pathetic loyalty before rushing forward to mockingly ask how long Vincenzo expects to survive. In a flash, our hero closes the distance and sends the assailant flying. With a single powerful swing, he casually tells Vincenzo that he looks like hot garbage, and the wounded man simply replies that these are nothing but honorable battle scars. The main character just gives him a blank stare, while the blown-away attacker freezes upon hearing the young man's name and slowly lowers his hood. The exact moment the protagonist catches sight of his face, he recognizes him instantly. The traitorous fighter smirks and remarks that it's been ages, mockingly asking if our hero has forgotten his old pal. Ragnar looks over and asks if this guy is actually his friend, and the main character replies that back when he had to bow before that man's strength, maybe he couldn't deny it, but not a chance today. A coward who betrays and murders his own allies doesn't deserve to be compared to true warriors who put everything on the line just to protect their people. Then the young man mentions that he actually does recall his name, asking if it was Bitch. The traitor's temper flares instantly, but our hero continues, saying, oh right, that was just his nickname, and that his actual name is Piece of Garbage. Absolutely livid, the traitor lunges forward, screaming that the protagonist needs to learn his place. The young man deflects the incoming blade with effortless grace, calmly noting that he definitely couldn't have pulled that off during their last encounter. With a quick counterattack, he strikes back, sending the enemy warrior's sword flying out of his hands. As the traitor stares in disbelief, the main character tells him that this is payback for all the fallen comrades. The cornered man bursts into laughter and sneers that he always wondered how a pathetic weakling like him managed to survive. So this sudden power-up must be the reason. Just then, Craze leaps into the scene asking if he is already picking another fight, while an opposing mercenary mocks them, claiming that they are all going to die, since their entire squad couldn't even scratch their leader. A single low-level soldier stands absolutely zero chance. Ragnar observes their stances and weapons, pointing out they've trained in a deadly blade style, honed in the fires of real combat. The enemy leader boasts that while Encred stagnated, he kept moving forward with his life. While the protagonist stayed trapped in a cycle of revenge, this traitor attacks, boasting that a sweet lordship awaits him after this battle. He brags that he will rise so high he won't even be able to see his own feet. Our main character just stares back at him with absolute indifference and calmly asks if that pathetic ambition is all he has to show for himself. Angered, the traitor lunges forward, screaming that he has always loathed the young man's smug stare, throwing a fierce thrust that the protagonist easily slips past with martial arts precision. The attacker's blade is as thin as a needle, bending effortlessly like a legendary Eastern Kai sword, but the hero calmly raises his own weapon. As he prepares to strike, he remembers this man once taunting him that he would never amount to anything. The young man charges forward as bitter memories flood back, while the traitor lunges in a desperate bid to end it. Screaming that he will kill the protagonist once and for all, the villain tries to land a fatal blow as the blade starts twisting. Creasy Almond shouts a warning that the hero won't be able to read this unpredictable attack, desperately calling out to him. But our swordsman keeps rushing forward with his eyes locked dead on the oncoming steel. In a classic fantasy mentor flashback, we learn Ragnar already taught him how to counter this exact style. He ducks right under the strike as his master's advice echoes: trust his own path and put absolute weight behind every single movement. No matter how flashy these deadly killers think they are, if they do not eliminate wasted motion, they will always leave fatal openings. His mentor's voice reminds him that he already has the answer, and in a flash of action, the young warrior swings and cuts the traitor clean in half. As blood spills from the dying man's mouth, the protagonist coldly corrects him, stating that a mere insect was never important enough to become his life's ultimate goal. The hero's blade follows all the way through, completely severing the foe as he declares he is no longer the same weak boy. He will no longer be the helpless soul who could only watch his comrades die, nor will he let this ghost keep haunting his nightmares. Looking up to the heavens, the protagonist admits he cannot hear the voices of the deceased, but he hopes his fallen comrades can rest easy now. Meanwhile, Ragnar's heavy scabbard drags along the ground as he steps up and unsheathes his weapon. The overpowered mentor praises the performance, declaring that now it is his turn to play. A cocky mercenary steps forward, mouthing off and asking just who this old man thinks he is, but the master simply raises his blade and flashes past him with terrifying speed, claiming his head in a single, flawless strike. As that hits the dirt, the remaining mercenaries freeze in terror while the master coolly asks if the guy was trying to say something. Creasa dryly points out that it is pretty hard to answer a question after you have been decapitated. Realizing they are outmatched, the rest of the thugs decide to rush him all at once in a desperate mob. The veteran takes a single effortless step, slipping past a blade to cleanly lob off another fool's head before driving his sword straight into the next target, continuing the motion in one fluid, seamless arc to stab another mercenary directly through the throat. The entire massacre happens in the blink of an eye, and our main character notes that the master only took a few steps and used minimal movement to execute them all. Once again, he is completely blown away by the sheer strength of his powerhouse squad. 3 more desperate mercenaries charge forward, screaming that they will take him down if they attack together, but the mentor simply tells the young man to watch very closely. This is a crucial lesson he needs to master. Raising his sword, the seasoned warrior lowers his stance into a deadly dance as the enemies rush in. Letting out a slow breath, his sharp eyes lock onto his targets, and with a single step, he vanishes and reappears behind all 3 men, their torsos already cleanly sliced in half. The young protagonist is left completely speechless, feeling as if a massive wall has just blocked his view. Aura suddenly towered right in front of him like a straight-up final boss. The giant warrior calmly claims he just coined a new name for his killer technique. The opponent just stares blankly at him before asking if that cheesy name was seriously the best he could come up with. Honestly, it was the absolute best name he had. Meanwhile, the battle rages on, and the Aspen forces feel completely secure. Having a literal titan on their side does wonders for morale, leaving the Nalilia troops panicking until a massive shadow falls over them. The powerhouse looms directly behind them, swinging his massive clubs to obliterate their front lines, but suddenly the tide turns and the Aspen soldiers are the ones screaming in absolute terror, demanding to know why the enemy forces also have a giant on their side. Our monstrous fighter just laughs, claiming he is nothing but an ordinary human, though they immediately call cap on that. Seriously, the guy is way too massive to be human. That is when he drops a chilling warning. He generously offers to give them a brief head start to run and save their own skins. Confused, they ask what he is talking about, but he simply starts marching forward. He begins a slow countdown from 5, and with every passing second, he draws menacingly closer, prompting a panicked enemy commander to scream for his terrified troops to immediately pull together and hold the line. By the time he reaches the count of 3, the enemy is shaking, yet this beast of a man keeps counting down. Finally hitting 1, he delivers a devastating stomp that unleashes a shockwave, sending enemy soldiers flying, shattering their weapons instantly. It turns out he had already charged straight into their ranks, with his dual weapons crossed, fresh blood dripping from the blades as he casually mentions he prayed to the god of war today, promising to send a couple of sacrifices straight to the afterlife. Now that is a hard-boiled line if I ever heard one. The enemy troops scatter in pure panic, screaming that they need to take him down at all costs, but this absolute juggernaut charges once more, plowing through their ranks, and launching broken bodies high into the sky like ragdolls, instantly crushing anyone in his path. As their agonizing screams echo, he just laughs even louder, promising he will gladly send every last one of them to meet their maker. Meanwhile, on the left flank, the ferry commander confronts an opponent of her own race. She points out that their kind typically lives in seclusion, tucked away safely in hidden forest villages alongside their families. But unfortunately, times have changed. When her opponent calls out to her, she explains that many fairies now sell their magical needles and deadly skills for cold hard cash, turning into mercenaries and signing up with various warring factions. The male fairy raises his weapon and declares he will not pursue her if she decides to tuck tail and run. She draws her own blade, replying that the feeling is mutual, while he challenges her to see whose combat needle is superior. Suddenly, a single leaf drifts down between the two warriors, and in an instant, both vanish. Only the clash of their weapons reveals their lightning-fast positions on the battlefield. Sparks fly everywhere as he quickly twists his arm, switching to a reverse grip to drive his blade into the exact spot where she was standing just a millisecond ago. That is precisely when he instantly realizes he messed up. She materializes right behind him, playfully whispering that no weapon is inherently superior to another. Ultimately, it all comes down to the skill of the person wielding it. He desperately pulls back his blade, barely managing to react in time to block her lightning-quick counterstrike and narrowly save his own life. He swiftly lunges forward, catching her by the throat to gain the upper hand, and commands his hidden squad to ambush her. But the very instant his men move to strike, they all drop dead on the spot. As their lifeless bodies collapse, a shadow assassin slides his blade out of a throat and casually wipes it clean. This guy is basically the Flash of this webtoon. The stunned enemy asks how that even happened, and female commander points out that trying to distract her using his disposable lackeys was a clever move, but simply not clever enough. With zero hesitation, she drives her blade straight through his head, lifting his heavy corpse off the ground with her needle weapon, then callously tosses it aside like trash. Turning around, she asks the veteran assassin if their leader will be fine, and he replies that if a petty fight like this could take him out, he would have died a very long time ago in much worse situations. She respects that absolute level of trust, and the assassin agrees, adding that they hold all the cards right now. She notes that their commander actually knows how to lead a battle, unlike since Ingrid and the boys already weakened the enemy lines during the previous clash. The opposition is ripe for the picking. Recognizing this golden opportunity, Marcus Orton realizes they can't afford to waste a single second. He immediately orders the heavily armored turtle infantry to advance, sending a wave of panic through the Aspen ranks as they spot the incoming threat. As the enemy begins to retreat in sheer terror, Andrew Gardner charges headfirst into the fray, screaming at the top of his lungs. He declares that no one is escaping today, prompting the panicked foes to recognize him as the infamous Virgin Warrior. Terrified that they will share a grim fate, they whisper in horror that staying put means getting torn apart, just like that ghoul. The young warrior leaps straight into their ranks with a wild, feral energy that rivals Rem's own chaotic style, drawing a smirk from Mac, who comments on the madness. It seems the crazy habits of their squad are officially rubbing off on the young man. Suddenly, the sweet scent of spring manna fills the air, spreading across the entire zone like a refreshing breeze. It blankets the bloody battlefield in a strange warmth, revitalizing every exhausted soldier on the field. As the soldiers rally around our protagonist, this mystical spring breeze feels like the dawn of a brand new era. With the tide turning, the enemy commanders start tucking their tails and running, prompting Marcus to quickly order his scouts to contact the border guard. It is finally time for a counteroffensive, as the main character has completely shattered the enemy's grand strategy all on his own. All of this was made possible by a single squad of absolute madmen, and Krace admits their platoon would have never survived this otherwise. They had never fought with this much passion before, but our hero changed everything, proving how much one man's influence can reshape a war. A single powerful warrior can truly sway the destiny of the entire battlefield. The commander surveys the ragtag group of fighters and chuckles, noting that they all look incredibly energized. It is as if they are completely drunk on this magical spring manna. Right before Marcus rallies the troops to roar in triumph, he tells them to shout the names of their saviors, and a massive chant for the lunatic squad erupts, with a few hilariously cheering for the Virgin. Poor Andrew Gardner is getting roasted, while Krace shakes his head, unsure if the rumors about his status are even true. Still, if the squad leader is pleased with the chaotic energy, that is all that matters, prompting him to raise a victorious fist. The deafening cheers echo across the field, sending shivers down the spine of the retreating Aspen commander. As they continue their retreat, one officer mutters that Lord Abner's strategy was solid, but nobody could have predicted a beast strong enough to down a giant. He wonders if Marcus anticipated this ridiculous outcome, unaware that the infamous Greyhound commander is also lurking nearby. That rival commander is absolutely furious, cursing under his breath about how that meddling nuisance keeps ruining all their plans. To make matters worse, he even managed to eliminate Mitch, but before he can fume any further, 3 deadly daggers come flying through the air. The projectiles slam directly into his horse's rear, causing the poor beast to let out a painful shriek. The startled animal bucks wildly, throwing the commander to the dirt as he desperately yells at his ally to keep moving. It is the arrival of the elite border guard, and the remaining troops spin around to face the oncoming heavy cavalry. Charging headfirst into the fray, a devastating flail swings directly toward the enemy leader's head. The Greyhound barely manages to block the crushing blow just as the rest of the border guard forces crash into them. Their captain drops down directly in front of him, mocking the elite squad for always acting so smug and superior. He laughs that they always talk big, but now they are completely exhausted after getting absolutely battered on the field. After struggling against the stubborn rear guards, their forces are now getting sliced to pieces at an alarming rate. The beaten leader internally admits they threw away too many lives trying to cover Mitch, leaving them in no condition to face these fresh elites. Confronting the relentless border guard is suicide now, prompting the allied officer to anxiously look over his shoulder. He utters a quiet curse, and that split-second lapse in concentration is all the opening Torres needs to blitz forward. The agile warrior delivers a clean, lethal strike, while the Greyhound captain desperately swings to knock his opponent back. Pushing the hostile officer away, he scrambles back and frantically shouts the order for a full retreat. Wiping the blood from his blade, Torres asks if they should pursue the fleeing remnants of the enemy force. However, the leader declines, stating those abandoned mutts aren't worth the effort, securing another massive victory for their side. They manage to crush the Aspen forces, but this skirmish is just a prelude to the true conflict waiting in the vast plains. Inside the command tent, Krace informs the group that they are relocating tomorrow to maintain relentless pressure on the enemy. While tightening the noose on the Aspens, our protagonist notes that while there is no victory banquet, merit rewards will be distributed. The top achievers get the best perks, and Rem happily points out that their prize is exemption from heavy lifting, all thanks to their overpowered squad leader. By slaying the enemy giant, he saved them all, though Odin boasts about his own kill count, while Ragnar mentions handling the elite swordsman. If those dangerous combatants had not been neutralized, the battle would have been a mess, causing Rem to snap at them for showing off. She sharply demands to know who even asked for their uninvited assistance in the first place. Watching the petty squabble unfold from the sidelines, Jackson simply rolls his eyes and mutters about how they are all complete idiots. The main character finally shuts down the bickering, suggesting that anyone who still wants to fight can step up and duel him instead, which makes Jackson immediately backpedal and claim he never meant it. Encred watches as his ally, Andrew Gardner, gets hyped up, claiming it's his absolute first time experiencing something so wild. Hearing the crowd chant their names is an absolute rush, and Graham points out that the feeling is totally natural. Since the guy is still young and clearly lacking in the romance department, Andrew tells him to shut it, while Rem chimes in asking if they want to throw hands right then and there, but our protagonist just steps in to cool things down. Suddenly, the big guy looks outside the tent and notices a lonely figure sitting by himself. It is Henry, looking absolutely miserable, so our main character slides over to sit right next to him and asks what is wrong. He teases the young man, asking if his mind is occupied by that beautiful widowed florist again. Henry blushes and laughs, but the young warrior reminds him that his dream of marrying her won't happen if he stays in this endless war. He asks if Henry wants to go back, and while the hunter admits he does, he feels guilty abandoning his comrades. While everyone else is still fighting for survival, the hunter points out that they only survived the deadly battlefield thanks to the main character's legendary survival skills and expert guidance through those treacherous grass fields. He was the one who warned them about the hidden vipers under the rocks and proved to be an absolute beast with a bow. Having heard enough, our protagonist simply stands up and begins to walk away into the night. As Henry calls out, the young swordsman replies that he swings his blade for his own dream, and Henry must do the same. He tells him to live for his own happiness, leaving the archer completely stunned in silence. Henry spends the night pondering those words, and by the next morning, he is summoned to the commander's tent. Inside, the female commander looks at him and delivers some shocking news. He has received a very special notice. It is an honorable discharge, and she orders him to board the transport wagon for the wounded before it rolls out. Completely bewildered, he asks what is going on, and she explains that his platoon leader personally requested this favor. This was done as a final token of gratitude, leaving the young man completely speechless and choked up. He goes to pack his bags while Rem watches in disbelief, asking if he is seriously leaving them. Odin gives him a warm blessing, while Ragnar jokes that now he can finally sleep as much as his heart desires. Creasy Allman pats him on the back, telling him that he did a fantastic job serving alongside them. Andrew Gardner also claps him on the shoulder, wishing him the best of luck. He bids him a warm farewell and tells him to get back home safe and sound. The hunter nods with tears in his eyes and steps outside the camp. Our protagonist is waiting for him there, noting that unlike Andrew and the other battle-hardened warriors, who adapted instantly to the bloodshed, this gentle soul never truly belonged on the front lines of a brutal war. Realizing he was never meant for the battlefield, our main character gently places a hand on the departing man's shoulder. He smiles warmly and says he hopes they cross paths again in a peaceful world. He also wishes him the best of luck in winning the heart of that beautiful florist back home. The departing archer smiles, expressing his deepest gratitude before climbing onto the wagon carrying the wounded. As the wagon rolls away, the female commander approaches our hero and asks if he came just to say goodbye, prompting him to thank her for granting his request to discharge the young hunter. She replies that she would do at least that much for her future husband, before asking a rather direct question. She wants to know exactly when he plans to marry her, and he casually responds that 10 years sounds about right. She laughs and says she can wait that long, but raises an eyebrow at his delay. She warns him that she has no interest in marrying an old man, to which he fires back that fairy-like girls aren't his type either. That cheeky comeback instantly makes her halt in her tracks, with a stunned expression. The commander gives him a sharp look, muttering that he clearly has no clue how deeply his words can sting a lady. Despite her complaints, the protagonist notes that she seems perfectly fine and unfazed. She clicks her tongue in annoyance and orders him to follow her before they return to the main base. As they walk, she mentions that the commander of the elite forces, Marcus, is looking for him. Sure enough, as they reach the meeting spot, the legendary commander is already waiting for them. Standing with his back turned, his imposing aura is undeniable, just as Kraze had previously warned our hero. He had been told that his incredible performance on the battlefield, especially during yesterday's raid, would likely earn him a massive promotion or a transfer to a high-ranking squad, and now the moment of truth is here. The young warrior stops right in front of the commander, who turns around and asks if he has any appreciation for fine tea and would care to join him for a cup. Our main character politely declines, and when the commander wonders if he is too busy with the unit relocation, he replies that his schedule is wide open. As they pack up, Marcus chuckles and admits he never expected flattery from Encrid, who replies that he is simply being honest. Marcus nods, agreeing that having a high-tier powerhouse for protection is actually a major deal, since this protagonist has carried the squad. Still, our main character points out that trying to poach him right in front of his current commander is a pretty bold move. Marcus chuckles, asking if that means he already noticed the special treatment. The young man gives a simple nod, and seeing this, the commander wastes no time asking for his final answer, but our hero gives a flat rejection. Marcus notes this guy has turned down other high-ranking commanders before, but promises that this specific offer is on a whole different level. However, the young warrior explains he has a massive dream, even if it sounds a bit too grand. Intrigued, Marcus asks what kind of ambition he is chasing. The protagonist declares he is going to become a legendary knight, leaving Marcus to remark that a man with such a burning dream shines incredibly bright. He admits he used to be the same way back when he trained to become the ultimate crowned sword, but time ruthlessly eroded his passion until he settled for a boring reality. Now he just drifts through a completely dull, passionless existence. In his eyes, a life lived with zero dreams becomes a heavy chain that drags everyone else down. Admitting he has no right to keep the young man under him, he raises a hand to formally dismiss him. Our hero bows respectfully and makes his exit. Once the warrior leaves, Marcus asks the lady beside him if she believes the young man will actually become a knight, but she admits she has no clue. She explains that it all depends on him. Marcus chuckles, noting that such blunt honesty is a fairy's greatest strength, and also their biggest flaw. Still, witnessing the young man's grand dream makes him want to chase his own ambitions once again. Currently, the kingdom of Norelia is ruled by the royal family, but lately the corrupt nobles have been seizing power, ensuring that their dark influence runs incredibly deep. Marcus admits he once allied with those nobles to survive, but now he is determined to rebel and go after his own lost dreams. Meanwhile, as the military base begins to relocate, the squad finds themselves with absolutely nothing to do during the long march. Rem mentions that having zero duties is nice, but he is already bored out of his mind. Because of this, he tries to force our protagonist to train, preaching that muscles only grow through non-stop agonizing physical work. However, another warrior cuts in, insisting our hero needs to focus on his swords first. When asked about a blanket, he ignores the question, stating that dual wielding means the young fighter desperately needs to improve his balance. Jackson chimes in, arguing that our protagonist should sharpen his raw senses instead, claiming this chaotic environment is the perfect dungeon training ground. Our hero asks if Jackson yelling from miles away actually counts as training, prompting Rem to tell everyone to just shut up and piss off.
He insists the young man still needs to learn the harsh secrets
Of becoming a true superhuman, but before he can finish, the commander suddenly arrives. She cuts him off, stating that the main tent needs to be set up right there, and they are blocking the way. To make matters worse, Ragnar is lazily sprawled out on her favorite blanket. She mentions that she enjoys their loud chatter, but they still need to move. They get shoved off to the side, where Ram complains that Odin should have been folded up because he is taking up way too much space, prompting Odin to snap back that Ram is absolutely terrible at taking responsibility, which instantly ignites yet another childish fight. While the rest of the squad watches the chaos, Max notes they didn't even do anything wrong. Andrew Gardner assumed only our protagonist could talk to them so casually, but Max explains the commander is just built different. Crisis chimes in, whispering that the female leader is just as crazy as the rest of this wild squad. Andrew asks if he should really be saying that out loud, while Mac warns him not to get sucked into the drama with these absolute lunatics. Crisis notes that these open plains feel completely off, almost as if this place used to be the enemy's main stronghold. He begins examining the ground closely, muttering that he has found something interesting. The protagonist asks what he is doing, and Crisis explains that defeated soldiers often bury their loot right before entering a major battle. Our hero asks how he could possibly know where to dig, to which Crisis replies that it is incredibly obvious if you use a little logic. If he were a desperate soldier, he would hide his treasure somewhere easy to locate, even if the entire outpost got completely destroyed. He then asks the young man what kind of spot that would be, and our hero answers that it would be a distinct landmark. Crisis grins, saying that is exactly right. He points toward a massive root of an Odin tree that is easy to spot and reach, meaning something valuable must be buried right underneath it. The protagonist admits to him that he is actually incredibly clever, even in the heat of a chaotic battle. Crisis keeps an eye on the bigger picture and reads the battlefield better than almost anyone. Crisis admits his sharp instincts come from a desperate struggle to survive, though his ultimate dream is just opening a salon for wealthy noblewomen. Still a total gold digger at heart, Encred unearths a mysterious map, and the instant he lays eyes on it, he recognizes what it is and wonders why on earth it's buried here. Rem pipes up, telling him that he is getting way too worked up over a piece of paper, noting that their main quest is to deal with the giant-eyed monsters. The main character looks up and speaks. He mentions that they still have plenty of daylight left and need something productive to do. As they set up camp, he turns to ask his companion what he was trying to say earlier. Grinning mischievously, the seasoned warrior reveals that it is all about a secret technique. He explains that this, heart of the superhuman, skill was designed to shatter normal mortal limits, though it puts an insane amount of pressure on one's life force. One wrong move could literally stop your heart, but our daring protagonist tells him not to sweat the small stuff. He claims that even death itself won't keep him down, making his mentor laugh. The trainer calls that insanely greedy thinking, yet he cannot help but admire that level of ambition. Honestly, it makes him want to put all his faith in this crazy rookie. The teacher places a hand over his own chest, and the young hunter immediately mirrors the gesture. With a chuckle, the instructor remarks that they can now blow up their hearts together. He flashes a grin while the young warrior gets absolutely fired up to learn the ultimate power-up. His coach explains that normal humans only unlock this level of power during life or death crises. However, this specific cultivation technique allows him to trigger it at will, relying entirely on supreme focus. It requires razor-sharp senses, and looking at the youth, the trainer notes that he has already absorbed some basic principles. Having learned tricks from everyone in the party, he should theoretically be able to master this skill as well. Right now, all he needs is absolute belief as he tries to make his life force expand. He has to pump it up to the absolute limit without letting his chest cavity literally explode. Before he can process what that actually means, he suddenly feels the older warrior's powerful heartbeat. It thumps with such violent force that it feels like it will burst out, and the protagonist can track the rhythm clearly. He can feel every single pulse vibrating directly through his fingertips. Now understanding the theory, he is told to start small, aiming for just a fraction of that output. Going any higher could instantly end his run, so the young man resolves to follow the instructions precisely. He begins concentrating all his mana to force his cardiovascular system to expand. The entire party watches in suspense as the instructor guides him through the physical motions. After a few moments, the mentor realizes his anxieties were completely pointless, because the rookie is getting nowhere. While this guy usually levels up like a cheat code protagonist, this time he has hit a massive snag. Having run face first into a cultivation wall, he gets questioned by his teacher. Rem asks if he is just trolling them, and Odin chimes in that he cannot even defend the kid this time. Jackson and Ragnar nod in agreement, prompting the main character to ask if controlling his pulse is really that hard. He wonders if altering his own anatomy is even biologically possible, earning a sharp glare from the instructor. The young man protests that he is trying his absolute best, but the banter just keeps going. By the time the next morning rolls around, his teacher asks him the exact same question. He demands to know if he is even putting in effort, and the frustrating cycle repeats. This comical loop of failure and scolding continues day after day without any progress. Eventually, the mentor storms back into the tent, prompting Pressy to ask where the student went. He replies that the boy went off to swing his sword, while Jackson suggests the skill is just useless trash. The archer suggests training under him instead, but the instructor snaps at him to wait his turn. Ragnar adds that if the student is motivated, then the teacher must be terrible, spiking another round of arguing. While they trade insults, the veteran fighter actually starts analyzing the problem seriously. He explains that this technique was adapted from tribal magic, where a spell normally jumpstarts the user's perception. Once you get that initial spark, you can manage the control on your own, but the novice lacks that cheat code. He simply cannot grasp the feeling, and his mentor recalls that even the mages in his tribe struggled. None of them got it on the first try, and those who did almost ended up meeting their ancestors by accident. Realizing that rushing this leveling up process won't help, he remembers the struggle of teaching the youth before. It took forever for him to master the heart of the beast, and since the kid is determined, he must keep pushing. If there is absolutely zero talent, they can always quit, though that thought keeps the mentor awake. Under the cover of darkness, the main character is still grinding away alone, trying to crack the code. Our main character, Encrid, is desperately trying to figure out how to copy that epic feeling by tomorrow, and by the next day, they are right back at it again. Rem sighs heavily, telling him that they should probably call it a day because it doesn't look like he is making any progress, but the young man grabs his hand and begs him to keep pushing. Rem replies that he appreciates the hustle, but there is absolutely no point in going on if nothing is changing. Still, he tells him to force his heart to pump even harder. That completely catches Rem off guard, and he warns that the protagonist must be forgetting something. If his heart gets pushed past its limits, it will literally explode. Surely he is not actively asking for a death sentence. The protagonist just tells him to do it anyway. Rem hesitates, warning that going along with this crazy plan will not help him learn the technique. He will just die or end up crippled. Even if Rem is not the one suffering the physical pain, he still does not want to refuse his request, so he starts wondering how anyone can be this reckless, but then figures the guy must be asking, because he is certain it will actually work. Rem pushes harder, and the hero's heart begins to race wildly. His face tightens in agony and his eyes turn completely bloodshot. Cedric suddenly chimes in, saying that this might have been the right choice after all. Rem asks what on earth he means by that and then feels the young man's heart literally burst. Fresh blood pours from the protagonist's mouth as he realizes he completely messed up. Rem pulls his hand away in horror. Odin yanks the main character back, and Randan nearly chops Rem's arm off. The entire group starts shouting in panic, demanding to know what he did to their brother. As our hero's vision fades, he finds himself right back in the eerie underworld. The boatman, that mysterious man, says he does not get it, noting that today's challenge was not a wall. The protagonist answers that he chooses his own walls to break down. The boatman then asks what exactly he is thinking. He explains that he is using the only method he knows to learn, a fraction of the superhuman's power. We cut back to just before the time looping began, where the main character is trying to feel his own heartbeat. He can sense exactly what Rem is doing to his chest, but he still cannot copy the flow. He remembers Rem warning him not to force it, and that he has to know his own limits and learn when to just stop. But our hero hates that idea, believing that giving up means he is doomed to stay weak forever. If he stops moving forward, he might as well be dead. So, he picks the method that fits his stubborn nature best, the same brutal approach that once let him fight someone way stronger, without freezing up. Now he needs to unlock a piece of superhuman power, and the first step is simple: control his heart. On the very next loop, his heart explodes once more and everyone rushes in to help. They try desperately to wake him, while the boatman asks if that is really all he has got. But the young man keeps dying the exact same way, his heart bursting over and over. He explains that the heart of the superhuman ability lets him access that superhuman power usually reserved for life or death moments. Putting himself on the edge should make it much easier to trigger. The boatman calls him completely insane and asks if he is even thinking about the agonizing pain. The protagonist shrugs, saying he can endure anything as long as it works, even though it helps him break his limits. During the very next regression loop, Rem tells Encrid that it's still not enough. He claims it's not going to happen today and tells the young man to just go wash up, get some sleep, and stop trying to solo this impossible training arc. But by the time they hit the 27th loop, this fantasy protagonist finally admits he still can't pull it off. He simply cannot conquer this challenge all by himself, so he decides to try a different tactic. The main character tells his companion to strike him even harder, but the helper immediately snaps back with a warning. He asks if the guy is literally trying to get himself killed right then and there. And with absolute confidence, our stubborn hero just nods and says yes. Naturally, that reply only pisses his partner off, who warns him not to drag others into this suicidal leveling up madness. He makes it clear he has zero desire to murder his own superior, and that statement catches the warrior completely off guard. The young man points out the irony, reminding his subordinate that he clearly doesn't care about military rank considering his past actions. After all, he has literally slaughtered nobles before, but the subordinate tells him to keep testing his luck, while the main character wonders why he is reacting so differently this time. Even if this martial arts barrier is just a mental wall he built for himself, he still needs to break it. Failing the challenge just resets the day anyway, giving the swordsman infinite tries to grind his skills. He can keep training forever, and though he doesn't get why his partner is being so stubborn, he decides to push forward until he figures it out. By the time they reach the 40th loop, the MC is still at it. He is still telling his companion to strike with everything he's got, demanding more power. The exact same cycle repeats in the 50th loop, with no progress in sight, and it happens again in the 60th loop until our hero decides to change his approach entirely. He stops asking nicely and delivers it as an absolute, direct order, and the young warrior realizes that this authoritative command is the magic key to make it work. It is the only time the stubborn subordinate actually obeys without questioning him. Only when he is commanded as a soldier does he finally lock in and follow through. The main character starts focusing again, realizing these rogue warriors probably teamed up with him because they aren't fans of standard rules. They never really cared about following orders, and he never actually tried to command them properly before. He simply assumed they would ignore his authority, but somewhere along this fantasy journey, they actually started respecting him. While he wonders what changed, he knows that mystery can wait because right now, he has a massive wall to break. He needs to focus entirely on his own body, feeling his heartbeat begin to race faster. It keeps accelerating, pounding harder and harder against his chest like a runaway train. The protagonist yells at his partner to keep going, even though the companion looks completely terrified by what is happening. Despite feeling incredibly uneasy, the ally keeps applying the pressure until the young man's heart literally gives out. Crimson blood spills right out of his mouth as he collapses. Talk about a brutal leveling method. This guy kept dying from an exploding heart in loop after loop. He kept at it until he finally mastered the sensation and could activate the technique on command, leaving his companion absolutely stunned. The ally asks in disbelief if he really mastered a legendary skill in a single day, while our exhausted protagonist just sits there trying to catch his breath. Sitting there with his chest pounding like crazy, he realizes that after endless loops, he has finally unlocked it. The warrior pulls off the impossible feat on his own, grabs his blade, and casually mentions that it took him over 100 loops to get it right. Honestly, he stopped keeping track of the deaths after a while, before stepping right up to the edge of a massive cliff. As the rest of the party watches in sheer anticipation, his companion suddenly realizes what the crazy guy is planning. Without even drawing the blade, the young master thrusts his sheathed weapon forward in a sudden, powerful strike. He forces his heart rate to spike to superhuman levels, channeling massive energy into the blow. The moment the sheathed tip connects, the entire cliffside instantly fractures and explodes into dust, proving the MC has shattered his limits. He successfully broke the mental barrier he created, leaving the rest of the squad completely speechless at the sheer destruction. They can't believe the insane power scaling, and the partner immediately steps forward with a couple of serious questions. He tells him he has two things to ask, starting with whether the protagonist was actually born in the mythical West, and second, is he secretly some kind of overpowered martial arts genius in disguise? The main character replies with a flat no to both, but cut to a few hours later, and he is completely paralyzed in bed from the insane side effects of the superhuman heart skill. Steam is literally rising from his skin as he asks if it's normal to feel like a statue. His companion dryly explains that his mortal body simply cannot handle that level of power yet, while another ally adds that pushing his muscles past human limits was bound to backfire. It was a guaranteed outcome, yet the stubborn protagonist still tries to force himself to stand up. He attempts to wiggle his toes, muttering that despite the agony, this overpowered cheat code is absolutely worth the physical toll. Even if it leaves his body completely wrecked after every single fight, he can feel the internal damage clearly, but he knows true high-tier knights already transcend humanity, with giant-like strength and insane agility anyway. Having precise, fairy-like control is what defines a true fantasy knight, meaning Incrid still has a long way to go on his leveling up journey. Odin tells him to rest, but the old man doesn't mean just a quick nap. He insists on a full day of downtime, promising to personally help the young man recover. Of course, this recovery is going to involve a whole lot of blood, sweat, and tears. Our hero asks what that even means, but before he can react, his mentor grabs his calf and starts a brutal massage, making the protagonist scream. He screams into his pillow, complaining that this agonizing treatment is going to kill him, that the pressure feels like a solid brick wall. It feels like the Grim Reaper's boatman built it himself, but the mentor tells him to pay close attention and remember the exact pressure points being pressed because this technique is perfect for loosening tight muscles. Its official name is the ballast-style massage. The young warrior remarks that he should probably learn this technique too since it will be super useful, and he vows to endure the pain no matter how long it takes. Tears well up in his eyes as he literally starts seeing the afterlife's boatman again, prompting Rem to tell the old man to stop, before he actually ends the poor guy's life. The next morning, the main character grumbles that his mentor almost sent him to the afterlife, but his muscles actually feel incredibly rejuvenated. He was ordered to rest and do absolutely nothing, but staying still feels like a total waste of precious leveling up time. At the very least, he figures he can do some basic maintenance on his weapon, but the old master suddenly teleports behind him and scares the living daylights out of him, barking that he isn't allowed to do a single thing, reminding him that he was ordered not to move a muscle. And our protagonist defensively protests that he was only planning on cleaning it. Kratos chimes in and offers to handle the maintenance. However, he points out he never works for free, grinning as he says that it'll cost him a good 20 copper coins. They start haggling, and when the hero asks if he's joking, the pricing drops to 17. As a final offer, the protagonist wants to know why a simple sharpening is so pricey, and the craftsman explains that the sword is of extremely high quality and requires delicate expert care. He then asks to see the second weapon too, since the main character dual wields two blades, just as he mentioned before. He did mention he dual wielded, but everyone in this fantasy world is acting way too casual about it. He honestly thought at least one of them would try to talk him out of it, since even legendary swordsmen like masters of the blade usually avoid this style. Most martial arts experts claim it's much harder and far riskier than it's worth. Without the right system of training, you can't support both swords correctly, causing your swings to lose power, compared to the devastating impact of a single focused blade. Still curious, he asks why none of them are trying to stop him. They all just stare back at him as if the answer is staring him right in the face. Alden then speaks up and asks why on earth he thinks they would bother. Jackson chimes in saying it's because he's incredibly stubborn. When the young warrior questions this, Alden points out he's proving it right now by refusing to accept their answer. The protagonist claims he's not being difficult on purpose, and Ragnar asks if he has a genuine reason for fighting with two swords instead of one. He replies yes, explaining that he simply wants to give it a shot, because the style just felt right to him. It's the exact same reason he wanted to become a knight back when he was immersed in the lore. He once heard a legend about a heroic knight called the Peacemaker, the legendary figure destined to end all wars, and it lit a burning passion inside his soul. But then, some random guy kicked him down, and sneered that listening to fairy tales and songs would never turn a peasant into a knight, calling him pathetic. Yet even when the entire crowd laughed and declared he would never make it, our determined hero kept chasing what he wanted and loved, so he isn't going to give up on his dream of becoming a knight, and he certainly won't back down from mastering the dual sword style either, no matter what anyone else has to say about it. Rem can see how different the young warrior is from himself, a man who once had everything and threw it all away. Yet this rookie started with nothing and still keeps relentlessly pushing forward. Ram laughs, stating that's exactly the reason why he likes him. Ragnar jests that he always knew Ram had bizarre taste, but Ram tells him not to worry, because he absolutely detests the rest of the crew anyway. Ragnar retorts that the feeling is mutual, and Jackson completely agrees. Odin chimed in, noting that while the gods command us to love all creation, he's only human, and doesn't like them either. Rem sighs, saying Odin is just as bad and talks way too much. The protagonist silently comments that they actually get along surprisingly well. Suddenly, Jackson walks over and suggests that if the protagonist is tired of sitting around doing nothing, they should start training. The young man points out that Odin already Even though the healer ordered Encrid to stay still, his mentor Jackson insists that he can still undergo some brutal training. Since he can't move, he just has to use his eyes because the old man wants to teach him the art of close-quarters beast-style combat. Next up on the training menu is developing his evasion skills. While outside the tent, Crisis is dealing with a major tactical crisis. Meanwhile, Trace is busy polishing the main character's trusty blade to keep it ready for action. Making it look brand new, the young man overhears passing soldiers gossiping about the active war zone. Apparently, the main battle is dragging on much longer than expected because neither army is willing to back down. Since both sides are locked in a stalemate, our hero keeps eavesdropping to gather more information. As the soldiers walk past his resting spot, they mention some worrying rumors about the enemy forces. Word on the street is that the enemy has formed a dangerous new unit composed of survivors who fled from their previous defeat. Having fought them before, Crisis immediately knows this new development is bad news for their defenses. But he needs more details, especially if the enemy Aspens are changing up their battlefield tactics. He has to figure out their game plan, all while Avner is struggling to maintain order among the troops. As they brainstorm a counter-strategy, Jackson explains that true dodging in martial arts is about anticipation. It is about predicting the trajectory, pushing your reflexes to the absolute limit, and acting before the strike lands. Since this requires god-tier perception, the mentor decides to throw stones with letters written on them as a training exercise. He orders the protagonist to read the letters mid-air as the rocks whip past him. The old man chucks a rock at high speed, and the main character just stands there looking completely clueless. Staring blankly at the flying pebble, the young man gets a heavy sigh from Jackson, who tells him to wake up. The cranky teacher repeats the instructions once more with an annoyed look on his face. They repeat the exercise over and over, with the veteran constantly yelling at him to stay focused. He has to focus, while in the middle of all this, Alden is monitoring his physical recovery. The healer keeps pushing him through pain and recovery, finally announcing that our hero can start moving again. He tries to sit up and stretch, but suddenly a sharp rock comes flying right at his face. As the stone whips past his nose, Jackson smugly asks him what letters were written on it. The mentor demands to know the letters, then asks if the main character was waiting for his guard to drop on purpose. He warns him that letting his guard down is a death sentence, adding that a real battle won't wait for him. A life-or-death battle won't wait, and meanwhile, outside the fortress walls, trouble is brewing. A stealthy enemy is hiding in the shadows, prepping a weapon while Jackson continues his training routine. The mentor keeps chucking rocks, forcing the protagonist to turn and react instantly. This time, he manages to catch a split-second glimpse of the writing on the stone before it lands. As the rock drops right beside him, the young man opens his mouth to give the answer. But before he can say a word, the entire camp erupts into chaos with soldiers shouting about an enemy raid. As everyone is ordered to gather, Jackson still demands to know the letters, and our hero can't believe this guy's obsession. The crazy mentor wants the answer right now, completely ignoring the emergency alarms. The letters were CR and Jackson laughs, saying it only took him 40 tries before congratulating him. The old man tells him it's time to unlock a new skill, but the student just looks annoyed. He wonders if that was supposed to be praise, but before he can complain, the ambush sends Ram charging out of his tent. Screaming for blood, Ram makes the protagonist wonder if he has finally snapped, but Jackson says he's just frustrated. Since they haven't had a good duel lately, he has been pestering poor Andrew Gardner this entire time. Since that wasn't enough action, Ram rushes over shouting at everyone to move, as if he expected a raid of massive giants. He wanted something fun to fight, while Andrew Gardner asks a scout what actually happened with the attack. The scout explains the enemy just fired a single arrow and ran, and the border guard is already chasing them. Since the guards are already on the hunt, there is really nothing left for them to do but wait. However, our main character notices something off and realizes the border guard alone won't be enough to handle this. He points to the ground and tells them to inspect the arrow, which is abnormally long with backward-facing feathers. It is designed for extreme sniper range, meaning they are dealing with the same elite archer from their last encounter. Known as the Hawk's Claw, the protagonist jokes about birds having fingernails, while Ram just groans at his terrible memory. The young man grumbles about his bad memory, since only a few months have passed for the others, but for him it's different. Due to his time-slip experiences, it feels like actual years have gone by, prompting Ram to bring up a funny past event. He reminds him of the time he got knocked out cold by a giant frog while a bowman was trying to snipe his skull. Reminiscing about the chaotic fantasy battlefield back in the day, Encrid recalls the brutal struggles of survival. He mentions remembering a skilled soldier who went by the name of Bell. He apparently saved the guy from getting absolutely slaughtered, and yeah, it was a close call. That legendary marksman was known as the Claw of the Hawk. Later, our protagonist heads back to the military tent where Ragnar eagerly asks if an actual ambush went down, demanding to know what happened and why his partner managed to sleep through the entire action. But once he spots the drool and sleep marks, he immediately drops the interrogation. Ragnar then explains his brilliant plan to dual-wield swords, meaning it's time for some intense physical training. He needs to condition his body to handle both blades at once, prompting the young man to ask how that's even possible. Ragnar promises a breakdown, claiming that from here on out, our hero has to treat these dual weapons like a couple of demanding partners. Yes, it's like balancing two girlfriends at once. Ragnar jokes about what his fiancée would say, but our main character quickly fires back that she is absolutely not his fiancée, refusing to get tied down. The training regimen is hilariously simple: eat, sleep, and even take a dump with those swords glued to him until carrying. Both blades feels as natural as breathing. As Esther climbs onto the bed, she realizes there is no room left for her, so she flops onto the main character's chest and grumbles that his dynamic sleep training routine is incredibly annoying. Right on cue, another alarm wakes them up, but it's just another annoying hit-and-run tactic, so they drag themselves back to bed while Rem complains that this is getting boring. Meanwhile, poor Esther gets accidentally knocked straight onto the floor. She grabs a heavy pot and starts beating him over the head with it, screaming at him to sleep like a normal human being. While this comedy show unfolds, Craze just watches in disbelief, stunned that the enemy has already launched a second strike. They really had the nerve to raid them again. Meanwhile, Jackson's intense leveling up session continues, and so do the annoying incoming attacks from the Claw of the Hawk. As yet another stone zips past them, the young warrior calls out that the rock has the letters bar carved right onto it. Naturally, another soldier gets completely caught off guard by the flying messages. Rem is absolutely furious about these mind games, while Coventry keeps reading every single stone that comes flying in, one after another. Esther's rage levels are rising because she still can't get any beauty sleep. Then, another rock whizzes right past them and Jack asks what the message says this time. The protagonist replies that it reads Ian, meaning the letters so far spell out, "Crazy Barbarian." That insult pushes Rem over the edge, and he vows to turn the shooter into mincemeat. Our hero observes that Jackson has been picking fights with Rem quite a lot lately, but he just shrugs it off. Meanwhile, some young border guards walk past, whining that they can't even get a single glimpse of the elusive archer. Craze overhears their complaints and realizes these annoying raids are happening multiple times a day, yet nobody can touch the sniper. The actual damage is minimal for now, but things will only get worse. So why are the high-ranking commanders just sitting on their hands? Craze lets out a deep sigh. He really wanted to stay out of this dangerous situation and live a quiet life, but he finally steps up and tells the main character he has a plan if they can somehow secure him. A meeting with the top brass. Soon enough, the military leaders are gathered in the war tent, heatedly arguing that they should launch an immediate attack on the Aspens. As the debate drags on uselessly, Marcus chimes in, stating that none of these suggestions are actually helpful. He admits that throwing hands is his main talent, not solving complex strategic headaches. Just then, the ferry commander arrives late with a quick apology and notes the situation, asking what took so long. She explains that the main character's wild platoon has requested temporary authority over the operation to execute a new strategy. Marcus asks if the young man actually came up with something worth hearing, but she replies no. The idea actually came from one of his soldiers, Craze. The rest of the officers ask what the grand plan is, and she lays it out for them. Upon hearing the details, Marcus admits it's not a bad strategy at all, and gives it the green light. He immediately orders all troops to prepare for deployment and sends the absolute lunatics of that wild squad out to hunt down the hawk in the rugged mountains. While the rest of the army gears up in heavy armor, Raven grumbles that he thought this mission was going to be a fun time, but now he wants to know why they aren't directly pursuing the target and are instead marching straight through dangerous enemy territory. Craze patiently explains that their goal isn't actually to hunt down the Claw of the Hawk. Encred plans to bait the enemy into coming to them by running guerrilla-style raids on their rear, forcing them to deploy reinforcements. Rem wonders if that annoying Hawk commander will bite the bait, and Craze is absolutely sure he will. If the strategy works, they win either way, though Rem complains it is too complicated, prompting his ally to tease him about his lack of brain cells, and insists that this fantasy-style blitz is their absolute best option. This triggers Rem instantly, who gets right in his face ready to throw hands. Fortunately, the main character breaks up the fight before it starts, leaving the cowardly mage to admit he dodged a bullet. The guy confesses he almost wet himself, quickly shifting the focus by asking if they are close to the drop zone. He wants to know if they are approaching the enemy target, and Pen is the one who chimes in. She spots the camp in the distance, while our protagonist explains that the success of this action depends entirely on extreme speed. They need to strike hard and retreat instantly, which is why he requested a top-tier scout and had this skilled female hunter join their squad, now acting as their new guide. The young man wonders why she transferred permanently instead of taking a simple temporary scout gig. She hints at having secret motives, leaving the protagonist curious as she vaguely mentions that tagging along has its perks. It puts her in a rather tricky position, but the main character thanks her anyway, prompting her to suggest he pay her back, with a nice reward later. Specifically, when they get some private time, prompting the young warrior to roll his eyes while Rem warns him to watch out because of his fiancée. The protagonist quickly clarifies that he is absolutely not dating the commander. Right before they halt on a ridge overlooking the river, looking down at the enemy fort, the scout warns them to keep their heads down, while the non-combatant mage suggests they leave him behind as rear guard, so they can focus entirely on the chaotic action of the raid, which immediately gets their heavy hitter hyped up. The brute leaps straight into the fray, screaming about the call of blood and declaring that absolutely nobody can stop his rampage. Even though nobody asked him to start the raid, the older warrior decides to use this chaos to test the stability of their defensive magic. The young man observes how the veteran commander handles his stance. He realizes this is just another live combat lesson, proving that his intense training never truly stops. As the two martial arts masters quickly slip into their tactical positions. Meanwhile, the brute yells at the unsuspecting enemy guards, drawing their attention instantly. He gives them a cheerful wave as if he is just visiting some old friends. Before the confused sentries can even process what is happening, he hurls his massive axe right at them. The weapon splits one guard wide open, causing the rest of the outpost to scream in absolute panic. Alarms blare that attackers have breached the perimeter, but by the time they organize a defense, by the time our protagonist and his mentor catch up, they find their wild ally tearing through the front line. Charging low to the ground at ridiculous speeds, the berserker activates his specialized skill, utilizing his superhuman physical system to close the distance in the blink of an eye. Tancred asks what in the world that was, and Ragnar grins, claiming it is the fastest charge he has ever witnessed. The brute still has some secret high-level techniques up his sleeve that our main character hasn't copied yet, which only makes him even more hyped to learn. However, the hostile faction now knows that they have arrived, so he orders the squad to fall back before the enemies can regroup, while the wild warrior complains that he did not even get a chance to join the action. The protagonist tells the beast that he needs to read the room, because it was not his turn either, causing the Hothed to threaten to attack him next, forcing the young man to tell both of them to shut their mouths, since they are still in the middle of a battle. He reminds them that there will be plenty of monsters to slay later. A few hours later, Jax and Odin are moving out alongside them. The scouts are fully prepared this time, flinging a dagger to block the squad from breaking through their lines again. Recalling the training he received from the veteran hunter, the young man remembers to use his eyes to read the trajectory and dodge. He executes the dodge flawlessly, but the teacher notes that it took him a whole 0.4 seconds to perceive and react to the threat. He needs to speed up his reflexes before anyone can claim he has truly mastered his sensory evasion skills. Even so, the main character is making solid progress, and he jokingly asks if his mentor was actually counting the milliseconds. Odin chimes in, reminding them that training is no walk in the park, but they must stay focused because the enemy forces are closing in. The squad leader simply smiles and says that is perfect. That means it is time to bounce. They lure their pursuers deeper into the dense forest, with the noble hare and his loyal bodyguard running alongside them. Being carried by the giant, the strategist admits he had serious doubts these lunatics could pull off the dungeon run, but now he has absolutely nothing to worry about. As they venture deeper into the wilderness, the brawler asks why they do not just turn around and farm these mobs for experience points. The protagonist flatly refuses, then yanks the berserker back when the guy begins to wander off. Even when the wild warrior claims it is a shortcut, our hero is still not buying it. The strategist admits he never expected himself to lead a squad of overpowered fighters this successfully. He did not even know he possessed such tactical leadership skills. When they finally halt, the main character declares that they have shaken off the pursuit for now. They decide to set up camp here. Ever since that regression loop where he unlocked the heart of the superhuman skill, managing his party has become a breeze. They obey his commands without question, though the Beastman remains highly energetic. His performance this morning was on a completely different tier, Since the fighter has actually been cooperative lately, the young man wonders if the beast would teach him that epic charge skill if he commands it. He decides to approach the warrior and ask about the mechanics of the movement. However, the fighter immediately shuts him down, telling him to go away and think about the question more deeply. The protagonist points out that the beastman has never refused to share his combat techniques in the past. The warrior responds that wanting to learn is great, but the squad leader is completely overlooking a crucial detail. That is the exact moment a realization hits the main character. He admits he had not considered that perspective, having grown too accustomed to just giving orders. He realizes that power handed to you on a silver platter remains shallow, and he needs to return to the basics. The beastman grins, pleased that his leader finally got it. The fighter adds that unlocking the secret technique through self-realization will make it far more powerful. The main character sits in silence, contemplating the mechanics of the skill. By the next morning, the party is back on the march. The young noble is completely drained, and maintaining this extreme pace makes him feel like he might pass out at any moment. He expected the battle-crazed members of the squad to be fine, but even the weak strategist keeping up. This easily comes as a major shock to him. And then there is their leader, who definitely was not this overpowered when the noble first met him. How did this guy manage to level up his stats so rapidly? The exhausted hare lets out a heavy, weary sigh. It is frustrating to witness, but it also ignites a desire in him to unlock his own potential and grow stronger. The veteran bodyguard notices the burning passion in the young noble. Ever since he entered the boy's life as a friend of his father, the loyal guard has stayed by his side to honor the memory of the friend he lost when House Gardner fell from grace. He always viewed the boy as just a child, but not anymore. Now he can sense that a massive storm is brewing. The veteran gets emotional, realizing the young heir might actually be the one to restore their family clan to its former glory. The main character then informs the beastman that he has finally cracked the secret of the charging skill. It utilizes the heart of the superhuman buff to temporarily overload the leg muscles and trigger a high-speed dash. The warrior grunts in approval, noting that the young man actually has a brain when he uses it, and tells him to test the skill. The leader agrees, but before he can try it, the scout warns the squad to halt and observe the path ahead. The next outpost is nestled between two massive cliffs, which means their retreat could easily be cut off, but it is also the ideal location for an enemy ambush. The protagonist points out that this is an obvious trap, and the strategist agrees, noting that the enemy likely hopes the party will avoid this dangerous route, allowing them to funnel the squad into a dead end to eliminate them. But the moment the strategist mentions the legendary bounty hunters, the rest of the party gets excited, leaving him to stare in disbelief at how they are casually ignoring the danger once again. Our hero wonders if they should play along with the enemy's trap, while the berserker demands they just crush the opponents since he is tired and wants to go to sleep. Enkrid is thinking the exact same thing, knowing that if this trap fails, the hawk will descend on them even faster. Since the place is crawling with heavily armed soldiers, he suggests a full group breach, prompting Krace to ask if he's invited to the party. But our main character shuts that down, telling him to stay back and play guard duty with Penn, Andrew Gardner, and Mac. This guy is visibly relieved to be off the hook, while our protagonist orders the rest of the squad to gear up. With everyone ready, they storm the place, only to run straight into a familiar boss-level face, the Greyhound. This is the fallen commander's absolute last shot at redemption, tasked with aiding the Hawk's Claw to hunt down the resistance and trash their bases. For the legendary Aspen elites, babysitting a single soldier is a total hit to their pride, but he has no choice but to swallow it. It is the only way to rebuild his fallen reputation, but the tension snaps when his scouts suddenly start screaming. They report that the guerrilla forces have arrived, leaving him in disbelief that the rebels actually walked right into his trap. It is almost comical how easily they stumbled in such an incredibly obvious ambush, but his smug smile evaporates the moment he spots our hero and realizes who is leading this unit. He is completely shell-shocked to see this familiar face fighting alongside the rebel forces. Meanwhile, our clueless MC just looks bewildered and asks Rem if they know this dude, only for Rem to snap back at him for asking such a dumb question. Rem openly mocks his terrible memory, while the offended Greyhound barks that he is incredibly insolent. The villain fumes, declaring that it does not matter one bit whether he remembers him or not, because either way, the young warrior is going to draw his final breath right here and now. He will serve as nothing more than a convenient stepping stone for the commander's grand return, and with that the beast charges. The main character calmly draws a single blade to meet the incoming threat. He effortlessly parries the strike, and the Greyhound immediately recognizes the weapon. It is Mitch's signature sword, which finally jogs our protagonist's memory about who this guy is. He was the officer guarding the flag during that chaotic battle in the Fog of Annihilation, but the villain sneers that nostalgia won't save him. The enemy delivers a vicious side slash, but the young swordsman deflects it, throwing the attacker's balance off. Pushing the commander's guard wide open, the hero recalls a time when this opponent felt like an unstoppable monster. Back then, running away was the only option, but now he is eager to test his growth and see how far he has come. He wants to measure his new strength, but another enemy soldier steps into the fray to ruin the moment. The newcomer boasts that they have shared history, though he claims it won't save them. None of their past struggles will mean a thing once everyone here is completely wiped out. This arrogant minion struts toward Rem and the crew, only to get hit with the most brutal silent treatment ever. The absolute disrespect makes him snap instantly, and he blindly charges forward, but Rem is ready. The veteran fighter blocks the incoming strike without breaking a sweat, and tells him to put a sock in it. They are currently trying to enjoy the main event, where the wild boss is aiming a deadly thrust right at our hero's head. A lethal strike aimed directly at the young man's skull. The protagonist predicts the movement perfectly, slipping to the side to slice open the attacker's back, while Jackson observes that the reaction took barely a tenth of a second. He critiques the timing as barely acceptable, noting that while the speed is passable, it is far from perfect. It is just barely enough, but the agile commander uses his forward momentum to spin around. He pivots back into the clash instantly, forcing our hero to draw his second blade to match the speed. He successfully blocks the strike with both swords, earning a nod from Ragnar, who notices the simultaneous draw and block, showing how the main character is slowly mastering the style. He is adapting to dual wielding on the fly, but because his opponent has both hands gripped on a single hilt, the beast still holds the edge. The brute strength behind the two-handed strike is overwhelming, forcing the young warrior backward. The sheer force sends one of his swords spinning into the dirt, prompting Odin to remark that this failure will make a fine lesson. It is just another brutal experience to add to his training regimen, as he simply lacked the physical power to deflect a heavy blow one-handed. The young fighter quickly regains his stance just as the enemy commander rushes in again, laughing at his attempt, mocking him for trying to wield dual swords when he clearly cannot handle the weight. The main character barely processes the trash talk as his heartbeat rises to a frantic tempo. Watching from the sidelines, Rem lets out a wild grin because this is the exact breakthrough he has been waiting for, the awakening of a superhuman heart. He pushes his physical limits even higher, raising his blades to cut through the air as his mana burns bright. The hero bursts forward with explosive speed, copying Rem's signature dash so rapidly that it leaves a blur. The astonished commander never even sees the movement, rendering him completely unable to counter the attack. With no time to dodge, he is forced to throw up a desperate guard, but the instant their blades clash, the real shockwave hits. The villain's heavy sword begins to crack and chip under the sheer force of the blow. Even though his opponent only wields a single blade, Encred is packing double the trouble and drives his second sword straight home, sending it clean through the enemy's throat in a brutal display of martial arts. The elite Greyhound warrior collapses backward like a sack of potatoes, bleeding out on the cold dirt while his loyal soldiers stand frozen in absolute horror. Watching their commander get utterly demolished, Rem bursts into laughter, bragging about how the main character's insane superhuman abilities are a perfect fit, which even Ragnar and Odin have to grudgingly admit. Honestly, that execution was nothing short of impressive, though Jackson naturally keeps his thoughts to himself, remaining completely silent as usual, while Rem lifts his massive battle axe, declaring it is time to slaughter the remaining mobs because his weapon is thirsty. Craving a bloodbath, the enemy soldiers charge forward, screaming that they will show these invaders what true hunters can do. One heavy brute swings a massive iron club downward, but Odin just stands there like an absolute unit, blocking the crushing strike with nothing but his bare arm, casually mentioning that the soldier's bravery has earned him a VIP ticket, an express trip straight to the afterlife, right before bringing his own warhammer crashing down directly onto the poor guy's skull, completely pulverizing the metal helmet like it was made of tin foil, snuffing his life out instantly, leaving Andrew Gardner watching in absolute disbelief that someone could tank a blow like that with raw defense stats, wondering what kind of cheat code this monster is made of, while Pen swoons, claiming he is exactly her type, and clearly possesses more than enough firepower, as Rem prepares his next attack, lifting his weapon to cleave a target, aiming a lethal swing right at a soldier's warhammer, but Ragnar suddenly steals the spotlight, stepping in with a massive horizontal slash that forces his ally to back off, prompting Rem to start cursing and asking if he is blind, accusing him of trying to slice him in half as well. But while the two allies are busy bickering on the battlefield, the remaining soldier attempts a sneak attack, but Ragnar effortlessly slips past it and runs his blade through the guy's shoulder and neck, mockingly apologizing for the quick death. joking about missing the clean kill on the first try, while Rem vows revenge, only for another enemy to leap at them, attacking from his blind spot, but Rem instantly spins and severs the attacker's arm and head in one clean motion, promising he will deal with his annoying teammate. Right after he finishes cleaning house, while his rival asks if he is simply too scared to throw down right now, prompting Rem to tell Odin to warn his deity about an incoming soul, though Odin retorts that the gods have higher standards, while Kraze urges everyone to move, insisting that this is definitely not the time for friendly fire, even as the enemy forces attempt to surround them, trying to catch them off guard, but before the soldiers can even take a step, cold steel is already slicing through their necks. Jackson executes a masterclass in stealth, dropping 8 targets in the blink of an eye, calling them complete fools for their lack of perception, while Kreese points out that slaughtering the entire army is completely unnecessary, since the majority of these low-level mobs are already combat ineffective. But suddenly, a subtle movement occurs. Something suspicious rustles in the nearby thicket. The sharp-eyed rogue is the very first to detect the incoming threat, right as a deadly projectile comes whistling through the air, forcing him to react instantly, swatting the arrow away with his dagger, and upon inspecting the tip, they immediately recognize the signature mark. It belongs to the deadly sniper known as the Hawk's Claw, prompting the young warrior to wonder if their target has finally arrived. As his ally confirms the news, Rem pipes up to ask if anyone knows the real difference between a common predator, a sniper, and a true beast tamer, noting that being the hunter is far more entertaining, especially when you hunt with a giant axe. When asked what he is planning, the crazy axe wielder points out that since they received a projectile gift, it is only polite to return the favor with interest before he immediately begins scaling the sheer cliff face like a maniac, acting like a wild beast, causing Penn to ask if they always let this lunatic run wild, though the others figure he is too stubborn to die anyway, so they should just let him cook, while Andrew Gardner warns that they need to relocate immediately before reinforcements arrive, lest they become sitting ducks, which the main character fully agrees with, suggesting they draw the attention of the remaining troops and then make their escape, leaving the entire enemy base burning to the ground, prompting the young warrior to joke that this arson habit is getting out of hand, though Penn wonders if he is slowly turning into a pyromaniac monster, a certified fire starter. While up on the high ridge, the elite sniper mutters that the thick black smoke is completely ruining his line of sight, as a nearby scout reports that the targets have vanished from view, desperately asking for their next orders, to which the commander gives a very simple command: hunt them down, while the main character maneuvers his squad along the dangerous cliffside, thinking that their ally's reckless charge was wild, but surprisingly effective, because with the berserker hunting the sniper and the sniper hunting them, they can easily play the role of live bait to distract the shooter, utilizing the rough terrain to their advantage since it makes it nearly impossible for any ranged attacks to hit them from any distance. And while the party hunkers down against the rock wall, Ragnar squeezes into a tight crevice, giving the crazy axe wielder the green light to go wild on his hunt. Out in the dense woods, Rem does exactly that, setting up the perfect ambush. The scent of the wild brings back a flood of old memories from back when he was a legendary hunter. His tribe once expected great things from him before he left for good, but this thrill is enough to spark those days again. It completely revives his long-dormant survival instincts. Ever since their first encounter, this elite enemy squad known as the Claw has been nothing but easy prey to the veteran tracker. Creeping up silently behind the unsuspecting squad, he casually mutters to himself about the good old times, and just like that, one of the soldiers' heads is suddenly sent flying into the air. The rest of the squad realizes they walked into a deadly trap far too late. Screams echo through the forest as panic sets in, and they scramble in absolute chaos. While they scatter in every direction, the fierce warrior completely ignores the noise to focus on his target. With eyes locked on his main prey, he mercilessly cleaves through anyone foolish enough to block his path. He hacks right through a guard's ribs, and before the lifeless body can even hit the dirt, he is already moving. The relentless fighter decapitates another target, leaving the nearby commander to hear nothing, the horrifying sounds of his men being torn apart. The enemy leader grits his teeth in absolute shock, unable to comprehend how he didn't hear this beast approaching. By the time he registers the threat, the unstoppable warrior is already right in front of him. The boss snarls in anger, claiming that he is supposed to be the predator here, not the prey, as he quickly draws his bow. He fires a desperate arrow, but the massive axe is already swinging down. The heavy blade splits the flying arrow clean down the middle before sinking deep into the archer's shoulder. Slamming his opponent hard onto the forest floor, the conqueror tells him to cut the dramatic act and stand back up. It has been ages since his last decent hunt, and this prey is turning out to be incredibly disappointing. The trembling commander weakly tries to raise another arrow in a futile last stand. Pure terror washes over the commander's face as he stares death in the eyes. A split second later, the heavy weapon is driven straight through his chest, ending his life. The victor scoffs at the pathetic display, having hoped to make his target suffer a bit longer, Still, this quick skirmish was enough to finally reawaken his dormant killer instincts. He feels the thrill of the hunt coursing through his veins once again. The young fighter chuckles to himself, realizing he is starting to mimic his boss and wondering if staying around him has finally rubbed off. After all, the legendary squad leader always accepts his own limitations and constantly searches for ways to level up. He is always seeking self-improvement and new combat techniques to master. If the axe-wielding hunter adopts that exact same mindset of steady growth, there is no telling how powerful he could become, and a fiery determination blazes in his eyes. As the spark returns to his gaze, he confesses he has no clue if this path is right or wrong. Perhaps his choices mean absolutely nothing in the grand scheme of things, but he is determined to try anyway, following the footsteps of his leader to push past his limits. It is finally his turn to chase true strength in this brutal fantasy world. With the hostile units successfully wiped out, our story shifts to the whispering, tall grass fields. There, a heavily armored knight stands waiting in the breeze. Standing opposite to the warrior is an elite Aspen knight, ready for battle. The tension is thick as the opponents size each other up, preparing to clash. Suddenly they burst forward with blinding speed, swords flashing in the sunlight. A heavy strike aims straight for the opponent's helmet, and though it gets blocked, the sheer shockwave of the impact sends ripples across the entire field. The loud clash immediately catches the squad leader's attention from a distance, prompting his companion to point out that the soldiers at the front lines are not actually fully fledged knights. They are merely low-ranking squires sent in as vanguard fodder. While the commander wants to observe the skirmish, the axe warrior eagerly suggests they charge in to help. However, the boss shuts down the idea, reminding him that securing victory is the only thing that matters. Besides, according to the strategist's grand plan, the reinforcement army should be reaching the gates of Crossgird City very soon. Meanwhile, chaos erupts at the Aspen base as panic-stricken soldiers yell that the enemy has reached their gates. They realize they cannot afford to lose the city, prompting some to demand that they send a portion of their knight forces back to defend it. A calm strategist named Avner points out that the city is already well defended, and they should keep their focus here, only to get shouted down by the others. The arrogant commanders snap at him, asking what a lowborn peasant could possibly know about high-stakes warfare. Realizing that the snobbish nobles will never listen, and that losing even a few knights could ruin their formation, he decides to bypass them and orders his own loyal squad to retreat and defend the city. Over at the capital of Crossguard, Encred and the guards are scanning the horizon as a lookout asks where the enemy forces are hiding. Another soldier insists they are just over the hill, but when he actually takes a peek, he gets a massive surprise. The horizon is completely empty, prompting Marcus to explain that the entire plan was a brilliant feint to fake an attack across the countryside. The moment the Aspen Kingdom swallowed the bait and deployed their forces to counter it, the trap was set. Drawing those defensive troops away was all they needed for their elite knights to exploit the gap, leaving the scattered enemy unable to stop their advance. The main assault force and the squires slice through the opposition like butter, and Marcus boasts that this single tactical mastermind secured them a massive win. And of course, they had to thank the absolute lunatics on the front lines for pulling off the heavy lifting. Following that crushing defeat, the Aspens took way too much damage to keep the war going, begging for a truce and offering up the fertile, tall grass plains. With a sweet deal like that on the table, Nalili happily accepts the peace offering. Back in the city, the gates swing wide open as spring finally arrives, marking the official end of the brutal, exhausting war with the Aspens. With everyone finally taking a breath of relief, the main character reflects on how long it has been since they last saw peace. It has been 10 days since returning to the border guard, and while most soldiers have gone totally soft and lazy, he refuses to slack off. The young warrior rejects that lazy lifestyle, because he still has countless tactical battles to analyze and master. He needs to keep his martial arts sharp, which is when a rookie soldier approaches him, introducing himself as Paul and asking for a sparring session. Despite the guy being a low-ranking recruit, our protagonist recognizes him as one of the rare few who actually put in the work. He notices that this recruit has kept up a rigorous training routine, just like himself, looking surprisingly familiar. The hero asks why the recruit chose him of all people, pointing out that he has never mentored anyone, and probably cannot offer any groundbreaking advice. Yet, the persistent recruit begs him anyway, his eyes absolutely locked in. They are burning with a fierce passion that even our seasoned warrior cannot help but respect. Seeing that familiar fire in the kid's eyes reminds him of his own early leveling days, so he agrees to the request. He steps up to spar with the eager recruit, while nearby, Raja is so bored she is practically dozing off. She is literally about to fall asleep standing up right there, on the training grounds. Suddenly, the protagonist lunges forward with a swift sword strike, and the loud thud of the recruit hitting the dirt echoes. The impact instantly wakes the sleeping spectator, as our main character advises the recruit that his stance lacks lower body strength. but the kid refuses to quit. The rookie immediately begs for another round, leaving the onlooker utterly shocked that our antisocial hero is actually coaching someone. He should be pretty good at mentoring since he learned from a master, but it seems he forgot the basic fundamentals, which she promises to remind him of later. As the training session continues, the protagonist suddenly recalls a piece of wisdom an old instructor once shared with him. The veteran teacher had told him that to truly improve your action skills, you first must understand exactly how to perform them. You have to gauge your own limits, and after being surrounded by elite monsters and overpoweringly strong comrades for so long, he is finally reflecting. Now that he is sparring with someone weaker, he can clearly evaluate his own current level. He can pinpoint his exact weaknesses and what needs refining, realizing he had been chasing flashy high-tier skills for far too long. Stripping away those unnecessary flashy moves, he decides to return to the core basics of his martial arts. By tightening his combat stance, he catches the attention of Ragnar, who instantly senses a shift in the air. It is clear the young warrior has figured out his flaws and corrected them, which starts to stir up a fire in the observer. This sudden improvement begins to get Ragnar incredibly hyped up and competitive as well. Odin asks what he is whispering, joking to Aura that the man must be possessed since he is muttering, but she replies that demonic possession is not that common. She suggests he is probably praying, so Odin asks what the gods told him, only for the man to tell him to get lost, making Rem laugh at the harsh holy message. The two start bickering like children over these harsh words until Aura steps in and orders them to stop acting like total fools. Seeing them act like idiots, the protagonist sighs that they are at it again, while Jackson points out that they have attracted quite a crowd. The main character gets startled because he did not even sense Jackson approaching, and the veteran mentions that the audience seems rather lively today. He jokingly asks if the hero is actually training his senses at all, leaving the protagonist completely confused. To clear up his confusion, Jackson explains that the crowd's eyes are not focused on the bickering idiots. All eyes are glued to him, and the nearby low-ranking soldiers are burning with envy toward Paul, hoping they too can level up and change their fate. They dream of becoming the next legendary warrior, and soon, the official announcements begin with Marcus taking the stage first. He steps up to the podium and proclaims that the hero, who rose from leading a bunch of rejects to commanding elite forces, is a true inspiration. Leading those lunatics transformed him into a model soldier through pure cultivation of skill, turning him into a legendary war hero. With everyone in agreement, the commander gathers both the high and mighty nobles and the border guards to honor those who truly carried the battle. He wants to reward the ones who made the ultimate difference, declaring that if he has to explain who they are, then the listeners' heads are empty. Their brains are not even worthy of wearing a standard soldier's helmet, which shocks the delicate nobles with its sheer bluntness. Still, he argues that those arrogant fools might not comprehend real battlefield merit, while the true soldiers know exactly who earned the glory. The soldiers definitely agree, and Marcus proudly bellows the name of Encred, the legendary warrior who led them to absolute victory while acting like a total lunatic. No longer just a crazy platoon leader, our protagonist flashes back to the last time he stood on this grand stage. Back when he shattered the magic spell, the crowd looked at him with pure disgust. But now those same people are singing a different tune. The entire plaza falls dead silent as Marcus admits he spent ages trying to figure out what kind of reward a battle-hardened soul harvester like this guy would actually want, which is why he prepared a little something special, a high-tier reward he put some serious thought into. He pops open a treasure chest, and the young man immediately realizes it is an exquisite royal dagger. The commander explains that this legendary blade is gifted by the royal family only to those who perform legendary feats on the battlefield. It is the ultimate symbol of knightly honor, granting its wielder VIP access to the royal palace at any given moment to meet the king. The blade is practically dripping with fancy decorative engravings, though as an actual weapon, it is honestly pretty useless. Even so, the main character finally understands the sweet taste of glory as the hyped crowd chants his name like crazy. In this moment, he realizes that a warrior who only chases raw power is nothing more than a glorified mercenary. A true knight needs to balance his unbreakable honor with top-tier martial skills. He clenches his fist and raises it high, declaring to the world that this is exactly what he wants. This is what defines a true champion, and he knows this historic moment is his first major step toward knightly greatness. It is a memory he will never forget, though Rem is busy complaining about why the protagonist gets all the spotlight when they both fought, while Boris remarks that it feels like the gods themselves are cheering for them. The deafening noise shows no signs of stopping, prompting Ragnar to ask if they can finally get out of there, while Andrew Gardner starts screaming at the top of his lungs about how epic the hero is. Marcus laughs at the crying display and says he is thrilled that the young warrior loves the loot, but warns him not to get comfortable just yet. The commander has also prepared a special custom gift just for him, and he will get to see it very soon. The hero wonders what kind of loot that could be. But before he can think, the commander announces a massive victory banquet with the absolute finest booze for everyone to enjoy. Everyone is ordered to drink until they pass out. The stuck-up nobles complain that the general is too crude, but the main character knows Marcus is simply hyped up for a good time. An open bar sounds like a solid plan to him, and later that night, the whole squad gets absolutely, hilariously wasted. While having the absolute time of his life, our guy asks Ragnar why he is sober, to which the guy replies that his refined palate is far too sophisticated for cheap beer. Hearing this, Rem dumps a pint right on him and tells him to stop whining like a baby and start drinking. But the elite warrior snaps back that he refuses to touch anything that a smelly barbarian enjoys. That is when Odin steps in and dumps a whole keg over both of their heads to teach them some manners. Rem suggests they just drown the snobby warrior in a barrel, while he just whines about being sticky. The protagonist jokes that if the wine were terrible he would start cracking skulls, but everyone is having too much fun. He then notices Jackson is missing, though this noisy party vibe was never his style anyway. When Esther randomly climbs onto his lap, the main character grumbles that he would much rather be training with his heavy iron shield than sitting around at a boring party. Penn walks over and asks if he is seriously plotting his next workout session. She tells him to chill out for a change and share a cup with her. Just then, the beautiful fairy commander makes her grand entrance, strutting right toward our handsome hero without missing a single beat. Sporting a playful smirk, she remarks that he has managed to capture yet another lady's heart, teasing him about what a dangerous playboy he is. He bluntly tells her to get lost, which immediately causes everyone around them to scream at him for being such an insensitive blockhead. Her eyes look so genuinely hurt that even Penn is taken aback, forcing the young warrior to defend himself by explaining that he did not do anything wrong, and that her eyes are simply naturally sparkly. Esther suddenly cuts into the conversation, claiming she finally sees what is going on. While the rest of the squad is out here struggling, he is just sitting in the corner flirting up a storm before she suddenly headbutts him. The crowd bursts into laughter, teasing that even the leopard is jealous of the protagonist's undeniable charm. Encred has this poor guy Vengeance groaning in agony because after dealing with Jenny, he's reached his absolute limit and vows to show what his defensive magic can really do. He wants to show this overpowered boss his true strength, but our protagonist just smirks, making the poor warrior immediately realize he just made the biggest mistake of his life. He quickly claims that this is totally not what he signed up for, instantly sheathing his sword and backing down, though the rest of the squad push him right back into the danger zone. Before long, the crowd is hyped for a duel, and our MC smells a golden opportunity to make some quick cash. So he starts running the betting pool like a seasoned hustler. Just then, a guy approaches the fairy commander, noting that it seems like the whole gang has gathered for the show. He mentions that this is the exact warrior he wanted to introduce to the legendary fighter. The newcomer is obviously crushing hard on the commander, but she explains that the protagonist is usually stationed out on the dangerous fantasy border, meaning he hasn't met many of the high-level elites from the Empire's VIP list. Unfortunately, they chose the worst possible time to say hello, because right now, this guy only has eyes for a good old-fashioned brawl. The angry mob starts screaming at Vengeance to refund their gold, but our hero tells them that if they think facing him is a death sentence, then they haven't seen anything yet. Once he gets fired up, his opponents will wish they had a cheat code because he only wants to push his limits even further. If he's going to throw hands, he needs a challenger with a much higher level, so he locks his eyes onto the fairy commander, hoping for a real challenge, but she immediately nopes out of there, shaking her head in refusal. Next, he scans the massive dude standing next to her, but that guy is way too wasted and looks like a lumbering giant, busy staring at the commander to care. The young man asks why everyone is dodging his challenge, and Kreese points out that nobody is as insane and battle-hungry as he is. Meanwhile, Mac turns to Andrew Gardner and asks if he's actually planning to go through with this madness, and Andrew confirms he is ready to test his skills and prove his worth on the battlefield. Odin and the rest of the crew turn around with their jaws dropped, completely stunned to see this ambitious young swordsman stepping up to the plate next. The main character doesn't look bothered in the slightest. As the challenger unsheathes his weapon, he admits the MC taught him what it truly means to have a warrior's resolve. He had always fantasized about restoring his clan's honor, just as his mother wished, but his own lack of power made him anxious and desperate. To an insecure fighter like him, this monster charging forward toward his destiny became the ultimate inspiration and a figure of absolute respect. The rookie mentions that he even begged his superior for this sparring match, because he has been leveling up his skills in secret, refusing to be left in the dust. And he's ready to show his growth right here and now. The protagonist feels the draft. He notes that folks say the spring air is thick with mana, and this breeze feels like the beginning of a brand new chapter. Glancing up at the glowing moon, he remarks that it's a beautiful night for some action, and he gladly accepts the young warrior's challenge, prepared to give it his all, while the challenger looks incredibly tense, yet absolutely thrilled for the clash. The challenger makes the first move, but our protagonist deflects it effortlessly and brings up their past bet, reminding him of when he claimed he'd take over the squad if he won. Flustered, the young man tells him to stop bringing up old history, since that's water under the bridge. The main character chuckles in agreement as the challenger swings his sword, but the protagonist effortlessly parries and knocks the blade skyward. The rookie yells that he is no longer the weakling he used to be. Our MC agrees with a smirk. Watching from the sidelines, Rem shouts at the challenger to stop holding back because their squad leader plays for keeps. The young warrior strikes down with a heavy blow once more, but the protagonist easily blocks it, sensing that the rookie's old pride has been replaced by tactical caution and battlefield experience. The challenger readies his weapon and lunges, but our hero slickly slides right under the attack, realizing that this kid has truly undergone a massive growth arc, and he's not the only one, because their camaraderie has evolved right alongside their combat levels. The protagonist launches a counterattack, and although the rookie manages to defend, the sheer impact sends him skidding backward across the dirt until he loses his footing entirely, tumbling across the ground as he gets blown back. The bruised challenger drags himself back to his feet, and our protagonist graciously extends a hand, waiting for his comrade to grab hold and stand tall. Andrew Gardner announces his departure, while Ingrid remains dead silent, prompting the departing noble to declare that the Gardner family will rise again, and that he will be waiting at the capital. He offers his personal estate as a place to stay, although with that royal dagger in hand, our protagonist could probably secure a sweet suite right inside the imperial palace. The young man ruffles his friend's hair and says he is genuinely looking forward to that moment, forcing the emotional hair to fight back tears before flashing a grateful smile. He claims he cannot wait either, while Ragnar turns around to ask Mac if he is planning to tag along, only to find the guy sobbing uncontrollably. Ragnar finds this weeping display totally pathetic, but the crying mess only wonders when their friend will return. The noble kid has truly grown up. Odin tells the crying baby to dry his face and suddenly grabs Rem's hair, which completely grosses out Ragnar. This bizarre hair-pulling makes Rem furious, prompting the departing noble to warn him not to bully the crying rookie, though Rem quickly snaps back that he is actually the one being harassed here. The warrior declares that this party is going to rage all night long with absolutely no regrets. He advises the leaving duo to cherish this final night of bonding with the boys like true brothers in arms. By the time the sun rises, the exhausted pair drag themselves onto a carriage bound for the capital, looking absolutely devastated. It turns out the entire squad spent the night giving them a wild send-off, but at least the next time they meet, the young heir will officially lead his household. All in all, it was a solid farewell, and even after a sleepless night of drinking, our protagonist does not skip his morning routine because of his personal vow. This dedication is crucial to his path of becoming a true knight, and Marcus spots him working out, commenting that the recruit really never misses a single dawn session. The hero greets his commander and immediately spots the strange duo standing behind him, the legendary Frog and the mysterious squire who previously dominated the front lines. The commander then reminds him of the special gift he had promised earlier. He tells the young man to keep his eyes peeled and watch closely. The squire immediately drops her center of gravity, sinking low into an explosive sprinter's starting position. The main character instantly senses the sudden shift in the air. Before he can react, she explodes forward with a crimson aura trailing behind her, launching a direct assault. The warrior barely manages to parry the deadly blow, while the frog standing nearby begins to analyze every single move of the duel. The challenger seems impressed that he blocked her initial strike and declares that she wants to test the absolute limits of his combat skills. She rains down a devastating flurry of thrusts aimed right at his face, making the young man feel a brief flash of pure, unadulterated mortality. Sharp edges seem to close in on him from every possible direction. In his mind's eye, he envisions himself being completely overwhelmed. He sees his own flesh pierced in dozens of places and his limbs sliced clean off. His head is metaphorically severed, and every imaginary drop of blood tells him the exact same thing. Retreat now if you want to survive. Move forward and it is instant game over, but to this stubborn fighter, death is nothing more than a necessary step on his journey of leveling up. Without hesitation, he embraces the fatal risk and pushes forward, ignoring his survival instincts to keep his ultimate ambition alive. He refuses to let his dreams remain fantasies, and even if he has to die 1,000 times, moving an inch closer is worth it. If his legs break, he will crawl. When the protagonist actually takes a step forward through the pressure, the shocked opponent loses her footing. The squire stands completely dumbfounded by his sheer willpower. At that moment, the observing frog calls out to put an end to the madness. Declaring that this is enough, she stops the sparring match. The warrior girl admits she has never seen a recruit like him before, amazed that he endured that terrifying pressure without even being able to control his own aura. Removing her helmet, she warns that another second of that fight would have resulted in his actual death. The dazed hero asks for her name, and she introduces herself as Asia, a powerful elite proto-knight. Suddenly, his vision fades to black, and he collapses right into Jackson's waiting arms. Before he completely loses consciousness, the rest of the squad prepares to step in, with Rem shouting that status doesn't give her the right to beat their guy half to death. But Asia coolly asks who they think they are. As she stares down Encred and his squad, the magical beast is just as shocked, wondering how a wild crew like this ended up here. Looking at the fierce barbarian up front, the silent warrior, and the giant idiot, they are all insanely gifted in martial arts, but she is particularly drawn to the swordsman in the back, noting that his blonde hair and crimson eyes give him the vibe of a legendary warrior. He looks like he hails from the frozen north, appearing half asleep, yet the deadly way he grips his blade excites the creature enough to start croaking. Marcus tells them to chill out because it is not what they think, while Asia realizes these guys are the legendary lunatics. She admits the nickname fits perfectly, prompting Rem to ask what on earth they are talking about. Right after that, Marcus asks the magic frog if the main character has what it takes to become a grand knight. This question completely shocks the entire room, and now they finally understand the method behind the madness. Marcus brought Asia along because this magical creature has the unique ability to evaluate talent and see if our protagonist has the potential to rank up. That was the leader's actual favor, but unfortunately she delivers the cold truth that it is completely impossible. The young man's limits are far too obvious, and even reaching this level of power is already a miracle. Instead, the girl is way more interested in the blonde swordsman, Ragnar. She asks if he wants to join them, but Ragnar responds with a flat-out rejection. She mentions she heard these crazy fighters only follow their commander, which seems spot on. Turning down the elite red cape. Knight Order is absolutely wild. Asia tells Marcus she did him the favor he requested, and he expresses his gratitude. She then signals her summon that it is time to go, but that the stubborn amphibian refuses to leave. Asia asks what is going on, while Marcus asks if the creature is actually staying. The beast says she has a request, leading Asia to assume it is about the blonde warrior again, since these creatures always chase after whatever catches their curiosity, but the summon reveals she is actually more intrigued by the main character. He stood strong against her heavy aura and even stepped forward, something she has never witnessed before. She claims if he ever awakens that hidden spark of power, he will turn into an absolute monster. But if leveling up were that easy, anyone could become an elite knight. Meanwhile, they carry the passed out protagonist away. Vengeance begins to brood in the corner. He had heard a loud commotion while standing guard, but what he just witnessed completely blew his mind. The protagonist's ultimate dream of achieving knighthood was never a secret to anyone. Literally everyone in the entire battalion knew about his ambitions. That is exactly what eats away at vengeance. Our hero always held his head high regardless of the haters, but hearing the word impossible from an actual high-ranking knight must have hit the young man incredibly hard, so he decides to go check on him and heads straight to the barracks to knock. Rem greets him with a rude question, asking what the ugly guy is doing there. Vengeance snaps back, asking if that nickname is really necessary, but Rem just shrugs. Rem asks what he wants, but Vengeance suddenly freezes when he notices the magical frog sitting right next to the resting warrior. The creature asks what he wants, leaving him too bewildered to say a word. Everyone is acting way too casual. Their leader's ultimate dream, the very goal that inspired them to follow him in this fantasy world, had just been completely crushed. He expected him to be absolutely devastated by the news, but then the main character slowly starts to wake up. He groggily asks where he is, and the frog remarks that it is about damn time. Robert then bluntly drops the bomb, telling him they said He will never become a knight, no matter what. Even if hell freezes over, it is just not happening. Hearing this, Vengeance quickly slaps a hand over Rem's mouth and tells him to shut up. The young man just calmly asks if that is truly what they said. Benjin chimes in, telling the main character that he does not need to fake being okay, but he cuts him off, asking what on earth he is even talking about. Robert gets super annoyed about having his mouth covered. The protagonist casually mentions he is heading out to train, leaving Rem still staring at him in disbelief. Right now, the hero says he cannot afford to waste a single second since he already missed morning practice. So, Encrid is back to the grind immediately after passing out, because apparently rest is for the weak in this fantasy world. The moment he steps out, Ragnar wakes up and asks if our crazy main character actually went back to training. He then stretches and declares that he is going to follow him. The talking frog hops along, claiming this looks highly entertaining, leaving Vengeance completely baffled. He cannot comprehend how the frog stays so calm, but Rem chimes in saying it is actually quite simple. The guy is just incredibly stubborn, and Odin adds that our protagonist would behave the exact same way even if a legendary knight stood before him, even if a human knight delivered the news instead of a magical amphibian. Jackson notes that stubborn is putting it mildly. Let's call it sheer persistence instead, though Vengeance still cannot believe how the young man behaves. Absolutely zero despair and not a single sign of throwing in the towel. That is why nobody could ever talk him out of his training art, and now Vengeance feels pretty foolish for even worrying about him. Rem asks if he is tag teaming this workout session, and Vengeance agrees that he needs to start leveling up his own stats as well. He really does not want to get left in the dust by our monstrous main character. Meanwhile, outside, the young man is casually doing one-arm push-ups while analyzing Aisha's terrifying power and that literal storm of blood. Those aura blades really opened his eyes, realizing that it was definitely not your run-of-the-mill killing intent. It was a completely different level of power. Suddenly, the frog pops up and asks if he wants to know the secrets behind what Aisha used. The main character guesses it might be some form of high-level intimidation and asks if that is the official term for it. Ragnar steps forward and asks what truly separates elite knights from the common fighters, noting that many break past their physical limits and dream of achieving knighthood, yet they can never truly reach that rank until they fully comprehend this mysterious power. Only 1 in 10,000 can grasp it, making it a rare skill that simply does not manifest for just anyone. The frog warns that this harsh reality check might make him quit, but the determined warrior only asks what this power actually is, which pleasantly surprises her. She did not expect him to remain this eager and interested. He insists that he must know, so the frog begins to explain what this hidden concept is. It turns out that raw intimidation was merely a fraction of its true application. Ragnar explains that the universal term for the powers knights use to transcend the boundaries of human limits is will. He defines will as the ultimate strength of one's own mind. You could call it basic willpower, but utilizing it effectively is humanity's absolute greatest ability. To wield it, a person must push themselves to the absolute limit, break right through, and truly grasp the mechanics of how it functions. He then stops speaking, telling the young man to figure out the rest on his own. The protagonist asks for clarification, but Ragnar says he cannot explain it just yet. When our hero asks if that means he is clueless, the frog clarifies that will manifests differently in everyone, and the method to awaken this power is entirely unique to the individual. Still, none of that matters until he manages to shatter his own limits. Ragnar agrees that this is the main hurdle, so the young man asks what his next step should be. The frog replies that only he can answer that question, since a person cannot truly discover their limits until they hit them, but there is one thing he can start doing right away. Before she can even finish, the warrior grabs his sword and declares he gets it. He will just keep doing what he has always been doing, and push himself until he drops dead. The frog gets super hyped by this response and says that in her professional opinion, that still won't cut it. A frog's ability to sense raw talent is practically instinctual and honed by endless experience. Having analyzed countless humans, she boasts that no other amphibian is better than her. When it comes to evaluating potential, she judges based on 2 core factors. First, the person has genuine talent, and second, if they possess the relentless drive to keep pushing forward. Normally, the second factor is useless if the first one is absent. But with this particular warrior, it does not matter how many times she scans him. The strength of his mental will is simply stronger than anyone else she has ever encountered. His conviction is on a completely different level. He is a total mystery, perhaps even will itself taking on a human form. She then explains that frogs exist primarily to chase their deepest, most primal desires. Some spend their entire lifetimes pursuing absolute strength, while others spend their days chasing after romance. But what she craves above all else is researching the unknown, which is why she tells our main character that she is going to stick by his side from now on. Encred smoothly extends a hand, asking for her name like a true fantasy protagonist. She introduces herself as Lugarn, admitting she just can't seem to resist his strange charm. There is just something magnetic about a guy as eccentric as him. Later that night in the mess hall, eyes are glued to them from every single table. The entire cafeteria is whispering because our favorite squad of absolute lunatics is dining tonight. And this time, they have brought a talking frog along for dinner. Vengeance asks if she is actually planning to stick around, prompting the rest of the crew to crowd in closely. They demand to know what kind of fantasy beast taming setup this is, and why a literal frog is sharing a meal with them. They completely mob the young man. He finally has to tell the rowdy crowd to back off. Rem instantly calls them all uncultured, but Jackson fires right back. He says that is rich coming from a guy like him, which immediately prompts Rem to try and skewer him with a fork, but he easily dodges the attack, triggering a full-blown chaotic utensil war while Craze rolls his eyes. He mutters that both of them are utterly classless, though Lugarn quietly reveals she has a different perspective. She has already analyzed their combat specs, and every single one of these four is an insanely gifted beast of a fighter. They have clearly pushed past their human limits, and if they managed to awaken their will, they could have easily become legendary knights. But in this harsh system, luck is just as important. Bond asks why our main character is not stepping in to stop the chaos, but he just shrugs and says they are fine. She tells him he must be blind, but the young man explains they do not hide things from each other and are close enough to fight without actually killing one another. He is confident the skirmish will just resolve itself, though she highly doubts it since Ragnar is already unsheathing a literal sword, and Rem has his dual axes ready for blood. But then Jackson abruptly pivots to ask their new guest where she plans to crash tonight. She responds that she wants to stay somewhere close to the protagonist. Suddenly, a flying axe swoops in and pins him right to the floor. The young man deflects it with his sword as Rem warns her that the spot next to him is already taken. She realizes this squad is absolutely unhinged. The main character apologizes for the chaos, but she laughs it off, saying she is always more lenient with handsome guys, which he jokes is typical for frogs. Bond chimed in, agreeing that they are indeed a very good-looking group of warriors. Even he gets a passing grade from her, which makes him smile. He asks what exactly she wants to know, flashing a grin as he makes his move. The young man boldly asks her for a duel, leaving her stunned that he wants to fight after a grueling day of training, but he just promises to train even more afterward. Bond totally agrees, and she remarks that any normal fighter would be utterly exhausted after today, meaning his mindset is completely warped. His drive is light years ahead of the average warrior, making her wonder what kind of monster he would become once he finally awakens his true will. While Vaughn calls him completely delusional, the lady points out that she never wastes her energy. She refuses to spend time on anyone lacking potential, but she is willing to entertain him. She sheds her robe, whips out her weapon, and gives him a fair warning. She warns him that she is not going to hold back at all. The young man just looks at her and lets out a competitive grin. He wittily replies that he prefers it rough anyway. Then our fantasy epic shifts scenes to a new location. Over in the Principality of Aspen, inside a noble's estate, a strategist named Avner admits it was incredibly foolish. He knew expecting an easy total victory was naive, but even with all his calculated planning, he never anticipated this outcome. He never imagined they would suffer a total defeat. Frustrated, he drums his fingers on the table and notes that they're losing streak. It all began when Mitch was taken out, followed by their failed psychological warfare and the tragic fall of their giant unit. And right at the center of every single disaster stood a single, unstoppable soldier. It was that crazy squad leader. The war is far from over, and once the truce expires, their forces will march again. But if that guy gets in the way, the noble is at a loss. The Greyhounds already dispatched an assassin to deal with him, which seems like overkill for a mere low-ranking soldier. Spending those kinds of resources on a low-level target seemed absurd, but desperate times call for desperate measures. That seems to be the only logical solution left, so he decides to reach out to the notorious assassin guild of the Montreux Swamps. This deadly organization is secretly controlled by the Royal Crown itself. They boast a flawless track record with 0 failed missions, so in the name of the Royal Crown, he issues a direct order: eliminate the target known as the main character. Meanwhile, back near the military mess hall, a stealthy assassin lurks. He is keeping a close watch from the shadows outside. Peering carefully through the glass, he slowly unsheathes a poison blade and whispers to himself. He confirms the target is in sight, but out of nowhere, Jackson sneaks up behind him and presses a sharp blade right against his neck. He coldly demands to know who sent him. The scene then cuts away. We we travel all the way to the outer borders of the enemy territory. Inside a hidden base of the elite guild, a commander slams his fist down, demanding to know how they lost contact with yet another operative, bringing the missing count to over 5. It seems someone is systematically hunting down their agents, and even their mid-tier killer was neutralized before he'd even execute the plan. He was taken out before he could even make a move. The boss reminds everyone that this mission was ordered directly by the royal family, and since their entire organization survives on royal patronage, failure on this job could mean the end of their guild. That leaves only one elite squad for this deadly mission involving our protagonist Encrid, the guild's top-tier shadow assassins. We are talking about the infamous Locks brothers, and this time around, they are dead set on completing the contract. By the next morning, the townsfolk are greeting the young warrior like a legendary hero, asking if he is currently out on patrol duty. They keep trying to shower him with free gifts because he saved so many of their loved ones during the war, bringing a swift end to the conflict so that fewer families had to suffer. Even the local shoemaker chimes in to ask if the new boots he crafted fit him well. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows nearby, one assassin blends into the ground, while another lurks on the rooftops. A third stealthy killer waits patiently on the second floor. Suddenly, the two rooftop ambushers strike, in perfect unison, launching a barrage of venomous needles, while the ground attacker closes the distance, but the pair overhead are instantly dropped. Swiftly thrown daggers knock them both unconscious. At that very moment, the assassin named Lo feels a deadly wire tighten around his neck, and our main character turns around at the sudden sound of the struggle but sees absolutely nothing. While that failed attacker is dragged into a dark alley, one of the sibling killers realizes exactly who is behind this interference. It is the same rogue who has been ruining all of their recent hit jobs. He leaps into action, but Jackson easily dodges the strike. He loops his wire around the attacker's throat to gain control and slams him hard onto the dirt. Then the sniper from the second floor rushes out, bursting from the building ready to fire. Yet another toxic projectile, but the incoming shot is cleanly sliced in half, and another wire instantly closes around the assailant's throat. Then the protagonist steps into the alley and demands to know what is going on. Jackson quickly claims these drunken fools almost stumbled into traffic, so he merely moved them out of harm's way. The main character catches the faint scent of alcohol and skeptically asks if he would really go out of his way to help total strangers. Jackson asks if that is really a problem, but the young man simply replies that it is not and walks away. Left alone, Jackson mutters that he must keep leveling up his skills and won't let these brainless weaklings block his path to power. The real issue is that the enemy assassins keep leveling up their gear, and just like before, even more of them keep showing up. That finally pushes him over the edge. Who do these pests think they are, messing around in his personal territory? He decides to head straight to the notorious Red Lake District, located deep within the slums, and climbs up to the second floor of a crowded tavern, where an enigmatic informant is waiting. She turns around the moment he enters, and he coolly informs her that he left 3 corpses in the market, drenched in cheap booze to cover up the crime. She bows respectfully and reports that the targets originated from the swamps of Monterre, asking how he wants to handle the situation. Jackson instructs her to dispose of the evidence in their usual quiet way, and turns to leave. She lets out a soft sigh, asking why he always acts so distant. Then, looking out the window as her henchmen arrive, she commands them to follow his orders to the letter. She also instructs them to deliver a brutal warning to the rival Swamp Guild. Later, the leader of the Monterre Guild is staring down at the severed heads of the 3 brothers, declaring that playtime is over. She vows that any foreign hunter entering the city will be eliminated. She is clearly plotting a massive counter-strike. Later on, Abner receives a report from his contact and questions if the hit truly cannot be completed. The answer is a hard no, as the target is guarded by elites far above their level. They might control Aspen, but those guards rank among the absolute best fighters on the entire continent. Abner suddenly realizes that their assassination plans have completely fallen apart. Since the crisis is over, he decides to cancel the request, thinking that if Encrid is truly that special of a protagonist, they will inevitably cross paths again. Out on the blood-soaked battlefield, fast forward 3 months, and the sizzling heat has the soldiers whining like they're being cooked alive. They are completely drained despite doing absolutely nothing all day. Yet this absolute beast hasn't missed a single day of his intense training routine. It makes everyone realize his insane strength was never just dumb luck, and they begin to wonder just how much stronger all This brutal daily grind has actually made him. Rem calls total cap on his progress, while Roger claims it's bizarre since he taught the young warrior everything he knows. Odin is literally praying, convinced his brother is carrying some dark curse, and even the noble Jehoshaphat looks deeply annoyed by the whole situation. Meanwhile, Lugarn begins to question her own judgment before deciding she was definitely right about him. The young man really is as talentless as he appears on the surface, so she tells the main character that he has finally hit a solid wall, but he just grins and claims that is far from the truth. In his mind, he is leveling up in massive leaps that their basic eyes can't even perceive. Ironically, their constant protection is only holding him back, as he would have climbed the ranks much faster without it, even if the journey would have been absolute hell. Bright and early the next morning, while the rest of the camp is still sound asleep, Kryze is wide awake in bed, desperately trying to map out a winning strategy. He is staring at a mysterious letter tucked inside an old book, muttering loudly enough to wake Lugarn, who storms over, rips the blanket right off him, and demands to know what he is doing making so much racket at this ungodly hour, and talking to himself. Kryze shows her the cryptic paper, and asks if she can decipher the strange text. Just as the morning sun begins to peek over the rugged mountains, our hero jolts awake with boundless energy and announces that it's finally time to kick off their morning grind. Even as he does heavy lunges while carrying massive boulders, the onlookers agree that he doesn't seem to be showing any real signs of leveling up. Jackson remarks that the young warrior probably knows he is stuck in a plateau as well. Yet, this guy still looks completely thrilled. Rackham wonders what goes on inside his head, noting that while he acts like a fool, he is probably actually one of the smartest minds there. A random soldier walks up, stating someone is requesting him, prompting our protagonist to ask who it is. The messenger reveals that Marcus is calling for him, and when they meet, Marcus explains that he has a special mercenary quest lined up. He wants him to completely clear out a monster colony near a border settlement. Marcus warns that the wilderness gets incredibly dangerous during the summer. Beasts and monsters multiply rapidly, and once they rally under a boss monster, they form a deadly colony that can easily wipe out an entire settlement. Since a massive one was spotted near the border, he is putting the main character in charge of defending the area and cleaning up the threat. The young warrior heads back to the barracks, where Penn asks if he's actually taking this dangerous mission, pointing out that just like at Crossguard, he is carrying an absurd arsenal of weapons. He replies that it is always better to be over-prepared, and Lugarn agrees that against a massive colony, packing that much heat is just common sense. Kryze Allman chimes in that even low-level ghouls are a nightmare in large numbers. Scanning the quest scroll, the young man notes that it would be awesome to have some whistle daggers, but they are too rare to replace in the current economy, so he will just have to make do. Meanwhile, Jackson keeps staring intensely at the map, until Kryze Allman suddenly catches on to what is happening and lets out a loud shout, demanding that he must join the party for this raid. With his eyes practically turning into dollar signs, the protagonist asks what his deal is and tells him to back off, but Kryze insists that this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He claims there is legendary hidden loot waiting right where that border town is located, rumored to be the lost fortune of the legendary merchant Dolph, who operated over a century ago. Our MC immediately recognizes the description, realizing it matches the old map he looted from the previous battlefield. Kryze explains that any self-respecting treasure hunter knows this legend, speculating that the hoard is hidden in an ancient dungeon, where the traps are likely broken by now. All they have to do is locate it, though Penn admits she can't read a single word of the map, and our boy agrees that it looks like some forgotten prehistoric writing. Luckily, Lugarn chimes in, saying she has already helped Kryze translate the ancient text. Since she is a literal scholar, deciphering ancient texts is a breeze, leaving Encrid and the rest of the party absolutely stunned that a battle-crazy frog possesses such high intellect. Lugarn tells them not to judge a book by its cover, prompting Kryze to ask if he can tag along on their exploration. The main character agrees, but only if they do not waste any time. Suddenly, Kryze begins shouting at the top of his lungs, commanding the entire group to be ready to move out by tomorrow morning. They better pack their gear and prepare for the journey ahead. However, Rem immediately objects, flatly stating that he has zero interest in tagging along. Odin chimes in, claiming the divine system is not guiding him this time, while Ragnar retorts that he will just have to deal with it. Honestly, the guy just wants to stay in bed and catch up on some sleep. Jackson also bails, claiming he has urgent business to attend to, which completely blows Kryze's mind. It is wild because these guys are usually the first to jump at the chance for an adventure. With only the protagonist leading the charge, Penn begins to worry if their tiny party is actually going to survive. Fortunately, Lugarn volunteers to join, pointing out that she has no business staying behind without him around. Esther gives her a playful jab in the ribs, while Kryze jokes that having a giant battle frog on their side is basically basically a cheat code. With that settled, he tells the group it is time to start packing their bags. Meanwhile, our main character stands there lost in thought, staring intently. He gazes at the companions who are staying behind, remembering that Marcus entrusted him with this crucial mission. Because of that duty, he must set out on this quest. When the departure time finally arrives, Lugarn tells him it is time to hit the road. Kraze nervously asks if the giant panther is tag-teaming with them, only for the beast to growl fiercely in response. It is pretty clear that the big cat absolutely despises him. Just as the protagonist is preparing to take his first step, Jackson cuts him off and hands over a mysterious package. Curious about the package, the young man asks what is inside, and Jackson reveals a set of whistle daggers while warning him not to ask any questions about where they came from. The MC then asks if this project is what kept him occupied all day yesterday. Jackson nods, explaining that he did it because the young warrior is going to need every possible advantage. Rem and the rest of the crew watch quietly as the warrior gears up for departure. Suddenly, a realization hits him. He flashes a warm grin, stating that he understands exactly why they are playing hard to get. He bids them farewell, promising to catch up with everyone as soon as he returns. When he gets back, the real party and the leveling up will finally begin. Rem still cannot read his mind, and even Rogan notes that there is no obvious sign of progress in his stats. However, Jackson points out that there are quiet moments when he secretly undergoes massive growth. He is leveling up in the shadows without anyone even noticing, which is classic main character behavior. He has absolute faith in him. Meanwhile, the rest of the gang begins speculating on how he will blow their minds this time around. They wonder just how much stronger he will become. Rem calls out to his allies, while Odin brandishes his massive axe and challenges Ragan to a duel. He demands a sparring match of at least 50 rounds. Ragan accepts the challenge but warns him not to blame anyone if he ends up broken. Surprisingly, even Odin and Jackson decide to jump into the chaotic free-for-all. Rem mutters that this training session better prepare them for the epic fun that the hero promised, planning to use this time to start their own grind. They need to get significantly stronger before his return. Since active colonies tend to attract aggressive monsters and beasts, they brace themselves, expecting a brutal journey to the town, and indeed, the protagonist is already busy slicing through waves of enemies. Lugarn and Kraze jump into the action as well, having already cleared more than 6 waves of monsters since they set out. Pen sighs in frustration, insisting she thought this was the correct path, but the youth tells her not to stress. They just need to keep moving forward. By nightfall, they stumble upon a dark, thorny path, which the MC figures probably is free of monsters. Pen is supposed to know these roads, but unfortunately, he is dead wrong again. A fresh pack of rabid beasts suddenly charges right at them. Pen asks how their luck can be this bad, and he replies that they seem to run into vicious monsters no matter which direction they choose. Lugarn points out that this anomaly is extremely strange. Even with a colony close by, they are nowhere near the infamous Devil's Gate. So why is there such a massive influx of beasts here? He explains that Devil's Gate is legendary for being the ultimate spawning ground of monsters, a mysterious realm that humanity cannot reach. Everyone believes it to be the origin of all evil, and this whole situation is starting to give him a really bad feeling about this quest. When the party finally arrives at the town, the local chief steps forward to greet them. The man stares at them with completely lifeless, hollow eyes. Our protagonist steps up and announces that they are here for the mercenary contract. He then immediately asks for details regarding the nearby colony. Just then, another guy steps up to Encrid, claiming he is the one who will explain the situation. Even though the village elder tries to hold him back, this new character completely ignores the old man and walks right on by. Our main character notices something off as the newcomer introduces himself as Pullman, the captain of the local watch. The young hunter tries to introduce himself in return, but the captain immediately cuts him off, stating they have already cleared out the local monster colony, bragging that his watchmen are elite mercenaries, so these beasts didn't stand a single chance against them. He even starts boasting about their defensive wall, explaining it was built by a genius local engineer, meaning no ordinary fantasy beast could ever breach it. Because of this, our protagonist's assistance isn't required, and the captain plans to report the mission as complete. He tells the reincarnated warrior to pack up and leave, but the MC calmly responds that he will make his own decisions. Once the dust settles, his companion steps in, pointing out that they have been traveling on the road for a ridiculously long time. A little rest before their return journey is only fair, so the captain reluctantly agrees to hook them up with rooms and yells for a guy named Hugo to show them the way. This guy smiles warmly and agrees, but the party's beast companion immediately senses something highly suspicious. When asked about it, she admits she wants to smash his face in just looking at him. The protagonist tells her to take it easy, but she insists there is a dark vibe coming off the man. He feels like one of those sinister monsters to her, though she keeps the rest of her thoughts to herself as they are led to their quarters, trying to convince herself that it is all just a coincidence. Once they settle in, his buddy notes that the town guard was showing some serious attitude, explaining that since the hero has higher authority, the captain feels like his power is being challenged. It is a classic case of a fragile ego losing control, but our main character suspects there is a much deeper secret behind all of this. He asks their companion if she truly believes the watch wiped out the colony, and she highly doubts it. Given the massive number of monsters they faced on the road, that dungeon level is still very much active. Handling it without the local watch's cooperation will be tough, but the hero states that it changes nothing. They will simply do their job regardless. When the team asks how long he plans to keep training, he replies he still has time. They even wonder where on earth he keeps finding those heavy rocks, until his companion gets tired and heads to bed. His friend decides to call it a night as well, leaving the female companion to watch the hero repeat the same basic physical training. It does not look like he is leveling up or getting any better, yet she cannot help but stare. She wonders why he constantly wears that expression, looking like he is having the absolute time of his life. The sight triggers a memory of another warrior who once told her the truth about their path. That person genuinely thought swing practice was fun, looking incredibly happy every time they brandished their sword. She never really understood that mindset back then, but now she offers the young man her assistance, for as long as he needs it, revealing that the passionate swordsman was actually her lover. Hearing this, he lets the heavy training stone slip from his hands in surprise, while she explains that back when they shared a mental link, the emotions felt between beast and human were completely shared. If only her partner had not been killed by those vile monsters. She then asks our protagonist if he truly finds this grueling, repetitive training to be enjoyable. He simply replies with a confident yes, a response that immediately sends her spiraling back into bittersweet memories of her lost partner. Meanwhile, in another part of the town, the village leader confronts the stubborn captain, pointing out they have barely survived the beast wave multiple times, and the numbers are still growing. They desperately need to swallow their pride and accept outside help. The captain is absolutely furious, barking back that doing so is completely out of the question. He declares that this is their hard-won sanctuary, built by refugees who fled from corrupt, power-hungry nobles. They built every single house and wall from scratch with their own blood, sweat, and tears. If they let some high and mighty city hunters take over just because of a few monsters, those metropolitan elites will seize control of their home. He assures the leader that his squad is more than capable, and right at this moment, his most trusted soldiers are keeping watch on the walls. The leader then asks if Hugo is currently on guard duty up there, and the captain confirms it, praising the newcomer as highly reliable and competent. However, the truth is that the suspicious guy is nowhere near his post. Instead, he is slinking around the sentries, casually asking if anything interesting is happening. Just as things start going downhill, they tell Encrid they are fully prepared, prompting a confident smirk from the young man. Our main character calmly tells them they can stand down now, but as dawn breaks, a massive sea of glowing red eyes gathers right outside the city walls. Talk about a nightmare, the dreaded monster horde has officially arrived. Instantly, the warning bells start blaring like crazy, alerting every single resident. They realize the entire colony is launching an assault, as a wild pack of gnolls charges straight ahead, heading directly for the defenseless town. Garn sighs, realizing her bad gut feeling was spot on all along. The locals are actually fanatical cultists, and Hugo explains that all their shady actions were for their master, a dark god sealed away inside the Devil's Gate, which triggers a quick flashback, giving us a glimpse of the chaos that went down just a little bit earlier. Absolute calamity struck the area without a single warning sign. Ordinary folks were just going about their daily routines, completely oblivious. Meanwhile, the protagonist was busy working up a sweat during his usual training session. That is, until a chilling howl echoed through the air and changed everything. Instantly, everyone knew trouble was brewing, and it wasn't long before the entire area changed. The whole town began to reek of fresh blood, and that is exactly when the alarm bell started to scream. Panicked citizens tried to make a run for it, only to find themselves cornered. They got brutally torn apart by the gnolls, prompting Pullman to rush in and order the town watch to mobilize. His goal is to protect the civilians, while the young man quickly briefs the others. He catches Kraze and the rest of the crew up on the crisis, telling Lugarn they must halt the beasts. But she insists that she has to take off right now. She vowed to slaughter every last cultist responsible for stealing her lover away. With a massive burst of magic, she blasts right through the house wall, just as the action heats up. A vicious gnoll lunges straight at our hero, while even more beasts crash through the entryway. It is a pack of 3 aggressive monsters, with a whole horde backing them up. The main character immediately orders Pen to go inspect the breach in the wall, while instructing both Kraze and Esther to hold their ground and stick close to his side. As the gnolls close the distance, he steps forward and aggressively thrusts his blade. He skewers one beast right through the chest, shoving it back hard enough to knock down the monsters behind it. The warrior knows he has to carve out an escape route, having survived a deadly monster pack in his past. Now he just needs to keep dodging and force his way through by any means necessary, pushing his focus to the absolute limit. Tapping into that familiar survival instinct, he steps right onto the gnoll's head. He raises his heavy sword high into the air, ready for a strike. Just as the monsters look up to attack, he swings his blade downward with incredible force, splitting one of the snarling beasts clean in half. At that exact moment, others flank him from the side, but he slips away and notices these mutant gnolls are different. They are way bigger and badder than the standard grunts, meaning this situation isn't going to be a walk in the park like his last encounter with the lycanthropes. Even worse, he can't even see where this massive swarm ends. As the town watch gets absolutely pulverized, sheer terror spreads. Screams of agony echo through the streets, and even a veteran like Pullman is looking pretty desperate. The man desperately tries to shield a helpless child using a weapon that is already shattered, yet he refuses to back down, pushing the kid away to give them a fighting chance to escape. He then charges straight into the deadly horde all by himself. In a matter of minutes, this hard-earned peaceful settlement is completely torn to shreds by the invading monsters. A massive mutant beast lunges at our hero, who merely tightens his grip on his trusty sword, activating his heart of the superhuman skill. He slices the beast in half and dashes forward to mow down several more gnolls instantly, while Esther complains that her magic won't be enough to clear this insane crowd unless she unleashes her true power. Before our main character Ingrid can even process the chaos, Cray has to shift into her human form first. And of course, she immediately gets stabbed right through the back of her throat. She laments that if it wasn't for her annoying curse, things wouldn't have gone so terribly wrong. Realizing she has no other option if she wants to live, she scrambles onto a rooftop and abandons her gear. She vows to avenge him later, while Hugo throws on a robe and heads for the back exit, claiming everything is going according to plan. He thinks he is making a clean escape, but Lugarn is already waiting in the shadows to ruin his night. She literally bursts through the wall to greet him, swinging her weapon with deadly intent. A glowing purple magic barrier blocks the strike, and she smirks as she addresses him. She proudly calls him out for being a cultist, while he just silently points a finger at her. A dark purple orb of destructive magic condenses at his fingertip, and she stares right at it. She keeps her eyes locked on the magic blast as it flies directly into her face, while the scene cuts back to our main character. A wild beast bites into his back, but this warrior barely flinches, slicing the monster's arm clean off. He takes out another enemy in front of him, but realizes his body is completely pushed to its absolute limit. The young man can't even lift his sword anymore, but then he hears the faint cry of a child. He spots a terrified kid hiding underneath their mother, trying to stay out of sight. The poor kid is so scared they are barely even breathing. The main character immediately realizes what he has to do. He knows he has to protect that child at all costs, but suddenly the horde of monsters stops. They start stomping in unison, parting the crowd to clear a path. The massive leader of the colony slowly steps forward to face him. The kid is completely frozen in terror, and our hero decides to call out the boss. He challenges the beast directly, daring it to step up and fight. The monster charges straight in with a lethal thrust, but the MC quickly slips out of the way. He flips to the side to dodge and raises his blade, aiming to bring down a heavy counterattack. But the boss easily sidesteps the blow, and by the time our fighter turns to strike again, it is already too late. The leader already has its weapon ready, aiming a lethal strike straight at his face. Thanks to his intense perception training, he barely manages to dodge the fatal blow. Even so, the sharp blade still manages to cut right across his cheek. The enemy leader dashes past him, and he turns to prepare for the next exchange. But as he turns, he suddenly realizes the gravity of the situation. His vision starts to fail as his eyes turn bloodshot. The blade was laced with poison, which means the other monster's weapons likely are too. The leader grins maliciously from ear to ear while the surrounding horde continues its rhythmic stomping. The young man begins coughing up dark blood and collapses to the ground. He is choking on his own blood and paralyzed by the venom, but this is far from the end of his journey. Even as he vomits blood, he crawls forward, realizing the sadistic leader is enjoying his slow demise. To save everyone and destroy this dungeon colony, he knows he has to take down that boss. Unlike the typical short-legged monsters in this fantasy world, this particular boss is incredibly fast. With that deadly poison, he can't let it graze him even once next time, though he has no idea how to pull that off. As he wonders how to manage that, his consciousness fades into the boatman's mysterious realm. He wonders what a single human can possibly do against an overwhelming enemy army. Suddenly, he wakes up in his bed and grabs his sword, remembering he told his ally to stay back. He lost track of his partner's presence near the end, which means they likely perished along with the scout who never returned. It is highly probable that she met a grim end out there as well. While the others are still fast asleep, sleep, Lugarn is already awake and notices him. She asks why he is fully armed so early in the morning, but he deflects and asks about her instead. He demands to know what she knows about the sinister cultists. Taken aback by the sudden question, she looks at him in surprise. She warns him that they are absolute fanatics, with the worst of them being the Church of the Holy Devil's Gate. They view that cursed gate as sacred ground and worship the Demon of Sixes. Encrid then asks why he wants to know, but outside the cabin, things are already going south. Our main character can already feel the gnoll monsters launching their attack, and as villagers scream in terror, he tells his companion that he has a really bad feeling about this. He swings open the door and draws his sword, admitting he has no clue why these cultists are crashing the party. However, she clearly has some history with them, jumping overhead while mentioning she knew she sensed their nasty magic yesterday. The young man remarks it would be nice to have their giant frog beast along for the ride, but unfortunately, he still hasn't leveled up his beast taming skills enough to control her. Suddenly, a gnoll charges straight toward an unarmed villager, and our badass protagonist leaps into action first. He catches the incoming axe with his own blade and completely shatters the weapon. He then drives his sword straight through the gnoll's chest while the old boatman's question echoes in his head. Can a single warrior really change the fate of this fantasy world? Pulling his blade free, he decides there is only one answer. He is going to use every bit of power he has acquired. Just then, Craze and the others rush outside to see what all the chaos is about. Even George Pullman and his squad of watchmen step out, ready to defend the helpless villagers. But they stop dead in their tracks, absolutely stunned to see our hero already single-handedly wiping out the gnoll horde. 7 gnolls try to skewer him simultaneously, but he activates Heart of the Beast to dodge their strikes, making it impossible for the monsters to escape his range. He maneuvers so perfectly that the monsters end up stabbing each other instead. Next, he sharpens every single one of his senses, maximizing his reaction time. This is exactly the kind of high-level combat training his mentor taught him. Hearing a woman scream for help behind him, he instantly pulls out his trusty whistle dagger. He hurls the throwing weapon right across the chaotic battlefield. The blade flies straight toward the woman, barely missing her ear, before planting itself deeply into the attacking gnoll's face. The beast drops dead instantly. The woman turns in absolute shock, just as another ugly monster swings its weapon straight for our main character's head. He quickly ducks under the slash and channels his focus to the absolute limit. He meets the enemy's strike at the perfect angle to block it with zero effort. This display of swordsmanship draws the attention of the remaining beast horde, pulling them away from the terrified villagers and onto himself. Without breaking his flow, he seamlessly mixes in some brutal hand combat, kicking one gnoll backward and slicing it in half while it is still mid-air. The young man keeps pushing forward, tearing through the enemies like a cheat code machine, leaving the onlookers speechless and giving the villagers hope that they might actually survive. Even Pullman admits they actually stand a chance with this warrior leading the defense, ordering his men to back up our protagonist in any way they can. The watchmen charge the nearest monsters, and the entire battlefield turns into an absolute all-out brawl. Our hero keeps dual-wielding his swords in opposite directions, spinning like a deadly top, so the beasts cannot even get close. The second they step into his danger zone, he cuts them to ribbons, while holding the entire front line by himself. The enemy leader spots him from across the battlefield and realizes that this guy is the only real threat. The commander points its sword straight at the young man, ordering the rest of the mob to take him down at all costs. As the massive wave rushes him, the panicked watchmen begin to retreat, and he can feel the cold hand of death creeping closer, just as the boatman's voice echoes in his mind, telling him this is absolute limit and to just accept his fate.